Warriors win 121-106. And more questions, more thoughts as we head back to L.A. for Game 6 on Friday night.
Maybe. Not going to stretch that one out. It's one game at a time, folks. One game at a time. You got Game 5 done. Now we move on to Game 6, but we will relive Game number 5 last night. Everybody on Twitch and the Comcast business text line. We're shorthanded today. No Spadoni. Spadoni's out. Had a little date night last night. He needed a day off, especially after that loss, but he'll be back tomorrow. But we got Joe Shasky back. Alan Stiles did a great job the last 2 days. Shasky's back in the building, though. Ended. But we will come through like the Warriors last night, and it's setting up to be a great Game 6. But last night, the stars were stars. Andrew Wiggins, 10 of 18 from the floor. Draymond Green. We'll get into everything. But the fact that we still got another game left and you get to go back to Hollywood for what could be a classic, Shasky. Could be one. Could be one of the ones. But at least you live to fight another day.
We will have all offseason, whenever that comes, to ask why it doesn't happen more often. Bonte, they're unbeatable. And I know they're 10-5 when he scores in the playoffs, 20 or more points, whatever. It looks different when he's assertive, when he is attacking the matchups the way that they did. And they did a great job sucking Anthony Davis away from that paint and attacking matchups. You talked about Andrew Wiggins. How many times have you said to Andrew Wiggins throughout not just this postseason, but last year's postseason, attack the guy who's in front of you. Don't settle for threes. Take that guy off the dribble. Post that smaller guy up. He did it yesterday. He exploited individual matchups, whether it was because of the screens, whether it was a scrambling defense because they got to stop and the Lakers are coming down and they're just like scrambling to stay in front of someone. I was so happy with the IQ. And then defensively, finally, they didn't allow Steph Curry. You don't have to switch everything. If the matchup isn't good for Steph against LeBron or against somebody and they're attacking Steph over and over, don't switch it. Fight through it. And they finally showed some of that. Now, dude, I'm here to say it. I didn't believe. I'm going to be real with you. I did not believe that the Warriors could do it. I really did not. I honestly thought they were walking the plank yesterday because I was so pissed. Lonnie freaking Walker.
They weren't going to walk the plank yesterday.
I was afraid. Bonte, I'm telling you how I felt.
I know how you felt.
I believe. I believe that they can come back and they can win. And they need Clay. They need Poole. They need Draymond. I now believe. You think I'm ready? Let's go.
Well, about time you're ready. God damn, we're only 5 minutes into the show. You talk about you're scared and you didn't believe. Listen, they were going to fight off. Well, one thing, I want to set the record straight with this bunch.
What's that?
Whether it's Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, Steve Kerr, Kevon Looney, and, of course, Klay Thompson. I mean, we really not going to believe in this core group when it's all said and done. They've won their last 19 series against Western Conference teams. Okay? Some of my favorite wins. Game 4, 2015 against the Memphis Grizzlies. Game 2 against the Houston Rockets when Steph Curry and Klay Thompson doubles on James Harden and makes a great defensive play. Game 4 in Cleveland of that season, learning how to win. Game 6, OKC. Game 6 at Houston, 2019. How about Game 5 when KD gets hurt? One thing they show us year in and year out, year after year after year, is that these son of a guns are tough. They're fighters.
I don't deny that.
So to believe that they were going to lay down at home last night in front of the nation against the LA Lakers, you got another thing coming. These guys are going to fight until the freaking end, okay? They're going to fight until the freaking end. So there's no belief. No, I don't think anybody just watched this team over the last decade. And I was saying this with Alan yesterday, and I think a lot of roasters believe this. They can come back from a 3-1 deficit.
Yeah.
They can. They have all the capability. That's what makes this season so frustrating, is that they do have championship talent. They can play like Hall of Famers when they want to. They just have to do it consistently, and they haven't done that yet. So it all comes down to Game 6.
No, of course. Of course it comes down to Game 6.
Not, to me, it's not a question of if they can do it. It's will they do it.
Well, I didn't know if they could muster up the energy. They're older. And I know that, like, you see Draymond Green. He's erratic. One game, he's awesome, like he was last night. The way that he was attacking Dennis Schroeder, for example. Like, oh, you're going to put Schroeder on me? I'm going to the rack. Like, straight up. And then his facilitating, them diving with two guys. They had Wiggins and GP2 crashing. Both guys finally going in, not just settling for three-pointers. I thought Jordan Poole played much more calm. But, like, Bonte, like, that fourth quarter, I watched the last game. I watched that back over and over. And I'm watching that game yesterday. And I'm saying, you got to close that third quarter because you got to have a nice cushion in the fourth. I don't know what's going to end up happening. And I know AD, we'll get to him. Either he is as soft as toilet paper or he needs to be in concussion protocol. There's no in between. But we'll get to him in a second, getting wheeled down. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But B, that fourth quarter, I couldn't believe the lack of execution from the Warriors in the final game. And then it felt like it wasn't just contesting shots. The shot making from Lonnie Walker. And I'm saying we can't get a performance from one of our main guys as stellar as what Lonnie Walker did against them. So, yeah, I admit it. I'll raise my hand. I didn't really believe.
Yeah, it doesn't. Listen, that doesn't even matter. They win Game 5, right? But I tell you what. And I get it. There's a lot of people yesterday who thought, boy, this is over tonight. They may lose tonight.
I just thought it was going to be really tough.
No, I was like, these dudes ain't going out like no suckers, man. We've seen too much from Draymond Green. And we called out Draymond Green, and you know early on what I saw from Draymond Green?
That?
I saw him talking smack.
When he got the little and one,
I saw him talking
to Vanderbilt.
Smack. I saw him talking smack to Schroeder.
God, I
to
love
Vanderbilt.
That.
And you know what?
Vanderbilt.
That's the Draymond Green you need. I saw him battling AD before he got the basketball, being physical with him. There's another little wrinkle there defensively where you see Andrew Wiggins now defending Anthony Davis at times, using his length, verticality, being quick to the ball. Andrew Wiggins did a good job there. D. Wright pointed that out. And by the way, Andrew Wiggins, 18 field goal attempts. I've been begging for him to be in that 15, 19 range. Well, he did it. Now, the other thing we just gloss over, and I'm not going to do this. Gary Payton II. When Kerr decided to start him in game number 4, I admit that I did not see that coming. And I didn't have a lot of faith in that unit because of the way the Lakers defend Draymond Green and GP2. They basically don't guard them. But they found a little wrinkle there with GP2 back cutting, being a playmaker, being in that corner. And as you know, 15 points in game number 4, 13 last night, some big blocks. And the other thing is, he's turned off the water on D'Angelo Russell. D'Angelo Russell, 1 of 10 in game number 4. Last night he was 6 of 10, but he was saddled in foul trouble. No impact whatsoever. Steve Kerr again throwing a little curveball in this series. No Leonard starting, no JMG. Let's go to GP2. And as you know, the series has flipped from a DiVincenzo series to a Gary Payton II series.
To me, DiVincenzo's like so low on my priority list of guys to worry about. I'm 100% with you. Well, I think this is the thing. It's not an indictment on that. That guy's useless for the rest of the playoffs. It's like, look, last series, for example, Kevon Looney, starring role. This series, he's a supporter. Like, he's not a starring role guy this series because the matchup's not good enough for him. Also, he looks a little thinner. Am I tripping on that?
Looney? He was a little sick.
You could just kind of, like, I feel for the guy. He's laboring. Sick. But, like, even, he's only going to be out for a short amount of time. He's giving you tremendous effort. GP2, unbelievable shots around the rim. I mean, his ability to get up around bigger guys and finish around the rim is really underrated. His pocket passing, though. He'll get a ball on a screen as he's rolling, 1 or 2 dribbles, and he makes a quick, good pass. He's not a guy that's going to, like, force these passes. I really like him, and I thought that Draymond Green and him have really good synergy, don't you?
Yeah, no doubt. No, they do have some good synergy there. So GP2 going into the lineup, I thought Jordan Poole played a lot better, and I love what Mully said yesterday in the post-game show. Stop piling on this kid.
Yes.
Stop piling on this kid.
Agree.
He's not the only one making mistakes. Klay Thompson's had 1 good game in the series. Now, Klay Thompson may struggle throughout this series because what the Lakers are doing, they're either trapping Steph Curry, doubling him hard off the pick and roll, but they are not giving Klay Thompson any airspace whatsoever. And if they make him put the ball on the ground, they're okay with that. So Klay Thompson, I thought, and this is why I thought the last 3 quarters he played control basketball. First quarter, he's chucking. He's 1 of 7. Right off the rip.
Yeah,
1 of 7. He was trying to force it, trying to gun it and hit their home run. He took 5 shots the last 3 quarters, stuck on the defensive end, took the open shot. His 3 right before halftime I thought
big.
was huge as the Warriors closed the first half on a 16-5 run. So we cannot force the action. But the Lakers are going to play him this way. He's not going to have any room to breathe.
Well, and I think the one thing, like you're going to talk about shots and shots. I loved when he passed up a shot and threw it to GP2 in the corner. And then he passed up another shot and gave it right back to Steph Curry. The key for me was the end of the third quarter. And this is not just Klay Thompson. I think Jordan Poole falls in this category. How many times have JP and Steph been on the floor together at the end of a quarter and JP, YOLO! He comes flying down. There's 11 seconds left, right? 11 seconds left. And instead of forcing something erratic, he takes a hard dribble, backs up a little, kicks it out to Steph Curry, and Steph hits that big 3 right before the end of the quarter. To me, that was growth from
before second quarter.
For the end of second quarter,
first half when they went on 16-5 run.
That was patience by JP, understanding the moment, getting it to your superstar, and them being smart and valuing the ball. Closing quarters has been a problem.
It has been a problem for this quarter. They didn't finish the first quarter well. I mean, the first quarter, they should have been up 10 at least going into the second. And they got out to a great start, 19-7. But the Lakers,
had some turnovers in that first quarter that were very frustrating.
Yeah, very frustrating. But LeBron and AD came to play. They were really good that first half. LeBron James had that look in his eye. He had 13 points in the second quarter alone, hit 3 threes in the first half. He finished with 17. AD had 18, but here's the key. Here's the key overall.
He's so good.
And this is what's starting to annoy me about the LA Lakers.
Austin Reeves flopping and no one touching him and him getting superstar calls.
And then
on the floor screaming like we could argue about Draymond Green and him and his his conduct with the officials. At least Draymond Green is an all-star, a defensive player of the year, a Hall of Famer. Austin Reeves, what have you done in the league to deserve this leeway to complain?
Well, the Lakers did a lot of complaining last night. They got to the free throw line 15 times, which is the same amount of times the Warriors did. Going into last night, the Lakers had gone to the free throw line 103 times in this series. The Warriors had gone to the line 51 times. The Lakers were 83 of 103. The Warriors were 36 of 51. Well, yesterday it was even. Actually, the Warriors were +2 from the free throw line, which is great. Points in the paint, Warriors just -2. You even there with the bigger Lakers. That's not
bad. I'll take that.
Second chance points, Warriors 18-10. Fast break 15-13. And the turnovers where the Warriors commit 16, the Lakers commit 14. They're even. They're level there. They both gave up 20 points off those turnovers. So the Warriors did a good job on the glass, +10 on the glass, +5 in assists, of course, +3 when it comes to three-pointers. So the Warriors did all the little things. They won the 50-50 points yesterday.
Yes.
They won the hustle board. So, you know what? But listen, Andrew Wiggins with his 25, 7, and 5.
He looked so good.
He was dynamic. Yes. And I think to go on the run, not only do you need JP, but Wiggins may have to be your second best player here on out.
I agree with you. Like he was last year.
Yeah, no doubt. And then Draymond Green set the tone.
Unbelievable.
I asked for the Saginaw Savage.
You've been asking.
The Saga Nasty. And you know what? 14 points in the first half, going to the rim, hit a 3, hit it mid-range in the second half. Draymond Green was the Draymond Green we all grew to love, man. He was talking smack. He was stomping around. He was pushing that hard line. That's the Draymond Green you need for Game 6, and that's the Draymond Green you're going to need for Game 7.
Well, and I'm going to need Tom Izzo to be sitting off to the bench for the rest of the series because whatever it is, when he's in the building, Draymond seems to play. And let's not forget Moses Moody. I thought Moses Moody, again, another good performance for the youngster in a limited amount of action. I thought he did some really nice things yesterday. Wiggins and Draymond, though, Curry's always spectacular, and the shot is just slightly off right now. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the length. I don't know. Maybe it's they're contesting. Maybe he's a little tired. I don't know. Maybe he's just missing. I don't know what it is.
Well, Curry, the first 3 games of the series, he was 13 to 28 from the 3-point line. The last 2 games, he's 6'4", 25.
What do you make of that?
25. Tired legs. He's doing a lot more ball handling.
Yeah.
The legs are a little shot right now. But he was 9 of 13 from inside the arc. So I'll take that. 12 of 24 overall.
Yeah.
Despite going 3 of 11 from the 3-point line, he still ended up with a 50% night from the floor. So
he had a couple mid-rangers in the fourth quarter on Austin Reeves that were just money.
I expect Steph to have one of those games at game number 6 in Hollywood. I really do.
Well, they're going to need it. They're going to need Klay Thompson to show out, and they're obviously going to need Jordan Poole, and I'm really happy for Jordan Poole because I think a lot of other younger players, heck, there are a lot of veteran players that would tuck tail and be completely useless for the rest of the playoffs.
Right.
And he didn't have his greatest game,
right.
but like watching the flow of how the game went, I thought JP was good yesterday. And I think we need to give him credit when he plays well, and like he did yesterday.
But we also need to back up off of him.
Well, he's an easy scapegoat.
Because in the locker room where we're talking about being, frustrated and having your back to the media and stuff like that, look, man, he just went scoreless in game number 4. He was 0 for 4.
He's a competitor.
He played 10 minutes of action, and people want to blame him for the game 4 loss. No. Let's stop piling on this kid. All right? Yeah, he had a bad game.
Come on.
He had a bad game. But you know what? I don't like losing in Monopoly. I don't like losing Connect 4. Dude,
because he lost?
I lose in Madden, and I'm sitting there thinking, you know what? I don't want to talk to anybody. I'm pissed off. So let alone losing a playoff game. Oh, my God, Jordan Poole's frustrated. He's acting like a brat, blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. He's having a tough season. But you know what? You need the guy. You need the guy to chip in at some point during this run to win another championship here. So let's get behind the guy and stop piling on him.
Not you. I'm not saying you. I mean, you as in fans and media. Why do we do this thing where that guy's smiling too much on the bench? That guy's not happy enough on the bench.
Right.
Like, player X doesn't play in the second half, has a bad playoff game, team loses, they're on the brink. He's mad. Wow. That's literally boil it down. Forget the names of who they are.
Right.
A young player is pissed he didn't play and didn't score and didn't play well, and his team's losing?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Breaking news! Breaking news! Young athlete frustrated he lost the game and didn't play. Like, duh! I'm so sick of piling on Jordan Poole. I'm 100% with you. And when he plays well, we just overlook it. No, he played really good yesterday.
It's funny. I stopped by the team store yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. They're doing a phenomenal job on the airways. But I told them, because they were calling me out, it's like, TV Bond tastes different. He's not going to come by. Well, I did come by. And I listened to their show for 90 straight minutes. I couldn't believe how much Poole conversation they were having before Game 5.
Playing 12 minutes?
Listen, it's about the dudes.
Thank you.
Right? It's about the dudes. Draymond Green, Clay, Steph, and Andrew Wiggins. And Andrew Wiggins showed up. Let's take some calls here.
Dude, I'm so fired up. And B, I'm telling you, the way that game, one last thing, the way that game went down, the fact that they stayed in the game till the final 3 minutes, the Lakers, it couldn't have played out any better because I want them to exert as much energy as possible. You know the longer this series goes, the more hammies, the more ankles. This old team, Schroeder was hobbling. AD, I don't know if you know this. AD looked like a Civil War veteran right there on the war field yesterday.
You know what, though?
What was going on?
They'll be ready for Game 6.
Concussion protocol?
No, it's not concussion. No, come on.
Chris Haynes was actively tearing up, trying to explain what was going on. Chris Haynes, are you a reporter, or are you clutch, or are you part of the Lakers? What's going on?
This segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber.
I'm sorry.
Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I leave Chris Haynes alone.
No, it's driving me nuts watching it. I just listen to everything in the entire huddle.
Let's
Let
not
me
do
tell
that.
you everything that's going on.
That guy
needs to go.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. We don't need to do that. Let's go to Tyler in the city. Tyler, what's happening?
Man, all of a sudden, Joe Shafty showing up when we win. But when we lose, you got your boy out here looking sad on Tuesday. It was a funeral at the show, man. He going to bring Rob Parker on yesterday. He was talking crazy about some meaningless stats. Joe, where you been at, brother?
I was dealing with some stuff. I don't want to disclose it if you don't mind, but I'm back.
All right. Glad to have you back, brother. We just need you here in our
I'm with you.
time.
I don't know. You know what, Tyler? I don't know if we do over here. I'm still trying to decide that.
Hey, somebody's got to bring that liquid.
I don't even know, man.
Hey, keep it real, Tyler. Tyler. My week could not be any better right now. Warriors forced a Game 6. We've got Casey Schmidt hitting a home run, and I just found out Cowboys-Niners on Sunday Night Football. Let's go!
Oh, no, that's okay. That's going to be lit. I just shout out to my homie Damo. We about to be in the building for that. Cowboys versus Niners finally out here during the regular season. But look, for tomorrow, I feel like I still need to see more from Jordan Poole. He did decent enough, but I just want to see just a little bit more.
Okay.
And just the fact that Wiggs was aggressive, I think that those are the two keys that we need in order to see victory and push to 7.
Tyler,
No doubt.
I think he could do more too. Like I don't want to critique him like to that point, but I think he can do more. But he needed a stepping spot so that he could build on that confidence. You know, playing on the road is totally different, obviously, especially
doubt.
for the younger guys. But he's one of those guys that I think he needed a solid bounce back performance to be able to have a bigger performance down the line. Klay Thompson could kind of explode out of nowhere. He's just different. He's different than Poole.
No doubt. He is different than Poole. He's not getting the airspace right now, but the Warriors do win game number 5, 121-106, although this score to me was a lot closer. I mean, this game was a lot closer than what the score says. The Lakers, I'm going to break.
Totally
Relax.
agree. Austin Reeves is already on my hit list. He has risen in terms of villainry across sports. This guy, no one touched him. And it looked like the sniper from the grassy knoll got him. I said, get this guy off my... And he got the call!
What's coming up on the game sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. The Warriors fight to live another day. We'll have the delivery of the game a little bit later. We got Madeline Kinney coming up later today. More coming up. Game 5, Warriors win. They're now down 3-2 in its best of 7 Western Conference semifinal.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Well, this soda program is so great, man. A nationwide weight loss program that is done 100% over the phone and from the comfort and convenience of your own home. Soda. Their number one priority is keeping weight off, and they're helping me do that. And look, the process it's not easy, right? It's not easy. You got to be disciplined. You got to say no to some of that junk food. You got to say no to the late night eating. And if you do that, you will see results right away. And your monthly weigh-ins are free, so long as you hit your target goal weight. I'm trying to get under 230 this week. I'm a couple pounds away. I'll try to continue to do that, but visit their website, SOTA weightloss.com, to read over 7,300 Google business reviews to see the over 1,000 stunning before and after photos. And with Soda, there's no counting calories, no pills, and no appetite suppressants. It's all about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan. So visit Soda, SOTA weightloss.com. That's Soda. And say it with me now. It's state-of-the-art.
Hey, guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
To every woman with a will and a workbench. Every mom with a miter saw she's not afraid to use. Every daughter with a drill and the drive. To the women who get their nail guns together. The ones who are welding the gap. The same ones who DIY like no one's watching. At the Home Depot, we see the potential in you because you see the potential in everything. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. Now through May 23rd, earn 2 times rewards points when you purchase participating items with Safeway for you. Then use your rewards on groceries or discounts on gas at participating Chevron or Texaco stations. Download your exclusive digital coupon in the Safeway for You app and start earning 2 times rewards today. Limit 1 offer per household. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at safeway.com/for-you.
I'd love to be able to give somebody who has epilepsy the same kind of information that you can get from a weather forecasting app.
Dr. Vikram Rao, director of the Epilepsy Center at UCSF Health and a pioneer in the field of seizure forecasting.
People will benefit from knowing how likely seizures are to occur, say the next day, because you can do something different. In my view, optimal care for people with epilepsy is about more than stopping seizures. It's about enhancing their quality of life.
UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Wine, NASCAR. Not exactly the first pairing that comes to mind, but in Sonoma, it's a classic duo. You've got 12 challenging turns for drivers, beautiful wine country, and high-energy campgrounds. It's a perfect combination all around. And after a weekend of stargazing, in the sky and on the track, you'll end up wishing you discovered this classic pairing years ago. The NASCAR weekend at Sonoma Raceway, June 9th through the 11th. Get your tickets today at sonomaraceway.com.
It's been said that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. What home improvement project have you been putting off that you're determined to get done this year? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help you pick up the pace on your next project with the largest inventory of in-stock materials ready to be delivered. Talk with your preferred contractor and start navigating plans to jump on your next project. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This is the final week of the Spring Manufacturers RV Show. You'll see RVs from multiple dealers. Don't miss the Spring Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends May 14th.
If you own a small business, you know the value of time. GetRefunds.com does too. That's why they've made it easy, no matter how busy you are, to apply for the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started in less than 8 minutes. See if your business qualifies for ERC assistance. Your business may be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee kept on payroll during COVID-19. GetRefunds.com has already helped clients claim over $3 billion in payroll tax refunds through the ERC, and they may be able to help your business too. There's no upfront charge either. They don't get paid until your business gets its refund. Many businesses believe they won't qualify based off incomplete or outdated information. So don't let this opportunity pass you by, because payroll tax refund is only available for a limited time. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Aerosmith is heading back to the Bay Area this December. Catch them at the Chase Center in San Francisco on December 1st and then at SAP Center in San Jose on December 4th. 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Go to the contest page at 957thegame.com to enter for a chance at a pair of tickets to either show.
Thompson, low catch, fires away, top of the key three. Steph Curry says sorry about the pass, but didn't matter to Clay. Gets his first bucket in 5 tries. 27-22 Warriors.
But feet were set. He went straight up and down on that one.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
The Quest for 5 brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Now I'm getting a little spicy. I'm getting a little spicy now. The Warriors need to take care of business against this fraud team. Listen, we knew they were Hollywood. We knew they were floppers. And now, LeBron saying we don't practice flopping.
Oh, God.
Darvin Ham saying we don't practice flopping. We did the same thing. We only got 15 free throws today, and I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what's a foul anymore. The damn Lakers are getting on my nerves. And then their fans. So Anthony Davis leaves the game, and it wasn't a poke in the eye. I got report that it was a poke in the eye. I was trying to see it on the screen, but everything's moving so fast. And I see that Looney, his forearm basically hits him in the side of the face. All right, he goes down. He gets in the wheelchair, and it's AD. It's Mr. Glass, right? What, Laker fans? You know what? I just got sent something from, what's her name? Nikki Diaz. She's a roaster.
Oh, yeah,
Bonte,
Nikki,
did you see this? Nikki.
Yeah. Thank you.
And you got Laker fans in space to talk about. I hope Looney breaks his legs.
Well, that's disgusting.
All right?
Come on.
So then I just get another tweet, and you got people calling Looney an ape, calling his parents ugly.
Oh, come on.
All because, and this is just nasty
it's
work.
Disgusting.
But Laker fans are nasty. They whine all the time over everything. Alan Stiles has a thread of last night where guys are just flopping left and right. I'm watching it in person. I mean, it's
Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves, we do that.
I mean, there was like, I'm saying, 3 feet? I mean, it was like a 7th grade dance.
No,
there
it was awful.
The yardstick in between him and the next closest guy.
It's just,
and he did this whole flopping and then got the call.
I mean, he got the call. So the Lakers, we got to brace ourselves for game number 6. It's in L.A. It's at Crypto.com Arena. Now, game 3 was nasty with the whistles in the second quarter. However,
yes,
the Warriors didn't help themselves with 9 turnovers. Now, be prepared for a quarter Friday night where the whistles are going to go against the Golden State Warriors. Hell, Draymond, Wiggins, Klay Thompson may already have 2,000. They haven't even boarded the plane yet to LAX. okay? They've already had 2 fouls. So brace yourself, Warrior fans. The whistles will be fishy Friday night. But take care of the basketball, execute your offense, and hang in there and fight. Fight because they're going to get all the calls in L.A. You know that. They're already setting it up. And I'm so sick of this damn team. And another thing, I'm tired of losing to an LA team. You had the Giants losing to the Dodgers 2021. You had the Niners losing to the Rams in the NFC Championship. I cannot stand losing to another LA team. So it's all about beat LA. Do what the hell you got to do to survive in this series. But Laker fans, they're officially annoying me. Well, they're officially annoying me.
Can we have I want an honest discussion here. When Draymond hit his head, what was that, Game 4?
Game 4.
Okay. When he hit his head, I said, I don't know what the league rules are. I don't know, because like in the NFL, there's a third party that identifies players that look like they've had a head injury, and they kind of take them out of the play. Now, Draymond hit his head, and I was like really worried about him. I'm like, dude, like that could be very severe. That could be a severe injury. I mean, who knows what could end up happening on something like that anytime you hit your head. And I'm thinking, what's the concussion protocol for the NBA?
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know what it is either.
I don't either. I don't know.
They probably check it out. He didn't have no damn concussion.
But that's where I'm going with this. But the way that he was making it out, and the way his eyes were and everything, it's one of two things. Either he is ridiculously soft, or he needs to have his head checked, like legitimately.
And then you can't play.
Yeah, I don't even know about can't play. I'm just saying, like, are we truly concerned about the individual, or is this for theater? Am I insane for questioning it?
Well, no. Well, you probably are. You are insane anyway. We know that.
I mean,
you've reminded me.
Chris Haynes is explaining. They go, so he went back to the locker room, and he goes, no, he didn't go to the locker room. He went to a dark, closet down the way. And I'm thinking,
because I guess he didn't have no light. I guess if you have a concussion or if you have a headache, it's like having a migraine, right? You don't want the lights on.
But then they're saying, oh no, he scratched his eye, and then Darvin Ham, the avatar for LeBron as the coach, is basically saying that, oh no, he's good. He's doing really, 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 really good. What? Like, what are you guys doing? Either he's hurt or he's not hurt. Like, he can't get wheeled out, and then you tell me he's good.
Yeah.
Like, something doesn't.
Well, he walked out the arena.
It doesn't add up.
He walked out the arena, so whatever. I don't give a damn, really.
Oh, he didn't get rolled out?
No, he didn't get rolled out. He
like
walked
a
out.
World War II guy trying to storm Normandy?
He walked out in his outfit, and he walked back to the team bus. All right? But this is what they do. This is what the Lakers do. They're front runners, man. They're the ultimate front runners. They get a lead. They start dancing. They start clowning. When they fall behind, it's calls here.
Schroeder,
flops
every
here.
possession.
Let me run off. So I'm glad Steve Kerr mentioned it after Game 4. Gamesmanship. They have a lot of gamesmanship. Now be on deck. Be on deck for Game 6. There will be a lot more gamesmanship displayed down at Crypto.com Arena. Best believe that. But the Warriors, despite the refs, despite the Lakers, and the referees have been fine in this series, in my opinion. In my opinion, they've been fine.
I actually think it's been pretty good.
Right. Considering
but
the
again,
fact.
outside of the Austin Reeves play where no one was near him.
Yeah,
Austin Reeves is honestly
he's overrated.
You know what?
Can we just say that
he's hit some big shots.
He's overrated.
He's hit some big shots.
He can't stand in front of Andrew Wiggins.
I agree.
His offense is just whatever. He got those empty calorie buckets yesterday.
But it's the dramatization of everything. Please. Everything's got to be extra. It's like, dude, not everything. Just every now and then, can you just fight through a little bit of contact?
He does way too much. Let's go to Coach Adam in the city. Coach Adam, what's happening?
Not much. How's it going, fellas?
My God, Coach Adam. Coach D, what's happening, man? D'Aquisto, what's happening?
Oh, it's just a beautiful day here on the block, Fonte. Warriors got the big dub. I mean, the way they were moving that ball last night, the way that thing was flying around, the old wheels of the Lakers couldn't keep up.
Mm-hmm.
And when Draymond's in attack mode like that, when Green catches that thing with a running start, and you got Davis or LeBron, whoever's guarding him, flat-footed in the paint. He's hard to. I mean, he finally was looking at the basket, getting easy layups.
Mm-hmm.
It was a thing of beauty, and we got to keep that recipe of just keep that ball popping. That's why Poole played well. He didn't over-dribble, didn't overthink it. He just let it come to him. And, I mean, watch out for Clay. Game 6 is coming. I'm telling you right now.
Coach, you know what I noticed when they push the tempo, whether it's Poole, Steph, or Draymond, it doesn't allow the Lakers to get the exact matchup that they want defensively, and they're scrambling. And I love when they're pushing. They don't have to necessarily shoot right away, but, like, force the tempo to put them in advantageous matchups.
Push it. Get into that half court with about 20 seconds left.
Yes.
And the Lakers, they're the worst transition team in the NBA, and you see why. The worst transition team in the NBA. So Listen, man, Stephen Curry, the Warriors, they got a great shot to win Game 6, but Game 5, like Coach Adams said, that ball was hopping. It was hopping. Anthony Davis was on the string. LeBron James is on the string. Get these guys moving so they can't chill defensively. All right, it's time to take them to school here. Time to take them to school, brought to you by the San Leandro Unified School District, embracing diversity, empowering excellence, and now hiring and offering rewarding career opportunities for teachers in the Bay Area. You belong in SLUSD. Go to www.SLUSD.us to learn more and apply. How about Loondog coming in playing well off the bench?
Davis he's got the ball upside, knocked away. Looney with another knockaway steal. Poole gets it.
Easy.
Over to Curry with 10 seconds to go in the half. Curry will take it.
He knows.
9 with 8. They want a screen. Nobody's coming up the screen. Curry will go one-on-one with Walker with 3. With 2, backs up into a 3. It's up and good! At the buzzer! Golden State will take an 11-point lead into the locker room at halftime.
Tim Roy, Tom Tobert on the call. Moondog with the hustle. Jordan Poole with the patience. Steph Curry with the shot. They go into halftime with a double-digit lead. 70 to 59 to 70 points is the most they scored in the first half all postseason in 2023. Back-to-back threes from Clay and Steph. They end the half on a 16-5 run, but more importantly, they begin the third quarter on a 9-2 run to give them that separation, and the Lakers were never able to get within 9 the rest of the way. So a big run there before halftime for the Golden State Warriors to gain some separation. Calvin, Caesar, Uncle Charlie, we'll get to y'all. 888-957-9570. More coming up as we react to game number 5. Where's your key? Who was your performer of the game? I almost said the Wendy's Fresh performer from NBC Sports, but who's your performer of the game? All right? What needs to happen moving forward to Game 6? We'll break down Game 6 all day tomorrow, of course, but let's do a lot of reaction to game number 5. That's all coming up here, brought to you by nobody. All right, man, it's soda, man. I'm down 21 pounds. I feel good this morning. I feel like this hoodie's all loose on me, and that's because I've taken
James.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
JP2 with the second straight start in this series, 13.6 rebounds, and it could be the move that flipped this series. Of course, against the Sacramento Kings, the move that flipped the series was Draymond Green coming off the bench and going to the one big lineup. When they did that for 3 games and they had a 3-2 lead. All right, they go back to the starters in game number 7, the 2 big lineup, and of course the Warriors win and advance to the second round. In this series, you saw JaMychal Green start game number 2 because Looney was sick, and then of course he started game number 3. Now you get GP2 starting in the last 2 games. What other curveball will Steve Kerr have? Will he have to throw another one as the Warriors head to Hollywood with the chance to even up the series at 3 games apiece? And the operation is simple, folks. The operation is simple. We want to work on Mother's Day. We want to either be at Chase Center. We don't want to have dinner for Mother's Day. We don't want to have a Mother's Day breakfast on Sunday. We want to have that bad boy Saturday or Monday. Sunday, we want a game at Chase Center. So that's the plan.
I mean, when I think of Father's Day in sports, I always now think of 2016 Father's Day. So I would love to exact revenge on LeBron James.
On Mother's Day?
On Mother's Day, I would. I really absolutely would.
That would be great. That would be incredible. So, 1 down, 2 to go. And you're taking one game at a time. And now we gear up for the biggest game. A win against the Lakers in Game 6 Friday night.
Just to force a Game 7?
Just to force a Game 7 would be one of my top 5 Warrior wins in this last decade.
Wow.
I was texting. I was texting. Dude,
I hadn't even thought of that.
I'm dead serious. So I was texting with Zach Diatella yesterday after the game, right? Of course, producers over at NBC Sports Bay Area. And we were just talking about some of the signature wins for the Golden State Warriors. And Draymond Green, Evan Giddings, by the way, producer for Steiny Guru, asked Draymond a great question about whether or not they could draw on the experience from Oklahoma City in 2016. And Draymond said, and hopefully we got the sound here. I'll look at my sound sheet in a second. I don't know if it's on here. But he basically said, like, yes, we can draw from that experience because we were down so much in that game. And we kept fighting. It kept fighting. We were down double digits, but we kept fighting. And that's what LA is going to be like Friday. You just got to keep fighting. So when I think of those signature wins of the Warriors just fighting, I think of that Game 6 against OKC. I think of Game 6 against the Rockets in 2019. I think of Game 4 at Cleveland in 2015 when the baby Dubs didn't know how to win yet.
Yeah.
And then what about Game 4 against Memphis in 2015 where they're down 2-1?
Is that better than Boston last year, Game 4?
Game 4's up there for me, where they just fought and fought. It's hung in there. And they were down 97-90 midway through the fourth quarter, and they just kept fighting.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to take in game number 6. So if they can win that game, I can tell you right now it's going to catapult in my top 5 for my favorite wins, just to force a Game 7.
I think there is an element of, obviously, you want to push the tempo against this team.
Yep.
We're old. Like, I think most people would say, like, the Warriors are an older team. Why do I feel like we've got better legs than them, than the Lakers? Even though I look at their roster and I think they've got some young guys too, and I'm like, how? Because it's their main 2 guys. And I think I go back to Anthony Davis having to come out of the perimeter is forcing him into exerting way more energy than they want him to, than he wants to himself. How many 7-game series has he been a part of?
Not many. I don't think he's played in the 7th game. Has he even played in a 6th game?
Was it the Suns in them that one year?
They lost in 6.
Okay.
They lost in 6 to the Suns.
In
but
my mind, it might have been a 7.
Remember he got hurt in the last couple games. The finals in the bubble went 6.
6, yes.
That was in the bubble.
Yes.
You didn't have to travel. You didn't have to go anywhere. You just go from the hotel lobby down to the gym.
His shooting was incredible.
Yeah, he was Reggie Miller in the bubble. So, in terms of just regular, I think it's just one 6-game series against the Phoenix Suns.
I'm watching that game last night, and this is going to sound like they're playing with their food, but I don't think they're good enough to be able to do this. But if you were looking like, kind of the ideal situation, not only do you win the game, but you force LeBron to play the entire way until, 2.5 minutes to go. He exerted a lot of energy. And then you saw on that dunk, he came up a little like gimpy. I don't know if it was the foot. I thought it was the foot. Sam Lubman thought it was the hamstring or whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I know you guys all probably think he's good. clearly his body isn't like where it was even just a couple years ago.
No,
like,
it's not.
He's an older player. I saw Schroeder coming up a little gimpy on the one he turned it over with his left hand. He was trying to go baseline. Ball goes right out of bounds. Vanderbilt looks like he's on a milk carton right now.
Yeah, he's done. You got to get buckets in the series. He's done in the series. They figured him out. He's played less than 12 minutes.
It's so ugly.
He's
so ugly.
Awful. Listen, you cannot afford to have him out there 2 straight games where he's played less than 12 minutes. I don't think it's a factor no more. GP2 is taking D'Lo out of this series, and then you got Dennis Schroeder.
Still worry about D'Lo. I hear you.
Well, you don't want to leave him open.
Yeah, you don't want to leave him open. Yeah, you don't want to allow him to get any confidence, especially at home.
But what I do want is I want Schroeder handling the ball a lot more.
Yes.
He makes some terrible decisions.
Totally agree. And he dribbles too much.
Way too much. He thinks he's a star.
He does. And well, this is the part that frustrates me with him. He gets a lot of calls offensively. There were at least 2 off-ball offensive fouls on the Warriors where Schroeder gets the call. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Wait. Are we looking at one of the elite perimeter defenders of all time? Like, how does he get all these calls?
No, I mean, it's the Lakers.
And then they don't show us a replay.
The Lakers are terrible with this. It's the Lakers. They've been doing this for years. It's part of the Hollywood brand. I mean, they're basically auditioning for low-budget commercials down in L.A. They're auditioning for D-level roles in these sorry-ass movies that come out in Hollywood these days. That's what they do. That's what they do.
Well, and I want to go back to this point that you were making regarding Andrew Wiggins, right? Like, so Andrew Wiggins, to me, you're 100% right. He's got to be their second best player. Now, do you need a Draymond performance comparable to what you got last night? Of course you do. When he's offensively driven, he plays so much better. Everything opens up. Others play better. It enables more elements of his games to showcase itself. There's no doubt about that. But watching Wiggins attack on offense and then the putbacks, that dunk over AD on the putback, his athleticism is so unique in this series. I need him to continue to assert himself, exploit the matchups, take the mid-range when they present itself, and then attack. He had a couple in the lane where they're just difficult little spin back, little fadeaways.
Shots. He was in his back.
He had a nice finger roll.
Again, D. Wright said this. I was on this. You get 15 to 19 field goal attempts for Andrew Wiggins, and I feel really good in this series. 25 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. And Steph Curry spoke about it after the game.
It's the best version of who he is and how he can impact games. He played great defense all night on Bron, even though he made some tough shots. Like you said, the rebounds, the offensive aggressiveness, him getting up 18 shots is huge. We need that every night. It's on us as a team to feature him, too, at certain points of the game because he is such an athlete and can create his own shot. Got to feed it to him and let him do what he does.
It's important for them to feature him in the offense. Do not forget about two-way Wiggs. Let's go to Calvin.
What's up, Calvin?
St. Louis. Calvin, what's happening?
What a win.
Big up, Warriors Nation. I want to tell you guys I love you, and let's all agree to disagree, but remember we all on the same page. We got the same goal. So let's just go ahead and keep it real. On that note, guys, again, your boy called it, man. I told you we need Draymond to score. Draymond score, but unlike you guys, it makes us mad because, dude, you can score like that. You need to keep it like that. You got to understand this could be the last leg of this championship team that we all love. We need you to be assertive. And again, let's go ahead and get to Wiggins. I don't know what his problem is, dude. Forget all those threes. Take them when it's necessary, but hit them boards. Hit them boards, and you hit them boards hard. Now, let me go ahead and give props out to Steve Kerr, because I know how I am, but I'm going ahead and give props to him. I love that passion that man showed. Oh, my God, I love the passion last night. Guys, I love the passion last night. Did y'all hear that?
Oh, yeah.
Now, what the game plan that I need to happen now, what we need, I want y'all to remember last year. I'm going to ask you answer both of y'all's questions. Last year, I saw your boy, Mr. Windex. Is that what you call Looney? I saw Looney last year rebound the ball and dunk the ball with passion. That boy put that ball back in a basket like he was Darvingham at Texas Tech because I was there in Lubbock, Texas. But I need Looney to go ahead and throw a wrinkle in their schemes, dunk that ball. Dunk that ball, get them rebounds. The Warriors need also offensively rebound like they did a couple of games ago. And
Calvin, where's your wife at? Is your wife calling us later today? Because she'd be fired up too.
What's up, guys? What's up, man? What's up with it?
What's up with it, Cal?
Calvin,
we got
I
to run
love you.
here.
Thank you for
do love
supporting the
Cal.
show. I mean
we
that.
We've
You're
been
a
talking
real
to
Warrior
Calvin.
fan.
Hey, no, he's been calling the show now for 2 months. Calvin is a hoot, man. He's something else. He's something
a real
else.
humdinger?
Yeah, he's a real humdinger. You talking about Texas Tech loving Calvin's in his bag. Friday night,
I'm
game
telling
number
you, you
6
have
in
become
Hollywood.
an old white guy. He's a hoot.
Hey,
is that what just came out of your
man,
mouth?
You got to be diverse.
I
man.
love that. No, your portfolio is expansive.
You can't always be hood, man. You got to, you got to cater to the OGs.
Oh, not like
There's a lot of
Kendrick
OGs.
Perkins saying that I want to be the hood. Kendrick Perkins needs to come out to explain to the Celtics what's going wrong.
Oh, well, boy. Celtics. Ooh, these playoffs are good. Celtics and Sixers a little later today.
Hey.
I need the Celtics to win because they're a beatable team. If the Warriors can get past the Lakers and get to the NBA Finals, Philly could be a problem, but that's got bigger problems on our hands.
Yes. Yeah,
3-2.
one before we get to the next.
So Evan Giddings, producer for Stardy Guru. We'll get to Caesar and Uncle Charlie in just a second. But I want to play this sound. I thought Evan Giddings set up this question so perfectly. And is the question in the soundbite, Sam, or is it just Draymond's answer? Don't know? All right, we'll play it. Here's Draymond Green asking about drawing from the experience of that game in Oklahoma City back in 2016, Game 6.
You always try to draw from those experiences. You look back and I think, experience in life is, no matter what the situation is, we all look to that experience when our backs are against the wall. And, just understanding like that OKC game didn't go our way the whole game. If I remember correctly, we were down like 15 points or something in the third quarter and Clay went ape and you just got to keep fighting and knowing that this team is going to come out and give us their best punch. And you got to take that punch and respond. And if you respond, they'll punch again and you have to respond again. And, if you can do that, then the game tends to flip your way.
They're fighters. They're fighters, and they're responding. And another thing, Draymond Green was happy last night. I'm telling you, it's not the defense. He did make his 8th all-defensive team. He was all-defense second team. He was named to that, so congrats to Draymond Green, Steph Curry.
How does Caruso get on the first team? Honestly.
Herb Jones doesn't even make it.
He's not even a starter.
I know. It's a joke. I don't even want to get into it.
I know, but it really bugged me to see that first team.
I mean, whatever. I don't. These guys vote.
You know what it is? It's the what's the guy from The Ringer with the beard who I can't say? It's a bunch of
Kevin
hipsters looking at spreadsheets and stuff. It's like, Doc, watch the games.
Whatever. But Draymond makes his 8th all-defensive team. But when he scores, he's so much more happy.
Oh,
when he scores and he's aggressive, he's so much more open at the podium.
Why do you think that is?
Because, come on, you play basketball and you go to a gym. What are you practicing?
He's shooting. You're going to get shots up.
You're going to practice your ball handling. You're going to practice your shooting. Anybody practicing taking charges? Anybody practicing diving on the court for loose balls? You're going to run drills, diving on the floor for loose balls by yourself?
Oh,
no.
I bet Austin Reeves does that. I bet there's a highlight tape of him doing that.
Maybe.
Because he just wants it more.
Maybe.
Give me a break.
Maybe. He's overrated. But
I
Draymond
can't
Green,
stand him.
Draymond Green, when he scores, and he scored 14 in the first half, he scored 20 overall, had 10 rebounds, 4 assists, played really good defense on Anthony Davis. He's a much more happier player when he's going like that.
And he had a beautiful Wiggins had a bucket on LeBron James in the paint. On the very next possession, Lakers tried to push the tempo. LeBron tried to go baseline. He threw it to AD, and Draymond just met him at the rim. And they got a big-time block. They went down and hit another bucket. And it was just such a huge play for them right then and there. His defense, I just think we've underrated. We all know he's great defensively. His timing for his size to be a contester and a shot blocker as good as he is pretty incredible.
No doubt.
How many shot blockers are 6'6" and under?
Yeah, not many.
In the history of the game.
Not many at all. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Caesar. My man Caesar.
What's up, C's?
Straight off of work at Chase Center.
Shasky, Bonte, my guys.
What's up,
Ain't nothing better than waking up to a Warrior victory on the way to the gym, listening to the morning roast.
Love it.
Let me tell you guys something here. It was the intensity at Thrive City from the beginning was awesome. Nothing better than seeing the quiet Laker fans out at Thrive City. But remember, this is like a 7-round heavyweight fight. We're jabbing them. We're jabbing them. Uppercut on Friday. Smash them in the mouth on Sunday. Just make sure you guys take care of your mamas on Saturday because we working on Sunday. Let me tell you.
Let's go.
I like that. I like that.
The energy was different in the building yesterday. I could feel it.
Well, it's a little tight early on, but that Warriors chant, Warriors, happened like 2 minutes into the game. So Chase Center showed up. I begged Dub Nation yesterday to show up and show out.
Yeah.
It may be the last game with the score. It may be the last game that we see Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Steph play together.
We get one more.
But we got at least one more. And Chase Center showed up. And trust me, everybody there is desperate to be there on Sunday. Because if they make it to Sunday, if they get to Sunday, shout out to Corrugated Dog. He's undefeated, 5 for 5.
What's going on there?
Corky picked the Warriors to win in 7.
Okay, Corky, because I'm going to be real with you. I'm not a big Corky fan.
Corgi.
Of all, I know, but of all the dog breeds, that one tends to be underratedly aggressive.
Okay.
So keep going. I saw a video, and everyone's going crazy now, and all these memes. Explain it to the uneducated Joe Shasky.
All right, so uneducated Joe Shasky. Corgi, basically hits a ball, and it goes into a basket.
Okay.
One's a Laker basket, one's a Warrior basket. And so he's shooting them into the baskets. So he's basically predicted every single game so far in the series. He's 5 for 5.
Oh.
Picked the Lakers at game 1, picked the Warriors at game 2, picked the Lakers at 3 and 4, picked the Warriors at 5. And then the next 2, he picked the Warriors at 6 and 7. So he had the Warriors rallying from a 3-1 deficit.
And now, were they predetermined, or were these blank baskets that they added on Laker Warriors afterwards?
Nah, it was. I guess it was right then and there.
Okay.
I don't know how they do these videos.
Yeah,
but
I don't
it's
either.
Out there.
So
it was out there before, and his dog apparently picked the Super Bowl.
Oh,
winner! Picked the Super Bowl winner.
Wow!
So Corky's on a hot streak, and now you got all the memes of Laker fans. Well, you got the memes with Vince McMahon saying, "Where the hell is Corky at?" Laker fans want to stuff out Corky. They're talking about Laker fans are disgusting. Now they want to kill a dog. Now they want to kill a dog. Now they're mad at everybody. They're mad at foul calls. They're mad at everybody.
If I'm Joe Lacob, the Corgi sitting courtside, game 7.
That would be great. That would be great, wouldn't it? I'm telling you, if we get to a game 7, Chase Center.
What was the animal that was at AT&T Park?
Oh, Alexi the bunny.
The bunny.
Yeah, the big rabbit.
The big rabbit.
The big
Alexi.
rabbit. We need to get the Corgi sideline.
Dude, I'm telling you, if they get to game 7, at Chase Center, that it will be the loudest it's been probably in its history. And it may rival some Oracle crowds, game 7, if they get to a game 7. 12:30, it'd probably be a 12:30 start. Oh, my God. Just get me to Sunday, but you got to take care of business Friday night. Let's recap game 5, one game at a time, as Uncle Charlie in Rodeo says. Uncle Charlie, what's happening?
We are the Killer Warriors. Beat LA. Killer Warriors. Beat LA. Oh, baby. Win one game at a time. We are the Warriors, the defending champions of the world. And look up at me at Uncle Charlie Entertainment LLC on the YouTube channel. And I gotta say this. Lance make it dance, and Lance will make it dance with the 49ers. And here we go. Woo! Yeah!
Uncle Charlie, everybody. Uncle Charlie.
Hey.
Make sure you follow him.
Brief aside, I'm floating yesterday after that victory. I'm watching you. You guys go to commercial, and I look at my phone. I'm just scrolling through, and Kyle Shanahan said Trey Lance looked incredible at practice. And I was like, I mean, the world is coming around for your boy. Casey Schmidt gets called up, home run. Niners Cowboys, Sunday Night Football. We don't play the Eagles until week 13. That's awesome. By then, hopefully, the Niners will be in a good spot. I mean, Trey Lance looks good. I mean, this is incredible. Also, the greatest thrower of a football ever in 49er history was at practice yesterday. Sam Darnold. Not sure if you followed that.
Well, he's been at every single Warriors game, so.
He looks like a Lego character. His head looks like the kind that you'd put the Lego hat on. I don't know if you were into Legos growing up.
I was into Legos.
I swear to God, his face looks like a Lego.
I don't feel comfortable calling somebody a Lego.
No, because he's got the big head. He's got a big square head.
I don't feel good about that. But, we'll see about the quarterbacks. Well, I mean, I'm not taking a lip service from an
No,
NFL
I know. I'm just saying, he did the Trey Lance, and so it's a brief aside.
A brief aside. I need something from Lubman. I'll ask him at the break. William and SF. William, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hello?
William, what's going on?
Hello?
Hello.
Justin, SF. Justin, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Love the show. How's it going?
Thanks, Justin. We're doing
What
well.
up?
Hey, last night, great win. Just want to say, I think we blew another double-digit lead last night. I know this Laker team will go away if we just step on their throats and just don't give them a chance to breathe. Secondly, I think Klay Thompson needs to take a long, deep dive in the ocean and get some of those ocean powers because we're going to need him in Game 6. Like what Draymond said, we're going to need him to go ape. Thanks. I'll take my hands off.
Well, the poetry of this one is that they haven't had a signature Klay game, right, in this series. In
Game 2.
Yeah.
He had 8 threes.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But they need one desperately down in L.A., and I think it would be great poetry for him, the kid who grew up idolizing Kobe Bryant. His father works for the team, played for the team. He loved the team growing up, going back home and having a big-time game, right? I mean, like, they really haven't had a big-time game that they need from him on the road right now, and so I need to see that happen. And if you're encouraged, that's the thing to be encouraged, is you win a game that you had to have in Game 5 to force the Game 6, and you didn't really get much from Klay.
No, you didn't get much from Klay. 19 points in the last 2 games. 3-4. Actually, he's 5-for-15 from 3 in the last 2 games. However, Steph Curry, 6-of-25 from 3 in the last 2 games. Both of those guys, they'll step up. They'll be fine. But I'm not going to Klay struggled, but the Lakers are not giving him airspace.
Well, he had a big block, too, though.
They're not going to let Klay get off, man. They are all over him when he runs off these screens. So, you know what? Klay, he may get some space when he does. I think he'll hit him when you need to. It's just a shot selection. The end of Game 4 was nasty work by Klay Thompson. The shots were just, oh, my God,
well,
I
don't want to plow over old territory because
I've
been there, done that.
You were talking about Lonnie Walker in the first segment.
It's because I still can't believe Lonnie Walker beat them.
You know, and I still can't believe Klay Thompson
Okay,
tipped it
fair
after
enough. You know what? Duly noted. The thing with Klay Thompson, what I've noticed, and this is just a thought that I've had, part of why I find it very difficult for teammates to play with someone like James Harden and Luka Doncic is they're dribbling, and they're in full control, and then they throw the ball to somebody at the end of the shot clock, like make a play, like figure it out, hot potato, you know what I mean? Like musical chairs almost, like the music stops, you got to either chuck a bad three or whatever. I think one of the offsets of running as much pick and roll as they actually have is I don't think Klay necessarily has been thriving in the pick and roll setting. He is a motion guy. He likes to move around, relocate. You know, he likes to be able to get those catch and shoots. And I believe that when guys are clamped onto him and the ball gets thrown to him late and he's forced to either make a play off the dribble or take a contested shot, it actually has a negative effect on his game.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Ty in Fairfield. Ty, what's happening?
Good morning. How you guys doing? First,
great.
Calling.
Thanks, Ty.
I listen to you guys every morning, man.
Thank you.
Shaving up, getting ready to go. I work for FedEx, getting ready to go.
Shout out FedEx.
Make that money for the day, man.
Yes, sir.
Quick question or comment. I know the Sacramento Kings had a sleepless night last night. The fans did. I know they couldn't sleep last night because I work with a couple of guys, man, and they hoping we lose.
That's crazy, isn't it? But why are Kings fans rooting for the Lakers? I mean, it's really SDE. Little brother syndrome, man.
Yeah.
SDE.
Yep.
That's what they have.
It's that
Small,
little brother syndrome. That's exactly what I call it. But I have a request.
Go ahead.
Bonte and Joe, I have a request. When I work out of the Sacramento area every day, and I listen to the D-Lo and KC show. And
Great
they
show.
have an obsession with Draymond Green, man.
Great show.
They have a big-time obsession with Draymond Green. I mean, they talk about him every hour of their 4 hours.
It's pretty remarkable.
You know, and I wanted to see if is it possible that you can ask them why they do that?
Well, because they're jealous he's a Hall of Famer, and they haven't had a Hall of Famer in 15 years. I mean, that's what it is.
That's unfair.
Well, why is it unfair? They want to talk about Hall of Fame players. Talk about Draymond Green. They don't have any Hall of Famers to talk about. Oh, wait, they could talk about Sabonis making third-team All-NBA. They could talk about De'Aaron Fox making third-team All-NBA, which is fair. De'Aaron Fox deserves it.
Well, I think Draymond provides a lot of content for a lot of different people.
There you go.
Himself
and up there
included.
In Sacramento. So let him be obsessed.
Absolutely incredible. You could subscribe on the volume.
Unbelievable. This primetime game, Cowboys-Niners.
I'm
October
telling
5th.
you.
It's pretty sick. All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Health Care Services. Lotman, I'm going to need you to do some fishing. Because Guru had a speech yesterday and Steiny had a speech yesterday.
Steiny?
Let me tell you.
Humpty Dumpty had a speech?
If Steiny's speech would have been played in the Warriors locker room, they would have lost by 30. Let me just say that. Get some more of your phone calls coming up.
I love Steiny.
888-957-9570. That's what's coming up in the game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at
That's uninspiring if you're a Buck fan.
Scotty Brooks.
Scotty
Who
Brooks.
has done less with most? Jeez.
He's had a good run in OKC.
I mean,
I'll give him that. Injuries kind of derailed them. They did. Westbrook had the knee injury. Durant with the foot injury. They were close. He did take him to a final.
He's got a lot of Mike Malone qualities. Panicking.
Yeah, but I think Mike Malone's a little bit better.
Okay, yeah.
Mike Malone at least will motivate your ass.
Mike Malone's on edge, though, at all times.
He's funny, though. You hear him at the press conferences?
Yeah, I think my guy needs to take like a chill pill every now and then.
Well, I mean, you can't chill. It's the playoffs. Just try to get Denver over the top, man. They all get tight.
Yeah, that's
true.
They
all get tight, man. But
how would you,
Brooks, uninspiring.
Now that we're talking about coaching, how would you, clarify some of these, or, how are you rating some of these slight adjustments that the Warriors have been doing?
I think Ham and Kerr have done a great job.
Kind of back and forth?
Yeah, I think they've done a great job. I think Darvin Ham pulling the plug on Jared Vanderbilt, knowing when to pull the plug on D'Lo, inserting Lonnie Walker game 4, getting Austin Reeves rolling, and putting Austin Reeves on Stephen Curry, giving them some different looks, putting Vanderbilt on Draymond Green. I thought both coaches have done a great job throwing counter adjustments at each other. So what adjustment will the Lakers make to GP2? Because they haven't adjusted to that yet. GP2 in the starting lineup. It's given the Warriors a great start in both basketball games that GP2 has started. So what adjustments does Darvin Ham have now? Will he tinker with his starting lineup?
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. I do think that, what Steve Kerr has done is giving guys opportunities to play themselves on or off the floor. It does feel like Dante DiVincenzo is, not that he's out of favor, he just hasn't played well enough to deserve minutes.
He hasn't played well.
Right? I mean, and I don't think that's some, slanderous statement.
No.
I think Dante would admit, I've hit a couple of shots, but I've been kind of a net negative.
He only attempted one field goal yesterday. One field goal attempt.
Is that what he did? He had a couple of hustle plays.
He did.
But, he's, again, going back to star players and role players, starring players, and role players, supporting actors, if you will, as I use the Hollywood analogy. This just ain't a good series for him. And he really hasn't been good at all in the playoffs.
Yeah, we've kind of said that back-to-back series for him.
Well, it could change. It could change.
It could change in a
He's a
heartbeat.
big part of why they're actually in the playoffs.
No, there's no doubt. You can't take that away from him.
Yeah.
But 2 turnovers last night, 4 turnovers a game, number 4. He's got to be better here. But it was about the dudes. And Draymond Green set a tone yesterday. Here's what Stephen Curry had to say about Draymond Green being aggressive.
It just keeps everything balanced in terms of countering what teams try to do to take away our threes, our clean looks at the three-point line, driving lanes, where help defense is usually coming from, and told him every play he made tonight, I love that aggressive, nature, because it just keeps the defense honest, and he's capable of making plays. So first 3 was big to kind of get everybody's morale up, the emotions high, but then he was assertive, getting into the paint, finishing at the rim. He had a big shot in the 4th off of kind of a late second broken play. Timely baskets, and you have to keep the defense honest so they can't kind of load up other places.
Draymond Green, 20 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 of 11 from the floor, going into the rack, hitting some layups, hit a big 3 in that first half over LeBron James. We love when Draymond Green is aggressive. Here's what he said about coming out aggressive.
I definitely wanted to come out and set a tone. Jacob Rubin told me before the game, you've played well, but I still haven't felt your presence like I know you can feel, your presence should be felt. And, that's coming out aggressive, both ends of the floor, that's verbally, so everyone hears you on the floor, and I felt a little disrespected when he said it. So, I knew it was on me to come out and, like you said, set the tone for our guys, come out aggressive. Season's on the line, back against the wall. You got to come out and give all that you got. And that was just my mindset coming into this game, and that'll be my mindset going into the next one.
We begged for the Saginaw Savage. We got the Saginaw Savage yesterday. He was sagging nasty in that game. He was unbelievable. He was barking. He was talking trash. That's the Draymond Green the Warriors need moving forward. The guy who's barking and getting on everybody's nerves, giving KC and D'Lo a lot of content. That's the guy we need. The guy who's irking every fan base in every city outside of the Bay Area. And he was aggressive last night. Not like that. He didn't have his fingerprints on the series yet. He didn't.
Well, so, there's going to be the conversations, people, why can't he do this more often? And, I understand that. Scoring is very difficult. There are certain guys that have unbelievable repertoires when it comes to scoring. What makes Draymond so unique is that the way he scores, the lanes open themselves up because he's such a great passer and because he's so reluctant to shoot the mid-ranger. So many teams sag off him. So he could have a one dribble in mid-range all game. Now, I don't want him taking that exclusively, but every now and then, just to make the defense to honor you. And then when they come out a little, obviously you could still pass, and that opens up dribble drive penetration for him. But like when he's going downhill and he's finishing with the right or the left around the rim, there's a bounce to his game that just increases. And it's like you could tell almost early on if he has it or if he doesn't.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, when he's aggressive like that, they're a different basketball team. And you want to take great shots. You don't want to pass up great shots.
No.
You may not get a great opportunity again within that
Yes,
possession.
yes.
I saw GP2 pass up a corner 3 yesterday. The possession got clunky. Just take the shot. Same thing with Moses Moody. Moses Moody, he took some big shots. He only took 2 shots yesterday.
The big shot?
Big
three.
But 2 threes.
Yeah.
Big threes. And it was timely threes
Yes.
early in that first half. So be aggressive. Take the open shots.
There was a possession in the fourth quarter where I believe D'Angelo hit a knifing little layup, a really nice like scooper layup, and the shot clock is draining down, and Steph's in the corner, and he's dribbling, and he obviously can't get free. They kick it to Clay, and Clay takes 3 or 4 hard dribbles and then throws it to Draymond, who's wide open as the shot clock's expiring, and Dre hit a nice little mid-range, but his feet were set, and he was ready to catch it. I'm going, Dre, if you just added that little tiny element right there, a little more consistently, how much better would his game be? That was a huge shot.
That was a huge shot. It was a kind of a capper there. Andrew Wiggins with a three-point play later in the fourth quarter which sealed the deal. Warriors couldn't necessarily knock out the Lakers. They were hanging around. The Lakers were hanging and hanging and hanging and hanging and hanging and hanging and hanging. And I was like, put these guys away.
I hear you, but I hear you. The other part of me was like, but don't put it away too soon because I don't want LeBron to rest too much.
But I want rest for Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
I want rest for Draymond Green. I want rest for Klay Thompson.
Okay.
Put these guys away. You know what I'm saying?
Were you surprised they yanked everybody with like 2.5, 3 minutes to go?
They were down. They knew it was over. They weren't coming back.
Okay.
They were over. I wasn't surprised. It was a smart move by them. Let's go to Corey in North Carolina. Corey, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, man? Good morning, fellas.
What up?
Morning.
Not much, man. I just wanted to touch on how I think we can win Game 6, and I feel like there's like 2 games this series that we should have won and could have won. But I really don't feel like the fan base should feel nervous because we really determined those losses. It wasn't the Lakers. So the GP2 lineup move was huge. They haven't figured that out yet. The way that we're playing, I think if we just stay crisp, the turnovers were so much lower last night. The attention to detail was so much sharper. Coach Kerr had timely timeouts, if you will, simply because whenever the guys got ready to start jacking it, you could tell he'd be like, look, stop. You're getting ready to do it. And he put them back in place. And I think that's the main thing that's going to carry over is just the attention to detail. That's Warrior basketball. Those guys historically are just sharper. And they have to be sharp in order to win.
No doubt.
Because they've done everything else. The X's and O's at this point are what they are. But the attention to detail and the effort by Wiggins and the aggressiveness by everybody, that's what's going to separate us, I believe, especially in Game 6.
I'm with you on that. And obviously, you got to make shots. Like, everyone's going to say that. I'm starting to come around. Like, I kind of dismissed it. But there's so much evidence now. There is something, whether it's depth perception, randomness, there's something to Steph not shooting as efficiently, even if it's a hair down. I mean, we are talking like
no, he's 32% all time at Crypto.com Arena.
I'm starting to believe
there's the Lakers.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe there's something to the depth perception and the lights being.
Well,
it's awesome.
He shoots better against the Clippers.
Because the lights are
the depth perception is still the same though.
So explain to people. No, I know, but what I'm saying is I think it changes because of the backdrop.
The theater lightings or whatnot.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, and maybe I'm not describing it. Maybe it's not depth perception. Maybe it's the lighting
and the way it's set up.
I'm starting to believe there is something there, and I would love for him to obviously break through and have that great performance. And you would think that as the series goes on, more familiarity. I don't know, but like I'm starting to believe there is a little something there.
Maybe. The Quest for 5 brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, worker for you today, tomorrow, and together. Let's go to Horace. In Texas. What up, Horace? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning to you. Hey, I got something for you. Well, first of all, the first thing is, I think we shoot those threes a little bit too early in the shot clock, even Steph. So I think they need to back off on that a little bit, just a little bit. But I want to see what you guys think about this theory I have. Because when people do it, it works. But I think a lot of teams are just afraid to do it. Here's what I mean. I think we need to attack Anthony Davis in the paint, even though he may block your shot. Because here's what happens. If you do that, there's only about 4 things that can happen. He can block your shot, or you can miss the shot. Or you can make the shot, or you can get an and one. But either way, you make him work. And what happens is, when we pass up those layups, we pass up attacking him in the paint, well, he ends up blocking your shot without even have to work. He blocks your shot because you won't take the shot.
I
so
agree,
what do you
Horace.
guys think about that?
Yeah, I want to see the Warriors get into his chest. Let's get a little more physical with him.
I see what you're saying.
Get into his chest. Don't get too deep into the paint where he's lurking right there and you have nowhere to go. But get into his chest sometimes. See if you could draw some contact and get him into foul trouble.
Well, I think what they did a really good job of yesterday is that if AD was on Draymond or on Wiggins, like they set the screen up prior to the screen on the ball to get the matchup that they wanted, right? And they did a really good job of that. And then conversely, I thought defensively, in game 4 for Steph Curry, they allowed the switch to happen way too easily. And it drives me crazy. Like, are there times you switch everything? For sure. But not every situation calls for that. And there are certain matchups. Fight through the screen. Don't give it up so quickly. You and I have talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
And there were too many times I felt like LeBron was either hunting Steph Curry or D'Lo was trying to hunt Steph Curry. And I'm like, I don't like it. And he had the 5 fouls in that game. In this one, I saw Wiggins fighting through those screens to stay with his primary man, I want more of that going forward.
I do too. Let's go to Mark in Daly City. Mark, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Look, that was an amazing game yesterday. I think Draymond brought the energy, and they really looked like themselves yesterday. And what Curry said at the end of the postgame, they said they could get better, so he could see that. He could see that he's probably building momentum for the team, and I think they are clicking on some points, especially what put GP in. I think his defensive mind on that, they were really aggressive. On that pace was like incredible yesterday. I think that Draymond and GP is like that anchor that needs to keep pushing, and I think that everything else is coming together. So hopefully when Curry says they're going to have a better game, I think Clay is going to have a game 6, and I think none of us is going to be surprised about it. I think it's going to be an incredible one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be incredible theater too. And look, man, they've been in basically every game, with the exception of Game 3. And I knew a dud would come down. You were going to have a dud in LA in this series. So I think we all kind of anticipated
the margin of error. It's been very close.
Very close.
Both of these teams are very close. We're talking about a couple possessions
here and there.
Yes, exactly.
I thought Game 3 it wasn't surprising that it was a clunker. Game 4, I thought they would win. They didn't, but they were right there. They had control of that basketball game, and they know they can control this team if they push the pace. This team, through all the wars they've been through, I do believe, that's why when they were down 3-1, I don't think anybody said the series was over.
I felt pretty low. I'm not going to lie to you.
I mean, it feels low to
I
be
know,
down
I know
3-1,
that's my nature.
But nobody was thinking, well, if there's any team that could come back from a 3-1 deficit, it's the Golden State Warriors.
That I agree with.
It's
But
Steph
it
and
felt,
Curry.
Bonte, for me, we're talking about single-digit percentages to be able to come back. At least that was my temperature of the day. Because the way they lost that game, blowing that lead in the fourth quarter, that was a gut punch.
But you know what, though? They've lost a lot of games like that in the playoffs. They've been through it.
B, I hear you.
They've been through it.
But this one felt different. And maybe I was a prisoner of the moment and I was
wrong. It feels
wrong.
different because of everything coming out of the locker room after game 4.
For sure.
You
For
know
sure.
what I'm saying?
And they're older.
They're older.
And there's so much on the line. And
I get it.
You know, like, but I keep going back to this. This is the other thing. If we're going to run that pick and roll as much as they did, which I love, and you're getting Anthony Davis away from the hoop, when you settle for the 35-foot threes and you miss, it's a long rebound, and AD has gotten how many fast break dunks where I got to give LeBron credit. He's outletting like he's Wes Unseld.
And the Lakers missed LeBron James on a couple outlets. He was wide open. He was visibly frustrated.
They have to get back. If they're going to bomb threes, which I'm okay to a certain degree, but you got to get back.
They had a lot of off-balance threes yesterday.
That you didn't like?
Half. So what it seems like to me is they're trying to hit that home run.
To try to put a team away.
They're trying to hit that home run.
Yeah, I get that
Just
feeling.
keep
too.
hitting singles.
Yeah.
Keep moving the station, moving the train.
I mean, they were up 16, and that game felt like, if they could just.
Well, the Lakers, if they could just hit one shot. There's a couple times they got within 9.
I thought
a couple times they got within 10. They miss a shot. Warriors hit one on the other side or get fouled.
Yeah.
Just hit singles. You will continue to score runs against this team. You don't have to hit the home run with 8 minutes left in the third quarter. No.
I'm with you there.
Just play the course.
Well, I think Darvin Ham's done a great job controlling the clock, and that's a LeBron. LeBron does that very well. Call the timeout, quiet the crowd a little, come back, get a big stop or get a big bucket, and immediately answer back. The shot that drove me when Austin Reeves hit that YOLO 3, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Austin Reeves.
You've got to be kidding me.
We got sound coming in. We're going to have Darvin Ham talk about flopping. We're going to have LeBron James talk about flopping. The Lakers are starting to flop, and they're starting to whine. Both losses they've had in this series, let's go ahead and blame the referees. The team that attempts the most free throws in the league, that had the biggest free throw discrepancy, they were the top team in terms of free throw makes. They were second in the league in free throw makes per game. They've shot already in this series 118 free throws. 118 free throws. To the Warriors, 66.
Wow.
118 to 66. And they're still whining.
Van Gundy was explaining it throughout the game, and they were up at the time, 12 or 13 points. He's like, they're even on free throws. And look at the score. And he's like, as long as the Warriors can be hovering near them, you don't have to be exactly there, but you can't have a 10 to 20 shot discrepancy at the free throw line.
They will win.
Well, and I think the other thing that I keep coming back to is, as we progress, different people have stepped up for both sides, right? Jordan Poole finding himself in this game, to me, is massive, because as you go on the road, you need someone off the bench to be able to give you some punch in the half court. And I'm hoping he can continue and have an even better game in the next one. I think a lot of guys would have been done for the playoffs.
Yep.
And I got to give Jordan Poole a lot of credit for bouncing back, showing them it wasn't even his best game.
It wasn't a great game.
But you know what? He had a couple of really nice assists.
It's something he could build off
Exactly.
of. He could build off of this game. And that's all you want from him. Build off of this game. We keep it moving. We keep it pushing in the win. Now you get down to game 6. We need everybody's best effort. All hands on deck.
Yes.
It's a desperation game. And you better believe there's Laker fans in the chat right now on YouTube. Good morning, everybody on
welcome.
YouTube. All 1,100 of you. Numbers are going through the roof. Listen, the pressure's on the Lakers. They do not want to take another flight, and they do not want to play another game on Mother's Day.
You didn't see my tweet? I put that. I said all the pressure's on the Lakers right now.
Well, I think it was,
And Eric Crocker's coming at me like, the pressure's all on the Warriors. What are you talking about? Your season's on the line. It's like,
no.
Yeah.
You cannot lose this game if you're the LA Lakers, game 6. You cannot lose it.
I mean,
you got to win. And they're undefeated at Crypto.com Arena so far in the playoffs. They're 5-0.
Do you think LeBron felt the sense of urgency in yesterday's game? That was not a mail-it-in game. LeBron did not play that game.
LeBron came out there guns blazing.
Yes.
He had that look in his eye, and I've seen that look before.
Hey, look. I'm not a big LeBron. He drives me nuts when you're playing against him. But I take a step back, and in terms of respect level, there are certain people, Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, LeBron, they've got all the money in the world. The resume is just incredible. You look at their resumes, and a lot of guys, they don't care the way. I'm not saying that guys don't care. All these athletes, to some level, care.
They care.
But to see someone at his age with all of the accomplishments and everything going on, and he's got the family, and his son's trying to get into he cares so much. And there's a lot that drives me nuts about LeBron. His give a you-know-what level is through the roof. And on that, I respect the competitor.
Well, no, watching him in person and watching him from the tunnel at times.
I respect him.
You see him right in front of you. He missed a layup for an and one. And he started cursing it, but I could hear it from the tunnel. And I'm like, this guy's such a beast.
He is.
LeBron James is one of those players I think we take for granted on television. But when you're in person, you see him play in person.
A physical freak.
He's quick. He's fast. His handle, his control of the basketball game, the way he goes to the rim, the way he finishes.
Size?
He's so strong. He's a bull out there, man. But you know what? He better win on Friday night. They better win Friday, and LeBron James knows that more than anybody. You cannot take another trip to the Bay Area. They better close out these jokers in Hollywood Friday night. And look, the Lakers, I'll tell you right now, Dub Nation, don't even complain about it Friday. The whistles will be on the side of the Lakers.
Too soon.
I'll tell you that right now.
I'm not ready.
The whistles will be on the side of the LA Lakers. It's Crypto.com Arena. Weird things happen. But the Warriors can win this game if they execute and keep the turnovers down despite the referees. They're going to be playing 5-on-8. Know that.
Did you see who was in the arena yesterday looking like Guru?
Who?
Dude, Dave Chappelle had the...
Oh, yeah, he had the
cut sleeve with the guns showing.
Yeah.
And I go, is that Goo?
I think he did a show last night at Punchline.
Dude, he looks yoked.
Somebody asked me, I said, hey, you want to go to Punchline and go see Chappelle? I said, dude, I got to wake up in 4 hours, basically.
You want to go to Punchline and see Chappelle?
I wanted to.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Maybe I could have called in sick. No? Oh, wait, the boss is here.
Oh, he finally showed up?
Yeah, he showed up to help out Lubman.
Thanks, boss.
Look at Lubman is standing up.
After you
He's
sent
like
out
smiling.
78 different videos last night, like a Zapruder film,
You know
breaking
what?
down
I
Anthony
gotta
Davis.
say-
Can we talk about Anthony Davis?
Listen, hold on, before we do.
Yeah, because that guy's
I want to go
driving
back
me
to the
nuts.
Lions in a second, but I got to say something. Right now, the two biggest content producers for 95.7 on Twitter, it's Matt Negan and Alan Styles.
Oh, good.
Every time I look up on Twitter, man, these guys are going viral.
Oh, nice.
And now the thirst to go viral again and again and again has got both of them. So now they're not going to slow down.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of Alan Styles, and you're going to see a lot of Matt Negan.
So his foot has a virus, and his fingers have gone viral.
There it is. I like that.
Anthony Davis, this guy's driving me bananas. Like, he's clearly unbelievable, right? He's an unbelievable talent. And I was listening to Steiny and Guru, and they were talking about, if he had Looney or Draymond's heart, like, imagine how good he could be, right? I always kind of wince when I hear people say that because I hate trying to, judge an athlete's heart. That's not fair. I find it to be unfair. But there is some level of, come on, man. Really? He took an elbow, and I'm not denying he didn't take the elbow. But if the elbow he took is as serious as he made it out to be, then he needs to be checked into the concussion protocol. If not, that is the most over-the-top theatrics dramatization that we've seen since Stephen A. Smith was on the daytime soaps. I mean, give me a break. He was sitting there like somebody had rocked him with a Ferrari, and he was trying to walk across the street.
I mean... The whole AD thing is just
he just lays it on so thick.
He made the top 75.
Press Vermont syrup.
He made the top 75 all-time team, which is an absolute joke.
But you could see why, because he
has talent.
Bonte.
It's Shasky.
He's oozing with talent.
His credentials don't scream top 75.
No, but the talent does.
Yeah, but there's a lot of talented guys in this league.
I agree.
He's not top 75. He didn't belong on the top 75
His resume is not
list.
top 75.
He's not top 75.
I agree with that.
I'm sorry. And he leaves in a wheelchair. Chris Haynes reported it. Chris Haynes also reported that a Laker player texted him saying, we're not going to get caught up in there whining and moaning or whatnot. We're just going to do us. And then immediately after the game, all they do is whine and complain. I'm so sick of Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is wild.
Him sitting on the bench, he was sitting there and his eyes were teared up and everything. And it went from he got hit in the head to he got scratched in the eye to back to being hit in the head. And then he got wheeled out in a wheelchair. And I was like, dude, this is just we're doing way too much.
I'm not.
I mean, way too much here.
Yeah, it's a little much, man. Let's go to my man, Slut Rock in Palo Alto. Slut Rock, what's happening?
What's going on? Ooh, we Bonte that suit last night, boy. Let me tell you, boy.
I appreciate you.
It was nice. Hey, here's the thing. I don't want to be a wet blanket because they won the game, but to me, 16 turnovers is way too much in a playoff game with the
especially in the first quarter.
We're going on last night. 16, way too many. And here's the thing. This is what I watch for now all year with the Golden State Warriors. you can play good defense, but when you play good defense and you get stops, and when the Warriors get stops and they get 2 stops in a row or something, when that starts happening, that's when they're jiving and they're really playing defense. Like I said, you can play good defense and they still score, but when you get stops, multiple stops in a row, that changes the pace of the game, that start getting in the other team's head, and that's what I see the Warriors need to do with the remainder of these games.
Hey, Schleprock,
Klay
let me tell you something.
Thompson, I don't know.
Schleprock, real quick, I got to say, Kevon Looney approved your nickname, buddy.
Did he?
Yeah, he liked it. Schleprock.
And you're the one who said it to him?
I told Kevon Looney, I said, hey, man,
That's
one of
pretty
our
cool.
roasters named Schleprock called you Windex because all you do is clean up the glass. What do you think? He goes, oh, I like that. I could get down with that. Mully loves it too, Schleprock.
That's it. That's it. I'm going to start making the T-shirts right now.
There you go.
Just had to wait to see if you liked it, man.
Oh, no. I always loved it. They love it too, which is great. I'm not going to steal your shine either, Schleprock. I give you credit every single time.
I appreciate you, man. You guys keep it up.
All right, Schleprock. All right, let's get to Jake. Go ahead.
I saw a video circulating of Kevon Looney in high school being interviewed, and most of these guys in high school, when you're that good, right, and you're a top prospect, I could do this from the field, and offensively I could do X, Y, and Z. All he kept talking about was teammates, defense, teammates, and I was like, God, it's no wonder this kid at 17 years old knew about defense and just what his role would eventually end up being. And he was offensively gifted in high school. I mean, the dude was...
Tom Izzo, he joined us for the pregame show yesterday. He said he recruited Looney.
And what'd he say about that?
He didn't even get in the paint. He was a guard. He would handle the rock. And he goes, damn it, I missed out on him too. He's like, talking about all these recruits. He goes, Anthony Davis, he saw him when he was younger, before he had his growth spurt. And he's like, yeah, I'm good off AD.
Well, because he knew he was going to Calipari.
Well, no, he thought he was going to Ohio State.
Really?
Mentioned that yesterday. He was like, everybody was saying he was going to Ohio State. And then, of course, Calipari comes in.
Oh, yeah.
Steals the show.
Well, he's got
wins the
bags.
national championship.
Yeah.
NIL money, man.
Well, no, back then it was different, but
yeah,
yes.
I mean, it was different.
If someone wants to hand me a bag with a bunch of cash in it, I'm here for that.
Yep, no doubt.
You got to get my dad a tractor, though, like in Blue Chips.
Ricky Rowe, Blue Chips. Ricky Rowe, Butch McRae.
Wow.
And Neon, what was Shaq's name? Neon Monroe.
Dude, when he's dunking on the basket, and it looks like, just the whole thing was absolutely spectacular.
Ricky Rowe was hitting 18-footers. He was sick.
I can't get the Anthony Davis thing out of my head.
I don't.
On the bench, just like selling it so, it's like, dog, you're out of the game.
Well, get ready for Game 6 because more of that is coming. This is what AD does. This is what he does. They are all about the antics. Warrior fans, this is different. These guys flop on moving screens. They're taught to do it. No matter what Darvin Ham says, we don't teach flopping. Well, they're learning it from somebody.
Well, Schroeder is one of the most annoying players to go up against because all he does is, it's the head back thing every single time. I'm just blown away how many offensive fouls he draws. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, it does. I saw Jordan Poole also flopped yesterday.
Oh, I saw that on the
Jordan Poole.
Rui Hachimura
Gucci Man did not fall for it. James Williams, Gucci Man, one of the referees yesterday, alongside Zach Zarba and our Greek buddy. I forget his name. Pedrias. What's his name?
Jeremitis Petritis.
Oh, I thought it was Petros Papadenkos.
No, not him. He's calling USC football games. Jacob, Mountain View. Jacob, what's happening?
Vacation.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, that was a great win. That was a great win last night. But honestly, I want to see more open three looks for GP2 to go down because if he can start knocking at least 2 to 3 a game, I mean, 2 is more hopeful. That's going to make the drive for him a lot more open, and then. Beyond that, I would love to see more movement on that second team because they keep kind of staying stagnant with Jordan Poole doing his little shimmy shakes, and then you get the ball getting past to Klay with 6-7 seconds left. 6-7 seconds left, and Klay's best game is not hero ball. So we really need to get them on some sort of movement, offensive flow, kind of like the first team. So
you know what?
For the call, guys. Let's go Warriors.
You know what? Klay Thompson's going to get face guarded, and they're going to take away his airspace. Well, that's going to create other opportunities for Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Gary Payton II. And that's the key. They have to take advantage of that. When Draymond's aggressive, he's so much happier. Look at him after the game. When he scores,
the vibe's better.
He's plugged in. He's tapped in. So he scores yesterday, 14 in the first half to set the tone. Andrew Wiggins goes for 25, 7, and 5. So if Klay's going to get guarded that tightly, it's going to create opportunities for others, and they have to take advantage of it. And at least last night they did that. They're going to have to do it again in Hollywood because the scheme's not going to change for the LA Lakers.
Poole had the widest open three that he's had all playoffs, it feels like, and he sunk that one. And then GP2, he was outstanding yesterday. I mean, the hustle plays, obviously, defensively, and his activity on the offensive glass, creating second shot opportunities, I thought was excellent, as well as his finishing around the rim.
By the way, you know, Schleprock called and talked about Windex and everything. And do you know a lady? I don't remember her name, but she came by the gatehouse, and it was before I got there. This was before game 2, maybe game 1. But she was looking for me, and she had a bag, and she wanted to give it to me. And it was basically a bottle of Windex. And she put Looney's face on there. So the Windex nickname is starting to stick. And she had a bottle of Windex. And she was like, Bonte, I had a bottle of Windex, but it wasn't Windex inside. It was water. And I wanted you to spray it all over the set during the pre- and post-game show. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to do that and get the suits all wet. But she actually brought a bottle of Windex with Looney's face on it. So it's starting to catch fire.
You've never seen My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
I never have.
I believe Windex, the guy was obsessed with it. He does everything with the Windex.
What do you mean?
It's a catch-all for everything. Cleaning, for, making yourself feel better. Yeah, the Windex for everything.
All right, let's get to 2 calls before the break real quick here, and we'll get to everybody. Adolfo, 880, what's happening?
What up, Adolfo?
What's going on, guys? Good morning. Good morning. 3 quick points here. One, I want to say JP felt like he clocked into work. Serious all game, a little bit of his antics on the sideline, but felt like he did his job. 11 points, fantastic. That's what we need. 2, I want to see Chris Haynes' contract. I feel like he's contracted by Clutch or something like that, just because he is all over LeBron. And 3rd, finally, shout out to my fiance, Allie. She doesn't really watch basketball, but she turns to me and she goes, baby, why does it when the Lakers are losing, they seem to get hurt and they seem to keep falling on the ground?
They're insufferable.
Couldn't answer that, but gave her the wink, and I said, I cannot wait for Friday. It's going to get worse. So
Friday.
Later, have a great one.
And that's why tomorrow we'll hype it up even more. Buckle up, Dub Nation, because that whistle Friday is going to be insane. It's going to be insane. And the Lakers started the gamesmanship last night with that whistle. Hey, man, we don't flop. I don't even know. Darvin Ham talking about, I don't even know what's a foul anymore. We get the same calls all year long. Like, stop. Just stop. But buckle up, because that's what's going to happen Friday night. You got to fight through adversity, though. As Draymond Green said yesterday, that experience in OKC back in 2016 in Game 6, you just got to keep fighting. Keep fighting. Whistles aren't going to go your way. Shots may not fall early, but you got to keep fighting to give yourself a chance at the end of the game. Referees are going to be refs. Lakers are going to do what they do. Don't worry about them. Dub Nation, you cannot worry about the whistles. You cannot worry about their flopping. Control what you control.
But you're going to be tweeting out the referee assignments.
Oh, yeah.
The second you find out.
Well, I like to see the freak out. So,
no, you fan the flames.
No. All I did.
Yes, you do.
All I do is tweet out the assignments.
Oxygen.
Yesterday, Zach Zarba, Gucci Man, and everybody's like, oh, season's over. Season's over. Season's over. Oh, no, the NBA doesn't want us in here. The conspiracy theories when it comes to the referee assignments is hilarious. So
look, I know you don't want to go there, but for me, I watch television. I watch all these games from the couch. I'm not in the arena. The Chris Haynes thing, I'm just being honest. Like, if you are an impartial observer and you're just watching, it's impossible to not be like, dude, it feels like he's wearing a Laker jersey. And I understand that how I'm perceiving it is through the lenses of a Warrior fan. So I admit that.
No doubt.
But Game 4, when he's giving away what the huddle is saying about how to guard, and it's not even, these aren't classified. I'm not pretending keep AD out of the paint, duh. But I've never heard Ali LaForce or any of these other sides, Rasun Goldway, these silent reports go, I was just listening to Darvin Ham, and he says, we need to make Steph Curry go to his left. We don't give that much level of detail.
Chris Haynes is clutch, no doubt. But you know what? It's hard for me to kind of crap on another brother in the business. It's a hard job.
It is a hard job.
It's a hard job. I don't want to rip him. He's good at what he does.
When you're showing the friendships of he's like, yo, Bron, and he's dapping him up. It's hard to not feel a certain way if you're a Warrior fan watching at home. It feels like it's slanted.
No doubt. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I wouldn't put too much energy into it.
No, I know. It just frustrates Warrior fans.
Injury report. All right, the only Giants talk you'll get today because they got smoked by the Nationals. Didn't they lose 2 or 3 to the Nats? The nasty
we
Nats?
don't need to talk about that. Casey Schmidt made a couple of nice plays again yesterday.
Yeah.
My guy, wearing number 6 like Robbie Thompson and JT Snow.
We had to wait a month and a half to see Casey Schmidt.
Don't
for
even
who,
start
for what,
me.
for how?
Don't
why?
even start me on that.
Anyway, Gabe Kapler, Giants manager, provided an update on how fielder Bryce Johnson. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
He said that Johnson was set to begin a rehab assignment with AAA Sacramento as he nears a return from a concussion he suffered back on April 13th when he collided with the outfield wall, making a diving catch. But with Mitch Haniger and Austin Slater on the roster now, Johnson is not expected to get called up when his rehab assignment ends and will most likely remain in Sacramento for the time being. I think we could have all lived without that report, right? I guess we got to squeeze us some Giants somewhere, Lubman. Right here, we got to squeeze Giants.
Sean Mania probably made his last
start. Should have been about
rotation.
AD's mentals, AD's concussion.
AD
we don't give it.
is being evaluated like he stormed Normandy and was part of the Saving Private Ryan crew because his eyeball took a shot from the grassy knoll
wasn't even his
up top.
eyeball.
He might not be able to live again.
Wasn't even an eyeball.
Get the wheelchair.
Wasn't even an eyeball. Was like his cheek or something. I don't know. It's a joke. Wheeled out in a wheelchair. That's what we should have been had. Boxer Gertz is pissed off at me now because we're talking some Giants. They got smoked by the Nationals. Lackluster baseball team, man. And they caused traffic jams all night long because they had that damn day game and Scott Smoke gave up 11 runs to the Nationals. Now you got people talking about the Nationals are feisty. Oh, the Nationals are a feisty little bunch. No, the Giants just suck, all right? Thank God the Warriors won last night.
Thank God.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gertz in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Waited 6 weeks to bring up Casey Schmidt. Why? What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by
We have to control his clock. We want to have a whole extra year, even though no one's on the payroll 2 years from now.
He's going to be your guy. You're going to extend him anyway before arbitration's done. More of your phone calls coming up next. All right, man, I got to tell you guys about SOTA, man. That's SOTA, the nationwide weight loss program that is done 100% over the phone and from the comfort and convenience of your own home. And I'm noticing my suits are getting a little loose on me. That's right, because I'm eating right, I'm eating healthy, I'm eating on time, I'm sticking to this strict diet, and your boys... The offense was really, really good. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody who's at work. If you're getting ready for work, man, the sun is out. It was a beautiful morning. I'm telling you, it was about 55 this morning.
I know, I had the windows down.
Yeah, it felt great. Felt really good. Had to be a big day for the strippers with L.A. in town. Good morning to them. Late night for them.
What?
Business was booming. It probably was working after the Chappelle show last night. Good morning, everybody out there. Longshoremen, contractors, grandmas, grandpas. You know it. We'll get to the calls in just a second, Shasky. And welcome back, Joe Shasky.
Oh, my God. You won't do it, but I'll do it. Oh, baby. What a victory. I didn't believe. I'm telling you, I didn't believe.
Well, I know you didn't.
I didn't believe.
And Shout out to the nurses, too. Shout out to the nurses.
In that first quarter, there were so many turnovers. They got AD got a foul on Draymond almost like immediately to start the game. I'm thinking, oh, my God. And then when they called the 5 seconds back to the basket with no movement on LeBron James, I said, all right, you know what? Maybe it is our night tonight because I've never seen that called ever.
You got to believe, Shasky.
Have you ever seen that called?
When you go, no, I've never seen it called.
I've never seen that called.
Well, that's when I knew it's like, hey, Adam Silver. It's like, we need that Game 6 Friday night.
If you're the league, this could not have worked out better for you. You've got the Boston-Philly matchup, which is its own. You've got New York versus Florida, or Miami in this case. Lakers-Warriors after Kings-Warriors.
I know.
This has got to be a ratings bonanza.
No, it's going to be insane. But you got to believe. If you're going to believe in anybody, you got to believe in Steph Curry. You got to believe in Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins.
Trust.
Exactly. So what do you mean you don't believe? You're wearing a We Believe jersey. Now you got to wear a blue T-shirt under that. We got to work on that. We got to work on your T-shirt game under the jersey.
There is a lot of stuff in the washer right now being washed and dried. So I'm here with this. The way I'm looking at it,
you got to have you with the navy blue, dark blue shirt under that one. You know what I'm saying? Can't wear white under the dark blue. We'll help you out at some point. By the way, operating engineers, local 3. You give me fashion tips. I'm giving you a fashion tip.
When have I ever given you a fashion tip?
What? Give me a lot of fashion tips.
I ask questions.
You give me a lot of fashion tips. You fashion shame me half the time.
Well, that's not true.
Well, you can't.
Here's what I would say.
Your boy's been dripped out.
I love the way that Steph Curry kind of felt that game out yesterday. I want him to shoot a better percentage from three-point land. I do think that there are times where he gets a little bomb happy. But we're waiting for that big-time explosion, and I think it's going to happen. He's done a great job facilitating. I thought he's done an excellent job. People are talking so much about, is he a point guard? Is he a shooting guard? This series, how's the facilitating in the half court? This series, how's his playmaking? This series, how about that behind-the-back pass the other day?
Dude, what about you missed Rob Parker yesterday.
Oh, what's up with my boy Rob Parker?
Rob Parker basically booked himself onto the show.
I love Rob.
We all love Rob.
Yeah.
Until he starts talking about Steph Curry and the whole 0 for 12 in the last 45 seconds a game.
But what about 45 to 101?
Yeah, well, that's why it's a ridiculous argument. That's why it's a ridiculous conversation. And it's ridiculous if you watch Game 4. He was putting on a show. A show. Dare you slander Steph Curry,
didn't love
Rob
the second shot he took over AD in that sequence in Game 4, but whatever. We're here.
Steph Curry hits that shot, you know?
No, I know he does, but again,
we're here.
I'll be real. Like, there are times that throughout his career, there have been many times where I've been like, no, yes! So I'm not alone on that.
Bonte, keep using soda. He ain't going to be wearing too many T-shirts down the road. That's Suchi, man. Now, I'm always going to rock a T-shirt. I'm going to go to the lines in just a second, but so Steiny and Guru yesterday, they're on fire.
Okay.
Getting ready for Game 5. And Steiny decides, you know what? I want to give a speech.
Oh, he's getting goofy.
He was in his bag.
Oh.
It's like, I'm going to give a speech.
Did it start off 4 score and 7 years ago?
Well, you want to listen to it?
I actually do. What was that Steiny? Well, I hope we can play well.
Hold on. We go to Steiny's speech, and then we're going to play Gurus.
Oh.
But let's hear Steiny's speech. I want to get your thoughts
This was
afterwards.
to get ready for yesterday's game?
Yes.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, the speech.
Yeah.
Any music, Evan?
No.
They gave me Chariots of Fire.
No.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's gather up, guys. Where's Jordan and Kuminga?
Oh, that's
Get those guys in here. They're in the back room. All right, get Jordan and Jonathan. Come on in here. Join the team. I'm going to have something to say. First of all, if we get beat tonight, exit interviews begin at 11 a.m. tomorrow at the facility. So be mindful of that. Let's work on those two things that we talked about in the last day. One is, I know you guys it's been a long season, but let's use that Chase crowd. Let's use that Chase crowd, kind of feed off it to get started tonight. I think we got to come out. We got to come out ready to play. So let's use that crowd to our advantage. And then, of course, our other point of emphasis, Jonathan, you probably know our two other points of emphasis, right, Jonathan? What are they? Oh, you're not sure? Okay. Let's do what we talked about yesterday at practice. It's about ball movement and being decisive. Guys, we got to be decisive. If you find yourself holding the ball, get rid of it. Get rid of it or make a play. Or try to make a play. All right, let's go, guys. You've been here before.
That was it.
Wow.
I mean,
it's about execution. It's not about rah-rah.
Lakers 120, Warriors 90.
First of all, Guru's so right. I heard that speech and said, boy, if the Warriors listen to that, they're getting beat by 45. I mean, first of all, you start to, hey, where's Jordan and Jordan Poole? I mean,
when did he become a surrenderer?
No, I mean,
what was that?
Exit interviews at 11 a.m. tomorrow if we lose. That's how you start off your inspirational speech.
It's about motivation. You want to avoid those exit interviews.
And then you're picking on the youngsters in front of everybody. So now you alienate the youngsters once again. I mean,
well, Steiny does differ.
Jonathan and Jordan, I mean, if they want to listen to that, it's Guru is absolutely, boy, we losing 120 to 90.
Jonathan and Jordan come in this room.
It's like Draymond.
That was so.
It's like Draymond.
Wow.
Steph Curry had to give that speech before Cave 7 because if Draymond gives a speech, we may not be talking about this.
That's Steiny's Mona Lisa.
No, it's not.
No, I'm talking about in terms of who he is and how he views the world.
I mean,
that is how Steiny views the world.
Now,
wow.
Now, with that said, all right. Thankfully, nobody listened to that speech, and the Warriors came out like gangbusters.
I can't believe that.
And they won by 15. I mean, it's just, oh my gosh. Talk about inspirational.
You know how like some speeches make you want to like run through a wall for someone? Yeah. Like that speech kind of makes me want to build a wall. Like kind of just go in the opposite direction there.
I think there's a political party that likes you now.
Well, I mean, that wasn't the angle there, but.
Oh, boy. Guru speech. Guru speech. Let's please move on. We don't need to go down that road.
Especially given everything that's going on right now. I can't believe that Steiny one. That had to be him messing around.
I mean,
was that at face value?
It was unbelievable. Exit interviews if we lose, it is at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
My favorite part is where he asks Jonathan Kuminga a question, then pauses for the answer that I assume JK would be giving. I think that might be the best part.
I mean, just unbelievable.
JK did hit a mid-range yesterday.
All right, now I haven't heard Guru's speech yet.
You haven't?
The new one.
How did you even hear the Steiny one?
Because I was listening in my car live before nap time. And I was like, oh my God, they're going to get beat by 40 tonight if they're listening. Dear God. Dear God. I'm a sucker for speeches. Like Michael Irvin getting it. Like, I heard that. I was like, dear God, they're going to get. That's a 15-win team.
You know what his new nickname should be?
What?
The Coma.
Oh my God.
I mean, he ain't waking anybody up with that speech. I mean, what the hell was that, Steiny?
That's a 4.
I mean, seriously.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. Guru.
Les Stamiets.
Close the door, gents. I love to eat 40 choices. Man, I failed you. They're talking about us. They're saying we're not connected. And when I say I failed you, I let you down. But how we get out of what we're in tonight is these 48 minutes. That's all we got left. Any loose ball, any shot, do not second guess yourself. It's us against them. Tomorrow is not promised. All you can do is your job. We've done it before. One game, one quarter. Just be your best. Don't do it for me. Do it for you, your family, and Dub Nation. And if we don't get it done, leave nothing on the table. No looking back. I don't care about how many minutes you play. I don't care who you're playing with. We're Warriors, 4-time champs. They think we're not connected. That's my fault. But I need you to help me. Help your brother. Look in the mirror. Michael Jackson. win, man in the mirror, and play your asses off. And we'll be here Friday night in L.A. If you can't do that,
Still going.
we can't win. Bring it in. 1, 2,
What are we saying?
3, Warriors.
Bro,
Now,
is he
the first one?
Lakers. That right there.
I love Goo.
That right there will have me going out there, dropping 20, 10, and 10, and diving on the floor, diving in the fifth row. That's the type of stuff
wearing
I
your
need.
goggles.
Wearing goggles, diving on the floor, chipping teeth, all that stuff. That's the stuff I need. That's the fire I need to wake me up.
He literally used every cliche
I don't
that I
care.
could possibly think of. No, I loved it.
don't care.
I loved it.
I don't care. Man in the mirror, Michael Jackson, you got to do what you got to do.
I thought he was going to go Thriller.
You got to do what you got to do.
Or you got to be bad.
Man in the mirror. That was inspirational. We're not connected. That's on me. He even took accountability in that speech, saying it's my fault
Yeah, I
we're
love
here.
that.
But damn it, let's get one to get down to L.A. And that's what the Warriors did last night.
Who would you rather work for?
Guru. I need to. He's more Steve Ballmer. Steiny with that speech was more
James Dolan?
No, not even. No, that's. I'm not going to go there. That's disrespectful. That's really disrespectful. It's more like Jerry Reinsdorf, just kind of like status quo.
Reinsdorf did win.
He did way back when.
Yeah, way back when.
So arcade.
Well, I guess that kind of does fit the Steiny profile because way back when.
Way back when Larry Bird was dropping triple doubles, way back when.
I love that
I
guy.
drove to Game 6 to the Pontiac Silverdome to watch the Celtics lose to the Pistons at Game 6. What was that, 88? Way back when, or was it 87? 87 or 88? 88
Look,
88.
if you need a motivational speech at this point in the season, I mean, you're just not wired properly in terms of the players. We understand that, but I love that fodder. What?
You needed a speech.
What?
Because you didn't believe. You needed something.
No, it's one play at a time. That's how we operate.
All right.
One play
You know
at
what?
a time.
Let's go to BPA. Brian in Palo Alto.
Oh.
He's here.
BPA.
Oh, I know where he's going.
What'd he
I know
do?
where he's going, and he's going to piss me off.
Another
So
smart,
make it quick.
intelligent caller,
Make
one of
it-
the roasters.
BPA, make it quick and painless. Because I got the trigger finger today. It's
You know,
quick.
Fonte, if you know where I'm going, then you agree with me. Because it means that you know it's the truth as well, right? Which is this is the last hurrah for Klay Thompson. $43 million expecting max extension Klay Thompson, who has turned into a pumpkin in 10 of our 12 playoff games. This is it. Show up or that's it. Look, there's no way he's getting a max extension in any circumstance. But now you're thinking, like, here's an expiring contract. Could you get like a Russell Westbrook type return back?
Oh my God! Bye.
He's just not a player that can be relied upon anymore. Period. End of story.
Bye.
Stop making.
Call Steiny and Guru. Bye. Not going to kill this vibe today. Bye. Let's go to Diddle, East Bay.
Diddle.
I told you I had quick trigger finger. I love BPA. I love BPA. Hold on. I love BPA. Just talk about Westbrook.
Do you?
You talk about Westbrook.
Yeah, no, forget
Clay.
that. No, forget that part.
I do love BPA.
Do you?
He's a roaster.
Why do you love him?
I love him because he's passionate. He's a P1. He's our guy. But when he comes with takes like that, I don't want to hear that
He's the
this
uncle
morning.
that I like who tells me things I don't necessarily want to hear in real time. And then I have to think about it. And I don't necessarily have to agree, but I listen and I take it in because when everyone's zigging, somebody's got to zag,
Well, he
and I
ain't
appreciate the zaggers.
He ain't zagging. He's just sleeping. He's zagging into no man's land. He's zagging into moment. Where's the chop where he said Draymond Green was washed up? I mean, come on. Klay Thompson's airspace has been snatched away. He's not. They've taken him away offensively. Okay, fine. Others got to step up and take on the scoring
Well,
load.
I think but one of the issues becomes, if he's not scoring, he doesn't do a whole lot off the dribble to set up playmaking. But
That's
he
fine.
did have a really nice one.
But him being out there is a threat.
Bonte, I
And
understand that.
defensively, he's hustling his ass off.
Well, he had a really nice block on Austin Reeves in traffic late in the game. That was really nice.
You can't give me, hey, Trey Clay, and go bring in Russell Westbrook into the system. Come on, what are we doing?
I don't think he said that, but
He's brought up Russell Westbrook. For a guy like Russell Westbrook.
That was dramatic. That was dramatic.
And that's why he got hung up on today.
That was dramatic.
That's why he got hung up on.
Let's
be smart.
Look,
Westbrook in the Warriors
but
system.
that doesn't negate the larger point, which is, you need Clay to do more if you want to win Game 6, and I don't think that's an egregious statement.
Listen, if he's only going to take 10 shots or 12 shots like he did yesterday, but I'm going to get 25 from Wiggins and 20 from Draymond Green, then I'm going to live with that.
Yes, and because of his space, I totally hear what you're saying. That being said, I think on the road, maybe JP doesn't play as well. Maybe Wiggins is a little off. Like, look, we need a Clay. Like, I don't think they can win these next 2 games without one of them being a Clay game.
I'll worry about Clay in the offseason, about his contract.
No, I agree with that.
I'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm not going to kill my vibe. It's on the Game 6. It's on the Game 6. And maybe you get Game 6 Clay.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
By the way, 510 Comcast Business Text Line. I got a speeding ticket listening to Guru's speech. Let's go, Ambassador from Castro Valley.
And it's not an either or, but if it were a question of either or, would you rather have a Clay stinker or a Draymond stinker? I'd rather have a Clay stinker because I think you can still overcome it, and he brings things to the table. When Dre has a stinker, I feel like they can't win.
Because when Diddle in the East Bay, who's on the line right now, says it, Andrew Wiggins changes the game, so you can afford a Clay stinker. Diddle, what's happening? You're on the roast. Nope, gone. All
Sorry.
Right, let's go to Billy Ray. Billy Ray in Fremont. What's happening?
Hey, Billy Ray.
Hey, Shafty, what's cracking?
What up?
Hey, listen, I got a little thing for Shafty because you are feeling just like I am. Hey, that guy, AD, dude, when he got elbowed, I think what he was doing on the sideline, he was rubbing his eyebrow because he wanted to make sure his unibrow wasn't broken. And that's why he put him in a wheelchair just in case his unibrow broke. Thanks for your time, fellas. Have a good day. Remember, they're in L.A., so they got to do some kind of acting. And that's what he was acting out.
Madeline Kinney coming up at 8:30 from the Bay Area News Group.
What did Darrell Wright and Festus and Chris Mullen, what did they think of the whole AD thing at the end when he got hurt?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I don't mean to put words. I thought maybe you talked about it on the postgame. And I might
just
have
brought up the injury, and we all said we hope he's okay. That's it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a serious injury. That's all you can say.
Yeah.
Maybe he is hurt. Maybe he does have a concussion.
Well, again, my whole thing was, if it's that severe, he should have been off the floor immediately, and they should have had more. Like, if I'm watching from a league perspective, and you truly care about the employees that you have in your league, just as a league, I will say the same thing about the Draymond play in Game 4. Hey, you got to have a trainer go out and see these guys in real time, because when you hit the hardwood like that, you can definitely get hurt very seriously. So if you're going to take those injuries seriously and you're going to get into the 21st century when it comes to concussion protocols and whatnot, then we need to kind of relook how that injury, like, watch, it was just one guy talking to him on the bench, and he's sitting there and his eyes, he's going all this. I'm saying, that looks a lot different than the NFL.
He may have a concussion, though. We've seen concussions. We've seen guys get hit. I don't know. I don't want to speculate. He said he's hurt. I'm going to take him at his word.
I'm not speculating.
I'm going to take him at his word. He got willed out.
I'm questioning the NBA protocols when a guy does hit their head like that.
Right. But Draymond Green the other day hit the court so hard.
I was worried. You weren't?
And then he came back and hit a Magic Johnson move.
That was sick.
That was
And then
sick.
he turned to the crowd and went like this.
Oh, I know.
It was so good. It was so good.
Who knows?
I just needed like 4 more of those.
Let's go back to Diddle. Back to Diddle in the East Bay. Diddle, what's happening?
Yo, top of the morning. Before you press the button on me, I was going to say, I wanted to point to Wiggins and get your view on it. I love the fact how instead of having 4 more three-point attempts like he had previously, he did his pump fake, got to the mid-range area, and it just opened the game up so much. And I just wanted to basically appreciate how he's attacking the game, not really settling, and not just being so jittery. He's knowing what he's doing, and I feel like this is the Wiggins we've been waiting on, and he's arrived.
No doubt. He has arrived, and he was your second best player in the postseason last year, and I've been begging for 15 to 18 field goal attempts, and he got 18 last night, 10 for 18 overall from the floor. Lubman, let's go, Lubman, wake up. But by the way, the Klay Thompson thing, I know people are getting on me on the Comcast Business text line. Look, I'm not here to listen about all-season trades.
No, yeah, that I agree with.
Today ain't the day. Today's not the day. We're going to have plenty of time if they lose on Friday to talk about the offseason.
Oh.
If they lose on Sunday, we'll have plenty of time to talk about expiring contracts and moving this guy for that guy. But today ain't the day.
No, today's about the game and what they did last night to stave off elimination and what they need to do, obviously, as we slightly look forward to Game 6.
Game 6. Game 6 is coming
You
up.
really were that confident heading into the game last night?
Yeah, I said it on the pregame show.
Yeah.
We do the Edge presented by Great Resort and Casino.
Yeah.
I said I'm ready to throw my 401k on the Warriors.
Whoa.
Swear to God, I said that.
Whoa.
Darrell was like, "Whoa, chill, dude." I was like, "I'm all in on the Warriors."
Wow.
I felt really good about that game last night. Now it was times like, damn, the Lakers are going for it. This gets close in the fourth quarter. Lemon booty gonna loom large because the pressure was on the Warriors. But now, going into Game 6, and the deeper that game gets, and it's a close game, the pressure will shift to the LA Lakers. They do not want to take a flight back up to the Bay Area. They do not want to be spending Mother's Day in the Bay Area. I promise you that. So Game 6, all it comes down to, and I think we're going to get a classic.
LeBron, serving him a loss after going up 3-1 in a Laker uniform would be the ultimate revenge for Warrior fans. All those years of having to hear 3-1, LeBron, 3-1, you needed Durant. I mean, God, wouldn't it be just...
It would be sweet.
It'd be the coldest dish served back to him in the form of revenge.
It would be great, and it'd just be great to be back in the Western Conference Finals.
No, I'll worry about that after I, celebrate. Got to win, though.
For the game, sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Health Care Services. Madeline Kinney, Nebraska's finest.
Let's go.
And then we'll get back to the calls. 888-957-9570. A lot of fun on the show today. Warriors win game number 5. Now we're on to 6. Can they do it? Do you believe they can do it? How you feeling, Dub Nation? We'll hear from you on the other side after Madeline Kinney coming up on the roast.
calmness and coolness of the old term, the cat burglar.
Yeah, that's what special players do.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steph. Another solid game for him. 27 points. 8 assists, 3 rebounds, 12 of 24 overall. The 3-ball wasn't falling. 3 of 11, but he was 9 of 13 from inside the arc. You take that all day long overall, a 50% night. And the people who say he's not a pure point guard, well, he's doing a lot of ball handling in this series. And he's showing you that he has a lot of Steve Nash to his game if he wants to. Stephen Curry will age very well in this league. I mean, wow.
I'm more worried about him saying, "Yeah, I'm done," like retiring abruptly, like a Posey or something, than worrying about his decline as the years come. No, I don't mean that guy. I'm worried about. I'm saying like. That's the more likely scenario. I mean, dude, he's looking like vintage Jordan in the way that he's pacing himself.
He's hooping. He's not gonna retire for quite some time. I don't even think. I mean, he's still playing at an optimal level, man. This guy's unbelievable, and I expect Game 6 to be very, very special for Stephen Curry and to debunk all the narratives about shooting poorly at Crypto.com Arena against the LA Lakers.
Is this the best passing version in a series of Steph Curry?
Possibly, because he's been asked to do that because the Lakers are blitzing him. They're doubling him. They're forcing him to give up the ball, and he's not letting the ball stick. He's getting that ball around there, and he's dropping dimes. I mean, the show he put on in Game 4, and TNT went to break with the little LBC beat. Now it's just like they were showing Stephen Curry just putting on the show. I mean, the assist numbers are up. He's dropping dimes left and right. He's doing what he's got to do to win a basketball game.
The truly great players in any sport, I feel like they realize that like balance obviously is key or whatever. Like Tony Gwynn is a great example. If Tony Gwynn wanted to, don't you think he could have hit more home runs?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay. If LeBron wanted to lead the league in assists, don't you think he could do it?
Yep.
Don't you think Steph Curry, if he wanted to lead the league in assists, could do it?
Absolutely. He could be Steve Nash. Don Nelson thought he was drafting. So anyway, let's bring in Madeline Kinney, who our roasters have gotten to know this season. We've had Madeline Kinney on, this is like the 5th time. She's Nebraska's finest by way of Loyola, Chicago. She knows Sister Jean very, very well. I love Sister Jean. We all love Sister Jean. And she's been doing a great job on the Warriors beat this year for the Bay Area News Group. Madeline Kinney covers every single game. She does a great job. And she's only been, I think just over a year. So our roasters are getting to know her. Our roasters love her. And they say, when is Matt Kinney coming back on? Well, she's back right now on the Morning Roast after the Warriors stave off elimination, beating the Lakers 121-106. Madeline, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, we're doing just fine. By the way, let me squeeze this in. The Quest for Five brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Madeline is right now working with us, talking about the game. And look, it was a weird vibe for some people before Game 5. To me, I had no doubt they're going to win this and send it back to L.A., but watching Draymond Green be aggressive early on offensively. Madeline, you've covered the Warriors now for over a year. Doesn't it seem like Draymond Green, when he scores, he's a lot happier in those pressers?
Totally. I mean, I think he's just happier in general when they win, right? But you could just tell he was in a really good mood after last night's game, and I kind of love that little anecdote he gave about Jacob Rubin. Him feeling disrespected by Jacob Rubin's comments pregame. I thought that was great.
What were those comments?
He said Jacob Rubin just kind of challenged him to be more aggressive and said that he hasn't been as aggressive as he knows he can be. And but on both ends of the floor, not just defensively, because obviously Draymond's done a really good job defensively this series, but offensively, just they needed him to score, especially with so much pressure and what they were doing to Steph Curry. Steph Curry's had to change. I know you were just talking about his assists, but they had to obviously change the way they can play. So they needed Draymond Green, they needed Andrew Wiggins, they need other players to step up offensively. And they're going to win.
No doubt. Draymond Green, we wanted to Saginaw Savage. We needed him to be Saginaw yesterday. 14 points in the first half, 20-10 and 4 for Draymond Green, and he'll need to replicate that in game number 6, no doubt about that. How surprised are you with the start? Because you brought up some of the others here. Andrew Wiggins, who we'll touch on in a second. But Gary Payton II, I was surprised Steve Kerr started him in Game 4. Well, what do I know? The move has worked out for the Warriors in both games. His solid defense, but more importantly, offensively, he's finishing around the cup, and he's hitting the three to make the Lakers respect him. I'm surprised by the start for GP2, but boy, I'm actually shocked about the results as well.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I when they started him for Game 4, like you said, like I was also a little confused, or a little surprised might be the better way. I was talking to a few people pregame, like trying to pick their brains on like why this made sense for this. And when I talked to them, it did. You know, they needed a change. They needed something. Obviously, he can bring it on defense, but they needed a guy that wasn't afraid to try to finish at the rim. And you know, Gary Payton II, even though he is still kind of playing through some pain, I talked to him last night about that. He's not afraid of contact. He's not afraid of trying to, you know, and being patient in his finishing and stuff like that. So it's been great, provided a boost for them, a much needed boost. And you know, they were right in there with Game 4. You know, they should have won. They probably should have won Game 4 if we're being honest. But you know, this is the situation that they're in, and I think they're probably going to stick with that adjustment because that might have been one of the most important adjustments that they've made in this series so far.
What exactly is the pain for GP2?
I asked him what his pain level was. He didn't give it's not like he gave like a scale of 1 through 10.
No, but what is the injury?
It just is stemming from the off-season core surgery that he had. He's still playing through some pain, but he said that he's doing everyday maintenance to try to handle that pain.
Gotcha.
It's just, and he kind of brushed it off as just getting older and, you know, his old age. But I think we always joke about old age, but it's like, dude, you're still in your 20s.
You feel me? I mean, wait till you're 40 waking up and, oh my goodness. Anyway, Andrew Wiggins, one of the big criticisms of Andrew Wiggins has been like, gosh, he's just not assertive enough. You know, sometimes he settles. I wish he would attack and exploit whoever the mismatch is a little more. Well, you got a glimpse of that last night. I thought he was excellent last night. How can that sustain for the next game?
They just need him to come out with that same aggression in Game 6 if they want to bring the series back to San Francisco for Game 7. He set the tone early, just like Draymond did, and realizing too that, like I mentioned earlier, with Steph being blitzed and double teamed, they needed the other guys to step up and be aggressive. And I think Wiggins is at his best when he is, you know, exploiting the mismatches, when he's getting to the rim, when he's just not afraid to shoot the ball. And we saw that last night. And also on the other end, you know, locking up LeBron and whoever he's on. And that was Wiggins' best game for sure of the playoffs so far. And it's pretty remarkable to see the level that Wiggins is playing at, considering he missed 2 months of the season. You wouldn't have known that.
No doubt.
Watching last night's game.
No doubt. Madeline Kinney, Bay Area News Group. Get you out of here in a second here. Doing a great job covering the Golden State Warriors. You're right, spot on. Steph Curry mentioned it after the game. Hey, we got to feature Wiggins a little bit more, and I love to see him in that 18 FGA range for Andrew Wiggins. An all-around solid game. He was our second-best player in the postseason last year. May need to do that if the Warriors want to continue this run here. All right, a couple more for you, Madeline. The Laker flopping. The Laker complaining. The Laker whining. We've seen it from afar for so many years. It's not surprising, but I'm still kind of befuddled after the game where they're still talking about, well, we don't know what a foul is anymore. The flopping from the Hollywood guys is just unbearable. I can't help it, Maddie. It's frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all part of the playoffs, right? And Steve, you know, I think it was kind of a little funny him talking about gamemanship while also doing gamemanship, right? But it's part of it. It is frustrating, you know, when as you watch when you do see players get away with flops. I mean, the Warriors might have gotten away with a few themselves last night, but it's part of it. You don't want to blame refs for a win or a loss. I think using them as a scapegoat, like I don't know, I always try to stay away from that. But they can have an impact with any series with their whistle, and so. I think the biggest thing for the Warriors is just to continue to be aggressive and work on defending without fouling. That's been an issue all season long for them, and to not let the officiating get to them and let it snowball. But, you know, Steve might have had a point.
No doubt about that. Real quick before we get you out of here, how does Game 6 end? Do the Warriors come back for Game 7 on Mother's Day?
Ooh, you know what? After watching last night's game, if they can replicate what we saw, I think so. Especially, you know, there's that. Did you guys see that video of the corgi?
I did see the corgi. Hey, I'm feeling the corgi. Hey, corgi. I know Laker fans are looking to kidnap corgi. Corgi's in our corner.
Really? We're advocating kidnapping?
Hey, we're desperate, Shasky. No, I'm not. No, Laker fans.
I know.
We're desperate for the corgi stuff. Corgi's right.
I'm with you. I should have Leo the Frenchie do that. Or Illy the Pomeranian do that.
Yeah, knowing them, they would be worried and pick the
Well,
Lakers.
Leo wouldn't give the ball
Like
up. He would
father,
take
like
it.
son.
Oh, stop it.
Maddie,
Stop it.
Get out of here. Get some rest. I know you got to go down to
Stop
LA.
it.
Thanks for as always
Good
for
stuff.
coming on the roast.
Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Anytime, Nebraska's finest, Madeline Kinney, by way of Loyola, Chicago. Evan, go ahead, bring that coffee. Your boy.
Oh, you
is
got him a
struggling.
coffee and not me one?
Well, you didn't ask for anything.
Well, no one told me you were going.
I didn't know. I just asked him.
You know, a great teammate like Steph Curry would have assisted in getting me another one.
Evan, I'll Venmo you in a second. Shasky, you don't need no coffee. You don't need no coffee. You're talking about building walls and ripping everybody. You don't need the coffee this morning. You don't need anything.
Do not pin that on me.
All right.
Someone else might have accidentally said that.
Do not pin wall building on me.
Yeah,
I don't
you don't
need
need
that
coffee.
today.
You don't
I am
need
here
the
to do
coffee.
sports only.
Yeah, well,
We are not breaking down the CNN Trump thing.
Yes, please don't. I don't even know what that is all about anyway.
The
By way,
corgi
download-
thing, I do love that it's gotten this much hype now.
Well,
even though I just found out about it 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting hype. They win game 6. Oh, boy, the corgi stuff is going to be
The corgi
insufferable.
rings the bell at Chase Center.
Might have to bring
Franco
corgi
Finn,
in.
here's the corgi.
You better bring them in. Corgi. Steph Corgi. That's
Steph
the 510
Corgi?
Comcast Business Text line.
I kinda like that.
408. Hey, Matt Nahegan, how about this? Our boss is screening calls. Matt Nahegan?
I've booked the corgi.
No. How about this? 408. This is going to Nahegan. Madeline Kinney, you have to hype her up. 408 says give her her own segment. How about that? Matt Kinney, her own segment, Matt.
He's on the phone right now with the corgi. Can we make it happen this morning?
Well,
Roof.
no.
It's roof.
No.
My morning's roof.
Hey, no. Matt Nahegan
That
may have
was
just
so
put,
bad.
No, that
That was horrible.
That was horrible, but you're cutting me off because we may have a special guest in 6 minutes.
Who's that?
May have a special guest in 6 minutes.
Is that
surprise, surprise?
Is that because of a thing that happened many moons ago on this day?
I just said surprise, surprise. Sean and Richmond. Sean and Richmond, what's happening? It's a tease. That's a tease. Don't
I
wanna
like
give
that.
it away.
Yeah, I like that.
Give it away. Don't be spoilers, Jasky.
Yeah, how you
Sean and
doing?
Richmond.
Speaking of waking up the strippers in the morning, a tease from Bonte. What's up?
There's little Carol's. You know, hold on real quick, Sean. A text just hit me in 510, and all it takes is one text. He could either be spoiling the fun or he could be serious. But he texted earlier on the Comcast Business Text line. He said, you know, it's not good that you shout out the strippers when we got young girls in the cars, and I have a daughter of my own. So you know what? That's it. No more good mornings to the strippers. No more.
I mean, I was uncomfortable from the beginning with it.
Well, they're employees too. They're trying to make money.
I don't know
working.
what's PC anymore. I don't want to get canceled.
So no more good morning to the strippers. 510 ruined that. Sean, go ahead and Rich.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The only thing I got two things to talk about. So for one thing, yeah, Jordan Poole did okay last night, but his defense is still suspect.
Agreed.
We can't go into LA with him playing Toro defense like he's a matador or something. We can't do that. And the fake flopping and all that is unnecessary. He got to quit doing that and play hardcore defense. The second issue is, Shasky, some years ago you was talking about players with heart and that whole Ben Simmons situation back in the day, and then you was talking about maybe trading Draymond for him because of the heart situation. Aren't you glad that didn't happen?
Oh, of course. I mean, I was way wrong on that one. I'll admit that till my dying day. I mean, come on. Yeah. I mean, look at the two of them. But here's the thing. I think Draymond leaves the door open because he plays like he did last night. And you're like, my God, that's the Draymond we all love. And then, the very next game, it's such a Debbie Downer because he's not even looking to score. And no one is saying he's got to lead the league in scoring or even be a 20-point night. 12 points. 12 makes a huge difference for his game.
They win
and
78% of the time when he scores 10 points.
But you're right. I was wrong. I'll admit it. I got both hands in the air. I'm a moron for that one.
Yeah, so him and Ben Simmons and AD need to be on the same boat because they seem to always don't want to come to work.
Well, you know what, though? I'll give AD his respect. He's been one of the better players in this series. I mean, the Lakers go as far as he goes. This guy's a load.
Agreed.
He's been a grown-ass man in this series. I can't give it. AD's been defending his ass off on the perimeter, so I don't feel comfortable calling him soft. He's injury-prone. He's an injury-prone player, and it frustrates the hell out of everybody, including Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, Laker fans. And does he have soft tendencies? Sure. But the guy can hoop. He can hoop.
Bonte, his best version of himself feels like we're seeing it in this series, right? I'm sure you saw it at times in the bubble because he was hitting the stretch shot and whatnot. I mean, he's been outstanding. Defensively,
right?
He's been incredible, right, throughout the entirety of the series. But the problem is, it's not like, when he plays good. It's he doesn't play this well enough for long periods of enough for people's liking, given how talented. I mean, he's oozing with talent. If you were to just say, guys in the league right now who are oozing with talent, I think he has more physical gifts than even Giannis. Wow. And I can't believe I'm saying that.
No, he has a better jumper.
That's what I'm saying.
No doubt.
His touch is better.
Doubt. A lot of people mad. They want me to say just dancers then. Can't just say overnight workers. I do say that.
Guru has answered the building because I can hear this screaming from the green room.
I can too. A lot of people not happy, so maybe we'll have to bring that back. Verducci, real quick, El Dorado Hills.
What's up, Dooch?
Verducci, saw you last night, man. You were on fire.
Oh, fellas, you can tell by my voice, baby. I gave it all that I had. I'm working on 4 hours of sleep. But, Bonte, the beauty of, yesterday's game was I got to go to a bunch of different groups that were outside in Thrive City. I met Paul Wong, the gentleman who started the We Believe. I met the Ring family out there. I was with my boy Ray Almeida. And there was a sense of confidence that if we could just win Game 5 and get to L.A. and play how we're supposed to, anything can happen. It's happened, obviously, with New Orleans. But the 2 points that I saw, and I had a great vantage point being behind the hoop last night, was one, seeing the aggressiveness from Wiggins and Green and just making that a purpose right from the get-go that they both brought that dog. And, we know when Draymond Green goes, we go. But then also is being intentional, right, with the offensive side. Curry knowing that he was going to get doubled, making it intentional to make the extra pass, or, having Gary Payton out there. There's times where he could have scored more, but he made the extra pass to get the better shot. And it was just incredible to see. And this is what they got to bring on the road to L.A. And let me tell you, Bonte, you saw the sign. We said it. We were holding up We Believe, and we held up the other sign, See You Sunday. And we will see you Sunday, baby. Let's go, Dubs. Bring it on the road. We're coming back on Mother's Day and finishing this off and shutting up the Lakers fans. I'm out.
Boy, it'll be so remarkable. They could just push it to 7. They could just push it to 7. You imagine going to bed Saturday night knowing there's a Game 7? I'm not going to be able to sleep. I couldn't sleep last night. I'm off 3 hours of sleep. I've never been this cooked in my life. I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about how can they do this? How can they do this? Do I believe they can do it? Absolutely. But with the way the season played out, I have my doubts. With the way things have gone this season. But boy, they have the talent to do it. They have the recipe to do it. They had the experience to do it. They're the defending champions. They're not going down without a fight, and that was important. That's why I thought last night, they're going to win Game 5. I really felt in my heart like going into the ring that they're going to win this game. How much? I don't know. But they're going to win because they are fighters. They're tough. Boy, if they could pull off Game 6 and just push it to a 7. That's why I think Game 6 is going to set up to be one of the most fascinating games during this dynastic run. The L.A. Lakers. And think about all the streaks that are on the line, folks. All the streaks that's on the line. First of all, Steve Kerr's 19-0 against Western Conference teams. You lose Friday, now all of a sudden that becomes 19-1. They've won a road game in 28 straight series. That record's on the line if you don't win Friday night. We don't know who's back next season. All of a sudden, the questions about Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Jordan Poole, Jordan Bunker, they all resurface.
Yeah.
But if you could just push it to a 7 and win that game, and think about what that win on Friday night will represent. It will be one of the most fascinating wins, one of the best wins we felt as a fan base during this whole entire run. To push the Lakers to the brink.
And LeBron.
I
mean, because all I keep thinking about is Father's Day 2016 and the 3-1. I mean, that has been hanging over their heads forever. No matter how many championships they win, it feels like that one, for whatever reason, people hold like that's the epitome of failure. And it's like, really? One of the greatest seasons ever because they won 73 that year. God, I would love to exact revenge.
All I want to do Friday night on that postgame show is say, and there will be a Game 7. And there will be a Game 7. You got to believe, right? This team they've been in mostly Game 3 aberration. They rallied back in Game 1 and made it close. I get it. Game 4 they should have had. I don't think Lonnie Walker has another game in him left. I don't know if D'Lo does. Dennis Schroeder starting to fade. We're getting deep and deep into the series.
I still worry about those guys at home because,
I do too. This is the game for them.
The role players always play better at home. I think Austin Reeves has found a little something. A little. If you weren't annoyed at him in the second half of that game, then you weren't paying attention close enough.
No doubt. Let's go. He is very annoying. I can't. The hype
right?
of him, way too much hype. Way
straight
too much hype.
Hoosiers vibes, right?
Not even, the most overrated movie in history.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
He's going to get paid, too.
Oh.
Somebody's going to pay off Sharif. Anyway, 8:52. I think no go yet. Thumbs down. All right. We'll wait on the sound. We'll wait on everything. We'll effort that. I wouldn't get your hopes up back there behind the glass.
What about the Charles Barkley sound?
Do we have that on our board, Lubman? Do you have that?
Sorry, which sound again?
The Charles Barkley
on AD.
Yeah, them laughing at AD.
Play it.
Yeah, hold on, give me a second. Let me pull up the correct board
we're very
here.
thin skeleton crew behind us.
Yeah. So Lubman's
Sam
doing
Lubman
two
is
jobs
doing
in one.
He's a Farhan dream right now, and he's platooning left and right, and he's
By the
making
way,
very.
We're really
little
big
money.
on the versatility here.
As of this morning, by the way, breaking news here from Chris Haynes. Is in TNT. Lakers star Anthony Davis. Head injury is expected to be available for Game 6 on Friday.
I thought it was an eye
barring a
injury.
setback.
I thought it was an eye injury.
Head injury.
Oh, now it's a head injury. Okay.
Well, eye is part of the head.
No, I mean, the report switched so many times. It went from he got scratched in the eye. Everyone saw him get hit in the head. Whatever. You know what?
But he is available for Game 6.
Of course he is. And without any concussion protocol stuff, even though, okay, right.
He walked out the arena yesterday in street clothes. He walked
But what about the wheelchair?
I guess it was to the locker room. I don't know. It's to the locker room. But as of
He's just
getting
gutting
dressed,
it out in Game 5, in Game 6 now.
Well, he took a shower. The underdog Lakers, man. He took a shower. They're less than 100%. They're fighting concussions, foot injuries, flopping. You name it. All those pesky Lakers. The underdog Lakers. Oh, my gosh. But it was to the locker room. Because after the game, he got dressed again, and he walked straight out to the team bus.
Was he wearing his Cartier lenses that he wears on the bench?
The Cartiers or the
with
Ray-Bans.
the bucket hat?
Or the Ray-Bans.
And his snow jacket?
Yeah.
Did he sit next to LeBron during the postgame and answer all the questions? Oh, no, they lost, so he didn't.
Here's how Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal responded to the report of Anthony Davis being wheeled out in a wheelchair.
I know what they're about. I think I do too, but what are you laughing about? You know what they're laughing
I'm laughing at Chuck.
I know what they're laughing at. You understand? Shaq is over there crumbling up paper. That's why I was laughing. That's not what I'm going about.
I'm laughing at Chuck.
Come on, tell the truth. They understand.
Come on, man. Stop it, man. Stop it.
Ernie, don't let us go there. 'Cause if we go there, it'll never stop. It'll never stop.
Ernie, we need to go to that next game quickly.
No, we don't. Oh, man.
I'm laughing at Chuck.
Give me your takeaway from the game, Chuckster.
There's nothing points in the first half. You're not kidding. What are you doing?
I'm fixing my seat. I'm fixing my seat.
What is Kenny doing?
I'm fixing my seat. What? I did not do that.
Fixing your seat.
I did not do that. Fixing my seat.
Man, guys, come on now. Hey, come on, man.
Man, a lot of Laker fans are not happy. How can you be laughing at an injury? How?
Well, I'll tell you how.
That's not cool.
It's not laughing at injury. Here's what I think it is. And I don't know how much you loved or disliked Shaquille O'Neal. I loved him growing up. Like, that was I loved Shaq. I always thought I loved him. I also thought when he played, he was so difficult to officiate because guys would be so physical with him. Like, over the top physical. So when you watch through the prism of Shaquille O'Neal's eyes, when you're watching the league right now, and Austin Reeves 3 meters away or feet away from anyone, flopping like he got shot in the face with a firearm at point blank range and getting the call.
Yeah.
What do you think Shaquille O'Neal is thinking about this era of basketball? When he sees Anthony Davis basically get wheelchaired to the back room because he got a little elbow in the head. I mean, I'm not mad at the OGs for being like, what is this? Because I kind of feel them.
Yeah, nah, he's it's too much. That whole team is too much. They are really, like, the Sacramento series, their team, they had a lot of likable players. It was some of the media and some of their fans that were annoying.
What?
With the LA Lakers, it's the whole shebang. It's Darvin Ham talking about we don't teach flopping. And then after the game saying, well, I don't even know what a foul is anymore. What? A foul is not flopping. They flop at every little. Dante DiVincenzo got called for a movie street. He barely clipped Schroeder.
Oh, my God.
Schroeder flew like 5 feet.
Dude.
And it's just like,
How about
this is not basketball.
D'Lo did the same thing on the Wiggins screen. when Wiggins got called for the illegal screen.
I know. That's why when people want the demise
but they're
of the Golden
moving
State
screens
Warriors,
on every play. Sorry.
When people call for the demise of the Golden State Warriors, why? They play a beautiful brand of basketball. The ball movement, the passing, making sure we get 5 passes within a possession, making sure we get over 300 passes in a game, the beautiful ball movement, the beautiful shot making. Do we really want to watch the LA Lakers move on and do all this flopping and stopping the game? Like Draymond said at the game stopped. Part of it was because of 9 turnovers in the second quarter, but also the game stopped because they kept blowing the whistles. Nobody wants to watch that.
But what I do want to watch are the replays on some of these offensive fouls on the Warriors. They never show them, so I don't even know where the foul is.
Yeah, no doubt.
It drives me crazy. The one thing, if I am a television executive, stop showing me the highlight from 30 seconds ago and show me the call that was just made right now.
Did you hear Steve Kerr saying he wants the FIBA rules? I loved it.
What is that? I don't even know.
FIBA rules, basically, they fine you for flopping.
Oh, yeah, I'm all in on that.
All in on that. They fine you.
And look, to be fair, Jordan Poole flopped when Rui Hachimura did the little post-up move on him. He completely flopped. So I'm all in on that.
All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're going to take a break from the calls for just a second, but we got to play this highlight because this happened 16 years ago today.
Basketball, because a lot of good things will happen, not just with them scoring, but then also it open up.
Timeout in Barron's house.
Mike Tirico, Hubie Brown on the call, the greatest hello we've ever heard before. And that's right, Baron Davis with the dunk heard around the world and never gets old. And BD, first and foremost, good morning. I know you love the highlight, but more importantly, did you find your autograph book for your son last night?
Hello?
Yeah, you got us BD. Baron, what's up, man? What's going on, man? What's going
tired,
on?
Man.
Did you find the autograph book last night? Because we missed you on the post-game show. We knew you'd be a game time decision, but did you find the autograph book?
Here. It was my son lost his autograph book, so I had to go be super dad. So I missed out on all the things that I was supposed to do, like post-game, fly back home. But no, we found the autograph book. It was in the club. He was stuffing his face.
He was having a good time in JP Morgan Club last night.
He was having a blast.
Look, we was like, Baron is a game time decision. We hope he comes on, but you never know with B Dizzle. He's got so many things going on here. But I know you enjoyed the game last night. We'll get to that in just a second. But when you hear that highlight at a dunk, how many days a week do you go where you just run into people that say, Baron, man, I love that dunk against Andre Karolinko? I mean, I'm sure people bring it up all the time, right?
Oh, yeah. People talk about it all the time. I learned to kind of embrace it because, different people have different takes on it and they have different moments in their life. The other day, a dude was like, I was in college, our whole dorm, we ran out. And people thought something was wrong, and it was like, man, it's good to play and to play with passion. That's what I play for, really, to, affect people, to have people feel what I was feeling, and to make plays where, I definitely wanted to have my own highlight reel.
Baron, to this day, me and my buddies still talk about it. We're like 20 deep at the house. And when you lay down that hammer on AK-47 and then lift the shirt up, everyone, what? Like, take me through the lifting of the shirt up. Was it just organic? What were you trying to pull off right there?
Yeah, that was just organic. You know what I mean? We have been playing around in practice because I had I was using it as a back brace. Waist trainer on.
I feel like people forget you and Jay Rich, because Jay Rich had that wrist injury and he came back kind of late in the year and Monte was surging and everything. But you and Jay Rich, to me, was kind of like the backcourt we never really got a chance to see to fruition. Like, it was very frustrating as a OG Warrior fan to not see you guys play long enough. But that game in particular was a small glimpse into what I thought you guys could do. I believe you guys had 50 or 60 combined points in that game. Man, we all wish you guys would have stayed together longer.
Man, I wish so too, man. I think the domino fell
when, we went into the draft and they traded Jay Rich, it was heartbreaking because, after that season, during the season, we had got written off, right? And I'm on the radio, bro. I'm on the radio. You want to say hi? Say hi.
What's up?
What's up? What's going on? Is that the one is that your son who lost the autograph book? He had the Steph Curry jersey on yesterday, but he was having too much fun in the JP Morgan Club, Baron.
Yeah, he was having too much fun. GP2 let him shoot the ball and he missed.
I love that.
He got making shots.
Are you as blown away at Steph Curry's floor game as we are? Obviously, the shooting is the thing everyone talks about, but this series in particular, the way he's facilitated, like there's no doubt in anyone's mind. If he wanted to lead the league in assists, he could do it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that I think that he's starting to unlock just kind of different attributes that people have always kind of like overshadowed. You know what I mean? He's been overshadowed by the fact that he's a phenomenal scorer, right, and a threat. I've always loved him for the fact that he's a great finisher and a passer. And I always say he never gets enough credit for being that. And I think in this series, that's what he's going to have to be. He's going to have to be a decoy, so he's not a decoy, right? He's going to have to be a playmaker for his teammates because he's really the, outside of Draymond, he's really the only playmaker on the team.
Right.
And so, what you're seeing with him is just, I would say a graduation of intellect, right? And a maturity of just his superstar. And when you think about superstars, they continue to evolve. And I think this series is really, a testament to, how he's made adjustments, right? And also, how he's been able to keep, the pace right, keep things right for himself to have opportunity to win the game. And I think that's the most important thing is you want to put yourself in a situation where you can be the best to your talent, but you can also put your teammates in a situation where they can win. And last night, I just thought that he played phenomenal basketball. And anytime he's in the pick and roll in this series, he's really hurt the Lakers because he can get downhill and finish. And so I think that's going to have to be something that, him and the Warriors think about, heading into Game 6.
Talking to Baron Davis here on our morning roast on 95.7 The Game's Joe Chasky the Butcher. He's back. I'm Bonte Hill. And Baron, you were mentioning in the JP Morgan Club when you were talking to Bully and D, right? You're just like, man, if the Warriors just keep attacking the basket, they can get anything they want. They could get these layups all night long against this team and what you just spoke about in that pick and roll where Steph has to be the playmaker. So what you saw last night and what we're going to see in Game 6, do you believe the Warriors have what it takes to fight back and win this series?
Yeah, Warriors got to approach this series quarter by quarter. If they look at it like, winning quarters versus the Lakers, they got a much better chance of beating them. You know what I mean? If you're thinking long term in the game, LeBron is LeBron James. He plays for, he knows how to put people out. He knows how to eliminate and move forward. So, if you play quarter by quarter and just try to win all the smaller battles and stay aggressive, right? The Lakers haven't really had, haven't really been challenged at the rim, right? Or really challenged in the paint. And I think the Warriors have had their most success by going to the hole and being in the paint. So, we'll see whose power reigns in this upcoming game. But if the Warriors want to win the game, I think they have to be aggressive, get into the hole. And then defensively, you just got to think about winning each quarter.
The 16 years ago, obviously, your famous dunk, the We Believe team. I'm wearing one of the We Believe throwback jerseys. It's everybody's favorite team for a variety of reasons. And the characters on that team, are just unbelievable. Like, post-career, Don Nelson turning into, the neighbor of Willie Nelson and, smoking weed with him and playing cards every day. Stack Jack and Matt Barnes becoming media members. I mean, pretty surprising. Why do you think that team is so beloved even to this day, even after all these championships with Warrior fans? You talk about We Believe, and I got goosebumps thinking about it.
Yeah, I think, that was we was real rock stars. We real rock stars. And, real personality. So, it's a lot different. I always say when we play with the Warriors, it was like we were almost like the Beatles are like Bad Boy Records every time we went out, because, we embrace the fans, we embrace the media, we never ran from, no fight, no battle on or off the court. So it was kind of like this whole, mentality of like this hip hop mentality, this renegade mentality that I think made us rock stars. And so when you look at what Matt and Stack is doing, in the media space, they're just keeping it real. They're doing what they do, right?
Yep.
You look at what, Kalena Azubuike.
Yeah.
He worked for the Warriors. Yep. You know what I mean? And he doing commentating for the Warriors. Al Harrington, he has one of the biggest marijuana brands in the country. And who would have thought that Al Harrington would have went into marijuana?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I might have.
Well, his head coach,
I might have thought about that, actually.
Your head coach did. Don Nelson, he in Hawaii chiefing up and left and right.
How could you think that? You didn't think that.
Well, I just always thought that, a lot of NBA players smoked weed during that era, quite honestly. But I didn't know he'd be a businessman.
No, you didn't think that. That's a lie. You just said that shit. Al Harrington was not even a weed person.
He wasn't?
He was in the league, so how could you think that? He did it because of his grandma, right?
Yep.
And so, it's just knowing the story and knowing people who have purpose and being able to kind of relate to them on a level. And really, I think from a media standpoint, our whole team, we know how to handle media. We know that media are people. They're people with opinions. Sometimes they're wrong. A lot of times they're wrong. So it's like, why not be on the media side where we can be wrong all the time and say whatever we want?
Right.
But now, we want to be on that side.
Yeah.
To defend athletes, put in the back.
Viola Brand.
To defend our peers and to have some real perspective, because there's a lot of people who know a lot of stuff, but they don't really know what the deal is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I remember Al Harrington. He joined us on TV last year to talk about his club, and he talked about Viola Brands and how he named it after his grandmother and how it helped his grandmother because she was suffering from glaucoma and eye disease, of course, that we all know about. So it's a really good deal with Al Harrington. And hell, your head coach is out in Hawaii doing his damn thing. So you guys were rock stars, and that whistle of the Utah series is very favorable towards the Utah Jazz. By the way, BlackSanta.com. BD, tell us about it, and will we get that We Believe doc through BlackSanta.com?
Yeah, man. Shout out to Black Santa and BlackSanta.com. We started a company, You Wish. That was like our version of Disney for multicultural characters around the holidays. Black Santa being our hero character. And, the goal is to really, we got to start relating to kids of this age and this era. We got to start stepping up and talking about, and start building our own stories, our own narratives. So that's what Black Santa was, is really how do we teach diversity? How do we teach camaraderie, communication, all of that, to kids and start them early. And then for the We Believe doc, that's just something that we're working on. It's a work in progress. I got to get out to Hawaii so I can interview Nelly. But I think it's going to be good, man. We got a lot of guys. All the guys are signed up pretty much and on board, ready to go. It's just now we got to start working out the necessary particulars,
Baron, you were showing me.
Stack and Matt, they're expensive now.
Yeah, the price has gone up with them. They're interviewing everybody. Real quick, Baron, last year we were talking, at the JP Morgan Club, and you were showing me something because you got your hands in everything, whether it's movies, creating, and creating what you just said there for kids and the youth. You're all in the community and whatnot, but you're showing me an app. It was something about the metal. I can't remember what it was, but it blew me away on how you're so in tune with it. I forgot. You remember what I was talking about?
Yeah, that's history of the game. The goal is to build our own version of a Hall of Fame, but a Hall of Gamers, right?
That's
people
right.
who really had games. You know, when you look at the Hall of Fame, a lot of people are kind of left out. Some people are granted in based on their fame.
Right.
So for me, it was like, there's so many great basketball players from eras that don't get recognized, and this is a perfect place to do that. So, you know, we've been building out, you know, our museum and our game engine, and the goal is to be able to build out, you know, our own version of a Louvre, but towards NBA players and just basketball in general, right? A celebration of the game is really a celebration of the stories and the names that are made of it.
Nah, I remember you showing me the app, and I was blown away by it. I thought it was a great idea because, as you said, a lot of hoopers don't get their love, the recognition that they deserve. A lot of it is narrative-based right now. We're always trying to pick apart these athletes instead of picking them up. And remember, we got this job because you guys are balling out there, and our content is based off of what you guys do. So we always want to show respect to you guys. Baron, thanks for joining us at the last second.
Love. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the Dub fans.
No doubt.
Last night was crazy. My son got to experience that.
Yep.
You know, I went from number 20 on his all-time favorite player list to number 1.
Well, wait.
Or 2, I would say, behind Steph.
Next time you're at Chase, we got to get you on the set, man. And we'll have somebody find that autograph book for you, man, and get you out on the set because I know Dub Nation loves you. The Gatehouse would have loved to see you. But next time, I'm sure you'll be back up. Hopefully, if the Warriors advance and pass the Lakers to come back from this 3-1 deficit.
Appreciate you guys, man. Have a great one.
You too. Baron Davis here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We'll react to that. We'll get back to the lines here on the Morning Roast. We got to run here and pay some bills. What's coming up in the game? Oh, wait, before what's coming up in the game.
Delivery of the game.
Delivery of the game first.
It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out at Kirby.com, Curbee.com. Draymond Green, vintage self last night, showing off that scoring is a thing he can still do, but also it's the defense that made him a DPOY candidate. Stealing the ball from D'Angelo Russell in the third. Boom,
Russell
hit me.
dribbled it, lost it, turnover, picked up by Draymond Green. Down the left side, Davis on his hip, goes up, no good. Jab home, Wiggins, right over the top with a dunk. Timeout, LA.
Tell you what, if I'm Anthony Davis, I'm looking around even at LeBron going, anybody going to help me?
That was the delivery of the game brought to you by Kirby. And that defensive stop was better than Baron Davis stopping me at the backboard as I'm getting crushed online. I thought the entire We Believe team smoked weed.
No, you can't assume.
I mean, it takes one to know one. I was smoking a lot of weed at that time in my life.
You can't do that, Chasky. It's a lesson you'll learn in your broadcasting career.
I love how you jumped in there like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, I assumed that entire... Because Nelly talked about it. The whole team was smoking in the locker room.
No. I'll tell you about
I was
journalism
wrong.
school. Well,
it takes a man.
Just own it. You don't need to. We know you're wrong. Let's move on. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by 7-Eleven. People wonder why the video is still on us. It's because Volley. We got to tell you guys about Volley. It's a voice-controlled entertainment experience for smart devices like this iPhone. They have many games, but we will be focused on their most popular one, the Music Quiz. One of the most popular games to play on your smart speaker.
And it's free to play with a 7-day free trial, and then a monthly subscription kicks in. But here's the thing. The goal is for new users to play their game and promote their brand awareness for Music Quiz.
And it's for all groups, families, friends, roommates, colleagues, in a super casual experience.
And the best way to get a familiar feel for it and endorse it.
5, 121 to 106. And there will be a game number 6. By the way, this song right here, why is it so popular? Why is this so popular? Everybody plays this song. I don't get it.
I don't even know who this is.
Craig Mack, get in here.
Who
Craig
is
Mack's
this,
on
Craig?
the board. Craig,
Who is
you're
this?
feeling too good. You come on the board and you play this crap? What are you doing,
Okay,
Craig?
hold on. Let's calm down. For when this song slaps, let's stop lying.
This song don't slap.
But who is this?
I don't know.
Little Uzi Vert?
Oh.
Oh, Little Uzi.
He makes me feel tall. When he ran out with the Philadelphia Eagles, I was like, who is that?
Yeah.
He's so little.
He doesn't rap like your typical Philly guy either. He raps like he's from the South.
Well, what would your typical Philly like? Are you going Meek Mill? Are you going Beanie? Freeway?
Well,
They're
of them,
all
right?
very unorthodox.
Yeah. But no, Little Uzi Vert sounds like he's from the South.
That I would agree with.
2-minute songs,
Yeah.
like they all do. Give you 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Well, that way you could replay it. So I heard because of the streaming things, like you want to keep the song short so that you could replay it over and over.
Give me a
That's
5-minute
just what
song.
I've heard.
Like Nipsey Hussle has a song from the Victory Lap, Million Why You Young, and it's about 5 minutes long, and I will replay that bad boy. It just slaps.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun. Craig Mack does.
Well, either the song's good or it's not. So the length doesn't really bother me.
Shouldn't matter.
One way or the other. Like, Stairway to Heaven's like, what, a 10, 11-minute song, depending on which version?
Who sings that?
Are you being serious?
Stairway to Heaven? Who sings that?
Well, there's many versions, but really?
Who sings that? Bruce Springsteen? Fish? What snitching group are you talking about? Stairway to Heaven? Grateful Dead?
Not the
Red Hot
Grateful
Chili
Dead.
Peppers? Pink Floyd?
No.
Hollow Notes?
I love how you're just naming
U2?
white bands that you happen to know.
Who is it?
Leonard Skinner.
Oh, yeah, I definitely don't know that.
It's a great documentary on Netflix about them as a group, and you'll really, really enjoy them. Honestly, their come up is pretty incredible from Jacksonville.
Quest for 5 brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Baron Davis on the road believes Warriors can come back. Loves the point guard Stephen Curry's playing right now. He has to be that playmaker. They're getting to the cup. They're challenging the Lakers at the rim. Go into Anthony Davis's chest. Don't be afraid of him. Go into his chest. Be physical. Be physical. I'm making people look bad? Wow. I mean, come on. I don't know Leonard Skinner. I mean, sorry. My bad. Dan, Highway 4. What's happening?
Oh, did I say Leonard Skinner?
What's going on, Bonte?
It's Led Zeppelin, so
Yeah,
you were wrong.
I got it wrong. I get
So
the
you
L.
said,
Yeah,
hold on,
I got it
hold on.
wrong.
You shamed me. You didn't even get
I
it
wasn't
right.
even paying. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to myself. Yeah, I said Skinner. Yeah,
wow,
my fault.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Dan,
I guess
continue.
the other station would have got it right.
Probably. That's why the other station's been around for a million years.
Good morning, fellas.
Dan, what's up?
I totally screwed that up.
Good
I'm
morning,
taking L's
fellas.
this
Welcome back,
last hour
Jackie.
bad. What up?
Oh, man, last night was beautiful, man. I got a good night's sleep. Drove into work, feeling happy. So the Lakers love to, well, especially AD and LeBron, they love to sit back and wait for the action to come to them. But I felt like the Warriors were so unpredictable, they weren't able to just sit back. There was a few plays where Steph Curry reminded me of Steve Nash, where he drove, and instead of going up for the layup, he drove baseline and came back out, and it brought AD out. So everything opened up inside, and Wiggins started attacking, Draymond started attacking. So the unpredictability of the Warriors last night really threw off the Lakers. I don't know if you guys seen that or not, but that's what I seen. And it reminds me of I know you guys know the movie The Warriors, when they're like on the run from all the gangs in New York.
Warriors.
Man, the Warriors got to make it back to Oracle.
Come
the
back and
Warriors
play.
got to make it back to Chase.
Yeah.
Get through Game 6, make it back to
That's
Chase.
what it is.
And it's business from there, man.
It's all about getting through Game 6. Let's hear from some of the guys, some of the stars of the show. Draymond Green, Stephen Curry. I mean, they're going to trust the process here. And Draymond was asked by our very own Evan Giddings, who produces Steiny and Guru, sometimes fills in for Guru, does a great job. He's all over the place. Asked a great question to Draymond Green on whether or not they could take anything from Game 6 back in Oklahoma City in 2016. Shasky, stay focused, man. Let's go. Stay focused.
I'm just
We got
laughing. I'm
30
getting crushed.
Yeah, stay focused, man. We're right here. Game 5. Lock in. That's what Evan Giddings. He asked Draymond
I've been
Green.
locked in.
No, you're not locked in.
Baron Davis
You're not
rattled
locked in.
me. I'm now shook.
Yeah, no, I needed you to get it together. Get it together. We got 30 minutes left. Come on, let's go. It's playoffs.
I'm like Jeff
Evan
Garcia,
Giddy's-
organized chaos.
No, you're not organized chaos. You're like
We're running a 2-minute drill here.
No. You're like Tim Rattay. You're throwing picks right now.
Louisiana
You're fumbling
Tech all-time leading passer?
You're fumbling the ball in the pocket right now. I need you locked in. Don't let Baron Davis rattle you. Hey, you learned the lesson. Listen, Evan Giddy's asked Draymond Green about the experience of 2016 at OKC Game 6. Here's what Draymond Green had to say about that.
You always try to draw from those experiences. You look back and I think, experience in life is, no matter what the situation is, we all look to that experience when our backs are against the wall. And, just understanding like that OKC game didn't go our way the whole game. If I remember correctly, we were down like 15 points or something in the third quarter and Clay went ape shit. And you just got to keep fighting and knowing that this team is going to come out and give us their best punch. And you got to take that punch and respond. And if you respond, they'll punch again and you have to respond again. And, if you can do that, then the game tends to flip your way.
The OKC series, I just remember them having much more difficulty on the perimeter in terms of, Serge and Durant and who was the guy off the bench? It wasn't Kevin Martin. Who was the other guy they had off the bench? Was it Cephalosha?
Thabo Cephalosha and Andre Roberson
Roberson, yeah. It might have been Roberson. They had another defensive-minded guy that did a really good job on the perimeter against him. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but I felt
Ibaka.
Even though the scores were really high, I felt like they had different defensive matchups that made it difficult on the perimeter, whereas this one's different. I feel like getting into the lane is more difficult because of AD shot blocking at the rim, whereas they're having a better time in the perimeter. That's the only difference.
Yeah, no doubt, because OKC with Ibaka and Steven Adams down low, Kevin Durant's long wingspan, they were blocking everything. I still, to this day, I ask Festus all the time.
What's that?
How the hell did you guys win that series? How?
It's
still one of the most remarkable wins, series victories, wins that they've had. I swear, I still don't know how they won that series.
Would this be more difficult?
Great question.
Because I don't think we
considering
knew
their age.
Well, and we didn't know then that Russ would evolve into what he evolved in. I think we thought higher of Russ back then than we do now.
That was difficult.
But he was so good. I feel like we've kind of
really good.
We've misremembered how good he was.
Well, the Warriors were down double digits in each of the last 3 games.
That's crazy.
They were down double digits in each of the last 3.
Yeah.
And they were able to rally and get victories there. Steph Curry was. That's why Rob Parker was talking about he's not clutch. It's like, did you watch the last 3 games of the OKC series? It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But they don't want to remember that.
No, they don't.
Like, I think lost in the sauce for the Clay game 6 Clay. Steph was
he closed the show.
He was incredible.
Drove by Ibaka with the runner off the backboard. He hit the 3 on the fast break after Iguodala strip. Threw up the 7, saying, we're going back home for 7. I was waiting for Steph Curry last night to say, we ain't going home.
No.
We ain't going home. Hopefully we get that in Hollywood Friday night. But look, in order to win Friday night, you got to have all hands on deck, and everybody has to stay ready. Everybody had to stay locked in. And Gary Payton II talked about that after the game.
You're never out of rotation with Steve. I know they have different game plans and different adjustments when needed after a game. Next game's always a different game and different look, so it's just our job to stay ready, and when he throws me in, it's got to get to it.
And then Steve Kerr talked about Payton being a game changer in these last 2 games.
Gary's a game changer, and we knew that last year. I mean, we don't win the championship without Gary. And so to get him back has completely changed our defense. And against these guys, he's got the ability to get into their guards. They have great guard play with D'Lo and Reeves and Schroeder. Obviously, Walker last game played so well. So Gary gives us someone who can get underneath their ball handlers and at least make them have to work. And then offensively, he's so unique with his speed and his ability to finish around the rim. So it's just, we're a different team now that he's back with us.
And that's been surprising to me. I did not think he'll go to Gary Payton II because of the spacing or the lack of spacing with GP2, but he's been able to cut to the basket. LeBron James has fallen asleep.
He hit a 3.
And he hit a 3, which is big in back-to-back games. He's got that shot. That corner 3 is looking pure. He did pass one up that I wasn't too happy about. It turned into a clunky possession, but Gary Payton II is making a difference.
That was in the 4th?
And this was early. This was like second quarter.
Okay.
Maybe
I don't remember the 4th quarter pass. That's why
maybe it was first quarter, maybe second quarter when he passed up the 3. And he passed it around. It was like, he had a great shot. And he had just hit one too.
Yeah.
Which was bothersome. But also his defense on D'Angelo Russell
was excellent.
He's erased him out of the series in the last 2 games.
Well, and I think the thing I worry about the most is when you return to crypto is You get a better version of some of these ancillary players that are on the Lakers, and maybe you get a worse version of a GP2 on the road. Maybe you get a slightly less aggressive Draymond Green and a slightly less aggressive Andrew Wiggins, and that puts even more pressure on Steph Curry. I do think we have to have a Steph Curry. Like, he needs to control the entirety of the game for them to be in it. Like, and the first quarter is going to be crucial. Stay out of foul trouble. Limit the turnovers and the easy buckets in the other direction.
Listen, the Lakers are going to come out like gangbusters. They are. They're going to come out desperate, knowing that they don't want to take another flight back up to the Bay Area and avoid that Game 6. And they're going to do everything. So they're going to come out fast. They're going to be aggressive. The crowd's going to be into it. It's can you weather the storm Friday night? Weathering the storm, which means don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Execution. Defending without fouling. Not getting annoyed with some of the bad whistles that will come your way Friday night because the Lakers aren't crying about it. We'll get to LeBron James, what he had to say after the game, and Darvin Ham in game. But it's about weathering the storm like they did in that Game 6 in OKC. Game 6 against the Houston Rockets back in 2019.
Yep.
Game 5 against Toronto to send it back to Oracle Arena where they hit three straight threes. Clay, Steph, Clay to send that game back to the Bay Area. You gotta weather the storm because there will be some adverse situations Friday.
Were you surprised they started GP2 again?
No, once it worked, because it did work.
Well, I was surprised they didn't go back to it in the fourth quarter, but that's a different story.
In Game 4.
Yeah,
no
so
doubt.
I'm glad they went back to it in this game, but I felt like they executed it more in the second half in this game, and that really was a big difference.
No, it was a huge
GP2 was much better than whatever the raw numbers are showing you.
No doubt.
And what do you have, 12, 13?
13.6 rebounds.
I'll take that all day.
And then the aggressiveness of Andrew Wiggins, because Monday before you left, thought to myself, in order for the Warriors to not only win this series, but if they want to win another championship, Andrew Wiggins has to be their second best player. Can't just be Clay.
No.
Clay's a good third, fourth option at this stage of his career, and that's not a problem at all. He's still one of the greatest shooters of all time, but right now the Lakers are taking away everything from him. They're taking away all his airspace. They're finding him on screens. They're locking and trailing. Doing a great job on Klay Thompson. But if that's the case, Andrew Wiggins will have an advantage. He's capable of dropping 30, 25. He's done it before in this league, and Steve Kerr touched on that after the game last night.
This was the best game Wiggs has played since he's been back, I guess, three weeks or so now. Just the way he attacked, the way he got to the rim, that adds another dimension to our attack. I thought the last couple games in LA, we didn't get to the line a ton. We settled for a lot of stuff, and I thought Wiggs did a good job of really being aggressive.
Here's Draymond Green on Andrew Wiggins.
He was great, super aggressive on the offensive side, and, it's what we need from him. He is, sometimes our second scorer, sometimes our third scorer, depending on the night, and we always need that aggressiveness. I also thought his aggressiveness on the defensive side of the ball was great as well. He met force with force, put up a lot of resistance, and, when two-way Wiggs, when he's playing like that, we're very tough to beat.
And for small stretches, Steve Kerr had Wiggins defending Anthony Davis when he was at that elbow, and it worked out there. The verticality, his long arms, his speed and quickness. It was a nice little wrinkle by Steve Kerr and company to throw a different look at Anthony Davis.
We had talked about that heading into Game 4, and I think a lot of people scoffed at me for even suggesting that. And I just think for a couple possessions here and there, it can work, and they timed their double really well. My favorite defensive sequence for Wiggins, and he had a lot of great contests, but the one where he's pressuring LeBron, and LeBron's clearly frustrated that he can't, backyard back him down, because he was doing that to Klay Thompson in the paint, but it's not. He hasn't even crossed half court, and Wiggs is picking him up and making him work, and you could see LeBron get frustrated. I loved that. And, you don't have to do that the whole game because you're going to put yourself in foul trouble, but picking and choosing your spots when he's already tired, I love that.
Yeah, no doubt. Wiggins, and look, and Veggie Delight on YouTube is absolutely right.
What's that?
Wiggins has Reeves or Schroeder on him, and he can cook those guys, and he has. Even LeBron James. I like seeing Wiggins go at LeBron. You see him hit the step-back three.
Yeah.
You see him driving against him, whether it's passing or looking for a shot. Go at LeBron James. Do not let LeBron James rest on defense. The Lakers aren't letting Steph Curry rest. You need to do the same thing to their superstar because LeBron is not the same defender. He's still capable, but go at him and get into those legs.
It really is interesting, when you're watching them, I just don't, as the series has gone on I still think he's good. He has that step back three where in the corner he likes to, everyone knows it's coming. He just stepped back and boom, he hits it. Outside of him in the lane against Klay in certain matchups, I don't fear LeBron like I used to. He's just a different version. He's still great.
Yeah, he's still great, but you know what?
What?
I'm still He was hitting yesterday.
He was hitting all kinds of
shots. He might be on his way to 40. He might be on his way to 40.
But can he sustain that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he can.
He looked exhausted.
But listen, I don't want to risk it because he's an all-time great. And if great ones find a way, they find a way. You're going to get the best version of LeBron James on Friday. You're going to get the best version of AD.
Yeah.
You're going to get the best version of the LA Lakers Friday night. So buckle up and be prepared.
On their team, because I was thinking about this with the Warriors, like AD's in his prime, right?
Yep.
You think so?
Yeah, he's in his prime.
I think so too, right? Who else on their team is in their prime? Is D'Lo in his prime?
I would say so. He's 26, 27 years old. Schroeder may be a little past his prime.
Yeah. Like Wiggins is in his prime.
Yeah.
Is Steph still in his prime? I feel like he is.
Still playing at a high level,
right?
Whatever it is.
Right. So, but I guess where I'm going at is
Austin
like
Reeves, physical prime. I don't know. He's getting better. He's an ascending player.
He's young. He's really young. I don't know if there's a better version of him, like down the line. I don't know. But I was just thinking about like the top dogs, and I'm saying to myself, this is why Andrew Wiggins is so important, because he's one of the few guys on the Warriors in his physical prime, in his peak form, and he needs to exert that every night. On both ends.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's get to the lines here. Ryan in Los Gatos. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. So I want to talk about something about the game and getting ready for Friday. Shasky kind of threw me off, shouting out Leonard Skinner and not respecting Led Zeppelin there, but we'll move on. I think last night we saw the Saginaw Savage is back. People talking about kind of Draymond being a little too buddy and not the same fiery Draymond out there, and we got a lot of that. Zach Zarba telling him to be quiet, and Draymond telling him to kind of basically go to hell.
That's Draymond we need.
The other thing, a couple things getting ready for Friday. One, the way that the Lakers are defending Klay, I think, yes, he is their third option now, but to get him involved in some pick and rolls, so his defender is either going to have to stick with Klay, or Steph or whoever's handling the ball, Draymond's going to have a nice 4-on-3 kind of coming downhill. I think that's one thing, X's and O's wise. And then another thing for me is these guys, these core group can tap into 13 in their tough series against the Spurs when they went on to lose the finals. 14 when they took the Clippers to 7 and kind of were right on the cusp. 15 when they're down 2-1 to the Grizzlies and kind of had to adjust on the fly.
Yep.
16 when they're down 3-1 to the Thunder. Like these guys have been through it all, seen it all, and I think that experience is going to play dividends on Friday, because I think this Lakers team is a really good team. I don't think they're Oklahoma City good. I don't think they're LA Clippers good in 14, and I don't think they're as good as the Spurs in 13. And so I think they're going to tap into that experience, and we're going to see a very urgent and a very desperate team on Friday that plays with purpose. And cancel your Mother's Day plans, because we'll be back on Sunday.
Haven't even booked the Mother's Day plans. Got to wait till Friday night. Told Anna, do not book anything. Nothing. We may be working. We may be working on Sunday. That's the hope. But he said a lot. How about summoning 2018 when they were down 3-2? Down 22 early in the second quarter against the Houston Rockets. They were rolling.
I think the thing that I was watching for yesterday is like everyone goes, desperation game, right? If you lose, you're done. Yes, they played desperate, but they didn't play recklessly desperate. You know what I mean? Like JP was calmer, for JP. I thought he picked and chose his spots of when to accelerate much better in this one. And that to me is a positive sign going forward. I thought that Wiggins wasn't just settling for deep threes. He was attacking the hole. Yeah, there were some Klay shots I didn't love.
Right.
Draymond was under control offensively and decisive. Very, very, very decisive. Same thing with Steph Curry. So, I think sometimes in these playout games, the younger teams play very desperate. And by desperate, I mean more reckless, right? Because they feel like they need to hit home runs. And I love the way they were very tactical in this last one.
Draymond Green was asked what led him to be more aggressive, or what led him to being more aggressive in game number 5.
Just how teams are keying on Steph and Klay. They're really doing all that they can, selling out to those guys and trying to take them out of the game. And, we get paid a lot of money to do this, so you can't just sit back and watch them like, oh, man, they're taking them out, and just sit back and watch. You got to do something about it. And so for me, I know it's on me to have that same aggression. And Andrew Wiggins as well. Wiggs was aggressive as hell tonight. And, when they're guarding those guys the way they've been guarding them, we have to come out with that aggressiveness. And I think we did a really good job of it tonight, and have to take the show on the road.
More on Draymond Green setting the tone.
I definitely wanted to come out and set a tone. Jacob Rubin told me before the game, like, you've played well, but I still haven't felt your presence like I know you can feel, like your presence should be felt. And, that's coming out aggressive, both ends of the floor. That's verbally, so everyone hears you on the floor. And I felt a little disrespected when he said it. So, I knew it was on me to come out and, like you said, set the tone for our guys, come out aggressive. Season's on the line, back against the wall. You got to come out and give all that you got. And that was just my mindset coming into this game, and that'll be my mindset going into the next one.
The Saginaw Savage was back. The Saganasty was back last night. He was chirping. He was barking. He was doing his thing. And that's Draymond Green you need if you want to win this championship. If you want to rally in this series, you're going to need that version of Draymond Green. He's going to have to do a little more offensively. But look at the mood he's in when he does score offensively. He feels good. 14 first-half points. He's barking. It was awesome.
Jacob Rubin was the name?
Jacob Rubin.
Who is that on the staff? Is that one of the guys that warms him up?
I don't know if he warms him up. Maybe he does. I haven't been out there for months. When Draymond warms up, I'm already on air.
Yeah,
so I don't see who it is, but he's one of the coaches.
The last few games that I've been to watching warm-ups, Dre typically is one of the last guys to warm up for the Warriors, of their main guys. Yep. And so I don't know. That's why I'd never heard this person's name, and so I didn't know who that was, who fired him up. Yeah. But thank you, Jacob Rubin.
Well, they've got a lot of player development coaches on that team, and he's one of them, so... he's been around. I don't think I've formally met him.
Gotcha.
Maybe I have, and I just haven't put the name to the face. But by the time they're out there warming up, I'm already on air. I used to watch Draymond warm up all the time.
He's been practicing a lot of the corner threes, which I know has always been like a part of his routine. But he shot it early in that game yesterday, and I loved him taking it. He hit one early, and I feel like that does set him up for success. When he hits one, he feels so different.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt. The Saginaw Savage is back, baby. He's ready to go for Game 6. Let's get to these calls. 888-957-9570. Let's get to Tay in the city. Tay, what's happening?
Hello?
What's up, Tay?
What's good, Bonte?
What's up, baby?
My boy Tay, my boy Joe Shafsky. Hey, I just wanted to call about Rob Parker yesterday, Bonte, because he was getting on Steph line, and I ain't appreciate that because I go back and watch your show yesterday. I go back and watch it over when I can't get on, so I just didn't like how Rob was getting at Steph, like, oh, he's not the greatest shooter of all time. But how many times have Steph been in the playoff game over like 100 games? And they found 12 times the last 45 seconds of Steph Curry. It's so petty. They got to find the littlest stuff to downplay Steph. They went and found 12 times in the last 45 seconds, and Steph been in the playoffs for over 100 games.
Rob was one.
That's not a crazy fact.
Hey, Tay, Rob Parker was running material.
But
it's all good.
Who did he say? 'Cause I did not hear it.
He just said Curry wasn't the greatest shooter.
But he
of all
didn't
time.
definitively say who was.
He just said it wasn't. He said, how could he be the greatest shooter when he's 0 for 12 in the last 45 seconds?
Is that serious? I love you, Rob. I do. I really do love Rob Parker.
He's going to be up here in the Bay Area June 6th.
Oh,
and
nice.
he goes, you guys will have time on your hands. Well, if they come back in this Lakers series, we will not have time on our hands. They win this series. They're going to the finals.
But like these algorithms where you have to find like, most comebacks, and like we do this in football, right? Like you'll see like Matt Stafford. He has more come from behind victories in the fourth quarter than Tom Brady. And it's like, well, yeah, he played for the Detroit Lions for a lot of years. And so they were obviously behind, and Tom Brady played for the Patriots. So like these final minute stats, I'm not saying you throw them out the window, but there's some more context to just the raw data.
How many go-ahead shots has he hit? How many daggers has he hit?
How many fourth quarters has he sat because he had 3 amazing quarters?
The dagger could come with at the 6-minute mark, the 3-minute mark, whatever. I mean,
that's a good point. The dagger can come at different sequences. That's a great point.
I mean, he's killed so many teams in the third quarter alone to sit in the fourth quarter.
It's like Babe Ruth's not the greatest home run hitter because if you look at his 9th inning home runs.
Right. Well, let me ask every other team then out there.
Yeah,
hey, Lakers, LA Lakers. Steph Curry's 0 for 12 in the last 45 seconds. No need to guard number 30 because he's not going to hit the shot. Please. Steph Curry will love to shoot a wide open 3.
It's such a great point.
Wow.
Such a great point.
We'll love that. Rudy, Riverside. Rudy, what's happening?
What's up, man? What's up, fellas? I've called before.
What's up, Rudy?
SoCal fan.
I love the Rams championship colors you got on. You got a two-piece cap to the Warriors wearing blue and yellow rather. The Warriors got a one-game reprieve. Lakers were trying to win to end it, but we're going to end it in L.A. in front of Jack Nicholson and the fellas. But you got to tip your hat to Steph Curry. The one thing I don't like is not to play dirty. He's a little guy. The Lakers are missing a guy to knock a guy to the floor.
Oh, that's what you guys
need.
Damon
Green. Hey. He's the little guy.
Go ahead, keep talking.
No business going to the hole.
Go ahead, keep talking. Put a body on him.
What about your big guy that got a little boo-boo on the side of the head? What about the big guy?
Lakers. Soft-ass Lakers got 118 free throw attempts. They've more than doubled up the Warriors. Where are the Warriors at right now? They had 15 to 66. 118 to 66.
I thought you said 66 earlier.
118 to 66. And you're still crying about calls? You still want to knock somebody to the ground? You little softies.
For my Northern California sanity, Bonte, I absolutely need them to win this series because I cannot take another SoCal victory in my face in the playoffs. I can't take it. I can't take it.
You know what I can't take? Is you not believing in this team. That's what I can't.
Oh, I said I believe now.
Oh, no.
Sometimes you need a sign from God. There's always that inflection point in the movie. Like, for example, in Man of Steel.
Unbelievable.
In Man of Steel, when Clark Kent, a.k.a. Superman, goes in and he talks to the priest, and he said, sometimes you need to take a leap of faith. Okay. Sometimes you can't see it. You got to take a leap of faith.
Sneak in that corny-ass comic book character, Superman.
And then Superman goes out and he beats Doomsday.
Steiny said something when they were coming in for their show. Steiny's like, I don't know how real fans deal with the playoffs, man. Like, don't you just want it to end? Can you handle the tension? I'm like, I live for this. I love this. Playoff pressure, facing elimination. This is what I grew up. I love these games.
Do you not get anxiety at all?
No, I don't.
See, I get a major anxiety.
No,
I love the anxiety.
I like get the butterflies in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
the anxiety.
Oh boy. It's not anxiety though. I'm relishing it. Oh. I love close baskets. Like, you grew up watching this stuff, man. Like, I loved it.
Well, I'm not saying you don't love
games,
it, but
elimination games,
the uneasiness of it is part of the great and horrible part of it.
No, you were freaking out after game 1 against Sacramento. He was talking about you.
They went 7.
That's exactly what Matt Steinmetz was talking about. He's talking about you.
Yeah, well, they went 7. I think more people more resemble my anxiety level.
I don't know about that.
Watching than not.
I don't know.
No one's like sitting there like, well, I'm going to enjoy a little whiskey and. We'll let the chips fall where they may.
I think some people do, but when it's 5 minutes, you're like, okay, we got a close game. Let's go. You stand up. It's like, all right, let's go.
Yeah,
baby.
I'm doing that from the beginning of the game.
We're locked in.
Yeah.
I love it. Win or lose, man. This is what it's about. This is what sports is all about. This is fun. Lakers, LeBron, Steph, Warriors, down 3-1. This is great.
Isn't part of the, beauty of winning and losing not knowing? And being on the edge of your seat. Like I'm saying, the beauty of it is like the sweating through it.
Yeah, I guess.
At least for me.
This is fun. By the way, the Splash Brothers have not shot well in L.A. Klay Thompson, 22 points a game, 32% from the three-point line. Steph Curry in L.A. so far in the series, 24%. 24%.
Really?
Actually, you know what? I'm lying. This is sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say 24% in.
I'm looking at something else. This was in OKC going into OKC game 6.
Gotcha.
They were ice cold. In LA, Steph Curry, what did he go? 3 for 14 in game 4. Game 3 was an aberration. Nobody shot well at all. Klay Thompson, what was he? 3 for 9 in game 4. He didn't shoot well in game 3, so my mistake. But they're shooting very poorly in LA in this series.
Again, watching the game the other night in crypto, I do now start to okay, there is something a little different, whether it's the lights, I don't know, depth perception, randomness, their length, something. They're not shooting well in the series. And boy, we need that to reverse if they're going to win both of these games.
They're not at all. Let me see. Game 3, 120. Let's get to Jeff in Oakland. Oakland, what's happening?
Well, if you look at the stats, 118 to 66, that bears out the stats of the regular season. And what that proves that the Warriors have 3 out of 5 starters who are afraid to penetrate. I mean, Looney will be 8 feet from the basket, and he'd be looking around like, who do I pass this to? Can you imagine LeBron ever doing that? Meanwhile, probably had 2 dunks in 2 years. And, Draymond, he scores, 18 points 1 game in a year. I mean, these guys are afraid to go to the rim.
Can I ask you a question? What are you going to do the rest of your day, Laker fan?
I'm not a Laker fan. I'm a Warrior fan. It's sort of sad
that they're afraid to go to the rim. I mean, if they weren't afraid to go to the rim, they'd be blowing them out. But that's the sad truth of the situation. I don't know what Kerr's thinking about, but.
Well, Kerr's not the one dribbling. What is it?
That was a weird way to end the show.
Very
but
odd.
You know what? Very appropriate for that last hour. Klay Thompson, 6 of 18 in L.A. On 3, 6 of 18. Stephen Curry was just 7 of 24 down in L.A. from the three-point line. So you need those guys. You need those guys to step up here.
32-something%. Wow, not good. Yeah.
Not good. They haven't been good in this series on the road.
Not good at all.
But a lot of streaks are on the line. 19-0 against Western Conference team Steve Kerr. They've won a road game in 28 straight series. Something's got to give, and I'm here for it. Game 6 is going to be a lot of fun. If you're not jacked up about this, Game 6, L.A., face of elimination, Friday night.
And then you get the short turn. If you can win, if you get the short turnaround to Sunday morning or whatever, 12:30, I think it favors the Warriors. I think it does.
Final thoughts. Let's go.
My Xfinity final thoughts are this. It's very simple. Draymond was unbelievable on both ends yesterday, and they need him not to replicate 20 points, but to be aggressive and assertive early and often and decisive and play with that decisiveness on the offensive end because it absolutely, to Bonte's point all week, fuels his defense and he's even better. So Draymond Green to me is the key. If we're looking at one key of forcing a Game 7, I'm going to Draymond Green. He's got to be more like he was in Game 5, in Game 6, and they'll be sitting pretty.
Craig Mack, what you got? What you got? Final thought.
Final thoughts for me was at the end of the day, I thought GP2 just came and brought everything. I mean, you saw a little guy like that jumping up. He was after every rebound. You bring me that kind of intensity into Game 6, they'll definitely come back home for Game 7.
All right, Loveman, what you got? What you got?
Yeah, and I'm gonna play off what Shasky said about Draymond. I love what he was bringing last night. We saw the Saginaw Savage. He was talking that trash early. If Draymond played like that every game, Warriors will run the table the rest of these playoffs. I need to see more of last night's Draymond.
No doubt about that. More Draymond and more Andrew Wiggins. He is the key. He has to be your second best player. They want to get past the Lakers and make a deep playoff run. Andrew Wiggins and Steph Curry, nice little two-man game. Andrew Wiggins, solid night. Now bring it down to L.A. And yes, I believe they could go down there and win in an epic Game 6, but it's going to be a lot of adversity down there at Crypto.com Arena, so you can't freak out, folks. Can't freak out about the free throws. Don't freak out about the fouls. Just go down there and win a freaking game. Just win one game and make sure we're not working on Mother's Day. All right, last one from the 4-5. The Warriors went to the rim every single time they lured Anthony Davis out of the paint and will continue to do so. Did a great job with Anthony Davis and navigating him and LeBron James. All right, that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation Chingy network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. What a show. That's it. We got to go. It's Tiny Guru. They're going to talk about Game 5. Do we get ready for game number 6? This is so special. This is so
Thank God they won last night.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God for a lot of people Saturday. Would have been a great show. When they lose, the shows tend to be a bit better. Anyway.
A little more fireworks?
A little more dramatic. All right, that's it for us, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, go ahead, Goo. How you feeling? How you feeling? I haven't really had a chance to talk to you before the show. I was doing some TV.
Yeah, I saw you look good. Robert Redford. I feel a lot better than yesterday, Steiny, and that's what it's about, Jack. My voice a little hurt from the speech, but the Warriors are 1-0 since the speech. But
right, so, my speech. I gave a speech yesterday, too.
Well, how about our speech?
And we executed, baby.
And I'll tell you who heard it. Draymond Green. That was the Draymond we've been looking for.
Might have been Tom Izzo, not you.
Yeah, but anyway,
maybe.
Shout out Izzo. H to the Izzo. Draymond Green was phenomenal. He set the tone. And it wasn't just Steph Curry. We talked about they needed help. They got help. But Steiny, this is what I'm praying for. Shout out to the mothers. R.I.P. to mine, Daisy Mae Johnson up in the clouds. I want Game 7 Mother's Day. But to do
what Warrior fan wouldn't?
Yeah, to do that, they got to take care of business tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the refs.
What are you talking about? The Warriors.
The whistle, though.
Okay, let me go down to my talking points. 1, 2, 3. This is 9.
No.
Talking point 9. Any talk about officiating this series has been outsized. The referees have not been an issue in this series. Well, this series has nothing to do with the officials. Nothing at all. And I get it. It's the playoff.
You've been hearing that.
Yeah. Well, I don't like to make fun about the ref. That's my father's livelihood.
Yeah. Shut up, Pops.
So you're taking a shot at my family, essentially, when you denigrate officials and you question integrity.
Well,
don't do that.
And I met your parents, so
exactly.
That's my uncle.
Have you ever heard me say anything remotely negative about Norm?
Never.
Exactly.
He liked you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Text me, saw you on TV.
Did he?
Yeah, that sign you had was awesome. Me and Evan were watching.
Oh, yeah, it's real sophisticated. You put a big piece of cardboard up. You have to put a rolled up tissue on the one side. It's sitting on top of a chair. You have to put a tissue on the bottom of it so it's even. Evan knows.
Now, I did one critique. I said he's doing something with his lips before he's about to talk, but then you stopped it.
Well, we also did notice that your title said 95.7, the game host, not Steiny and Guru.
I know.
I'll talk to my graphics person over there. So, Warriors get the much-needed win. Now we'll find out about Anthony Davis. Got elbowed in the eye or the temple, and whether he's crushed. And I think that is that is awful. Why is he getting crushed?
Because of the possibility of not being there tomorrow, which I think he's going to play. And by all accounts, the Lakers, Darvin Ham, right after the game, forget we lost. AD's okay. He's doing better. But, he's got this reputation of about not being the toughest. I'm not saying he took a blow.
If he doesn't play tomorrow,
there's no doubt
it's because of a concussion.
Yeah.
That doesn't even count. That's not... I think that would be a real D move if people are like, oh, soft. Look, he had a concussion. Come on, man.
He'll be out there.
That ain't right.
Yeah.
That
He'll
ain't
win,
right. Yeah, much needed win. It's funny. We were talking about this game all day yesterday, and it was clear that the Warriors were big favorites. I think 7.5.
Covered too.
And the Lakers obviously have some games to play with, and this was the one we all kind of assumed that the Warriors, if they had anything left, they were gonna make it happen, and they did. The question I have though is just getting a sense, and I got my finger on the pulse, and I can smell what Dub Nation's cooking, and I feel like they just did what they had to.
No, right.
They're still down in this series.
But who are you
They're
telling
still
that you don't feel like Dub Nation?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Oh, no, Stein.
I think most of Dub Nation thinks they're going to do this. Don't you? No. I think at least half of Dub Nation thinks the Warriors will win this series. I think the fans, for the most part, they think the Warriors are going to pull this off. It's who they are, and
okay.
Maybe any other team, any other year, any other franchise that hasn't won 4 titles, I'd be like, come on, man. But
they've been here. They were just here last year in the finals.
Drew down. 2-1. We are winning, Steiny.
And people feel that, and forget the fans because we love them, but the players are probably going to feel that way. And if we go back to Game 5 in L.A., Steiny, Curry makes a bucket or a couple things happen, woulda, coulda, shoulda. That could have been a game they get. So now
they don't win close games, though. That's if the Warriors are in a close game, they're at a disadvantage this year, remember? Because they don't execute. down the stretch.
Well, they have.
They have it.
But
Right,
now
right.
you get another opportunity
Right,
tomorrow. We
right.
got Bob Myers today at 1
Right.
p.m., the executive show. But 3-2, I'm ready to go. But, Steiny, it's not just Draymond Green. I got to go back to him. It's not just the points. He controlled that paint. It was almost like I'm being real. Ray Lewis, you could feel every fiber in that man's body he was in attack mode.
Yep.
And then after the game, he's going to tell anybody that would listen to media, I told, I forget the ref's name, I'll tee me up like y'all ain't turning me down. And that's what they need. Don't pick AD up when he falls down.
I need you in here tomorrow.
Right.
I need you in here tomorrow, and this has all the makings
happy.
of a laryngitis situation.
Now, I've never had that.
Well,
can I call somebody
you better
out?
be careful.
This is one of our followers, David Ochoa.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
Sure.
really Matt Steinmetz because I got that this morning.
Okay.
Please, Guru, don't come to work and have another meltdown on the radio.
Exactly.
It's embarrassing and too much flip-flopping.
The O.
I responded, don't let
I love the O,
Steinmetz wear on you.
What's his first name?
Jesus, Goo.
Go Doves, baby.
Ochoa is his last name.
What?
Justin?
No, good Lord.
Oh my gosh, you are lost this morning. You are. This is.
But I'm fighting for my life, David.
David O. David O.
Well, and I'll just tell David, yesterday I was nervous, and I was nervous because it was 3-1, and what Warrior team would we get? I was totally wrong. But I saw you and Tim Roy. No, it was a good conversation. Steiny, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be like, "Goo, give me."
This is going to be the whole.
Skinny
This is
Bob.
going to be the whole show today. Watch.
I'm showing everybody.
I'll talk.
Okay,
That's me. I talk to Skinny Bob.
You and Tim Roy, who I both follow, talked about. Is the pressure really on the Warriors or on the Lakers?
Who cares? Doesn't matter.
You don't want to get on a bird coming back to the Yay for Game 7 Mother's Day.
No, you
Lakers,
don't.
and they know that.
Of course you don't.
But there's pressure in the
Pressure on who?
The Lakers
and the Warriors. Yeah. Like, this is the biggest crock of crap I've ever heard. Like, what does this mean? This is going to be the whole show today. What does this mean? Tell you what, Warriors win Game 5, which they did. Yeah. Pressure's going to be on the Lakers.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing for the Warriors. That's a good thing for the Lakers. Any professional athlete worth their salt responds to pressure. Pressure. Don't tell me why do the Warriors have no pressure? They lose, they're eliminated. It's the most inane thing I've heard. Now, I'm not saying pressure doesn't exist. There's a subtle difference here. I think pressure exists, and I think great ones feed off it. They feed off it.
How about the others?
Pressure.
How about the others?
They're at home. The role players are at home.
No doubt.
If the Lakers lose this game, I don't think it's going to be because the pressure.
Now, what
if they lose Game 6 and then come back and win Game 7?
Which is a possibility.
Thank you.
But, Matt, being up 3-1, the fact that they didn't take care if they were to lose tomorrow night.
That's an automatic.
Like
this is what I'm talking about. That's an automatic loss last night for the Lakers. We know that. No. We knew that. Now, what we didn't know, again, because we don't know anything, again, another game where everybody thinks they know, but they don't know. Yeah, we thought AD and LeBron would cruise a little bit. Instead, they end up carrying them for a half and keeping them in the game.
No doubt.
I may be annoying to listen to, Blue Pogo, but I make sense a lot of time. Okay, Steiny, there's more pressure on the Lakers Friday. Good. So what? Good. That's not a bad thing.
Right.
That's advantageous. Period.
Everything you're saying is correct before the tip, but the result. But what about after the result?
Well, let's see what the result
Lakers
is.
Take care of business. Okay, gotcha.
Right, and then so what did let's do that first.
Okay,
Lakers win tomorrow, 110-100. What?
Nobody would be surprised.
Why? The pressure's all on the Lakers. That clearly means that people interpret that as they're gonna get tight.
Right.
They're gonna lose if it's close.
No, but they could answer the bell and win that 110-100, and that would be conventional
And then we
wisdom.
spent 2 days talking about, Lakers are feeling pressure. Lakers are feeling pressure. And we're gonna say, what'd they do? They responded to pressure, like a lot of pro teams do. I'm just not buying into that. The Lakers, this perception they're under pressure more than the Warriors. It's irrelevant.
Well, that was the case for me last
It's
night.
irrelevant.
I thought the Lakers had one to play with. And to the Warriors' credit,
No kidding.
they handled their business.
I'm not listen. And here's the other thing: if the Warriors go in there and beat the Lakers tomorrow, it's not. Lakers felt pressure. Oh, they felt pressure. They felt pressure. Come on, Steph Curry feels. You think Steph Curry's going to go into tomorrow's game not feeling pressure?
Oh, no doubt.
Thank you.
Right.
You think Draymond Green's going in? You think Klay Thompson's going to be feeling pressure tomorrow?
I got you.
I think so. I think
pressure
so.
Makes diamonds from the 415.
So,
but a good team wins, Steiny.
That's right. Better team's going to win tomorrow.
They ran and ran and ran. They were running at the Lakers, and it's just amazing from game to game how I just felt like last night the Warriors controlled the pace, Steiny, and they were like, we're going to run their asses in the ground, and we're going to try to. And then I just put Game 5 on, and it wasn't like that. You know, things different. I know each game is its own entity, but damn, if they can take that formula from last night into tomorrow night, it's at the Crypt.
This is the game they lose tomorrow
on the road
in the regular season. So they're going to have to do something differently.
Doubt, man.
It's funny. People. So I'm negative. Let me get this straight. Steph, I get it, Michael Allen, Steph Curry. Steph even said the pressure's on the Lakers. I'm not saying the Lakers don't have pressure. I'm not saying the Warriors don't have pressure. But what I'm saying is, how many times have we seen people respond to pressure? Yeah. And if the pressure's on the Lakers, the pressure's on the Lakers. I think that works in favor of great players and certain players and competitors and all that kind of stuff.
Andrew Wiggins, Steiny, we got to mention him.
Yeah, let's see what he does tomorrow.
No doubt. But we got to react to last night. 18 to 20. I remember I told you guys 18 to 25 shots. He was 10 to 18, but he was aggressive. But Draymond and Gary Payton II, the hand movements, the knocking balls out of guys' mitts, that's what they got to bottle up and take with them, man.
Can they do it?
That's the question.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors do what they have to do. They did what they had to do last night. They beat the Lakers. They make it 3-2, Game 6 in L.A.
Man, epic. No matter what
Tomorrow
happens,
night.
Donnie, we may have 2 epic games. Hopefully we have tomorrow night will be epic because it could be the end of the
let's focus on that.
And then Game 7 Mother's Day.
Well,
which will not be at 12:30 in the afternoon. I got
it's already locked in, Goo.
Is it locked?
Yeah, you know what?
I thought we checked.
That's one. Yeah, I checked with John Dickinson.
You didn't share that. You didn't share what you got back.
I respect that.
Evan, did you hear me say JD says 12:30? It's locked in for Sunday?
I did.
Oh,
thank you.
But the schedule still says TBD.
Yeah, well, John Dickinson is the schedule.
Right.
It's a fact. You get it?
But you didn't. Yeah, you went onto your TV hit. I didn't hear that.
By the way,
Steiny 1, Guru 0, Drew down.
Yeah, at least.
Please.
So,
Right.
if you're on the YouTube,
oh, man.
you got to check this out.
Show 'em.
If you're a P1, if you've been listening a lot, you know that we've got a special guest that's recently joined the show.
Yes.
Skinny Bob.
Man.
Okay? Skinny Bob. And Skinny Bob has been talking about golf balls.
Yes, he has.
And that he's got a little stash. Skinny Bob.
Get this.
Has just sent Guru and myself.
Yeah, baby.
I would say a box, and I have it on my desk.
I'm going 300, Steiny.
I was thinking at least 200. At least 200 golf balls.
I got one in my hand.
And I got to tell you something. They're good golf balls.
Right.
They're clean. They have been used, but there's no doubt Skinny Bob has cleaned these golf balls.
Yeah.
So because I'm conscientious and I think of others, I took about a third of them. I took about a third.
Yep.
He probably took about 80. And so I gave Guru some.
Yeah.
Shasky didn't want any. Just
Did
make
he
sure.
turn them down?
He's too good. Yeah,
That is wild.
He didn't want to go through them and
He's
just
a snob.
and
a
just look
golf
for the
snob.
and just look for the Pro
Dibs will
V1s.
take some.
Well, my hope is that people take the rest of them so that Dibs doesn't get any.
Well, Dibs has got my gin.
Just kidding.
That somehow I left.
Who did take that gin, by the way?
It was Dibs.
Sausalito Liquor Company, starting up in the summer, sent us 3 bottles, rye whiskey, and gin. I gave the gin to Guru.
I need it for
It was
tomorrow
the day
night.
It was the day he left here early with
To
some
tend to the
situation.
missus. Yep.
And the big crane, the big swoop, Dan Dibley came in and gobbled that gin right
Well, he's
up.
got a little one, so he needs it. Yeah, he needs it more.
Anyway,
than I do.
Dibs and Willard, you can split the rest of these golf balls. There's still at least 50 in there, I would think, right?
Yep.
Let's go to OG Fillmore.
This new.
Oh
The
boy,
Fillmore.
we may have a
Vontae's
fight.
hometown.
OG Fillmore. Hey, OG Fillmore, what's up, man?
That's good. How y'all doing, man?
What's up, baby?
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, the pressure is on the LA Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
When we beat them in the 7-game series, I want y'all to find Kendrick Perkins and tell him to get off our line because he don't got no game. He didn't have no game. And he definitely ain't got no analyst game. So, y'all get on his line for me. Moody is the man. You know what I'm saying? And Looney had a pick from Anthony AD.
Yep.
That really was talented in that game. And man, they just let it out. It was a beautiful game. And you know what I'm saying? Wiggins, man, he showed out, man. We put him on the block, man. And who is Lonnie who? Lonnie who?
Okay, that's enough. Get out. Get him off,
Walker
OG Phil. No, we're not into disrespecting. We're into encouraging, promoting. Although I let him rip Perkins for a while, and we don't talk about Lonnie Walker
Lonnie was
in a
2 of
negative
6,
way.
28 minutes.
Lonnie Walker's already done his job. If Lonnie Walker goes 0 for 14 the rest of this series, he already did his job. He won the Lakers a game.
Tomorrow, I know it's about last night, Rob.
I know you're going to look ahead, aren't you?
How can you not?
Because you can just enjoy this one.
Yeah.
It was one they had to have.
And they came out like gangbusters. I mean, got an early lead, and Lakers came back. I was like, But, man, I mean, they played with such force. Oh, Guru, come on, it's not Star Wars. Green was everywhere. Looney, Wiggins, Gary Payton II. 27 minutes, Steiny, 4 or 5 from the field, but it's not
Is this
just
the same guy I
offense.
worked with yesterday?
But
we're not going to do this again. But boy, yesterday was just. I want my power forward to make a layup. Is that too much to ask? Draymond. Well, now it's like Steiny. They were beautiful. Steiny. They played with force. They were
Can I tell you what I
unbelievable.
really want to just give to you about that real quick? You ever make love?
No.
And sometimes it's better than others?
No.
That's what yesterday was. I was down. It was 3-1. They win. Now I put on my bridges this morning coming in feeling like I can see the end. Win tomorrow. Steiny, I know you hate this, but you're not a fan. You played. I
can
just
be
feel
a
like
fan.
the Lakers know now.
What do they
we
know?
gotta take care of business.
Which they knew before the game last night because they knew winning last night was going to be tough.
You know what I'm doing?
The
And
Golden
a lot-
State Warriors,
Okay,
here you go,
ahead.
you ready?
Yeah.
You'll like this.
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors are the defending champions. They're not going down at home. They're not. They ain't.
Well,
in a game 5.
Okay.
They're not
Right.
going out like
Right.
that.
But there was a
So there you go.
2% chance they could have won that game last
There's a what?
night. The Lakers.
How much?
They could have came in playing free.
What percent?
2%.
Okay.
So it didn't happen.
Right.
But now I feel just my
Nobody
math
thought
is
it was
fair.
gonna happen.
Steiny, I feel like from
Feel
a
real.
Warrior standpoint, tomorrow's game is worth 2.
No,
if
it's
you
worth
can get
1.
it to a 7
Everything you
game
say,
at
I'm
home,
disagreeing with.
And
Right.
now you pay LeBron
Let me guess.
back from
Let me
16.
guess. Let me guess. They won last night. Steiny, let me guess. If the Lakers win tomorrow, if the Warriors win tomorrow.
Go ahead.
Well, honestly, why even play game 7? Seriously, it's over at that point, right, Goo? Because there's no
You know
way.
I know
For
it's
example,
not, but-
the Warriors lose 2 in sack. They win 2 at home.
Okay.
Oh. Then the Warriors go win in sack.
Okay.
Oh, well, the series is over, isn't
Go
it?
ahead.
The series was over, game 6
Go ahead.
in
You got me.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
The Warriors took care of business last night.
But it feels good as a fan.
Of course,
to think
it
like
must.
Like,
I
you
can only
can't rob
imagine.
me of that.
I can only
Okay,
imagine.
Yeah. But I'm scared as hell about tomorrow. But last night, kudos for the Warriors for showing some backbone, man.
Chris A., if Steiny was a good teammate, he'd carry the show today. Goose hurting. Playing hurt.
How am I hurt?
Yeah, he
I'm
is.
excited.
Well, your voice. Your voice is
Some
awful.
said Steiny and Mock Rivers did.
Skinny Bob, thank you so much.
God, I'm going to hit something today. Well,
what are you talking about?
The weekend. I'm excited, Steiny. Help me out.
You play with these balls. There's a cut for you.
Don't go to the...
No. You get balls at the range. These are good balls.
These were the ones I hit. I was like, I kind of don't. They got different colors. Yeah. So I still get the bucket at the range.
Yes.
You don't use these balls.
You only use those balls to play around. You don't take those to the driving range because you hit them one time.
Like there's one fluorescent orange one. I said, I like this one. All right. Yeah.
Sammy G. Trophy T. Steiny, what are you doing? Tempering everybody's enthusiasm a touch while recognizing they won a game they had to win.
So you feel like Dub Nation as a whole, not just me, is feeling all of us like ultra confident?
Well, I feel like they still got, we still have work to do.
No, that big work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so I don't want to jump to Sunday. Like I think that's I wouldn't
do that.
You kind of already have.
I just said tomorrow is going to be epic.
Right. But then you said, and Sunday's going to be unbelievable on Mother's Day. Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be.
Imagine?
What time do I play golf on Sunday?
Well, you better cancel that if there's a Game 7.
Don't tell me what to cancel.
I'm going to tell you.
What not.
And look at this. This is how you know.
Thank you, Pefita, one game at a time. You're
Call
the man.
me Maria, Steiny.
What does that mean?
The calendar was Mother's Day, Father's Day at 16 when they lost to Bron in Game 7. And somehow the Warriors could get it to Game 7 here. They would win it on Mother's Day.
You know what I think of, and I guess this is the difference between you. This is the difference between you and I. When I think of Mother's Day, I think of the We Believe season when the Warriors on a Friday night beat the Utah Jazz when Baron Davis dunked over Kirilenko, and everybody was sure we were going to even the series at 2-2 on Mother's Day. Yeah. And they lost on Mother's Day, and it was 3-1.
Petrus missed
and that series was,
By the way, that
that's
dunk
not the game.
16 years ago.
That was game 2 that Petrus missed the free throws in Salt Lake City. I'm talking about game 4. After Kirilenko dunked on a Friday, after Baron dunked on Kirilenko. Gotcha. That made the series 2-1 Utah.
Okay, all right.
They came back on Mother's Day. I was watching it with my mom. She was out here.
Mary.
And the Warriors, they got beat. They got beat by like 10 that night. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. I do this for you, Dub Nation. For you. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We can do this tomorrow. We can. But let's talk about last night. Golden State Warriors did what they had to do. All right. Quest for 5 is brought to you by Alameda PD. It's now offering $75,000 in hiring incentives. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. We also have the executive show today. Bob Myers, president and general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He's joining us at 1 o'clock. Bob Myers. He's pretty much of a bigwig. Mm-hmm. I don't see it, Bob.
they're laughing about. I think I do too, but what are you laughing about? You know what they're laughing at. I'm laughing at Chuck. I know what they're laughing at. You understand? Shaq is over there crumbling up paper. That's why I was laughing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's what I think it is. It's totally uncool.
That's what it is.
They're laughing at Anthony Davis from last night.
Yeah, it's not
that's from last night. Yeah, it's not cool.
And Chuck got his chair like he was in a wheelchair with rolling.
I actually don't think that's cool. I think a concussion is something different.
That's why I like you.
It ain't right.
Yeah. And Eddie Jones, the great Eddie Johnson from Phoenix, the play-by-play guy, former Phoenix Sun player, and the OG Olden Polynice, they're having a tweet on Twitter about, how tough AD is.
Olden Polynice?
Yeah. He says, I'm beholden to nobody. I speak the truth. I'm a Laker fan. AD is brittle. And the guys and centers I went through would have never left that game. And then Eddie Johnson going back. JT the Brick jumped in it. I stay off of the internet.
Alnetta Harrison, that's what Steph said, Steiny, who actually plays basketball. What did Steph say that I contradicted? Alnetta Harrison. A couple things here. Somebody finally broke through the 510.
That's the guy.
He finally got it. You all been schnookered for about 9 years.
What's going on?
Matthew Steinmetz is the biggest closet Warrior fan. He tries to hide it, but sometimes he slips up and his happiness seeps out.
Look at you.
Reminds me of when, people don't remember that Joe Lacob last year against the Hawks said, we're going to make you a fan. We're going to get you to be a fan by the time this is all over.
Damn. And the $100 you gave me,
we're not even talking about that right now.
What's not? Yeah.
And I know.
That is gone. Yeah. That's right. You don't need to talk about it.
By the way, every once in a while, we do this show, and you realize how cool it is. And I got to do it again. Skinny Bob,
I love you.
Our guy Skinny Bob has sent Guru and I would say, at least 200 to 250 golf balls.
Oh, hell no.
Skinny Bob's been a caller the last 2 weeks. We've gotten a big kick out of him. He says, all he wants to do, he's 78, is bring joy to people.
That's wow.
So he sent us 250 golf balls. While we're at it, I received a package 3 days ago in the mail. This is unbelievable. I'm going to hold it up to the... this is a book about Pete Carrill, the late Princeton basketball coach, who, if people listen, they know I knew him and went to his camps when I was a kid. Matt, I'm a big fan of your and Guru radio show. Thought you would enjoy this read. Best, Narendra Rosharol. I hope I'm saying that right. Narendra Rosharol.
That's awesome. There's some great people out there.
Just acts of kindness. Thank you so much.
And that book that wasn't free. She spent some money on that.
Usually you can find out what the price is on the book, right? No, it's a nice book, so thank you so much. God.
Now, when will you crack it open, Stoney? Or
I'll page through it. I've already paged through it.
Now, what's that mean?
I've looked at the pictures. There's some great old photos. Great old photos.
It ain't a comic book, Stoney.
Let me tell you something about Pete Carrill that not everybody knows. You might not know this. They worked with Dibs. No, Pete Carrill is known for the Princeton offense, passing, movement, like the Warriors. He basically invented the Warriors offense. I know some people who played with him. He played at Lafayette College way back in the day. You know what I heard? He was a gunner. Pete Carrill.
JJ Redick.
All he did was shoot.
Wow.
Like, he wasn't anything close as a player as he was the coach. Let's get to some Warrior basketball.
Yeah.
All right. Warriors, Warrior fans, if we're going to pull this off, this comeback like we did in 16 against OKC, we got to stay under control today. Today, we've got to stay under control because what we did last night, that's just, as John Dickinson would say, the price of admission. Now we got to go to work. So I want to make sure we're not celebrating yet. That's all good.
No, you celebrating staying alive. Shout out John Travolta. But I'll tell you what, didn't you see the emphasis on pushing the rock? they were put, and before AD went out, Steiny, the Lakers were down double figures.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it's hard. The venue changes, but last night that was the first game in this series, and I'm including game 2, to where I felt like AD or any Laker in the paint could be stopped. And that's what we saw. Shout out Draymond Green. I think he set the tone. Wiggins. And Draymond got 2 early fouls. I panicked. Like, here we go again. But he would not be detoured. He would not be stopped.
Right.
And I think GP2 jumped in. Wiggins, Thompson, Curry didn't have the best shooting nights from deep, but they still overcame.
Yeah, and that's never been the problem. Them putting together a game here and a game there. It hasn't been the issue with the Warriors since the start of the season. The issue is you better play 2 more good games. And they have not played 3 good games in a row. Actually, that's not true. I'll give them game 3, 4, and 5 against the Kings.
Well, they had won 5 in a row without Steph. Remember
when
the December.
That home? When they had 8 straight home games?
Yeah, they
won
the
5 in a row?
Yeah.
Then they lost 3 in a row? Sorry. Right. They play. I'll tell you what. They play like they played in those 5 games in December when they beat the Spurs and the Pistons. No, they didn't beat the Pistons.
Hawks.
Then they're losing tomorrow. They need to play a lot better.
Well, that ain't this, but they have strung something together.
Let's go to Dan in San Francisco. Hey, Dan, how's it going, man?
Going good, man. How you doing?
Oh, doing well, man. Doing well. Trying to stay even keel. You know, a lot of the kids nowadays, Dan, especially these kid fans, they get too high and too low. You got to remain even keel.
Gotcha. It's only right.
Yep.
Well, I just want to say I'm a Laker fan, so I want to throw that out there. Draymond Green stepped up like he needed to.
Yeah.
That's just course. Just know if Austin Reeves just has that one game, it's going to be 1, 2, 3 Cancun for the Warriors. I tell you that.
There it is. That's Dan. He's a Laker fan in the city.
1, 2, 3 Cancun.
Oh, what's this, number 2 today? 2. Come on, Guru. You can't shout out John Travolta for a song that was done by the Bee Gees. That's 2.
It was in Saturday Night Fever, which is the movie he was in.
He was in the movie.
People knew what I meant.
That's 2.
He was in the movie, yeah.
So,
connect the dots, people.
I actually liked it. I liked that show. Was it Wilbon and Kornheiser where at the end they came in and they made the corrections?
PTI.
A PTI, yeah. We should
Errors
have
and omissions.
We should have. You know what? Instead of having somebody do that, I'll just do it. I'll just correct
and I'll
people.
do it too. They got my opinion.
You were wrong a couple times yesterday, Stein. You better be careful.
Don't tell him, man.
Yeah, that's right. I was. But see, this is the kind of call I'm taking. This is the kind of call. Bud's in Oakland. Warriors still have work to do.
That ain't true.
What's good?
Bud.
First off, I'm tired of these out-of-the-work Laker fans. Stop lying. You guys are LeBron fans who follow him to every team he plays on, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of LeBron fans that never liked the Lakers when Kobe was there. May he rest in peace. So just stop with all of these, I'm a Laker fan, Cut it out. Guru, with all due respect,
talk to me.
My big payback reference had nothing to do with you. I know you wanted to take the credit, but I didn't hear you explain any of that on the show.
3.
It's that segment, and I'm an old school fool myself, so I know a little bit of something about it. Pertaining to the Warriors, they did their job like they were supposed to do, or else they wouldn't have another job to do. They'd have been at home. Let's take it for what it is, one game at a time, relax, take care of the ball, go down to L.A., do what we know how to do, and we know how to win the game on the road. We know how to win when our back is up against the wall. So let's not get carried away. We know what Sunday can hold, but we can't look at Sunday right now. All we can do is look at Friday night, and everybody needs to go ahead and get geared up, find them somewhere to be. For those of you that can make it down to L.A. and go show out, man, go show out. If you can go to L.A., even if you're going to stand out in the parking lot and watch the game on the big Jumbotron, man, show out and scream to the top of your lungs and let them know that the Bay Area is real. You know what I mean? So, keep calm, keep collective, and take care of the ball. And Draymond come out with that same intensity.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to try to blame it on the AD, but thanks for taking it.
Yes, sir, Bud.
Let's go.
I like Bud's demeanor.
And I like you, but you better hit the subtract button.
That's 3.
I said Staying Alive, John Travolta.
Right.
The movie was Staying Alive, which he was in. So there's a smart
movie was
asses
Saturday
out there.
Night Fever.
The reference, Count the Bucket.
The movie was Saturday Night Fever.
He also was in that, but he was in the movie Staying Alive. I'm looking at it. Staying Alive, 1983, dance musical. John Travolta, Cynthia Rhodes, Finola Hughes. 1983, Count the Bucket.
Nope.
He was in there.
He didn't sing the song.
I didn't say he sung the song. I said John Travolta, Staying Alive.
Staying Alive? Staying Alive?
No, I didn't
That's
do
the
Staying
song.
Alive.
It's been done by the Bee Gees.
Dude,
this is when, you know what? You are, everybody loves 99% of you. This is when people don't like you.
Staying
when you
Alive
don't fess
was
up.
a movie that he was in.
But you
And he did
got to
the dance
acknowledge
move.
mistakes.
No, that's a bucket. Count it.
You're both right.
Yeah, I know I'm right.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah. I didn't say he sung it. I said shout out Travolta.
Wrong.
Count the bucket.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Diaper. He did both. Yeah.
That's
I'm in one.
Well, that was only 2.
I'm in one.
Then 3 was Guru taking the payback, big payback from Bud.
I want to.
Why don't you just acknowledge that you heard it from somewhere else?
Yeah.
What's
going on here?
Shut up,
Steiny
Fitz.
Guru's right. Let up, man.
Shut up, whoever said that, too. Where's the, somebody said something about,
Draymond. That's what today
go ahead.
is about.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Go overpraise,
okay.
overpraise every player for the next 6 minutes while I look something up.
I'm being
like
so real with you,
Yeah, I know.
Steiny.
Let me guess. He's back. They're gonna win by 20 Sunday. And Draymond, he's a beast. Sag nasty. And Izzo was in the house. And Steiny, did you see what he did? Did you? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know why Izzo had nothing to do
it.
with it to me. Evan pointed that out. But, dude, he was ferocious.
Played a good game.
Yeah, no, and we need another one of those. The rest of the series, if it goes 7, man. I just loved his energy, his mentals. You felt it.
Yeah. Now do it again.
Okay,
and again.
That's for tomorrow's show. Yeah.
That was a 2. Oh, they like my impression of you. Oh, God. See, now this is where you're losing me, Dub Nation. I want to love you. I want to embrace you. I want to be you. But there's a guy from San Jose. His name is Joe. He's on hold.
Okay.
You know what he wants to talk about? And I'm not going to do it. Game 6 Clay. No. Sorry.
That's tomorrow?
Sorry.
Tomorrow's show?
Joe, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's a thing, though, Steiny.
No, it isn't. He was terrible in Game 6 against the Kings. He was a no-show in Game 6.
I'm going to give you this. They were down 3-1, though.
So what?
Yeah.
We're down. Oh, so
it only counts
one
when your backs
game
are against the wall.
Wait, so he had one good Game 6 7 years ago. I would have thought he had a lot of good Game 6s. Yeah. Let's go to Eric in San Ramon. They need a guy. The guy can't make a shot, and you want a Game 6 Clay? How about just a solid Clay? Solid.
He was fighting.
What's up, Eric?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
How's that podcast coming along?
For you?
Which one?
You got about 4.
The one with John Dickinson?
All right. Well, you guys have a built-in audience, so you guys should think about it. But what I wanted to talk to you about
is there money in that?
I have no confidence.
How much money? If Guru and I started freelancing a podcast,
if we got enough hits,
how much money do you think we could make?
1,000.
I'm in.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I'm in.
All right, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah.
Get Eric's number, please.
Yeah, no doubt.
What's up, buddy? Go ahead.
All right. So I have I'm not confident in the game coming up for the Warriors because yesterday they had phenomenal contributions from Curry, Wiggins, Green, GP2. But you know whose name is missing? A Hall of Famer, one of the best shooters of all time. Clay is getting outplayed by this Ferris Bueller reject. And I have no confidence that he can come up in Game 6 on the road and do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. I'm kind of, Eric, I'm messing around about a Game 6 Clay. We don't need a Game 6 Clay. We need Clay to just
Steady
play
Clay,
solid.
as you dubbed him.
But I would never rule out the possibility. I mean, he had an 8 for 11 in game 2 from 3-point range. He had 30 in game 2. So if Clay went out tomorrow and got 33 and the Warriors won, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be.
Because he's going to let him fly. He ain't going to be bashed. He ain't one of the 7 dwarfs.
You know what? That's stupid to me.
Well, he was 3 of 12
That's
last
right.
night.
That's all he should have been. You saying he should have gone 4 for 19?
No, I'm saying on the series, I told you yesterday, looking at Basketball Reference, he was averaging 18 shots a game.
Right.
And last night, that was below that.
Good, because he wasn't making shots, is all I'm saying. And he's got to be smarter. Clay's got to be smarter, take better shots.
2 of 6 from 3.
That's not bad for him these days. Look at Steph, too.
3 of 11.
And they won the game. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. They won the game. Clay's got to be solid tomorrow. If the game comes, like,
I hear you.
Let me just talk about that for a minute. Like you said, Clay's going to be letting them fly. Why would you go into a game saying Clay's going to, not you, but why would Clay go, I'm letting him fly? What if he's guarded? What if he's being guarded extremely well? Like, you can't just let him fly. You got to see what's going on. And he did yesterday, I thought. I don't think he was great. 3 for 12 alone won't get you beat. 4 for 18, that's going to get you beat. So I got no problem with Clay. And he just
13 to 35 as a team, 37%.
Got to be solid, Clay.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think you need some crazy heroics.
Do you think
you
that
just
he knows
need to play
it's game
solid?
6, the Klay Thompson, I ain't sacrificing nothing. I just wonder, Steiny, if he's warming up, like trying to do too much because of the reputation and the skins on the wall that he has from OKC. I just wonder.
I don't know if he's trying to do too much, but I know damn well that he doesn't change his approach. He just doesn't. Like, think about this for a minute. This is what
the approach.
So when Steph Curry takes the court in a game, he either has a plan or he doesn't. And if he doesn't have a plan, he's going to see what's going on. And then he'll play as his teammates and the game dictates. Clay just goes out and plays. Like, every game's the same. He's going to shoot. He's going to shoot.
Right. Okay.
And he's going to keep shooting. So, like, that's the one thing. I mean, Clay just goes out and plays. Steph's got to be really conscious of the other 4 guys on the floor, which he's great at. Slick Rick wants to talk. All right, Slick Rick. All you.
Hey, how's it going?
Well.
Hey.
So I guess my thought was, or a question for y'all was, what do you think officiating is going to look like in Game 6? I know it's unknown, it's unpredictable, but I feel like Darvin Ham's comments about we don't teach flopping is really calling that out, because I woke up today and I was all over social media, and all my social media feeds are just highlight reels of all the flopping that's been going on. And I just feel like he's put such a focus on it that I think it's actually going to have a negative impact on the Lakers in Game 6. I just wanted to know your thoughts.
All right, here's what he's, and when I say he, Slick Rick is referring to. This is Darvin Ham after last night's game, because there's been talk about flopping.
Coach Ham, I have to ask you, because I just saw it, your reaction to Dennis Schroeder, I guess, not getting the foul at that point. Is that something you saw, thought it was a missed call?
Yeah, we don't teach flopping. We teach our players to play downhill and attack the paint and be forceful.
So Darvin Ham after the game, so get this, Sam Amick.
And that was
during
the game.
I may save this. Yeah. I may save this for the other side.
We should get him on.
Sam Amick wrote something today about the officials and the submitting clips to the league, and there was information in there that I'd never known. So I'll tell you all about that, because there is a little back and forth going on, essentially via computers between these two teams, and I'll show you, or I'll let you know these nuggets from Sam Amick's story, and I sure learned a lot from that, and I'm going to pass that along on the other side. Adam's in San Jose. What's up, Adam? How you doing?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm just asking that you guys please stop putting the notion of Game 6 Clay out there, because I know tonight he's going to be laying in bed telling himself, game 6 Clay, game 6 Clay, game 6 Clay, just like JD said. And then he's going to come out chucking tomorrow, and he's going to cost us the game.
Wow.
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ad. All right. I don't want to bring
I didn't hear. I didn't
Yeah,
get to
let's
hear him
go to
last
Joe.
night.
Joe wants to talk about Game 6 Clay. Hey, Joe in San Jose, what's up?
Hey, you're killing me, Daddy. Killing me down the road. You're already stabbing me with those play shots. Hey, no. What's going to come down to? It's going to come down to Steve Kerr plays chess and Darvingham plays Monopoly and checkers. Because LeBron knows. The other night, he was walking out the court, and his face looked like exactly they don't have enough. They don't have enough dog in them. Anthony, man, let me tell you, growing up, I took more smacks harder than Anthony Davis got smacked last night. And my brother even told me, he was laughing at me. He goes, boy, I think he's harder than that, son. And I laughed because, they're just not, they're not dogs. And Guru, tell me you never took a hit like that at the Y.
All day long.
You ever get hit in the temple?
We win it.
Thanks, Joe. Temples are different.
Right. I'm not saying AD's not.
Yes, you
hurt.
are.
I'm trying to explain
You're
to you the
laughing, like-
laughter.
I got to tell you, I know.
Okay.
Concussions to me are different. I don't know.
I get you, but it's not a concussion technically yet. And they said he's fine.
They said he was like
but
do
the
you
guy's
believe
on
that
the
the
ground
report?
when the wind blows?
Do you
and that's what's hurting
believe
him.
that the reports were correct that he looked woozy and he wasn't walking straight? Apparently, you don't.
Yeah.
Okay, then you don't. Then you're saying Chris Haynes is making stuff up and those guys. Seriously,
Yeah.
honestly,
Can
this
I say
is where
something to you? Yeah.
I'm
had
not
that
kidding.
been Steph Curry or Clay or
Right.
LeBron and they were in the wheelchair, that would have probably been the first time they were ever in a wheelchair in their career. This was reputational, Steiny. This
might not have even been his choice.
Remember Paul Pierce in the wheelchair? We found out he really didn't need a wheelchair. You know what I mean? And that's what this is about. I'm not saying you're wrong. He may have really been hitting the temple, but because he's on the ground when the wind blows remember against Memphis?
I think concussions
I can't feel
are
my
different.
shoulder, whatever he said.
I think concussions
he's
are different.
dramatic. You're right, but he doesn't have a concussion.
And do we know that he said, I need a wheelchair? No, somebody
Chris
probably
Haynes
saw
said
him stumbling, and they said, let's just get him in a
It was
wheelchair.
a far walk, and he didn't have his equilibrium, so he was in the wheelchair. My thing to you, partner, is I would never laugh at head injury.
You have.
No, I'm
You
laughing
just did
because
4 times today.
who it is.
Seriously, I know you can say you won the Staying Alive bet. That's fine, but don't say you haven't been laughing at Anthony Davis. That's
My
not
point is
true.
he's going to play tomorrow. Okay. Book it.
All I'm saying is, to me, laughing about what might be a concussion, to me, is not funny. That's all.
I hear you.
Dead serious.
Right.
That's all. That's all.
No, and that's why I love you, man, because you really care.
You really think it's funny?
I set up a doctor's appointment for that.
Unbelievable.
Like, somebody right.
This isn't. I don't want to do radio where we root for injuries on the other
And
team.
I've never done that
Yeah.
with you.
No, but you're laughing.
Rub some dirt on it.
Yeah. The wheelchair. That is
You guys ever competed?
Wheelchairs are so sacred. You don't just go in there because you take a hit today. Yeah, come on now. Don't play with wheelchairs. Paul Pierce should, and he admitted he was wrong.
Be quiet right now because you're going to say something you're going to regret. I really do feel that way. I just want you to be careful. It's your career. You want to laugh at concussions and concussion protocol.
No,
you're going to
wheelchairs
be.
are
You know what?
sacred.
You're going to be doing this all football season. Is that what you want to do with football season?
Oh,
Football season's going to be a big fun
Schedule
party.
comes out today.
All right, looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333161. Again, that's VTA bus to 333161 to apply. On the other side, I guarantee you, I'm going to relay some information from this story, and it's going to inform you something you didn't know. I had a lot of stuff about this refereeing I'm going to tell you about on the other side. Mm-hmm.
This is basketball.
are still alive. The defending champions, down 3 games to 1, come away with a victory. The clock will run out. The Warriors win 121 to 106. And more questions, more thoughts as we head back to LA for Game 6 on Friday night. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim
Roy.
What's going on, Tim Roy? Once again, thank you to Skinny Bob, our newest fan favorite. We love him. He sent us a bunch of golf balls, and a couple of them I have right in front of me here.
Some good ones.
Look at this
High quality.
Look at that one, Goo.
Look at that.
Looks like a what's his name? The artist Pollock, not Sidney Pollock, Jackson Pollock. Is that his name?
I know
guy that throws a paintbrush and he just throws it at the canvas. Just wow. I think it's Jackson Pollock. Yeah, it's like a Jackson Pollock golf ball. You can see that one. Here's an orange ball.
The fluorescent ones get me.
Fluorescent. Yeah, that Dibley can have that one.
And I got to tell you, thank you.
How about this one?
Because I was about to hit mine at the range.
How about this one? Look at that one. The University of Minnesota.
That is
got the Minnesota logo on it.
So you can actually get some balls to say Guru on it, Steiny.
Yeah, absolutely. You get Guru and Steiny balls. Here's one with the American flag, and it's a very patriotic ball. Dibley can have that one, too. I wouldn't play with that one. I don't like a busy ball. They make golf balls that look like soccer balls, too.
I did not know. Speaking of which, what you shoot yesterday?
90. Tough conditions.
Yeah.
Tough conditions.
You probably were worried about the game.
I actually was a little bit.
Yeah.
But actually, Goo, I think I'm playing better. Just hasn't shown up in a... See, this is big picture stuff that I get. And,
because you haven't been complaining about the hip.
It's true.
That's what I like.
I haven't.
Yeah.
You play with these balls. By the way, you said something before the break that tweaked me. Remember that funny clip? We thought it was funny, where Ian Eagle said to Mike Fratello, you said something earlier to me that was very condescending. Wow. And blah, 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 blah. You said something to me that inferred that I didn't have respect for the wheelchair. Now, you're talking to the son of a guy with one leg. I think I know the sacredness of a wheelchair. So for you to say to me that I don't know how heavy a wheelchair is and how it's serious, shame on you. Shame on you. And I hope my dad, I hope my father,
my uncle,
I hope my father, who's sitting there with a prosthetic, literally didn't hear what you said.
And I'm shocked. And listen, I love you for bringing that back, rewinding. Steiny, I wasn't talking to you. I'm just telling to the AD, to Paul Pierce. I was talking to those guys. Don't play around with the wheelchair. I know, Pops, the situation. I know. I love you for that. Wasn't at you. Man, you're literal, man. I just hate that
you said something earlier that was very disrespectful.
Dude, that was the greatest. Hey, I got some real quick before you go to the phone. Baby. We talked about that caller in JD, the great John Dickinson. He said some clarification, so I got to read this.
Wait.
The caller was talking about Game 6, Clay.
Oh.
So he sent it to me, not you. Because you just grabbed your phone like you had to. This was to me personal. Okay? This is from John Dickinson.
Okay, go ahead.
You can quote me, Goo. I said after Game 6 versus the Kings that Klay Thompson played in that game like he sat around all day saying to himself, Game 6 Klay, Game 6 Klay, Game 6 Klay, I got to beat Game 6 Klay, and came out trying way too hard to live up to that rep and stunk. So that's what JD was referencing that the caller brought up. But it is something on my mind. Shooters gonna shoot. I wasn't a shooter, Steiny. I am now. But that is something that I love. I don't expect Klay to approach tomorrow night's game any different, but I do know, and I wonder how much of this series has to do with his daddy, Michael Thompson, his love for Kobe Bryant, him growing up in L.A., going to watch the Lakers play if he's kind of just trying a little too hard. But I do like last night that he didn't have 25 chucks. It was kind of pedestrian from Klay.
925 Trucker 23 Guru. You think Steiny would wear a Warrior jersey with Steiny on the back? Should I send him one?
I believe you would wear it at this point.
I'll tell you what, Trucker 23, you send me a Warrior jersey with Steiny on the back, I'll wear it. The only problem is you can't spell Steiny like you did in the text.
How'd you spell it?
S-T-I-E.
Yeah.
It's S-T-E-I.
Well, you know what that is? That's Steiny.
I don't know what it is.
Shout out Phil
Of course, I'd wear that. I mean, yeah. Hey,
you
look,
said you would never be caught wearing a jersey.
Guess what? Never say never.
What if Bob Myers sent you a jersey, Steiny?
Yeah, I'd wear anything.
I believe he sent Shasky one.
Did he?
Yeah. Not that I was.
I'd rather have the seats for Game 7.
Oh, so they're going to win tomorrow.
Oh, they're locked.
Look at you.
Bob Myers coming up at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, executive show. And
I'm going to say something to you.
I can't wait to ask him. I'm going to say, Guru's really glad you guys won last night because he was afraid if you didn't, you'd be in a really bad mood.
And that'll tickle your fancy.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
If we were real ones like Shasky and Bonte,
why are they real ones?
We would go to Game 6 tomorrow. Like JD's going to to the lake, to the crib.
I got to drive my daughter to Turlock
Dude,
on
I
Saturday.
got a volleyball tournament Saturday.
Okay, well I'm not going to L.A.
And then the parents come. Hey, my mom's playing. Hey, lady, I'm watching the game. Whatever game's on, I'm watching. I don't want to talk. I do it 5 days a week. What a stickler. He been in the lab.
Nico's in Sacramento.
Sacramento. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yo, hey, so, I mean, if the Warriors lost yesterday, would you guys have had Bob on? Because wouldn't he have been unemployed?
Bob,
I don't know.
You know what? I don't know if you're trying to stick it to Myers or not, but I don't appreciate
regardless.
it. No, he was going to do it regardless. Yep. Or as Eric Musselman would say, he was going to do it irregardless, which is not a word. I love Muss.
Baby.
Yeah.
Man.
No, he's.
I mean, Steiny, you're 2-0 on your speeches. You're 2-0 on your speeches. I just want
Somebody
to put that out there
noticed.
real quick.
I don't have any voice. What's my record?
Hey, I don't want to hear your speech, man. Wow. I don't know if the Warriors can still win if Curry's going to shoot this bat. I don't know. I mean, he's shooting right now. I mean, he's driving to the rack more often than any series ever. So I'm just wondering, can they still do this if Curry is going to keep shooting this bat? And like I said yesterday, his impact. I mean, speak on it. His impact hasn't won any games. Game 2, it was Clay's impact that won. You guys spoke on that earlier. Game 5 yesterday, that was Draymond Green's impact, right? And Wiggins. So, I mean, what really has Curry done besides being consistent of being mediocre Curry? He hasn't been Steph Curry. He's been regular Curry.
Yeah. I'd love, and not because he didn't like my speech. Evan, I mean, that was foul, Steiny. That was foul right there. Come on, the gravity, everything. You're only in this position because of the chef.
You're not listening to his words.
Watch
you're
yourself.
Responding with
know
your
who
emotions.
you're talking about.
To say that, like, he's talking about the Lakers series.
Yeah. He's a leading scorer in the series.
He's the leading scorer for the team.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right. So he did that during the regular season.
And only other guys are able to have an impact because he is public enemy number 1 to the Lakers, Steph. You're only in these games because of the chef.
No, he's not saying saying that.
But he hey, I love you, Nico.
See, this is the
thing.
But
he sounds like because Steph is not scoring 49.
Well, all I'm saying, listen.
I didn't like that.
Why? I know you don't, because
I don't wear Curry underwear, Steiny.
I know you don't, but like
that was foul.
No, it's not foul to say. Is it foul to say, you know what? If you would rank all Steph Curry series,
I'm okay.
Where would this one so far fall?
I got you. Probably not be as
middle of the pack.
No doubt.
That's all he's saying.
But he's playing the best defensive in the league. No excuses. Keep that in mind, Nico.
He's keeping everything in mind, and Steph Curry is having a middle of the road series. Now, for anybody else, it is unbelievable. But he's Steph Curry. That's all he's saying. Like, it's not an insult.
Well, they won last night without Steph having his best shooting performance.
Right.
They almost won the night before with the 12 for 30 with 100 assists.
Well, maybe it goes 14 for 30, they win, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I'm not taking a shot at Curry. Yeah. I'm not. He is, again, one of the top players in history.
And he hasn't been getting any help, Nico. Talk about the others. Call tomorrow.
it's okay to say. It's okay to say. And I'm not even saying this.
Right.
I'm not even saying it because I thought he was great the last two games. Curry.
Right.
But it's okay to say this might not be the best series Steph's ever played.
Shooting-wise. Because he's doing a lot of other
turning
things.
it over a lot. And his defense is,
Last night he was playing
So,
some
okay,
deep.
so he's having
What
the
about
best-
that one where he stopped Braun on the break?
One play?
Well,
Like, seriously, one play?
It was a big play.
Like, see, this is what you do.
No, it was
You
a big
put me in a
play.
position to have to be
Well, Nico
overly
did it. Yeah,
rational
Nico did it.
and overly literal because
I'm just telling you, Nico.
Steph
if
played
you
better
know
series.
ball, if you could,
he didn't say Steph's not no factor. He did not
but
say
he was stuck on the lack of shooting, which Steph will tell you this ain't his best shooting series.
And what's the
we
most
talked about
important
that
thing he
yesterday.
does? What's the most important thing?
Show
Curry?
up and put a
It's
jersey
shooting.
on.
It's shooting. But I'm not doing this.
You don't need to.
Well, I do need to just to check you once in a while.
Well, there was no need to check. I'm standing
because-
up for Curry.
And I'm standing up for Nico.
Because he hadn't, up until last night, got any damn help. And he did. Oh, no, you could say, Goo, he had 2 shots at it. Okay. So did Clay. So did Dre.
Oh, thank you so much, 510.
What we got?
Reminds me about the Sam Amick thing.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it. So I'm reading Sam Amick's story today, and he brings up, so you know how in playoff games, you always hear there's gamesmanship about they're calling flopping or 3 seconds in the lane, and
Phil
it goes back
Jackson.
to Phil
Yeah.
Jackson and everybody after every game, blah, blah, blah. All right, so Sam Amick says that the league has something called the Team Inquiry website. All right, and this is a website that the league has created, the NBA has created, for every team to input a call, or you send the clips or the video clips of something that you would like the league to look at, and then the league will look at it and say, you know what, they might have a point there, or, anyway, so teams submit plays so that the NBA can review them to move forward next game.
All right.
Now, here's the thing. The website is completely transparent. In other words, if the Warriors send clips in, the Lakers can see.
Oh.
And if the Lakers send clips in about what they don't like, the Warriors can see.
Public
So
info.
it's public.
Yeah.
Darvin Ham basically said, the Warriors are submitting a Francis Ford Coppola amount of film.
So that's what that was in reference to.
Yep.
Wow.
He's basically saying the Warriors are crying. A lot.
And that's why LeBron said we don't work on
And that's why
flopping.
Darvin Ham said, we're not going to ask the league to help us out right now.
Wow.
So Amick had some great insight there in The Athletic, and I didn't even know that thing existed. I know they sent clips in for review, et cetera, but Darvin Ham basically inferred that the Warriors have been sending
That's amazing.
5 times as many clips as the Lakers.
Now, Schroeder's been flopping. So has Reeves. So is Jordan Poole. He did one last. But
any complaints about the officials in this series are outsized. The officials have not been a factor in this series. And in fact, I think it's been incredibly well reffed. And I'm saying Warriors got a great whistle last night.
That's where I was getting
Warriors got
ready
a
to go.
great whistle.
Yes, they did.
So
Do you
we move
expect
on to
them
game
to get
6.
a great whistle tomorrow?
Probably not as good.
That's where I'm at. But I want to say this about the free throw discrepancy. And it's Warriors on mine all day, Steiny. You know that. But you got the team that commits the most fouls, the Warriors, going into this series, and the team that goes to the charity stripe the most. So this has gone the way that, to me, it's supposed to. And that's why I can't believe we got, do we call it snitching if you go to the public database and put
not if the Warriors do it. Oh, you would never say that if the Warriors do
I
it.
just
Every
said-
other team snitches. The Warriors don't, Goo.
No, the Warriors are trying to, if they feel like something's not being officiated right. They're on the, I ain't mad
They're
at
what?
them. They're going to the database.
What do you call that?
Snitching.
Okay, so the Warriors do snitch.
The Lakers saw it, and that's where because I was like, where's this coming from? But now I know. I didn't know that.
Let's go to Drew in Oakland. What's up, Drew?
Drew.
It is gone.
Sterling.
It said Guru gets the bucket and one, so that was a caller that was going to support you in a big way. So that bucket now gets taken away.
Oh, man, damn it. I really meant what I said. If we were real ones, we'd just drive to L.A. in the caddy, catch a flight, and watch the Lakers in the crib. Just thoughts I have, man. Friday night, do something after, get a little drinky drink. Yeah, baby, come back.
Something that came to mind. You got a lot of that in you.
No, we ain't took a road trip. Well, we went to Vegas, you, me, and Bonte. And you
but we didn't fly together.
But you left.
We didn't sit together.
Yeah, right. Did the show, couldn't find you.
No, show was over.
Bonte, help me.
Show was over.
BS&G.
AJ's in Oakland. How you doing, AJ? What do you got?
Hey, fellas, thank you for taking my call. I just want to say last night was the first night that the Warriors' other support players really stepped up because Clay's been off and Steph's been going 110%. And last night was the night he didn't have to go 110%. And I think they need to have the same momentum and same energy as they did, and we're going to Game 7. And shout out to Ian for keeping everything straight. You keep that show going, Ian. That's all I got to say. Dubs is 7.
Who's Ian?
Evan, help us out.
I think he might have meant Evan. That's okay.
Or he might have thought Ian Eagle, Ian Eagle, who did a show.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what, Warrior? Stop being so sensitive.
What's going on here?
Steph is scoring in the paint at a high level and passing well. He's been great. He's been terrific.
Right.
Nobody's saying he hasn't
This
been.
all goes down.
This is who Steph is.
But it
Steph
was
is Steph.
Yeah.
He's being Steph.
Yeah. But the insult was Nico inferring that Steph ain't shooting, so his gravity is like he ain't doing nothing. No, but he's doing a lot.
You know, people hear what they want to hear. I was the guy who came up, and speaking of wheelchairs, I used people they only hear what they want to hear. I said you could put Steph Curry in a wheelchair at the hash mark, and he'd still have to be guarded. How do you measure that? You can't. Also said he's more impactful than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar because he commands a double team 35 feet from the basket, not under the basket.
You told Stephen A. that one. I wasn't mad at you.
Stephen A.
Hey, hold on now.
Stephen A.
You better be careful.
He's a friend of the program.
Yeah, he is.
Anthony and Vallejo. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
Evan's special.
What's up, guys? Good afternoon. Well, still morning, but good morning to you fellas. So first and foremost, us Warrior fans can't let callers like Nico get under our skin.
Exactly.
He was speaking some blasphemous stuff.
Grow up.
We're going to leave that alone. But I kind of wanted to talk about the Klay Thompson because I think people need to understand that asking for a Game 6 Klay Thompson is something that we really don't want or need. The steady Eddie Klay Thompson is the one that we want, somebody that has the shot discernment and playing at a nice, cool, chill pace. When Klay come out and he try to get himself going, that's the worst Klay ever. He tried to get himself going last night, and he was 0 for 5 or 0 for 6 within the first 5 or so minutes. So, you gotta relax on asking for a Game 6 Klay because that's just not a realistic expectation. We want Klay to just be steady and give us, quality minutes, 22 to 25 points or whatnot. We don't need him to be breaking out and giving us these playmakers anymore because that's not the kind of player he is anymore. And then, Draymond Green, he performs best under pressure. And sometimes I think that's a gift and a curse because if we got a consistent Draymond Green, we probably wouldn't be in this position now. But I like what I've seen last night. I just want him to be able to give us that throughout the duration of the playoffs. But we can't live in the past with the Klay stuff. We just want Klay to be consistent and play to his strengths and not jack up threes because when he does that, it's not good for anybody.
Appreciate the call. That's Anthony. Rich on the YouTube chat's paying $4.99 for me to read this. This is a fact.
Okay.
Rich says it's cost him $4.99.
$5.
For the love of God, play.
We'll chalk that up and count that as an error. Yeah, it's not.
It's not. No, I just.
You have to do over.
Rich paid $4.99 for the following tweet. For the love of God, Clay, please get off the weed.
I was high when I said that.
$5
I didn't find out
to have that read.
That was a 1.
It doesn't matter. He got it read.
You ever play hoop high? Donnie, I saw 3 rims. I was like, back in my day, we used to. You want to shoot? You just. I think it's here. But anyway, don't say that. Clay, come on. Clay's headed to Hall of Fame. You're going to need him. Man, I can't wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, no, Keith.
It's payday, too.
Sometimes you leave me speechless.
Can't do that, Steiny. We're on radio.
Well, you can fill in the gaps.
Yeah. I thought about you in the shower.
My question is...
I see, that's the stuff. That's a foul.
So when I say Steph's being Steph, what does that mean? He's probably best player on the court. Certainly best player on the Warriors.
25 points a game in this series.
Making a positive contribution to his team. One of the most impactful players. Yeah, Steph's being Steph in this offseason. In this round.
Okay.
Huh? I don't know. He's been Steph. Steph, by nature, is very good. So if Steph is Steph, he's very good. Now, for Steph, very good is who he is. So sometimes when he's just really, really good, it might not be as much as overly good. And then even though his good is way better than 99% of the other people's good.
I'm listening.
He still has another level that we know he can go with, and that should be reassuring.
36% from 3.
Precision. It's about precision. Be precise with your words. Hey, the quest for 5 is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Next segment brought to you by Hint Water. I'm in the power chair.
That's on me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, change the schedule. Change the schedule.
What we got?
Bob Myers is going to join us at noon, not 1 o'clock. Bob Myers, executive show, noon today. Noon. So there you go. Steiny Bro. No need to be a contrarian on every topic. Just vibe with the W for 24 hours. Yeah, I'm not normally contrarian, but
I saw that one too.
Steinmetz, you're really annoying. Okay. Can you once talk fairly about the Dubs? Oh, that's all I do, and that's why I'm annoying. Don't you get it, 510? Don't you get it? That's why I'm annoying. Because I talk about the Warriors fairly. For example, I just said that Steph Curry was a more impactful offensive player than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Now, that doesn't sound like somebody who would be annoying to people that like the Warriors and Steph Curry. I mean, greatest shooter of all time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. 3 Hall of Famers on this team. Yeah. I'm just telling you. You got to respect the Warriors. Don't you? Bob Myers, 12 o'clock. Why don't you ask Bob Myers if I'm a hater? Go ahead.
No, they got love for you.
It's because I'm old. Just been around sometime. All right, here we go. Here we go. Isaac, Oakland, let's go. Oh, boy.
Isaac.
You know what? No wonder Steph gets frustrated sometimes with his teammates.
He got help last night, Steiny. That was help. Everybody. Wiggins was aggressive.
Now, there's 2 Vancouvers. There's a Vancouver, Washington, and a Vancouver, British Columbia. Danny from Vancouver in British Columbia was at the game last night, and he met John Dickinson.
Oh, wow.
Now we have a Sean, but he's from Vancouver, Washington on the phone. He wants to talk about Draymond Green. What's going on, Sean? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I wanted to send a shout out to Bonte Hill. He came on with Willer and Dibbs last night when they were at the pregame show. It was like, you wasted the last 30 minutes talking about Jordan Poole. Let's talk about Draymond Green, though. He came through last night.
Okay.
Yeah, Draymond was the best Warrior on the court.
What was he talking about?
Bonte stopped by Willard and Dibbs because they're out at the set.
But what was the Cancun part?
Oh, I didn't.
Or did I misunderstand?
I didn't hear Cancun.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he said something about Cancun.
Yeah. But Steiny,
go ahead.
Warrior Dub Nation knows this is a collective. You are going to need everybody tomorrow, just like you do every game. I just hate that I feel like sometimes Dub Nation is eating its own. And that's why you have at different junctures. I got you here. Stood up for Jordan Poole. But they're going to need him tomorrow. They're going to, it could be JaMychal Green. Tomorrow is going to be a bear because it's going to take.
Tomorrow's not promised, though, I think you always say.
Well, it's promised because they got a game.
Okay.
Yeah, which you earned because you took care of last night. But I hate that I'm going to tell you something that might get you. I don't care. But, Steiny, I do know they got a good whistle last night, the Warriors. I don't think they're going to get a good one tomorrow. This goes back to the Knicks Heat. This goes back to the Seattle Supersonics with downtown Freddie Brown and Gus Williams against Wes Unseld. I just know home teams get a better whistle. So the Warriors are playing not just the Lakers, the Zebras. So we'll see. You get an early lead like you did last night, that'll help you. Let's go.
510, thank you so much. You guys make my day, I tell you all. See, that's most of our listeners.
I wish they would have put a name on it. So we could say that's
Jimmy.
What's up.
Thanks, Jimmy. Jimmy in Fairfield.
Yep.
Okay, made it up. I don't know. He didn't put his name on
Well,
it.
damn, why would Jimmy? What? Jimmy
Name that came to mind.
Or Jimmy Carter.
First name that came to mind. Here's the thing about last night's game that I want to ask Warrior fans. Was there anything that surprised you about last night's game? Anything?
I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
The force that the Warriors played with. It was like. Go ahead. You could tell me. Just because I hit you somewhere with it.
when you say that surprised you, what that means is you didn't expect them to play with force. Okay, here's where my mind goes.
I got you.
How can you not expect a champion? Of course they were going to. Like, by saying, Steiny, I can't believe they came out with so much force. It's like, they're champions.
Okay.
They're champions.
I'm going to tell you, because you're with me
that?
every day. You're my twin, the white version. You remember when I came down Dre's Road for picking AD up. Some would say, Goo, that was just a play. It was sportsmanship, whatever. But that's the little stuff that lets me know, not you're being soft, Dre, but you ain't Mike Tyson in his prime. Last night, Draymond Green was Mike Tyson in his prime in a good way, and I felt Gary Payton II fed off. Every Warrior fed off of it. The crowd fed off of it. And to hear Draymond like Edgar Allan Poe in his post-game presser say, I told Steve I was going to get it. There was no stopping me because my team needed this infusion of dog. That's what I want to see tomorrow.
Well, he's found his voice. He's made that clear.
Well, I'm going to give you one.
He has.
But that's kind of, I didn't even hear him say that.
No, he said it a few weeks ago. He found his voice.
That, yeah. But forget his voice. It was his physicality. And AD had some points, was playing well, Steiny, but it was a different well. And what about Looney picking AD with the left? Give me that, going the other way. And they were like the Olympic track team. They were trying to run.
I know. Does it worry you? Because they have a game tomorrow.
I'm going to say something. Bron, Steiny, he was hitting his threes a little bit earlier. I was like, he came to play. But they withstood that. He came to see if he could get something done by shooting a lot of threes, I think. Tomorrow, it's going to the rack, LeBron, I believe, so the refs can call a foul.
I don't know that they're going to get a lot. I mean,
see, that's what
he doesn't. No, he's not getting fouled in there. He can't.
Yeah, he's older. The one on Curry, the old Bron would have tried to dunk that ball. Remember where Curry
missed like some layups.
Dude, the one
should have been 3-point plays.
Dude, I was getting nervous. Bron missed a bunny. AD tried to slam it, but like, damn, Bron, you are truly turning into your boy Daryl the Guru Johnson at the 24.
What does that mean?
When you're under the bucket, the bunnies ain't bunnies no more. Sometimes you just ain't got to live. Your mind wants to do it, but you can't. And then here comes some young whippersnapper, get it out of here, and you play it off and run down on D. But you're saying to yourself, good God, the end is near. That's how Bron's playing.
Let's go to Isaac. Isaac's in Oakland. Hey, Isaac, how you doing?
Isaac. Hey, I'm doing good, guys.
Talk to us.
Hey, the best way Clay to affect the game is do the Chris Paul. I mean, put up them in pressure, doing that Chris Paul move, getting fouls on him because he can't create no space.
That's interesting.
And Jerome Poole needs to start making the regular threes before he starts shooting Steph Curry threes, and that's where he could be better at. Shoot the regular threes.
Well, Jordan Poole shot some. I'm sorry. Yeah. My bad.
And Looney could do the same too when Davis is all up in his grill. Do the Paul move. Get some fouls on these guys. They ain't creating no fouls.
Thanks for the call. That's Isaac in Oakland.
Yeah. Well, Jordan Poole, Steiny, did some mid-ranges yesterday. Everything wasn't a three. Where's that been? Kind of tap into that if you ain't hitting from deep, JP.
Every game's different.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors force a Game 6. Game 6 tomorrow. It's got to be 7 o'clock, right? I didn't even have to look. 7 o'clock with JD starting at 6.
Yep. ESPN, no TNT.
Okay, that means we'll get Breen and Van Gundy and
he's doing
Mark
a hell of a job, Stein.
Who?
Now you got me thinking, Stan, is he better than his brother?
I like them both.
But if you had to pick one.
I pick Stan.
I'm going Jeff. Stan is right there.
I don't care.
Little smart.
Yeah, I'll take the one you don't choose, actually. I like them both. Obviously, Van Gundy, Jeff
Tomorrow's going to be bonkers in L.A.
Bonkers?
Yeah, they're smelling it.
Who's smelling what?
Okay.
Who's smelling what?
I'm putting the rat
They're
on
smelling it. Who's they and what are they smelling?
I'm about to tell you.
Yes,
Right
sir.
on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go, Steiny, to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. We can act like Steph and LeBron are not different than the rest of their teammates. We can act like AD has gone up against this Warrior team in the finals like LeBron. We can act like the only time LeBron beat this Warrior team is in the history books because of Draymond Green's transgressions down 3-1. But there is a way that Steph Curry can extract revenge. And it started last night, but it also starts tomorrow. If somehow they can pull off, not the impossible, but if somehow they can beat LeBron James with the world watching to give us a Mother's Day extravaganza, it would be box office. And all that, to me, is on LeBron's mind today as he eats his fruits, as he gets his treatment, and also Steph Curry. And you know what? Steph Curry got help from his teammates more so than any game in this series yesterday.
At home.
And you asked me a question, I kind of answered that. I won't say wrong, but it was twofold. Yeah, Draymond and the Warriors play with force, but others stepped up. And Andrew Wiggins, Curry said it in the postgame presser, that was the Andrew Wiggins we got last year in the playoffs. Can he duplicate that tomorrow?
And then again, if he has to.
Well, he'll be at home, so you would think it would be easier because I won't say supporting cast because that sounds like a diss, but they play better at home.
It's also, keep in mind, the idea of role players not playing as well on the road. Well, that's a
myth.
It's not a myth. I think there's some truth to it.
Okay.
Well, you can't rely on it. Look at game one.
No doubt about it.
Lakers won game one because of Schroeder,
D'Lo,
D'Angelo Russell,
yep,
and even Austin Reeves helped him that game. He was solid. And look at what the Warriors role players did that day at home.
Can I do a PSA? Because working with you and your background with your parents.
Let me do something first.
Go ahead.
Bob Myers. Bob Myers coming up in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. It's the executive show. Usually joins us at 1, but he's flying down to L.A., obviously, and he wants to push it to 12, which we're more than happy to do. 12 o'clock, Bob Myers.
I never laughed at Kendrick Perkins when he had that moment. Moody Moses, Moody. And you know me, I mess up. But damn it, the kid's name is Dennis Schroeder. Not Dennis Schroeder.
Put out a memo to the station.
It was Ricky
then.
Schroeder and Silver Spoons way back in the day with Alfonso. Come on, people. It's Dennis Schroeder. Will Smith's brother in Fresh Prince. Alfonso Ribeiro? Well,
3.
No, come on now, too. But it's Dennis Schroeder, not Schroeder.
Why don't you say that to the people's faces who say Schroeder? Because I know who they are. I know one guy who does it here.
Well, I told him.
Don't be gutless.
No, I told him. I said, hey, look, but he still went back. He's like, F you, of all people.
See, that is actually one thing where
it's Schroeder.
You got to try to call people by their right name.
It's NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final. Okay. Look at your boys, Donnie.
Yeah. Chalk it up. You got one right.
1, 2, 2.
Highway 92 is a great highway. And AJ's on it, and he wants to talk about Game 6. What's up, AJ? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Steiny, I heard you earlier that I'm hoping that's your goal to break all the time, but that's besides the point.
Wait, say it one more time. AJ.
Yeah, we want to hear.
I didn't hear. You broke up a little bit, so please repeat the first thing.
Oh, I want you to shoot better than 90.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a good thing the Bay Area caught that. Thank you. Appreciate it. What are you doing? Why'd you hang up on him?
Oh, my God.
I thought he was done, sorry.
He's not done. He didn't get
Evan
started.
Evan ran him.
What was his name again? AJ, call back.
Highway 92.
He didn't. No. He
kind of hard to tell today.
Me?
To be honest.
He wants me to break 90. Show him some love. Well, you know, he wants me to shoot
got your
better.
text.
What?
Guru, I have a list of 50 misbiggies if you want to go down that road. Wow. Come on.
Mark's in Vegas. Another city you couldn't cope with. What's up, Mark? It's too much city for you, Goo. Hey, Mark.
I'm enjoying them. The first time I got to see you guys on Yahoo.
Oh.
YouTube.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, we're totally cool, man.
Basketball reference means T-shirt.
Yeah,
look at it.
You like it?
Yeah, you guys look good. You keep on standing up and sitting down and playing with the microphone.
I know I'm a fidgeter.
ADD.
Tell you what, Mark, check this out. Look what a listener sent me on YouTube. One of these.
Okay.
It's a.
The boss gave that to you.
No, I got sent some by a listener. It's one of those fidget things.
Yeah.
You'll see it in a minute. We're on a little delay there, but go ahead.
Well, I agree with what's going on with Mr. Green on the court, but when he goes to play somewhere else, it seems like the referees have a quick whistle on him, and he's not able to get into his game as far as defensively, but offensively, I think if he gets into his game, him and Wiggins, I think that's where the team comes into where they're better to playing together, and keeping the game simple.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Let's get
Mark in Vegas.
Yeah, can Draymond play with that force tomorrow? And Steiner, he got up in the ref's grill on a couple foul calls. I was just, Draymond, come back. Don't get a tech. But he didn't care. But on the road with the crowd, I got to give the referees, they got restraint. They know what the stakes are, man. That's regular season. Get out of my face. But he brought it.
Can he do it again?
You got one crack at it tomorrow. And we'll ask our boy Bob coming up in 12 minutes.
I mean, it is. I will say this about the officials.
They've been great, man.
No, they've been. But again, one or two.
Dude, I would call a T, but I don't know how your dad would be. You in my face. Dude, he's in his grill.
Unbelievable.
Like he about to take his wallet. I'm like, Dre, you are a one-of-a-kind, boy.
Yep.
He's special.
It's like yesterday. It's like, the rules are different for Draymond. They just are. He gets away with way more than any other player. He just does. And you know what?
And I don't hear what Nation speak on it.
Let it be a lesson to Mark Willard. I stay till 2:20 on Monday.
I don't let this get to you.
I stay till 2:10 on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday, I have a golf game.
Gotcha.
All I'm asking, I don't ask to leave early.
Right.
I ask to leave at 2:00. Okay? That's all I do.
Yeah.
I asked to leave at
So
2
you don't
o'clock.
appreciate him rubbing your face in it?
No.
He makes it difficult. But you can talk to him today. I'll bring it up.
But what I want to tell Mark Willard more than anything is some of the greats, they do get treated differently. Draymond can get away with some stuff, and you know what? So can I. That's all. He did make me feel bad for... See, this is the other thing. It's not so much Willard, and you're totally distracted now, and that's fine. It's about the man. Don't you get it, Goo? Don't you get it? It's about the man. We're doing 10 to 2.
Yeah, 4 hours.
That's our show.
Yes, sir.
Now 10 to 2. 10 to 2. Apparently it's not enough. Even though that's the show, the man is saying that's not enough. Even though we have an agreement, your show's 10 to 2, apparently that's not enough. And they want to see her
likes you, man.
210
Dibley likes you.
or
They just
220.
want you to hang out.
That's the man trying to stick it to us again.
That's all.
Willard, stuck it in me. Yeah, and so does the man. The man sticks it in you, and so does Willard. Tomas is in San Jose. What's up, Tomas? How you doing, man?
Hey, great. I'm doing great. Steiny, Guru, love your show. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, you asked earlier about what surprised me, and it's surprising that the Warriors still don't know how to manage a lead. The same thing in Game 4. We tried to give away the game. 5-6 minutes left. Steph's putting up shots. 17 seconds left on the clock. We're up by like 12. Drain the clock. Manage the clock. Like I understand we play with pace, we play with tempo, but manage the clock. It's better to get a missed shot with 2 seconds left than a missed shot than a made shot with 17. I don't know. I just think that they can do a better job managing the clock.
All right, my comeback, thanks, Tomas, would be...
Because I have one.
What's the closest L.A. got in the fourth quarter?
9, yeah. When your boy Reeves...
That's called protecting.
Hillbilly Kobe made
To me,
the three.
that's protecting a lead.
Well, he basically, to me, was talking about the Warriors on the road, which will be another test tomorrow. And, Steiny, I can't lick you in the face. Well, I can't, because I was going to say the biggest road test was Game 7 in Sac, because that could have ended their season. This will be the second one where they face elimination on the road. But damn if somehow they can get past this one and Curry not need to score 50 and the others are on their game. They got action.
Thank you. If they can play like that again.
Can I read a text to you? You saw it. I got to read it.
I don't know.
Because I got to diffuse them.
There's a lot of texts that come in here, and I don't know which stand out and which don't.
It's from the 707.
Okay.
The brother you got on the radio right now, the guru, and I use that term loosely, the brother, because you know what I want to say. Tell him to stop begging and quit laughing his way through the show.
That's got to hurt.
It don't hurt.
It should.
Well, what am I begging for?
You're begging for the Warriors to play well. Steiny, this is what he means.
Now I feel like you wrote it.
If Draymond, I think he can come back. I think Draymond, if he
Draymond
does this,
was badass last night.
Yeah.
You asked me.
Yeah, no, he was great.
We need that tomorrow.
Right, that's begging. See, you're begging.
I'm putting that in the stratosphere.
First of all, who's we? Need that tomorrow.
It's Dub Nation on mine, Steiny. You part of it. You work here. I love that I read it. That makes me feel like, yeah.
Every once in a while,
what you
get a text where you can tell somebody's got a lot of insight, like a lot.
Please.
Quit begging. Stop begging. Give me analysis. Quit begging. Quit begging for the Warriors to play well. That's what he's saying, not me. I love working with you.
Bob knows
Mike in Napa.
He gave me some seats.
Not Napa State. Napa.
Where'd you get that from?
Napa, California. That's right.
Nice.
How you guys doing?
Dynamite. Bob Myers coming up in 5 minutes.
Call.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it, and Spinus, I'm always backing you up, man. You got it real. I really love your show.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, listen, on the free throw disparity, I think it's actually more or less the Warriors' problem, because basically last night, for instance, the first quarter, they were like 2.5 minutes left, and they were in the bonus. Rather than drive to the basket, they're jacking up threes. And for that whole 2.5 minutes, they never drove to the basket. Never got any fouls. They didn't try. I just don't get it sometimes. When they have the bonus, they're not driving to the basket.
It's not who they are.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I get that. That's not who they are. We live and die by the threes, but I think they got to really think about that. I mean, somebody's got to tell them, hey, we got the bonus. Let's go to the basket.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. You're not wrong. There's got to be a balance there. And in their heyday, the Warriors always balanced the three with great looks at the basket. You gotta tip your cap a little bit to Anthony Davis. He does make it tougher. There's no doubt about it. All right, Bob Myers and the executive shows coming up on the other side. Like I said, we usually do it at 1 o'clock, but Bob Myers flying down to L.A. What's he going down there for? He'll be here on the other side. Bob Myers, executive show, president of basketball operations and general manager of the Golden State Warriors on the other side on 95.7 The Game. And it's all brought to you by the Quest for Five, Merrill-West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Steiny and Goo will get you through.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the executive show is brought to you by The Golf Spot, the Bay Area's newest indoor state-of-the-art golf facility with coaching and technology designed to improve your game. The Golf Spot is now available for in-person lessons, hitting sessions, fittings, and private events. To book a lesson or reserve a bay, go to thegolfspotba.com. Joining us, Bob Myers. Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and general manager of the Warriors. What's up, Bob? Thanks for making time for us.
Yeah, thanks for bumping me up. I appreciate it.
No problem. Guru, tell Guru what kind of person you are. He was like, I'm really glad they won last night because if Bob would have come on today, he would have been all despondent. And I said, no, Bob's a pro.
Yeah, Guru might struggle in this. You might burn out in a month.
Hey, Bob.
You just go ahead.
No, I hear you. If you hear my voice, I was worried yesterday. It was rough for me, but I don't play. I'm not you. I'm not a part of the team. But when it was all said and done, I heard Steve, I heard Curry talk, and I'm like, dude, they were calm. Just walk us through how your day was yesterday, just knowing you were facing elimination. And I was like, just last year you were down 2-1 to Boston. How was your morning and day yesterday before the game?
Well, I don't play either. And I don't coach. So you got to live with this inability to move things. That's the hard part. You don't have a real say in the games. I kind of wish if I did, I might feel more calm. That's what's hard about being a GM. That's why Kerr didn't like it as much. Is once the games come, you can't impact them. You do in the long term with the draft and free agency and trade deadline, but game to game, you don't have much ability to move anything in a direction. So that helplessness can be rough. What I thought last night going in, Guru, was if we go down 4-1, then we're not very good. I mean, as harsh as that is of a conclusion, if you lose 4-1 in a series, you got beat. You got beat pretty bad. You barely avoided being swept. So my thinking was, I was confident we would win because our guys have proven they respond with their backs up against the wall. But I also had a feeling of if we don't, that kind of gives you your answer, and that's how I looked at it. But I had a good feeling we would win the game.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors and also the general manager. I heard somebody ask Steve Kerr the other day about the big three and if he gave any thought to, hey, you know what, things may change at the end of the year. This could be the last. Da 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 da. And he said, no, I haven't thought about that at all. I kind of chuckled a little. I mean, please tell me you've at least given some thought to the fact that, maybe this is it.
Yeah, look, I mean, and Steve's coaching. He's in the middle of it. You shouldn't ask a coach anything in the middle of a playoff series. It's just not, their brain is completely focused on what's at hand that day, that night, the next day. Yeah, I mean, I also could say the same. You get asked these questions, people, you rightly so, you're in the media, both of you guys, you're allowed to speculate. It's part of your job. You can think about it. I will say this, I wouldn't trust anybody's answer in the middle of the playoffs because it's an emotional answer. You might get a different answer after a win versus a loss. You ask somebody a question after they lose or win a series, it's going to be completely different. And that's not really rational. So you got to wait until things have been decided and even have some time to breathe. And then you're probably thinking clearly. So I believe Steve, he's probably just trying to figure out how to pull Anthony Davis out and get him out away from the basket. And he's not thinking about what happens after you win or lose the series. And it's a fair thing for you to wonder that he doesn't. But I got to be honest, these coaches get pretty myopic. They get pretty locked into that game, that series, and really can't focus on anything else.
Bob, you were kind enough to explain your relationship with Draymond Green when guys like me from afar sometimes say, okay, it should have been handled this way or whatnot. But I told Stein, he asked what stood out to me about last night's game, Bob. But that's got to be the reason. Draymond's force and intensity, it was incredible, Bob, and I'm hoping we see that tomorrow night. But can you speak about just what he brought just from the get-go last night? Because to me, it was incredible.
Yeah, he has I guess I keep saying the same thing over and over, but his competitiveness, his kind of indomitable will to win it's real. I mean, people don't need to hear me say that to believe it. I mean, if they watch us, they've seen it over the last 11 years or however long he's been here, 10 years. So that's true, Guru. What's hard is to muster that up every night. That comes with effort and energy, and everybody, Draymond do that every night. It's not that simple. But I do know that he does when required. You remember his Game 7 when he lost to Cleveland, 2016. Mm-hmm. That was one of the best Game 7s I've ever seen. And you too would say the same, who watched a lot of basketball. You look at his numbers in that Game 7 loss and how well he played when we were up against it trying to finish a series at home against a good team. I think he had 30, 15, and 10. It was insane. He had 5 threes or something like that. So this is a guy you want in your corner when everything's on the line. You almost can't find – there's athletes that you both know and probably have watched where, like a boxer, you have to knock them out. You have to knock Draymond Green down and out because he's not going to, in the moment, give in. That's not to say it hasn't happened. We've been beaten. But at the same time, a guy with that intensity and emotion forces you to be at your best to beat him.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every week. And here's one thing that I'm wondering about with you guys as you head down to Game 6. Like, entering the playoffs this year after the season you had, did you have any expectations going into this postseason?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a personal thing as far as what you think we could be, and I don't presume to know the perfect answer to that. The Kings pushed us pretty far. The Kings team was a really good team, and they earned that 3 seed, and I think 11 wins on the road doesn't give you a ton of confidence. So then you fall back on who's on the team, what have they done in the postseason, can we ramp it back up? Last year we did. Repeating is hard. What would we look like this year? How would we be healthy at Wiggins? All these things, Peyton coming back. I can't, nor could you two, guess what it's going to be or what it is. It's just a guess, man. I wish I could tell you I know what's going to happen. I guess I do know who these guys are. I know who Steve is. I know how well he's done as a coach in the playoffs. You'd have to be not very bright to not know what Curry does. And some of these guys, Draymond, Clay, all these guys, it comes down to the people. You guys have played sports. It's who's on your team, who are they when it gets hard. And a lot of the guys on our team have shown they can push through that tension of the playoffs, that difficulty, that pressure. They've met it. And so I have confidence in that. But that's all you can do. And then you get to watch, right? That's the beauty of sports. It's not scripted. And you see what you're made of. The best thing about the playoffs is it's the height of it all. And for someone that evaluates our team, you get to see all the questions get answered as long as you're healthy. When you're not healthy, then it gets tough because you have to asterisk everything and say, well, if we were healthy, maybe this. But when you're healthy and you win or you lose, that's the answer to the question.
Bob, as you know, the Lakers they're a great defensive team. They came into the playoffs. They earned that. And I'm looking at Clay and Jordan Poole, and we can say, right now they might be struggling with their shot. I'm just wondering, Steiny has this saying about Clay, steady Clay is what we need. But when you got a guy kind of struggling and tomorrow's a big game, you win or you go home, do you worry about, these two players doing too much? Do you talk to them, or do you just let them work it out and let the chips fall where they may? How does that process work?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Clay the other day and said just let it come, but that I don't think that changes his approach. He knows what he's doing. He's done this a long time. I mean, if that helps him, great. If it doesn't, fine. It was 10 seconds of our lives. So you just keep moving. Jordan, same thing. He's been around. He's won a championship. Those guys are both champions. They played in the NBA Finals. Clay's played in 6. So, what do I say? It's more supportive. It's more kind of like if they want to talk, you listen. They've got people on the coaching staff, but they know what the deal is. They know what they need to do. I have no doubt they're both trying to do it. It's hard to do. I mean, if you want to use a baseball terminology, they're facing great pitching right now, and that's part of the deal. Sometimes you're going to have tough series as an athlete, individual. And so you have to figure out how else you can help. Clay's done a great job defensively, rebounding, spacing the floor. Jordan does the same thing. You have to guard him. You have to account for him. That part of it is just doing that on the floor. But again, there's the fact that they've been down this road and won, both of them, is more than I could ever give them. They've experienced this journey, and Clay's experienced it 20 times over with his, I don't know how many playoff series he's been in and won, but it's almost historic. I don't even know if you can play more playoff games than he has.
Who, LeBron?
LeBron's, yeah, not more than him.
280, you know, I think he's at now. 280.
LeBron's 180?
280, Bob.
Oh, my God. And what's Clay? You got that?
Clay's about 150-ish, I think. Something like that. Yeah, so it's absolutely
I got to say, I know I shouldn't, but I love watching great players play, and they've got a couple of great players on their team that are just, this is what you watch. It's like watching a great heavyweight fight. Different styles, healthy respect for their talent, for their ability. Those guys have won a championship too. And LeBron's, what has he not done? So this is what makes a great theater. This is why these ratings are off the charts. This is why everybody wants to watch. It's the characters in it. It's their pedigree. It's their talent. And I'm a basketball fan. Obviously, I want us to win. But sometimes I step back and do watch that, and you marvel at what LeBron's doing 20 years in the league. You got to appreciate that a little bit. You do as a basketball fan a little bit. It's like, wow, this is history. This guy's he's scored more points than anybody in the league ever, and we're playing in the playoff series. Enjoy that. So part of me just sits back a little bit and appreciates how great of a series this has been.
Hey, Bob, the one thing I was reading Sam Amick's story today, and this is the stuff that fascinates me. He brought up the team inquiry website, and we all know that the coaches play the gamesmanship game with the officials, and I know they always sent clips of stuff they want looked at. So I found out today, if he's accurate, that there's the team inquiry website where teams tell the league to look at stuff, and if the league, then the league either does something or not, and it's transparent so that everybody can see what every other team is doing. I had no idea about that. I don't need to know who's doing what, but my question is, are you involved with that at all, or is that just Steve, the coaches, and what they decide they want to push with the league?
On stuff like that, it's more coaches because, if I'm being honest, I don't review the angles of what was a block charge or a screen call. They do, and when you submit stuff, sometimes it's not with animus. It's just, can we get some clarity on this and understand it? And Steve is very, as you can see his comments, he's kind of takes this approach of he really cares about the NBA. And I know people may perceive it as he's attacking his opponent, but Steve really has a passion for the game and the purity of it. He just does. So he did it when he was a broadcaster. He cares about how the league functions, how the league looks. And so a lot of times he just says this would be better for the league, and that people can take that any way they want. But a lot if it's a specific kind of call or interpretation, that a lot of that times comes from the coaches. But when Draymond got suspended, I don't call the league on stuff like that because they have their rules, right? I didn't say, well, he should or shouldn't. So it is interesting, I suppose, from the standpoint of, I think it's great that if somebody submits something, the other team sees it. And the NBA implemented that, Matt, probably, I bet that's been 10 years. That's been going on forever with since I've been the GM here. I don't know if it was there all the way, but I started in 2012 and made the playoffs that year. I don't know if it was in place then, but shortly thereafter, they put it in place where even if you send a text message, what used to be Kiki Vandeweghe and now is probably Dumars, they'll see it, and that it's no surprise, and I think it's a good thing. So it's fair, and the league does it because they want the other team to know what is being said and to receive it, and that's how the whole thing goes.
Bob, I don't have to tell you, but I got to share with you my thoughts. Life is amazing, and let me tell you why. I'm watching the game, and I'm watching this series, and you guys made a decision last year not to bring Gary Payton II back. You reacquire him. and now he's on the biggest stage, and so is the team. But, Bob, it's like he's never left, and I thought to myself, and I mentioned it to my pops, like, I mean, that's got to be a damn good feeling. Can you just talk about what he means to the team and what you've seen from him?
When we couldn't keep him in the summer, I knew there's certain guys that just help you win. And it wasn't as if we decided as a team or organization, we don't like Gary, he can't help us. It was clearly economic, happy he got paid. But I knew right then, and I think many shared it with me, players, coaches, front office, we're going to miss this guy. I mean, we're going to miss him. You have to be blind not to see what he did for us last year. And you guys have both been around the sport a long time. Certain guys like Gary they're always part of the solution. You just put him out there and he helps you win. And he's a little unconventional, but he's figured out a way to fit with us. Even in this series, didn't he DNP one of the games? He DNP, or barely played. Was that game 3 or 4? I forget which one. Not 4, 3, 2. I don't know. One of the games he barely played. And to now see him starting and giving us what he gives us, you always know when Gary's on the floor. And I was talking to Steve this morning, and he had a great way of saying it, because we were talking about the game and talking about Gary. He goes, Gary's kind of like a lockdown corner, where if you put him on the best receiver, you kind of know they're not going to throw it over there too much. I thought that was a really good way. Obviously, it's not like when you put the lockdown corner on a guy, they don't catch a pass and aren't making plays. But you give yourself the best shot of holding that opponent to difficult shots or difficult makes. And Gary, he does. You guys watch. I mean, he does that. And not only that, his finishing. He's got point guard skills, his passing, his awareness, his court awareness, when to cut, when to move, when to space. Yeah, I mean, I love watching the guy play. I think all the fans. I mean, the fans. He's one of their favorite guys. When he just. But I see why. His story is great. His whole pedigree, his dad, Skyline, the whole thing. It's a pretty cool story with Gary.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He does every week on the executive show. All right, I'm gonna do it this way. You've been around here for over a decade. You came in with Jerry West back in the day. You guys have won 4 championships. You've built a dynasty. The Bay Area has come to know who you are and get to know you, and you're a fixture in this community. We found out a couple months ago, you don't have a contract for next year, and you play a game last night that, if you lose, the season's over. And I gotta just ask you, I mean, where, if you're addressing Warrior fans right now and they're like, Bob, you gonna be around, like, come on, Bob, what's up? What's going on? What would you tell them?
I do get that. I mean, the fans are great. I mostly get fans just saying, we hope you're back. And our fans they really are great. And that's a nice thing to hear. You like to appreciate it. What I would tell them is that they won't like the answer, but it is a focus on this. It's not a focus on me. It's a focus on the team and to keep this thing going. There'll be time when the season's over to think about that and process that and see how it unfolds or how I feel. But just like I would say to your answer regarding Kerr, the fans, the media, they're allowed to kind of look ahead while the series is going on, or the what ifs. If you win this series, if you lose this series, what does that mean? There'll be time for those answers. But as we sit here now with the game tomorrow night, I don't think about that and what that is and what the answer to that is, because I don't have to right now. I want to give everything I have to the team and the season and the players and Kerr and when it's all over, it's just like you can pick a player that's you deal with that when you have to deal with it. So that's my answer. But I love I do appreciate the lead in. Those were some nice things you said.
Well, it's the truth. I mean, how about this? Like, do you know what's going to happen, but you just don't want to say it right now, or do you not know what's going to happen?
I would say I don't know.
Okay.
Because I don't need to know. I mean, somebody smart a long time ago gave me advice, and it's kind of hard to follow, but don't make a decision until you have to.
Mm-hmm.
We often don't do that. I often don't do that, but I've tried to do that. It's good advice, honestly, when you make any decision. When you two make a decision, when I make a decision, there's a time when you have to make it, you make it. But let whatever you feel have its opportunity to move you in directions. That's how I try to look at it, but again, that's how I view it.
Bob, I'm going to go full fan mode on you, and I ain't ashamed about it because you can't think like this, but I am. I hate to bring up 2016 Father's Day. That was Game 7. You guys lost. Steph, LeBron, Kyrie hit the shot. And I'm telling Steiny, I know it's about tomorrow, Bob, but if somehow you got it to Game 7, it would be Mother's Day, and it would be revenge from Curry and the rest of the gang on LeBron. You can't go there, but have you? Because I have.
Guru. I need a guru in my life. I know you guys are real different, but man, you guys complement each other pretty well. Because I hope you appreciate gurus, Steinmetz. I hope you do, because you need a little guru. I probably
infrequently. Infrequently.
But it's Mother's Day, Bob, man.
Look, it's Mother's Day. I do remember that Father's Day. It makes the day, I guess, more memorable because it adds to the layer of it. You always have emotions around being fathers, and I know you both are, and myself. You think about that. You got your own dad to think about. You got your kids. You got your family. If it's Mother's Day and we're there, yeah, there's a lot of them. It just adds emotion, right? And there's already going to be enough emotion that you have on those days, game or no game. You had a Game 7. It adds an element. But if we were driving to the game, Guru, and you went up on this Mother's Day, I might be like, can we just calm down a little bit? It's too much.
Hey, Bob, thanks as always, man. Appreciate it. And good luck tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Bob Myers. That's the Executive Show. Brought to you by The Golf Spot, the Bay Area's newest indoor state-of-the-art facility with coaching and technology designed to improve your game. The Golf Spot's now available for in-person lessons, hitting sessions, fittings, and private events. To book a lesson or reserve a bay, go to thegolfspotba.com.
I've never been prouder of you since we've been working together, and I'm about to tell you why, because sometimes you'll take time out to tell people what I mean to you or you working with me, and I believe you half the time or whatnot. But Steiny, if I were ABC, TNT, NBC, the way you finesse trying to get that information from Bob, it was a perfect game. Like, when we get back on the other side, talk to it. That you might be missing your calling. It was professional, it was real, and you doubled back. Like, I mean, Steiny, that was, Evan, help me. That was special. Like, I'm proud
Evan, help him, please.
You went after that information. But you did it like you were having a beer. Damn, that was nice.
Meanwhile,
you buttered him up at the beginning. My God.
What did I
see? That's. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it all.
Evan, what did I miss?
On the other side, 888-957-9570 is the number. You just heard Bob Myers talk for a half hour. Do you have any response to it? Did anything kind of tickle your fancy? Did anything stick with you? 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's all sponsored by Save Mart.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Thanks to Bob Myers, the executive show.
Bob.
Came on at 12. If you missed it, you can go to the Odyssey app and download it and listen to the Bob Myers executive show. And he'll be here in 2 weeks doing another one.
Yeah, look at you.
You heard it here first.
Look at Steiny.
2 things that I heard that I thought were interesting that he said, and we'll start playing some sound of it in a little bit. But when asked about, the possibility it could have ended last night, the thing that I thought he said, look, if we lose last night and we get beat by 5, in 5 games, we're not that good. He's like that. Then we're not that good. And what that kind of tells me is, and I'm not saying it was one game, but the outcome of these playoffs is what's going to determine the direction of this team. That's what was reinforced with me during that conversation. I felt like, had they lost last night, everything would have been on the table. Can they come back and win this series? Can they push it to 7? Can they, make it really, really competitive? Then maybe you think differently about moving forward. But what I heard was, we get beat last night, and the Lakers beat us 4 out of 5. You know what? Who knows? Who knows what we could do after that?
And Steiny, that goes on top of what the chef told us to our face when we were out a couple weeks ago at Chase. He said had they not won the championship last year, big changes, I'm paraphrasing, would have taken place. And Bob just basically said that to us again. This is after the chip they got last year.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things, I don't got to tell you, Steiny, up in the air.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And, I had to ask him about what his situation is. And he said, basically, he doesn't know.
But he did say how I feel.
Yeah, and 408 says the key thing Bob said was, we'll see how I feel. So maybe
if it's up to him.
Yeah, maybe at this point the ball's in Bob's court. Maybe. Yeah. We don't really know, but listen, Bob Myers, I was just saying, Bob Myers he's Brian Sabian. He's Bill Walsh, Eddie D, and Carmen Policy.
Look at you.
I mean, he's
a big boy.
He's as big and as successful a GM has been in the Bay Area, right?
There should never be a contract issue with the guy made like that with what he's accomplished. That's all. That's why I'll never forget when they were playing Boston. It was Saturday. Woj had that report, Stoddy, that he was working without a contract. Like, what? Yeah.
For next year.
Yeah.
Obviously,
yeah.
Well, maybe he was volunteering. And the Warriors won last night because it's Antonio in Oakland. What's up,
Hey, what's up, you guys? That was a hell of a win right there by 15 points.
You know it.
Some brutalness, man. Draymond Green, the Ronnie Lott of this dynasty. It was feistiness and all that. 20-10. We need the same for next game. Hopefully Anthony Stricos Davis doesn't play. We have a better chance to win. But I think we're going to win regardless, man. I think we're just going to win the next game. Game 6, Clay will return. And Andrew Wiggins, two-way Wiggs, man, that boy, he's a lockdown guy when he's on. And LeBron, he's been looking a little tired. So I'm just saying, all the pressure's on them. Momentum is on our side.
No momentum in the series, eh? Come on now.
And the only reason the pressure's not on the Lakers is if they lose, they got another game. Forget where it's located. But it does feel like they know they want to take care of business tomorrow as opposed to Steiny, they would not be favored. Nobody cares, but they wouldn't be favored, rightfully so, coming to play the Warriors on their home court.
The Lakers wouldn't.
Yeah, after losing, it would be 2 in a row if they lose tomorrow night. And that's why it's imperative that they get a good whistle, but you have no control over that. But Steiny, it's a real thing, man.
That's the begging that the listener was talking about.
Give a damn.
Steiny, it's imperative the Warriors get a good whistle, but we can't guarantee that. That's begging. They don't need a good whistle.
On the computer?
See, this is what I mean.
But what do you call what's
they don't need a good whistle to win.
Okay, so what are the Warriors doing at the website?
That's protocol. Every team's doing that.
But that's begging, right?
Yeah, but they're the team.
You need to. I never knew that existed. Wow.
But it's okay for the Warriors to beg. They're
That's
the entity.
funny.
But as you and Bob made clear, and I'd like to emphasize, you don't play.
Yeah.
And neither does he.
Yeah.
Matt's in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Steiny, you know the whistle matters. It does.
It matters, but you can win without one.
You can, but I mean, I just hope the league doesn't decide they want to hand something to LeBron, and I know no one actually ever discusses that. But come on,
Matt, come on, Matt. You know you're making me mad now, right?
Yeah, I feel you, Matt.
Well, I hope I don't make you mad. You don't know me. You should don't let anybody make you mad. But the other thing I wanted to ask about, if I can talk about the future, unlike Myers, what do you think the possibilities the following people would end up on the Warriors next year? Those are Jaylen Brown, Malcolm Brogdon, and possibly Jaren Jackson Jr., because they're going to make a change no matter what. I don't see them getting past Denver, even if they do win. So just want to know what your thoughts are on those players.
The Warriors, gotcha.
I love all three. I don't know how it would happen, Steiny, but good Lord, I would welcome all three.
See, I actually can't see Memphis making a move to give that guy to the Warriors or that guy to go to end up a Warrior.
Defensive Player of the Year.
As for the Celtics, hey, you know what? I'm not saying they're like the Warriors.
Should never be on a team where he's coming off the bench. That's just a fact. That's how much I think of his game.
Oh, really? Would he start for the Warriors?
Well, you saying right as is right now?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'm the coach.
No.
I have not been here, and I'm just coming into town.
Oh, you're going to bring Clay off the bench?
Hey, I'm just telling you. Well, who would you rather have? I'm asking you,
Steph and Clay.
No, forget Steph. I said Clay or Brogdon. This current version of Clay or Brogdon.
That's not the question.
No, but I'm doing you to you.
Brogdon would not start on the Warriors.
But
you said there should be no team in the NBA where Malcolm Brogdon comes off the bench.
But now I'm boiling down. You got to pick one, Brogdon or Thompson.
No, I'm not.
See, all right, I got you. But that's your answer.
You didn't. Brogdon would not start for the Warriors.
Right, because Clay's been here and he's a made man.
Well, so there's
but what if I inherited the team?
So that's two teams that he wouldn't start for.
Well, I'm just telling you, Brogdon's a baller.
Okay. That I won't disagree with.
Something's up with Jaylen Brown in Boston. Stein, I think he could be on. Now, he ain't coming here, but who knows? But he could be on the move.
What would you give? What? Okay.
Yeah, let's talk.
What would it take to get Jaylen Brown? And I don't want to go down this road, but just hypothetically.
Kuminga, Poole, couple picks. That's and Boston lot. Probably.
That's a lot.
Jaylen Brown's a baller. A young baller.
Yeah.
But I don't know why he has turned into a poodle in regard to what you always tell me. You ain't getting the ball, Goo? Go get it. And I don't think he's doing that well enough. Go get the rock.
530 Wiggins and Poole for Brown and Brogdon. Yeah, okay. No, that's a yes.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, if I'm the Warriors, I do that in a second.
We'll pay for the plane tickets.
Please.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was doing my Brad Stevens impression.
Gotcha.
Hey, Evan, before we went to break, I gave Steiny major love on how he was probing to get those answers. But then you said something. Can you explain about what happened that maybe I missed before Steiny went there?
Yeah, you buttered him up at the beginning of the question. It sounds like you put him on his lap like you're Santa Claus.
You have to.
Oh, my gosh.
You have to.
But I missed that part.
You have to. That's part of being a storyteller.
A lot of people saying you were nice with the ladies back in your day.
How the hell do they know?
Because you had game. Yeah.
The bottom line is this. You can't just say, hey, Bob, you think you're coming back next year? Right. It's like, no, that's not the question. The question is, you know what, Bob? Let's get some perspective here.
Bob, you're beloved.
He is beloved.
That's the part.
With the exception of 4% of the yahoos. Listen, anybody who's followed the Warriors, you don't even have to be a fan. I'm not a fan. But Bob Myers has been around here for 10, 11 years. They've had 4 titles. He doesn't have a contract for next year.
Those are facts.
I mean, what are we doing? How can you not ask him that?
And you have more than once. That was
but
great,
I hadn't in about 6 weeks.
No doubt.
6 weeks. Sounds on my board. All right. Here's Bob Myers on. This is interesting. I want you to listen to this. Right. Bob Myers on. Hey, what if last night could have been the end?
What I thought last night going in, Guru, was if we go down 4-1, then we're not very good. I mean, as harsh as that is of a conclusion, if you lose 4-1 in the series, you got beat. You got beat pretty bad. You barely avoided being swept. So my thinking was, I was confident we would win because our guys have proven they respond with their backs up against the wall. But I also had a feeling of if we don't, that kind of gives you your answer, and that's how I looked at it. But I had a good feeling we would win the game.
Yeah, and they did. Now it's about tomorrow. Gosh, Donnie, tomorrow's show, man. We got an hour left in this show, but Jesus.
Here's Bob's response to when I asked him if Lacob was sticking it to it. No, I'm just kidding. About what his future is.
I would say I don't know.
Okay.
Because I don't need to know. I mean, somebody smart a long time ago gave me advice, and it's kind of hard to follow, but don't make a decision until you have to. Mm-hmm. We often don't do that. I often don't do that, but I've tried to do that. It's good advice, honestly, when you make any decision. When you two make a decision, when I make a decision, there's a time when you have to make it, you make it. But let whatever you feel have its opportunity to move you in directions. That's how I try to look at it.
You know, the other thing that now, of course, parsing words into oblivion, he said, I'll see how I feel, and then you don't have to make a decision until you have to make a decision. So the more I think about it, the more I do think this is Bob's decision.
Yeah. Which I didn't think,
Like,
early on, I was like,
it might, money clearly may be an issue, but there's something there, and Bob's gonna either take it, not take it, or say, it's got to be something different.
Yeah.
But
if you were him, wouldn't you want would you want to go? And I know when people say Guru new challenges, I kind of get that. But wouldn't you kind of want to run that?
Yeah, this is where you're naive. You thought Durant was going to stay too.
He had that hard hat on at the groundbreaking ceremony. He snookered me. Hey, but I used to pay my bills like Bob said. You don't pay them till you have to, Stoddy. That's when I was single. That's how I do it.
Let's go to Kenny. Kenny's in Union City. There you go, Goo.
Yeah. Kenny.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, we need the Goo to run for mayor of Union City.
Don't.
Man. But anything can happen.
Why?
Look at him.
We need some new blood in here.
Yeah.
We need some new blood.
Let's go.
Hey, quick question here. I'm watching. Everybody knows Draymond Green's competitiveness. Quick question for you guys. How hard Draymond Green is playing. Yeah, he wants to win. But what about, is he putting on a show for the Lakers to sign him to a big contract in the coming years?
We shall see.
I don't think he needs to put on a show because he's already, they know what he already is. Last night was about I don't want to lose in 5 games to me, guys. So I don't think he's doing anything. You already know what Draymond is on a good day.
On a good day. He does have to prove he's still got stuff in the tank.
And you know what's scaring me? Or should I save this for tomorrow? Steiny, we both saw it. The refs did give him some leeway when it was big, when it was more than just basketball. He was in their face, their grill. That's what scares me about tomorrow night. Whoever the refs are, the fact that they're the road team, will he get that benefit of the doubt?
So he got a benefit of the doubt last night? I'll bet you Warrior fans, some of them would take exception.
There was a leash in regard to him. Steiny, I'm as close to he was in the guy. He was in the face.
Yeah. He gets to do that.
Like, come off that.
He gets to do that.
But
why?
Can he really do that
know.
on the road? Like, is it different when you're on the road?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see tomorrow, baby.
888-957-9570 is the number. Bob Myers joined us at noon today. If you heard that interview and want to comment on it, you can get in at 888-957-9570. It's also the Comcast Business text line. And the Warriors win Game 5 yesterday. Had to do it, and they got to do it again, and then again to advance. But Game 6 is tomorrow night in L.A., 7 o'clock start. JD with Warriors Live at 6. Keep it locked in here all day for your Warriors talk. And you talk about how long this thing's lasting. It's 10, 12 years of Steph Curry and the boys doing a lot of damage. Is it going to come to an end, or does it continue? We're going to find out this weekend, and we're going to find out on 95.7 The Game. Yes, absolutely. My question to the Warrior fans out there, and even non-Warrior fans, is did anything surprise you last night? To me, I was watching that game, and I felt like it was kind of what we all expected. I said, if there was anything that surprised you, let us know or share with us. And I said the one thing that surprised me last night was the fact that it was LeBron James and Anthony Davis who carried the Lakers in the first half. Essentially, they carried them, and I think the perception was going to be that those guys were going to, play a little loose, get a little bit of a lather, see if they could hang in the game, and then maybe take a chance at it. But the reality is, both those guys were playing hard in the first half, and now Anthony Davis only ended up with 32 minutes. LeBron, I believe, played 39, but we're all set up for Game 6 tomorrow in L.A., and look, if the Warriors can do what they did last night, they kept the turnovers relatively manageable at 14, and they out-rebounded the Lakers. You do both of those things, you got a shot at Game 6.
No, tomorrow. You do, Stoney, and here I go. Some more from last night for me was the fact that the Warriors did not – we've seen playoff games where they attempted 53s or more. They only attempted 35 last night, but it was the success that they had in the paint, the 2-point baskets. And before Anthony Davis got hurt, Stoney, guess how many blocks he had?
None.
In L.A., he looks like Wilt Chamberlain or Bill Russell around the rim. So that was odd to me that AD couldn't get his hands on the ball, but at the end of the day, they were running. The paint was open. And for the first time, I don't want to say the first time, but the first time in a couple games, they had AD on Draymond.
I just want him to take a break.
I'm going to give you a 2. Yeah, but still, it didn't work. The paint was open for the Warriors last night, and that was shocking.
Absolutely. What Draymond end up with?
20, man. He had 20 points, 7 of 11. And what about his new thing? When he gets tangled up, he just sprints down court like, I ain't tired. I'm going, like no nonsense. Like he'll get tangled up or a call, and then he just gets up and sprints down like energy on 1,000. Wow. That's the stuff real ballers recognize, Donnie. Like your boys, he's juiced, energized. That's what we need tomorrow. I'm watching that. And I'll be able to tell I'll send you a text. I'll be able to tell in the first 2 minutes what Dre we got.
No, you won't.
What you mean, no, I won't?
Because you won't. Because the first 2 minutes are 2 minutes out of 48.
But you know what I mean. Yes, honey.
No.
Yeah.
Steiny, why are you contrarian?
You didn't read that.
No, I'm just.
Did they not know the show?
No, I didn't read it. I said it off the top of my head, but. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
I guess Kyle Shanahan got offered courtside seats, but he had a banquet and he couldn't attend.
Actually, the more the better, so I
What does
can
that have
help
to do with
educate.
anything?
Something I came across.
So, wait.
Niners he spoke for about half hour yesterday, too. I think they were in, I want to say, be careful here. Now, this don't go to, if I'm telling you before I say it, but it was Napa or Fresno. They were having something.
Oh, those are close. Those are almost the same kind of places.
Nobody's
Fresno
saying
and Napa.
I'm saying they were in 2 locations he spoke at.
Yeah, it's one of those places. It's one of those places where it's like, hey, Fresno or Napa.
I got you.
Half the people say Fresno and half Napa.
I got 3 mistakes. I'll share with
3?
you. Yeah, 3.
3?
Because that read counted.
I don't know 415.
What?
Why does Guru sound scared? I don't know.
I've been fired up all. That was yesterday's show.
No, but yes, maybe, but it's a text that came in 5 minutes ago on the Comcast Business text.
You got enemies?
No. Why would I have enemies?
I ask my kids that all the time. Because sometimes I think some people I know text in to try to throw me off my game, and that's why who cares?
Well, you care.
They're listening is all that matters. Little Richard. The problem is when they don't say nothing. Yeah, sir, baby.
What was the name of that? Shoot. It used to be a play or a musical, and it involved a big rabbit. Like a life-size rabbit. I want to say it was like Charlie or something.
Alice in Wonderland?
No, it was a big rabbit.
I thought of Bugs
and he had
Bunny.
like big rabbit in a movie.
Donnie Darko?
No.
This is weird.
It was it's a one word. I'll figure it out. Harvey. Thank you. Harvey.
Never heard of it.
That's your new nickname. Harvey was a life-size rabbit, and you've got rabbit ears. You've got Harvey ears. Not just regular rabbit ears. You've got Harvey ears.
You know I'm for the streets. I can care
Thank you
less.
so much, Cape.
You're the guy that said
Careful.
the internet's been so mean to me.
Who?
2 weeks ago. Remember, I had to pump you back up. The internet's so mean. It's when you were, Evan, you remember that?
I never said that to me.
Wouldn't make a prediction.
Yeah,
I said,
you
I
would
don't-
make a prediction.
No.
But you're back.
I'm not
Yeah.
mean. I said I don't need that
we go for-
crap in my life.
Yeah, but
These-
you were in a phase. You were going through a phase.
You don't get to affect my life.
But you were Bugs Bunny a little bit.
I'm just not making I'm not making a prediction.
I was like, Stoney,
hey,
what's
who's
going to
win the series?
They keep saying stuff at me. I was like, what happened to my Steiny? Remember that, dude? I'm going to give you a Ford.
You need to take power chair abilities away.
Oh, my. There's blockage somewhere. How can that noise come out of a human?
Somebody said that Steinmetz's show and you didn't say anything, and then I said
I totally missed that.
Yeah,
But
I
they
didn't
were
either.
calling to give you. I don't got
Props?
an ego like that.
No, it's huge. No, it's bigger. Like that's the thing.
That didn't even bother me. If somebody
What?
was calling to give,
You're obsessed with fame. You are. You're obsessed with needing
I swear
to be
I am
known.
not trying to laugh.
No,
but this stuff
fair.
you could get on stage. Rudy Ortiz, watch
You
out.
are.
What are you
It's fine.
talking
It's not
about?
it's not a death knell. You just want to be famous.
I come in here and
The idea
share
of
all
you
my
being famous.
imperfections.
Yeah.
What's fame? I don't want fame.
It's what you crave most.
I would have moved to L.A. years ago and tried to be an actor.
I'm Malcolm X when I need to be.
Yeah, Steiny, I hate that. I know you don't believe that.
No, I do. I want to be very clear.
Do I have shirts with our faces on it? Do I go to the ball games pushing an agenda? Look at me. No. Hats
not a
that
bad
people.
thing.
My boy Gerard was like, get hats to say Guru 957.
That's why I
don't do that.
That's why young people relate to you, because you are a self-promoter, and that's what the young generation has to do
No,
to get known.
that's athletically is how we relate still, because I'm still playing.
Fine. Dude, listen.
Hard.
Listen, fine. You know what? I hope you do get famous, because you'll realize it's not all it's cracked up to be. But I
How
get it.
would you know?
I get it. A lot of people want to be famous, and stop attacking Steiny. That's right. Oh, stop attacking Steiny. Lay off Goo. I thought Chris A was saying, stop attacking Steiny.
Yeah, because you ain't attacking me.
No, kind of.
No, last. I was like, what's wrong, Steiny? I'm gonna keep this so mean. I'm so tired. I had to shake you. Yeah, John Wayne is back, Jack.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got an hour left in the show, and we got Game 6 tomorrow from L.A. Dub Nation. They're gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They're happening right now. Single game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives, well, they're standing by.
I hope you appreciate Guru, Steinmetz. I hope you do.
Freestyle Friday. If you had any swag, it would be a staple of the show.
What's that? One more time?
Freestyle Friday, that beat.
Oh. I'm trying to get Reed in the quest for 5. Let me tell you what, Goo. It's brought to you by Alameda PD. Alameda PD is now.
Man. I'm sorry.
See, now I got to do it over. You know, the contract says unobstructed read. Means you can't. Let's see if the quest for 5 is brought to you by Alameda PD, who's now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. alamedapolice.org. Warriors win last night, 121-106. Anthony Davis got hurt. We'll see what the injury is, but so far the reports are that he's likely to play tomorrow against the Warriors in Game 6. The idea of pressure. Who's the pressure on?
It's interesting.
And what does it matter? My feeling is, okay, Lakers got some pressure on them. Warriors got some pressure on them. Let's go play the game and see what happens.
And that's why I appreciate you. And at the end of the day, no matter what happens tonight, Steiny, in this last hour, I will not come in tomorrow and tell you the Lakers have more pressure on them than the Warriors. The fact of the matter is the math says they don't. The Warriors lose this game, their season's over. If the Lakers lose tomorrow night's game, we'll see you Sunday back here for Game 7. So with that said, I don't know what to expect. Every game is its own entity, but last night was the first game in a while, even Game 2, where I felt like, man, the Warriors don't give a damn about Anthony Davis. They don't give a damn who's in the paint. They were, aggressive, made their mind up, and they attacked. And you can't tell me that was a more aggressive Andrew Wiggins. And when Steph said it post-game to Barkley, Kenny, and Chuck, I was like, wow. He said that was the Wiggins we got last year in the playoffs. So there been a drop-off. And it's natural because he's been away. But they need ultra-aggressive Andrew Wiggins to show up tomorrow night in Tinseltown.
Depends on the way the game's going. Like, I just don't. See, this is where people think it's you, but it's not you.
Wow,
it's just everybody. He's got to be aggressive. Well, everybody can't be aggressive. Steph's got to come out and be aggressive. Clay's got to come out and be aggressive. Wiggins got to come out and be aggressive.
Well, they got to be able to read the game.
Thank you.
But I thought only
Let's
the great
read
ones
the game.
The great ones do that better than others.
Every player should be doing it. I wouldn't like
you think Wiggins, we talk about K-Wig, he can float. He's not the only one. But you think he can read the game and know I need to take over?
When's Wiggins ever taken over? I mean, he's always been a solid player. I guess what I'm saying is, I think if you really want to get into it, I think sometimes the Warriors get into trouble. Clay's got to be aggressive. Okay, how do you like when Clay's ultra aggressive right off the bat?
Well, when he makes them, we're okay.
Well, are we? He's had really good first quarters, and then the second half, he's been terrible. This ain't the old high school. Be aggressive. BEAGGRESSIVE. Be aggressive. Remember that cheer? Beth Plasha, Marie Gabrielli, back at the Holy Name High School cheerleaders.
I'm still dealing with Harvey. That's the
6'5" rabbit.
Wow.
Yeah. By the way.
Yeah, to handle.
Speaking of Atco.
Yeah. Oh, no. What you got? I hope no critics.
I was listening yesterday after I left. There's a pest of the month.
Yeah.
Again, is it an animal or like an athlete? Is it going to be Patrick Beverly?
Right now it's the gopher. So they'll let it. It's an actual pest. So last month's pest of the month is a gopher.
Minnesota.
I'm gonna give you 4.
Gopher's not really a pest.
Bob, but that's what they say.
A pest is like a mosquito or a fly.
Yeah. But a gopher can be a pest. It can mess up your lawn. And then remember I asked you last time you seen a gopher. And you were like, "Goo, it's been forever."
Winnie the Pooh, one of the best characters in Winnie the Pooh, is the gopher.
Yeah,
it absolutely, positively is. So
God, it's been a great Well,
you guys see Charles Barkley had a rat in his pocket? What?
Yeah, no, it was a pet one. They were playing.
You mean fake one?
What did I just say?
Pet.
Yeah.
A pet rat.
Right.
That's
it was a fake one, Stoney. Help me out, boy.
Well, what'd you think of Jordan Poole? 5 for 14 last night. He was the subject of a lot of conversation before the game.
I'm going to keep it real.
Okay.
It's not about the ball going in with Jordan Poole, but there were some pats at the ball. There were some sequences to where I still think not the elevator's going to the top, but there's still some stuff going on. And that's all. But what if he won you the game tomorrow? Like he possesses that skill set.
And he possesses the other skill set.
No, I'm gonna give whoever you know me.
Yeah, I do.
The courage it takes to hoist up to create a shot. That's why I told you you could go 3 for 27. That's why I like Westbrook and Harden. I'm a marvel at damn. You had enough stamina to hoist up 27 shots. Forget if they went in or not. So my point is, you're going to get half credit for me.
Forget if they go in. Yeah, I know.
Just for taking the shot.
That's one of the other reasons why you and I are so different.
Well, I heard
you'll take
a
9 for 28. Okay, yeah. Hey, I give him credit for
Curry
shooting.
had 12 for 30, and we're running around saying it was the best game he ever had. And
I love more out of necessity.
Yeah. God, I wish he had those 2 looks back. Imagine what we'd be talking about now.
I don't think yesterday's game goes the exact same way if the series is different. No, that's where I'm different. Let me ask Warrior fans this. Not just Warrior fans, sports fans. Let's say you're watching a baseball game, all right? And I'd use the Giants, but I can't think of any of their players.
Schmidt.
Right. Okay, so their leadoff guy, Austin Slater. Okay, he starts
Smith,
up and he leads off and he knocks a single right up the middle.
Gotcha.
Right up the middle, and then here comes Conforto.
Look at he's strong.
And the pitcher throws the ball down, and Austin Slater goes to steal second, and he gets thrown out.
It happens all the time.
Okay, the next pitch, Conforto lines a single.
It would have been first and third.
No, it wouldn't have been. Because everything changes after that.
Oh, see, you're not.
The pitcher goes into a windup. That doesn't affect the pitch.
Yeah, totally. If you go in
let me get this. So you believe Slater steals second. He made it. Then Conforto hits a hard ball to the second baseman.
Runner at third.
Slater goes to third. Okay. Are you the announcer that goes, well, that would have been a double play? No, it wouldn't have been. Everything affects everything. Yeah. That's the way I feel. How do you come down on that? I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that thought process, but when you see a runner get thrown out and then the next pitch is a base hit, damn it, you could have been first and third.
I'm a butterfly effect guy. I guess that's what it's called.
Yeah. Great movie.
Hey, Pafita, I don't like that. You better be careful. Says I'm like Eeyore.
A lot of people can't recall Gophers. Like, I ain't seen one in a while, but Atco has.
Caddyshack.
One of
most
the
famous Gophers of all time.
And did you see the reboot of It's Coming?
Oh. What?
The Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes.
White Men Can't Jump?
Yeah.
I'll pass on that one.
Yeah. I don't know why they did it. It's with the white rapper. Who is it, Evan?
Eminem.
No.
Jack Harlow.
Jack Harlow.
Mac Miller.
Who's the brother in it?
R.I.P.
Look at you. Man, you're on fire.
What?
With your hip knowledge.
What did I get you on the other day? You were like, dang, Steiny.
Listen, get this. So we look at the TV, ESPN. There's a guy on there with a Yankee hat. And then I tried to recite one of the most famous verses of all time by one of the most famous rappers, Jay-Z. And I said, I can make the Yankee cap more famous. I butchered it. Shout out Shasky. And Steiny recites the whole bar. And Evan heard it. Look at you. You're proud.
Right.
I forgot to give you love on that. And how did the verse go?
I made a Yankee hat more famous than a Yankee can.
Oh, my gosh.
The Black Bob Dylan.
That is sick.
Stop it.
And that's why
it's a great
exactly.
song. New York State of Mind. Or Empire State of Mind.
New York. Who was that on the vocals? Our girl?
Alicia Keys?
Yeah. Beautiful.
Seriously, Warriors, Game 6 tomorrow. I wonder when they're... I don't think Bob was going down on the plane. They probably aren't leaving. I may be wrong. Sounds like Bob might be getting down there a little early, and the team will leave.
But they'll be there tonight. Yeah, tonight for sure.
Yeah. I don't know that. I shouldn't even speculate.
Back to Wiggins.
Doesn't matter. And don't for a minute think he's meeting with Steve Ballmer. I mean, let's end that speculation right now. Let's end that speculation right now that Myers is headed down to L.A. early to meet with Steve Ballmer.
Funny, Isn't Jerry West in Los Angeles too?
Oh,
I haven't seen Jerry lately.
You know who their guy is? Lawrence Frank.
Indiana.
Remember him?
Yeah.
Former coach of the Nets.
Pacers.
He went to Indiana University specifically to be a manager for Bobby Knight. Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, I don't know what he's been drinking. Bobby Knight looks damn good. I just saw him somewhere.
He was just in the hospital a month ago.
Steiny, hair like yours, he looks good. He been living out the damn Bobby. You doing some good stuff. Fruits and veggies.
What a nasty guy he is.
But it was a different era.
Nasty.
We had nothing called mental health then. It was get out there. There was no term called bullying. Take your ass to school. My mom would tell me if I got in a fight or got beat up, go back out there, come back, you got problems. Dude, do you know what that did to me? Tiny, I'm telling you.
Please tell me she didn't do
Go
that.
back out there to do what? To have it put on me again, but you have to go out there.
I mean, see that?
Dude, the world was different in the 70s and 80s, man.
No, that's kind of not cool of her.
My parents did not know what
soul.
went down on a daily basis with their son. We ate dinner together. How'd school go, son? Oh, it was great.
Let me
Guns and dope everywhere at school. They didn't know.
Okay, so can I compare Daisy Mae to the Brady family?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're telling me you went to school, you came back with a black eye, and she'd say, go out there and kick their ass.
Oh, my, Mississippi's finest.
But Mike Brady and the Brady Bunch, when Peter came home with a black eye, he taught him to box before he sent him back out there. And then sure enough, Peter Brady knocked somebody right out.
Yeah, no, I had to learn from my boys. Red Silk
So
Basie.
your mom sent you out there even though she knew you were going to go 0-2.
Right. I didn't get that. But maybe it was the mental warfare of the walk to go become 0-2. You know what I mean?
I'm just not sure what it's gotten you.
Yeah. Well, I'm Steiny. Ask Bonte about my hard foul at the Warrior World Tournament. I'm tough in the paint.
And Daryl, the Guru Johnson with the air ball.
It was before the quarter was ending. Anyway.
Warriors treated the ball extremely well yesterday. 14 turnovers. I think that's what you live with. Lakers also had 14 turnovers. Warriors won the rebounding battle. And the Warriors made all the shots they needed to make.
You didn't mention the free throws were equal. That was the big deal. That's where the controversy's been coming from.
There's no controversy in this series.
Well, to the people that want to, the Lakers have shot 55 more free throws. Yesterday, that wasn't the case.
I don't think the refs have been a factor.
That's what worries me about tomorrow, Steiny.
You know what? That kind of
I'm being
pisses
honest
me
with
off.
you, though. I hear you.
But
so you don't believe the home team ever in the history of the league gets a better whistle?
I'm asking you this. On a scale of 1 to 10, how important have the refs been? How impactful?
That's a different question. I'm going 6. Yeah, I'm going 6. But it's set up to be, well, to be honest, Draymond got, I thought, 2 quick fouls yesterday. It still didn't stop him.
What letter grade would you give the officials in this series?
B. A solid B. But what are you hearing from the Jackals?
What am I hearing from the Jackals? No, the Jackals are the Jackals because they're the Jackals. They don't know anything. They just complain about officiating because that's all they do. The officials in this series have been rock solid. The officials in this series have not dictated the outcome of one game. Dictated the outcome. Dictated. They haven't done that once in this series. They've established, let me tell you what else they've done that I think is the last 2 games they've let them play. And particularly in game, was it 4? The lack of the letting them play in this series has helped the Warriors. That's what I think.
Okay, I'm going to throw one incident at you. The offensive foul on the illegal screen by Draymond Green.
It's a foul. It's obvious.
But
Both
a
the
lot of
announcers
people in
said
the
it.
Warrior world were like, that's not a fact. There was nothing there.
Okay, and I'll say 7 calls that go the other way. Please.
So I'm calling you delusional, young whale on YouTube.
Right. Warrior fans.
Right.
Warrior fans.
Yep.
Just like Laker fans think they are getting a bad whistle.
When do we find out who's calling the game? Or JD would know that now.
What do you mean calling the game?
Tomorrow, the refs.
Oh, the refs.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that comes out tomorrow. Oh, man.
It's astounding. I hear you, man. But what do you think Phil was doing in Popovich back in the day? Van Gundy. They were politicking. We didn't get the Sack Kings.
Exactly. There's nothing to see here. It's been going on for 35 years.
Totally get that. But
okay, like
there's a winner and loser of that, though.
No, there's not.
Kings
there's not.
In 2002.
Okay, so you pick one game in 35 years.
I mean, Stoney, there's others. We could keep the Knicks Heat series. I mean, just the Bulls Knicks. The whistle is a real deal.
So you realize if a game's physical and one team fouls the other and they call it, that's not an unfair whistle.
No doubt.
It's a foul.
No doubt. I was getting ready to say that. But how does the one person perceive it?
Steve in City Hall, right here, Steve. He wants to talk about the refs for Game 6. Yeah, let's talk about the refs.
What's going on, guys?
Come on, Steve.
Really delusional, and I think it's a generational thing because I've been watching the Warriors since Al Adels and
wow.
days. And I'm telling you, man, it is so biased. It's ridiculous. Those refs.
You believe this?
Real
real quick, Steve, and they're against the Warriors?
Absolutely.
Get him off.
Come on, man. And
Get him off.
That adds to the frustration of the Warriors, man.
Steve.
Let him finish.
Why?
And it goes back to Curry.
Why should I let him finish?
Because it's
the refs are. I won't let him finish.
But
the refs are out to get the Warriors. Is that really what we're doing?
So you follow Sheed on Warriors
Are
World.
we? Is
Great
this what
Twitter
we're doing?
follow.
I'm not talking about him or anybody else.
But I'm giving you another example.
You want me to talk? You want me to let that guy talk who's saying the refs
I don't see it that
are
way.
out to get the Warriors?
I don't.
You break.
I'm not telling you that. But I got Exhibit A.
I'm doing a radio show for people
ago.
that actually believe that. What am I doing? Then I am wasting my time.
This is where you
I'm
lose
not going to let
people.
him finish, Tobias.
This is where you lose to people. You're the guy that, here we go, Evan, get ready, poking the bear. But you're the guy that thinks the chef doesn't he gets a fair whistle.
He does get a fair whistle.
There's a lot of people that
Warrior fans, goo.
Oh, boy.
Just like Dallas fans don't think Doncic gets any calls. Just like Philly and Embiid don't think Embiid gets any calls. Just like Shaquille O'Neal, your favorite player of all time, said he got officiated worse than anybody in the history of the league. I think this is ridiculous. I'm not saying refs don't matter. I'm not saying they don't sometimes make important calls. Why would we possibly be talking this much about the officials in a series where it's obvious that they really haven't been a factor?
I got a great answer for you there, though. You just brought to our attention that website. The Warriors and the Lakers are doing it.
It's been going on for 15 years.
Yeah, but I never knew that you could.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about at all.
Well, still politicking.
I'm not talking about politicking. I'm talking about the idea that refs come into a game and say, we're going to try.
I never once said that. I never once said.
What did you say?
I don't now. If that's how you. I'm not. Hey, it kind of just happens, Tiny. Watch the Lakers go to the free throw line tomorrow 20 times at least.
Okay. And what does that tell you?
that they got a good whistle.
So no. It obviously tells you the refs are unfair. The refs are unfair because the refs, what's their job supposed to be? 20 foul shots each? That's not their job.
No, call a foul when it's a foul.
Thank you. But they're calling again. I'm not taking any calls about the refs. So Scott and Brent would know. Sorry. I'd be a great cop. Come on, God. Like, really? You diminish yourselves.
Take Scott's call.
You diminish yourself, Guru.
I've never said they come into
diminish
a game
yourself
doing
as
that.
a fan.
No.
and a person who has knowledge of the game if you really believe that.
No, I've watched too much hoop. That's why I'm worried that the Warriors didn't handle business and let game one go to where, yeah, you could come with your A game, but you and I know how.
If the Warriors come with their A game, the refs will not be the reason they don't win the game.
Okay. It's bigger than what you're saying. Listen, if an infraction is made,
why are we doing this? We're in the middle of one of the best ref series that we've seen in a long time.
If Draymond Green gets 3 fouls or 3 fouls in the first half.
Can we see if they were fouls or not?
No, I'm telling you they are, but that affects the game.
Okay, and guess what? They didn't call him on him last night.
Right, okay.
Did that affect the game?
Right. I'm not saying they were looking to get Draymond. It's a big deal. That's how you take player, and it's Draymond or the players.
So what happened last night?
Warriors got a good whistle.
Oh,
I told you.
I know, because you know why? The refs are out to stick it to the Lakers.
No, never said that.
God, I'll tell you what, this happens, once a month, Evan, with the refs?
Tonic is saying on YouTube, Matt is actively trolling us and Guru.
Twice a month during basketball season.
Tonic, about what? You think I'm going to actually sit up here and try to have a shred of integrity and say, oh, yeah, the Warriors, they're playing against 8 guys every night.
Oh, somebody.
The F out of here. No, I'm not going to chillax.
I've heard that before. But nobody took it there.
Incredible. Go ahead and take Scott. I'm done.
Scott, welcome to the program. You got to hit the button.
I can't believe we're talking about the officiating.
Here we go.
The officiating.
Scott's got something for you.
Not the players. Not the players. Scott. The officiating.
Are you guys taking my call?
Yeah, go ahead, baby.
I'm sorry. Hey, Steiny, I said I was going to weigh in on it. I didn't say which side I agreed with. I'm not criticizing the refs.
Say sorry.
I don't want to talk about the refs, though.
But he does.
Oh, okay. I was just kind of supporting your argument. And the prior caller saying he watched Al Attles. So did I. I watched Attles and Rick Barry, and I have one guy who said I speak with data, and maybe that gentleman forgot, but the Warriors were the biggest underdog in the history of the NBA, and when they beat the Bullets.
Hey, Scott, you know what?
And
I appreciate that, Scott, and I'm going to get on Evan. Evan, when a guy's calling in about the refs to agree with me like Scott, then say, Steiny, callers agreeing with you, take it.
Quit screaming at him.
Yeah.
I love you, Scotty.
Said, he's still on.
Oh, go ahead.
Quick comment. Quick comment. I'll leave you guys alone.
Okay.
I love you guys. Hey, Guru, you are an emotional roller coaster. You're a prisoner of the moment. If they win or lose, man, that's how I know what the day is going to be like. Every time I hear you.
But
objectivity.
I'm magnum cum laude in that, dude. I react to the last night's game. I've been positive. Magnum cum laude.
You didn't say magnum, did you? Magnum cum laude. Is that when you have an expertise in guns?
Well, no.
I won't do it.
Don't go there. Can I go to break?
Yeah, we do have to go to break.
We got to pay the bills. You know I did that for you.
We have to go to break, and I guess we got the other side. Do I have a read here? Can we just go right to break? I do have a read. What is it? It's one AmeriWest? Okay. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together, just like a great officiating crew.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Boy, oh no, I will have something tonight.
There's a surprise.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The segment sponsored by Save Mart. Save Mart. We can talk about the officials. Just don't tell me they're having in for the Warriors.
Yeah, we're done with the conversation.
Please. Well,
I hate when you yell. You don't want to yell at the listeners. That's what makes the show.
I'll yell at stupid listeners. I'm not listen, Goo, I'll talk about the officials. I'm not going to sit here and listen to fans try to tell me that the refs are against their specific team. Warriors get a bad whistle last night?
They got a great
whistle. I'll talk about it. But stop. It's because we can do this in any market. But they don't do it in every market. Do you realize how little players and coaches talk about officiating?
Hey.
So why do we talk about it like it's the be-all and end-all, where the players and coaches and GMs don't even pay this much attention to it? Tim's in Pittsburgh. What's up, Tim?
It's because it's a scapegoat. That's why. And, I mean, it's pretty much as simple as you need something to blame. And officiating is the easiest one to do it. But, I mean, if you look at the series in general, I mean, if you never drive to the basket, you're pretty much not going to get a foul call. If you look at games 2 and 5 when they won, their free throw shooting was up because they went to the basket. If you sit out there and just shoot threes all day, then you can't expect calls except for the rare occasional one when someone's coming off a screen or something to pick up the guy shooting the ball. But other than that, it's pretty much going how it should. I don't understand why people are complaining about it.
Appreciate it.
And we talked about it all year long. And both these teams are on the opposite end of the Warriors shoot too many threes, so you're not going to get foul calls, and the Lakers get to the stripe more so than any other team in the association.
Michael's in Santa Rosa. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. I'm doing well, especially after that game last night, which was just
dynamite.
Great. I have been. I hope you're okay with me talking about the officials, and I want to agree with you in a big, huge way that I do not think in any way that the officials have it out for the Warriors. 100% they do not. Do some officials have a certain feeling about certain players that they don't like? Occasionally. I mean, they are only human beings, so yeah. Does that mean that they're going to be, like, purposefully trying to tank a team? No. Definitely not, in my opinion. What I do think that is there's a possibility that there's a reason for certain games getting the calls kind of it seems like the calls are favoring one team potentially, and in other games it seems like it's favoring the other team. I do think that there is a reason for that, but I do not think that the officials have any personal vested interest in a specific team, liking them, not liking them, and making good calls for them or bad calls for them.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, Michael. Appreciate it. I agree. Like, do you think, like James Harden?
They betrayed him, but go ahead.
The refs did?
I believe so. They allowed him to manipulate and become so successful at drawing a foul, and then on the most important part of the season, the offs, they changed it. You know, like they were not falling for that, James, but we allowed you to average 34 points a game, and I think it ain't ruined him because he's back now, but just when you brought up his name, that's what I thought there. But I do worry about the road team in the NBA getting – like, the refs are not going to get caught up and go, hey, we're going to really stick it to the Warriors. No, Steiny, I'm just telling you, me, personally, I'm going Marshawn Lynch. I just hate being on the road because I can feel that crowd going crazy, and the refs don't do it on purpose, that the home team will get a favorable whistle. And I thought last night, it's not why the Warriors kicked the Lakers' ass. They got a good whistle. just me.
Okay, well then if that's what you believe, then it's part of the game. So don't complain about it.
And that's why.
But you're complaining
have.
about it. See?
No, I didn't bring it up. Somebody brought it up.
No, you're saying it's accepted now that teams understand they get a better whistle at home.
You just got to battle, and if Curry makes one of those buckets
let's
2
not
games
complain
ago,
about it.
and that's why I'm not. Nobody's talking about it. Like the Warriors had the Lakers on the ropes.
But you said Steph doesn't get calls, so you are complaining about it.
Well, I've been saying that from the beginning.
I'm not taking somebody who's agreeing with me because I got Telmo agree with Steiny about refs. Sean saying no, because then it'll seem like I'm only taking calls with people who agree with me.
But now that you said it won't be that way. Well, let Telmo talk.
Telmo, what's up?
Telmo.
Hey, Telmo, what's up, buddy?
It is gone.
I ride for him, and he ain't there.
Sean's in Richmond. Hey, Sean.
The Rich.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up?
At the end of the day, hey, Guru, hey, awesome speech.
I appreciate it.
That was incredible.
Sean, did you hear mine?
But yeah, I heard yours too. Yours was incredible, but Guru, like I was like, he was ready to go to war.
Oh, man, my
like,
God,
it was crazy.
Yeah,
but you did good too. I'm not knocking you, but at the end of the day, everybody gonna complain about refs. Period. That's just a part of the game. The only time I really would think the refs had something against us was during that Sacramento series at home, was at the Sacramento Kings Arena. There was some hellacious calls. I'd say something about that, but it's been going on for years. And even when we was more physical back in the 90s and stuff, everybody gonna complain about something now. It was a lot of legitimate calls that needed to be made back in the 90s because we was going to the hole a lot more. Nowadays, it's a three-point league. So it's just like the Warriors is not gonna get as many calls. So I'm not knocking the refs on how they reffing. They just going with the flow and how the game is going now. But yeah, the Sacramento series, yeah, I would say that at Sacramento they had something against us. But
yeah, I think he's right. Yeah. The ref said something against who? The Kings or the Warriors?
I think he said had something against the
who? The Kings or the Warriors?
The Warriors.
Okay, so the refs were Kings fans in that series.
That's how he took it.
Okay, gotcha. All right, 888-957. So let's make sure we find out who's reffing tomorrow as fast as we can. 888-9. Actually, no, I can't take the number because do we have any reads here? Do we have any reads here? I'll read this one. The Quest for Five is brought to you by Alameda PD, who's now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Uh-oh, is it going to be Tony Brothers? Oh, we got no shot on 95.7 The Game.
on me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Willard and Dibbs in the house. This is the crossover.
Gentlemen.
Boys.
Fellas.
Yeah.
Man, what's going on?
The beat goes on.
Man.
Not my voice.
Yeah. No.
Not your voice?
You're hanging in there. Yeah.
Been there, brother.
You're hanging in there, brother.
Been there.
Can I start with Draymond last night? What was that? That was incredible. He went somewhere.
He does that.
He went to the hoop is where he went. That's where he went.
He does that.
But other than that, still, he was a bear, a force.
And this year, more than any other, this is, like, when you all agree, this Warrior team, as much as you love them and they impress you, this particular year, they got a lot of annoying characteristics.
No,
I don't think they mean to, but we have reached the level where they don't show up until they. I heard what you said about you don't pay your bills until I loved it. I'm like, man, I got a few of them sitting on the damn desk at home.
I'm with you.
They don't play like that until they absolutely have to.
But even then, Steiny said it earlier, they don't do this 3 times in a row. They haven't all year.
Oh, they did against the Kings. I would argue that they had to do what they did, and then as soon as they felt like they didn't have to, they didn't.
Yeah.
And then they were like, oh, we do again, and then they did. Now, this is different because you don't have a game in hand like they had last time.
Right.
But I don't know. That 3-in-a-row stuff, it was true all year, but there are a lot of things that were true all year that aren't true here in the playoffs. They won 2 games on the road against Sacramento just in that series.
Yeah.
That's better than anything they did on the road all year long, just in and of itself.
And tomorrow's everything.
Tomorrow's everything.
Yeah, Mock Rivers in the building. I love it.
Did you guys hear any of the Bob Myers
Heard
interview?
it all, yeah.
Yep.
I was in the car wash. Yeah, it was great.
Anything jump out at you? Or?
Well, that you're definitely a contrarian, and I can prove it.
Okay.
I can prove that you're a contrarian. I mean,
I can
prove it. It's not like just own it, right?
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought the whole thing was that you weren't a contrarian.
Steiny was getting his
I don't have to be.
status.
You don't. Well, okay.
I don't have to be.
No, you don't. But you are.
No, he's a Warrior fan. He's a closet Warrior fan is what he is. That's what I heard. 10 years later, it's finally out. He loves the Warriors.
I do love the Warriors. I love the Warriors. A segment of their fans are repulsive. There you go.
That's true about every team.
I have nothing but respect for Steph Curry and the boys.
Oh, can I say something about the fans?
Take your time.
I want to say something about the fans. First of all, if you are a fan base that is ever considered nauseating or insufferable,
Eagle fans,
it means you're good. It means your team is good. Nobody's worried about Atlanta Hawks fans.
Hey.
Sorry to pick them.
Are there some?
Nobody's
Not
worried
anymore.
about New Orleans Pelicans fans. Nobody even knows who they are.
Clipper fans.
Nobody's worried, right? Like
Billy Crystal.
Blazers fans used to matter. Go up to the Rose Garden, you couldn't win a game up there. Right now, does anybody worry about Blazers fans?
Not at all.
So take that as a compliment. Here's the other thing, though. I haven't been at all the playoff games. There's way too much being made about some sort of contest that's going on to see who's louder between Warrior fans, Lakers fans, Kings fans. I am not. It's just like I told you guys yesterday. They were down 3-1. You are allowed to come in here. You're allowed to be nervous. And by the way,
which I was,
right? Shout out to even the lovely Christy. We were watching the start of the second half last night. The whole lower bowl was empty.
But that's every night.
And
They're going
I know.
to get stuff.
And she goes, look, we've been there. It takes forever to get a beer.
Okay.
She goes, if that were me, I'd go get the beer. And I'm like, I'd be back in the seat. She goes, exactly. That's the difference between you and me.
With the beer?
I want the beer. No, I would skip the beer and be in the seat. She'd be like, I want the beer.
He's one and done. Yeah.
But the point is listen, the Warrior fans have been, this is now, you're trying for a 5th title. You're down 3-1. There's nervous energy. It's not Roracle anymore. Stop taking it out on the fans as if they're doing something wrong. This is normalcy. This is what happens when a team experiences a lot of success. And there's no contest going on right now with regard to who yells more at the games.
Agree. And that's a completely separate issue. The one thing what we've got to acknowledge, too, is there are thousands of televisions in an arena now.
Mm-hmm.
Thousands. So
and audio in the bathroom.
Exactly.
Too.
Exactly. So when you go to get a beer,
there are microphones in there.
It doesn't mean you're missing the game.
Unbelievable.
You don't
Wash your
have to
hands.
be at your seat to be watching the game in the arena.
Correct, but you have to be in your seat to affect the
No
game
doubt.
with your voice if you're going to be that kind of fan.
But I'm not going to hold it against a fan. You know how many times you've been late getting out to the second half? Because halftime goes quick when you're at the game.
Oh,
and then
it
all of a
goes
sudden
so
you're like, oh
quick.
my gosh, they're starting.
No, and the lines are running into each other. They're
But
so long.
That's universal.
Yeah.
That's
right.
not specific to any particular fan.
Agreed. Yeah. By the way, okay, Dib, something you just said, to have an effect on the game. What do you think affects the home court advantage? What is that actually? Is it? I got three aspects of it. Fans.
Okay.
Comfortability.
Sure.
Officiating.
I think
what is actually affecting the game the most?
I would say comfortability is 40%, fans are 35%, officials are 25%. And comfortability, and I asked Steve Kerr this in terms of Steph Curry at Staples Center, if it was an issue with Steph playing in LA, with the comfortability of the backlighting that they have, it's dark in the background, it's light in the foreground, it's different lighting. And if you're a shooter, a knockdown shooter, and you're not used to playing in that atmosphere, comfortability is a big part of it.
Yeah, although, gosh, he's played there how many times by now? Like, Steve, I remember his
Probably
answer.
like 50.
He was like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh,
Like,
it's a thing.
I know, but he didn't. He's like, I didn't
Man,
even
hopefully
know.
not tomorrow.
He didn't
Right,
know
yeah.
that Steph had struggled there. I remember, gosh, this was years ago, but I think I went to a game at Staples with Steph, missed them all.
Yeah.
He didn't hit a three.
Man.
He went like 0 for 9 or something like that. So he's
Choke
had some-
artist.
had
Do
some-
any of you guys know
had
the
some rough
number?
games there.
Like, what does he shoot there compared with?
I'll see if I
anybody
can
else?
find it.
Because I didn't. I heard that he didn't shoot as well again.
Right.
But we're probably
It's
talking
findable.
about.
We're splitting
He
hairs.
shoots 40% from three at crypto and 42.9% at home, or something like that.
Something like that.
It's probably
possibly.
If there's a big discrepancy, that would surprise me.
I do say this about fans. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Mark.
No, no.
As you punch up the numbers, the fans do have an ability to derail a player, and I'll refer you to Memphis in the series last year with Whoop That Trick, and Boston with Blank You Draymond. So fans
real,
and
man.
crowds can affect a game in their own unique negative way.
And it's called emotion. And I always sit up here and tell Study I feel like I play. But guys, when I hear the rap songs play during the game, I always say this, Dibs, I'm being real. If I were out there and somewhat gassed and I heard Snoop Dogg glaring, I would get the wits about me. I wouldn't be as tired. That's just me.
Right.
That's how I imagine it. There's no way you can't tell me a raucous crowd does not make these players get energy and feed off of it. Now, Steiny, I could be wrong, but there's no way they don't play a part. And that's why when you feel like
fans?
you got a
I
got
didn't
a
say they
home
didn't.
crowd. No, I'm not
I didn't
saying
say
you
they didn't.
said that.
I'm
Mark,
already
it's
defensive.
everything to me.
I got some numbers. You want to hear them?
Yes.
Let's
Okay,
go.
so this is, unfortunately, these are not up to the minute, but go back about a year and a half. There were some articles written about this.
Okay.
There are some numbers, and apparently they're even worse against the Lakers than the Clippers, but they're bad against both.
But
they're bad against both.
the lighting's
building.
different
Yeah.
for each
It
of
is.
those teams,
That's
which
true.
is interesting.
That's true.
Go ahead.
But a number that was posted on October 25th of 2021
Man.
stated that for his career, Curry's per-game average at Staples is 20.4 points per game,
Terrible.
41.6 from the field, and 31.3% from three.
Well, there's
Those
something
are
going on.
brutal.
No
How does
doubt.
Kerr not know this?
And
Get me Steve Kerr.
Steph has been asked about it again. This was a year and a half ago. Asked about why he tends to struggle in the building. Quote, no idea. If you have any ideas, please let me know, because I still ain't figured it out.
Nice.
Huh.
There
so
you go.
He's spoken directly to it.
Now what I'm going to do is tell me the date of that article.
October
October
25,
21.
2021.
Now we go see what he's been since October 25.
He's averaged 52.3 points per game, and he has hit all of his threes.
He's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Good
Steph
little
Curry.
player.
The
Yeah.
chef.
You know, it's funny. This is not for nothing, but somebody was on Twitter last night. They said, you know, if Steph Curry would have played pick and roll his whole career like Nash, he'd be the all-time leader in assists. And I was like, yeah, might be. But would the Warriors have 4 titles?
Right. And would he be the all-time leading three-point shooter? Because a lot of his threes are when he works off multiple picks and gets free on the wing or on the baseline. So he'd be a different player. It's hard to look at Steph Curry's career and think, what if he would have done this? The guy's got 4 chips, 2 MVPs, a finals MVP, and he's the all-time leading three-point shooter. So I have a hard time with the what if he would have, like, fill in the blank. What if he played like John Stockton? Could he be John Stockton?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. He could be. He could be. I mean, he
could be like Iverson and shoot it 28 times a night.
I mean, that's the one thing about him over the course of his 12, 13 years here, whatever it's been, we've got to see him be everything. He can be that, and like he might score more points playing this way. He might have more assists playing this way. But by being able to play all those different ways, like that's his greatness.
Well, that's what the greats do,
that's
right?
his greatness.
That's I mean, LeBron's the same. Like that's their greatness. I mean, they have an ability not only to be a bunch of different people, but to know on which night they need to be that particular person. Look at the assist numbers for Steph in the last 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd argue in the last 2 games, the Warriors have markedly outplayed the Lakers. Now, they blew game 4. But if you look at those 8 quarters, the Warriors are far and away the better team, and Steph is passing the rock. Don't you guys all believe a lot of these great offensive players, they could average 40 a night if they went out with that goal?
I firmly believe that.
They would lose a lot of their games, but, I mean, they could probably average 50 a night if they're just like, I'm going out, like, I'm going to Kobe this thing. It's going to be my last game. I'll score 70. They can do that whenever they want. But that's the beauty of their greatness is they know what's needed in a game plan against a certain opponent on a certain night. And so that's why Steph's not shot the ball well from 3 the last 2 games, but that's not really been what he's focusing on, you know?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Game 6 tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Warriors Live at 6 with John Dickinson.
AD playing or not, Warriors Steiny been sticking up for him even before we got on the mic.
Come on.
Where are we?
Come
with the Barkley Shaq laugh.
Please show me some maturity
team Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, no.
Tibbs, I knew it. I'm with you, man.
Here's my
Over
thing.
a concussion possibility.
Okay, a concussion.
Who is this guy
Do you want to talk
Hold
about
on.
concussion possibilities? Draymond Green possibly had a concussion in Game 4 when his head, when his head slammed on the floor, and he goes to the sideline. He's rubbing his head, and he got up, and he was. I wasn't gonna say he looked dazed, but he did not look like he normally did. He goes to the sideline, rubs his head, comes back, still rubbing his head, and he plays through it. Anthony Davis got poked in the face. I mean. He got poked in the face.
So hold on.
The impact of
Dibbs is going there.
One person's. It wasn't an elbow. It wasn't a fist. It might have been the ulna. The ulna grazed his cheek. Now we're going to be.
Where you go?
No, don't stop me, Mark, because I'm giving my opinion.
But it's unfair.
And you don't know, and
it's
I don't
unfair,
know.
But they never use the word concussion.
And nor am I.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm saying he doesn't have one.
You're on Team Stephen A.
What I'm saying is
for 2.5 minutes.
If he needed to get carted off in a wheelchair and he doesn't have a concussion, then he is a soft player.
He is.
That's what I'm saying.
He is a 7 foot, 270-pound human being. And if he got whacked in the eye, and his equilibrium is off, and you're telling me now we're going to walk through a bench that is loaded with legs and arms everywhere.
It was a long walk where he needed to go. Chris Hayes reported that.
All I know, do we know, did AD ask for a wheelchair? Or did the training staff say, my man, you're wobbly, you just got whacked in the eye, sit down, rather than have you trip over a security guard, and let's take you into the back. All I'm saying is, can we open our mind to the possibility that this wasn't Anthony being a wimp?
Right. And
of course. Nobody said the word concussion.
Yeah.
We all took it there.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the Lakers come out and say we fear concussion.
Yeah.
I think a large man was wobbling.
But you understand this is only an issue, and I told Steiny I love him for, hey, if it's a head injury, it's a head injury. This is about priors. The dude's on the ground when the wind blows.
Now,
and
that's
then he
a different subject.
It's the same subject.
You know,
It's a different subject.
That's a different subject.
I can't feel my shoulder. Remember that one against Memphis?
God,
and he comes right back. So it's all from a good place, but he has priors of,
Yes, but
I need surgery. No, I don't. I just need a Kleenex.
Hey, listen.
Which one is it?
Listen. The drama. He's gotten hurt a lot. So is he?
Yeah.
Is he injury prone? Is he a wimp?
But the
All of that.
theatrics always look like, I need surgery. No, you don't. You need a Kleenex.
I don't know, man. Like, here's what I would say. It's a lot better than Paul Pierce, who left on a wheelchair and showed up
And he
3
laughs
minutes
about that
later.
today.
Okay?
Domas Sabonis got his eye smoked,
Oh, wow.
and you saw a clear-cut eye situation,
Yeah.
and he didn't miss even a shift.
But that's
So-
a completely different experience. That's what people did
That's
to
a dude
Kawhi.
who got smashed in the face.
But
This
that's-
guy got grazed
You
by
got
an arm.
You got Panja on today, Panja?
No.
Yeah,
I was
Because
hoping.
here's the other
I
thing.
was
that-
hoping. Emergency
Now,
Panja.
I'm not a concussion expert.
Different bodies,
Look at-
different
but-
stories.
Sure,
But
sure.
my understanding is
Not a doctor.
even though Draymond hit his head hard, and you would think that's a concussion, and Anthony Davis didn't appear to get hit that hard, like there's no rhyme or reason to the concussion. Like Draymond obviously hit himself in a spot that didn't manifest in a concussion.
Yeah.
You ever drop a dish in the sink?
All the
You
time.
drop it pretty
Yeah.
hard. It doesn't break. And then you ever pick up a dish and accidentally touch it with a fork,
Great analogy.
and it snaps in half.
Terrible analogy.
You hit it in the right spot.
Yeah.
That's the way things are built.
Right.
Kawhi Leonard is not a Spur anymore because Tony Parker decided once upon a
No,
time.
you're right.
I
Speak
had
on
the
it.
same injury,
Yeah.
and I was back in 14 days. Shut up, dude. This is not your body. I'm different, and it's a different
Totally
injury.
get
He
that.
took
If you-
73 games off and then came back and won the Finals MVP.
If you guys
That
want
guy.
to, if you Kawhi, Anthony Davis, Jimmy Garoppolo,
Right.
you want to come down people's road for having more brittle bodies than others, fine. But I'm not going to call first. He didn't say concussion.
No.
and I'm not
But
going to call.
listen.
What?
Yeah, no,
go
I was
ahead.
just in a world of macho-ness.
Tough guys.
LeBron James to me was looking like MFer. Ain't no way you missing game 6 and me dropping another game to the light-skinned fellas.
Maybe.
And for Darvin Ham to bypass what I took the doctors and said, oh, AD's already better.
No.
It was set up like, Steiny was like, "Good, what if he's in concussion protocol?" They weren't going to let him get there.
Of course not.
Because of the, like,
Nor
you
would the
ain't not
Warriors let
playing 'cause of
Draymond be in the
that.
protocol.
Right.
If you go in the
That's the rat
protocol,
on the
you're
table
out for
brought to you
5
by
days.
Echo 52,
Thank you. I
Echo
appreciate it.
52.com.
Didn't mean to step on that. Didn't mean to step on the read. If you go in the protocol, you're out for 5 days.
No
and
doubt. He
that's
misses everything.
the protocol, which I don't know if Draymond had a concussion. I'm not inside his head.
He hit
And
his head
thank
hard.
God I'm not inside
But
his
he
head.
went manned up, rubbed it, and went back out there.
Exactly.
Some bonus too.
But if that happens in the NFL, if that happens to Draymond Green, they go, come over here into the blue tent, and he gets put through the paces. But the NBA doesn't have the
no
blue
doubt,
tent.
right?
You're forgetting the game situation. If that game is tied going in the fourth quarter, you think AD's coming back out?
No.
I don't think
we
he
said
is.
before the game
No
even
chance.
started. The Lakers are going to look for an
And they did better
opportunity
than I
to
thought.
get in the locker room.
They balled out.
Charles Barkley at halftime on TNT. If the Warriors come out
You're
and go
right.
and bust this up to 20, you're going to watch these guys sit the fourth
But they
quarter
didn't
out.
do that, Mark.
They didn't because they got it to 18
Are you
and then
saying
it went right
AD
back
kind
down.
of did it with the?
Maybe. You go check him out in the locker room. If the game's tied, is he coming back out?
No chance.
No, but they're down by 16. AD, stay
Now that's
in here.
interesting.
Let's just
Dibs,
bubble
I
wrap.
think he's not coming back if it's tied.
I cut myself shaving in a tougher way than that blow to his face.
Here it
These
is.
are facts.
Here
Not
it is.
anymore.
This is where Mark and I are coming from as mature adults. Is Anthony Davis soft because he's had an injury history? And okay, you can say that he's soft.
You're answering your own questions, much like Mark does. So there you
concussion
go.
is a completely different category.
Right.
You look at a guy like Steve Young. Steve Young had a concussion issue at the end of his career. Nobody's going to say Steve Young wasn't tough. That's just that concussions are kind of out of your control. It's like a roll of the dice almost. So I just separate. Yeah, you want to say Anthony Davis doesn't play through sprained ankles. Yeah. That's fine. Concussion, though, I just wouldn't go there if there were any doubt that he may have had a concussion to kind of make fun of.
If he had a concussion, and I don't know that Anthony Davis did, but if he had a concussion, then he would go into the concussion protocol. Yeah, and if he goes in the protocol and they say, hey, man, you've got a concussion, now you don't play for 5 games.
Right.
Now, if you don't have a concussion, which I don't believe that he had a concussion, and nobody said he had a concussion, all the conjecture was, oh boy, he left the game and he's a little bit woozy. Maybe he had a concussion. Maybe he had his eye poked, and so he had blurry vision.
Yeah.
So fine, you got your eye poked, and you're not going to be able to come back and play in an NBA playoff game.
If
that
you're
to
dizzy?
me is soft.
And Eddie
If you're
Johnson,
down
I was
16,
telling
Put on some goggles. Let's go,
Eddie
Kareem.
Johnson, the great Eddie Johnson, tweeted to Barkley and Shaq,
Yeah.
like, dude, that was an elbow to the temple, not cool. You guys making fun of him. And Olden Paul and these old school comes in. He's a Laker fan. Anthony Davis is soft. In my day, all the centers would not have left for play. So it's all
No
up
doubt.
to how,
All concussions are different in severity, though.
Yeah, and also just to me, this is my rule. I stay out of opinions about other people's bodies and what they're feeling, and that's to me. I have no. You're right. Poke in the eye. If that arena is spinning. You don't want you want this 7-foot man walking over all of the other Lakers' legs? No, just like I don't know what happened. If they had come out, I mean, if Anthony is like, oh my gosh, I might have been concussed or whatever, he clearly was woozy. Now, here's where you have a point, and this is how I think this affects tomorrow night. You're reading LeBron's facial expression on the sideline.
Oh my goodness.
Now, this is fascinating to me. Because the Los Angeles Lakers as a group, without LeBron, are just like all the other teams that the Warriors mentally overwhelm in moments of gravity. It's exactly what they did to Sacramento in Game 7. Moments of gravity. It's like being in Tiger Woods' foursome or twosome on the back nine at Augusta 15 years ago. You're overwhelmed by the gravity of this. The reason that's tough for the Warriors tomorrow night is LeBron. He's not going to be overwhelmed by anything because he's one of them. He's a gravity guy. But the rest of the Lakers aren't, including Anthony. And the fact that, for instance, Darvin Ham is answering questions that weren't even asked
my goodness.
by screaming about, we don't teach flopping. They're shook because it did turn into a one-game series last night. And LeBron is sitting over there going, I sort of see the scenario for this to fall apart is starting to develop. My coach is at midcourt talking about flopping. Anthony's he's in a wheelchair. Schroeder's still laughing at everybody. This is exactly the scenario that gets us beat on Friday night.
Man.
So LeBron's going to have to be special.
Let me throw that one at you too. By the way, we have a meeting today? Does that mean we should cut it short, or it doesn't matter?
I don't think you can cut it short. You've already
so
we're already at a par already.
Yeah, no, I totally forgot.
We talked about you earlier.
I heard it. Yeah, I heard it. And why don't you bring that up now while he's here? Just when you were you were rat-a-tat-tatting him earlier about the peer pressure about you leaving early yesterday.
I'll own that.
You did a whole thing about 10
I didn't
to
leave
2.
early yesterday.
I heard it all.
I didn't leave early yesterday. I left at 2:00.
You left earlier than you
I left.
Who played the
See,
right?
You left earlier than your
So you're like the man. You're kind of like the man.
Did I statement of fact?
So let me get this straight.
This is literally what you do to Goo 4 hours a day every day. Did I state a fact or not?
No, you're right.
You left earlier than your partner.
No, you said I left early.
I did not say that. That's what you heard.
I left earlier than the partner.
Thank you.
Which I do on Wednesdays because it's my golf day. But I leave. I do a 4-hour show on Wednesdays. A 4-hour show. See, you're like the man. You're like the man. Now your responsibilities, they're still not good enough. We need 20 extra from you, Steiny.
Look at my eyes.
Like the man.
I'm not even saying anything. Go ahead and leave on Wednesdays.
No.
We do fine without
it. This is revisionist.
Guru's plenty of personality for us. It's all good.
Oh, you guys
you do you.
It's not leaving early if it's 2:00.
It's leaving earlier than your partner, which was my statement, but your whole body went red when you heard leave early and you stopped listening to the rest of the sentence. Yeah.
I love you guys.
Mavs in 6.
You got
the man.
It's like
that's great.
you got that thing for me. I got you.
The white guy using
the press. The idea of pressure.
We're playing
That's
Charlotte,
why
and
it's
we play
funny.
48 minutes, and it's 117 all. And coach goes, Steiny, I need you for overtime. And Steiny goes,
My shift is over.
Overtime.
Well,
I get paid for
you know
48
what?
minutes.
We'd actually just played 7 straight overtime games. So you know what? Maybe I didn't play this last overtime. Overtime.
Brandy,
I just played a single overtime game Monday and then double overtime Tuesday.
Do we have a wheelchair in the building so Steiny can get to his car?
Exactly.
Head to the elevator at least.
Exactly.
Make sure because it's been 4.5 hours. He's probably exhausted.
I've never admired
I am.
Anthony Davis more than right now.
Yeah.
I
For his
mean,
toughness.
I'd be trying to milk
And
you
let
for
me
more.
switch it. Last thing about AD.
Pay me. Pay me
Last
for
thing
4
about
hours
AD.
and 20 minutes then.
AD's playing tomorrow, and I know Warrior fans are going to get mad at me, but I have all the scenarios in my
Here we
head.
go.
If he goes 25-16, or let's say 28-16 and they win, he's a god. I'm like, it's set up because you're playing just from the peer pressure.
Are you talking Willis Reed game
No,
for Anthony Davis?
from him balling out and they win.
Steiny, is it a Willis
People are
Reed
gonna
game
double
if
back
he
Willard
plays through
and give
this?
him credit for toughing it
No,
out.
people will laugh at him because of what happened last night.
Right.
They're just
No,
laughing.
he can fix what happened last night by a win tomorrow and being a big part of it.
But
28-15-4, AD, you are made in LA.
Of the two possibilities, the fork in the road that's bigger, you want to give him credit for if they win. I think it goes the other way. I think that he's going to get all the blame.
Oh,
if they lose.
It's a minefield waiting on them.
Yes. I think he's going to get all of it if they lose.
Because they got within 9 without him. Yeah, okay.
Let's shut it down.
Yeah.
Because
We got
if
a
we
meeting.
don't leave now, we got to stay till 27.
We got a meeting.
No, you have to stay till 6 if you don't leave now. That's how it works. You're here past 2:20. You have to do the whole show.
This is always awkward. Like, how do I...
Just turn
You
off
just
the
pull your mic out and
Just
walk.
turn off
Yeah, ain't
the
nobody
mic
going to
and
bite
walk
you.
away.
Yeah. See? Look at that. You turned it off. Everything's fine.
All right.
We're going to do a
Willard
show
and Dibs
now.
coming up next. I don't know how we're going to make it through
Guru,
without
don't give these guys the rest of those golf balls.
I thought you
Guru,
turned your
first
mic
of all,
off.
I love your entertainment.
Yeah, totally. All right.
All right. There you go. Yeah, E-Dog. Wheel him out. Wheel him out. Go ahead, Steiny. All right. What's going on, everybody? Can I ask a question when it didn't even come up there?
Sure.
I thought Wiggins was the best player on the floor.
Finally.
That's not a question, is it? Why is it so hard?
No, yeah, I mean, you could ask yourself the question, and then you could answer it.
I could.
Did
Well,
you think that Wiggins was the best player on the floor? Yes, I actually did.
Dibs. I did. Why is it so hard for him to play like that? And I don't mean well. I get you don't play well every time.
Sure.
Why is it so hard for him to put in that kind of effort?
Boy, that's a great question.
Well, I mean, I guess we all deal with that to a certain degree. I mean, you and I talk about parenting a lot. See if you can just get your kids to try harder.
No,
So,
but
some
let
people
me
are just-
answer it this
yeah,
way.
okay.
Klay Thompson never seems to have a difficult time getting his. Klay Thompson walks on the court, and he has that certain, like, bounce and swagger about his game. Last night, he was 3 of 12. But if he had more opportunity, he could have gone 3 of 15, 3 of 18, 3 of 21, and he would not have cared one single iota because Klay Thompson never gets shorted in terms of I'm Klay and I'm here and I'm going to do all the Klay things that I can because I'm Klay Thompson. Now, he wants to win and he plays winning basketball, but Klay doesn't ever have a game where he shrinks or turtles up or the rest of it.
Loses confidence.
Right.
I think it's right.
Or plays like sometimes Wiggins, it's like, oh my God, did he even play? And you look and it's like 5 of 12, 2 rebounds, 1 assist.
Right.
Non-factor.
But then there are games like last night where, I mean, that's the thing, right? Steph Curry's on this floor. LeBron James is on this floor. Anthony Davis is on this floor. And this man was the best player on the floor. That's crazy. In an elimination game, Dibs, he's that kind of athlete. He is unbelievable. I loved watching him play last night. But then, right as the game ends, and it was, Ottoman game in the end, not just a win, but a cover.
I thought they'd win by 22, so I was kind of hoping for that. I had it at 122-100, so I was pretty close.
What was the final?
121-106.
So it was 15?
Yeah.
I think I said 16, didn't I?
I think you did. Because I said 122-100.
Yes, you
and
did.
You're like, 22, that's aggressive.
It's a little hot.
But I was thinking, can I get to 122? And there was a time when the Lakers didn't get a couple of late buckets where it might have been 100. But 121-106, it was an Ottoman game. And thank you, Sister Agnes, for praying for me. Yeah. It was a cover.
Steph Curry on Andrew Wiggins.
It's the best version of who he is and how he can impact games. He played great defense all night on Bron, even though he made some tough shots. Like you said, the rebounds, the offensive aggressiveness, him getting up 18 shots is huge. We need that every night. It's on us as a team to feature him, too, at certain points of the game because he is such an athlete and can create his own shot. Got to feed it to him and let him do what he does.
This is what professionals do. They learn how to say things and sound like they're not coming down people's road when they are coming down people's road. Steve Kerr 2 nights ago. Yeah, it just wasn't Jordan's night. Actually, we would have gone back to him, but Moses and Gary were playing so well. I just couldn't take him off the floor. That's Kerr speak for Poole stunk out loud, and we couldn't put him back on the floor. I don't think this is that different. He did it to TNT, and he does it at the podium afterwards. That's the guy we need. He used the word need.
Right.
Why is it so hard for Wiggins to be that aggressive?
That's a great question, and that's kind of what Steph Curry was saying in his own answer there, because what I heard Steph say was, if Andrew Wiggins can play like this, and he should be able to play like this, we don't lose to anybody in any series ever, because Andrew Wiggins, when he plays like that, 10 of 18, 25 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, great defense on the other end against LeBron James, and when he was switched on to other players, he was awesome last night. When Andrew Wiggins plays like that, we are unbeatable. But why don't you play like that all the time, Andrew? Why?
Well, I mean, there's two different sort of, I guess, topics there. One of them is the execution. That can't be there for every player all the time.
Forget the execution.
Right? Well, but if your shot's not going, then you purposefully would step back a little bit. I think we asked...
Would you, Clay?
Well, fair point. But do we not criticize him when he does do that? If Jordan goes out there, misses the first 4, when he takes the 5th one, we're throwing stuff at the TV, right? So if it's, they know how to look for each other, who's got the hot hand. And if you don't have it, then maybe you do take a little bit of a back seat. What I'm saying, though, it's not just that some of his shots went in. It was the shots that he got. It was the way he went at the basket. Follow-up, dunks, taking people to the hole. If he sees Austin Reeves on him, he is offended and goes, oh, get out of here with that. And he just walks into the key and lays the ball in. That's just a mindset. That's not execution. That's just an approach.
It's aggressiveness is what it is.
And I know not everybody's built the same way, but man, I think that's what's hard when people are watching, especially people who are wired like Steph and Draymond.
Right.
It's so hard to watch someone who you're like, please, will you just do that every time you put sneakers on?
When you're that talented and athletic and gifted, you're the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. You can be that player night in and night out, but you're not. And that's where it can be a little bit maddening. But I also would look at Draymond Green similarly in terms of what he did last night offensively. Because last night he was incredible, and he was incredible attacking the basket. When he got the ball, he was going to go to the hoop. There wasn't any time where he was tentative or he was looking to get rid of it. He had 5 turnovers, but a lot of those were in the middle of the court. He was attacking the basket, 7 of 11. He had 20 points, Mark. Draymond Green had 20, and I do need to give a tip of the cap to Jordan Poole, who came back after 3 bad games, and he played better. Now, he wasn't terrific. He was better, and he played like all the noise that had surrounded him the last week didn't matter. He didn't play very tentative, in my opinion.
Yeah,
at all.
I agree. I thought his approach was fine. He played okay. Our bar is as low as it's ever been for Jordan, so he goes out there and scores 10 points.
11.
And we're like, hey, no, that was better.
That was much better.
He was awful on the defensive end. I mean, but he always is.
Exactly.
I thought he was especially bad on the defensive end last night.
He was as bad as always.
But yes, that was an improvement. The Draymond thing, don't you think Draymond, when he's aggressive like that offensively, it's a little bit more opportunistic? Like Andrew, go do that every night. Draymond, do that when the game calls for it or when it's there, which it was, and it continues to be in this series because the Lakers are running everything at Steph, so it's there. I don't want Draymond to come out and try to score 20 points every night.
No, but I do think that those opportunities are there more often than we think, and
Maybe.
Last night was one of those examples where he came out from the jump. I think the first possession on defense, he commits a foul, and he immediately gets into the official's face, and it's like, all right, Draymond, T or no T in that moment, and he didn't get one. Draymond came to play last night. You could tell that from the jump.
No doubt. And his defense on Anthony Davis, I can remember shouting him out at the end of a Laker possession at least 4 or 5 times where you're just like, that's incredible defense. It doesn't mean, even great defense. Sometimes Davis can score on great defense, but they made everything so hard on Davis, which to me is really, that's all you can do with a great NBA scorer. It's all you can do is make it really, really hard. He did it to LeBron a few times. He did it to Anthony Davis. He was outstanding in the game last night. And I think that's the thing. When you watch the Warriors, if you show up the next day and you've got names that you can say, he was outstanding, and some of them are not named Steph, they're almost impossible to beat. They get so many different things they can throw at you, but they've got to have a few of them work. And I remember that combo yesterday where it was like, I hope this is a collective, not somebody going hero ball. I don't need 45 from someone. Give me a collective. I love that no one scored 30 last night.
Right.
I love that.
He had 27, 25, and 20 with Draymond Green, and it's not often you get 3 players in 20. And Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson are not among them. So if that's the way it goes and Andrew Wiggins and Draymond are both above 20, I like their chances. And you go into Game 6 realizing that you can't lean on a Steph Curry 50-point game as the way you're going to beat the Lakers because they're defending him really well.
Oh, that's not, that won't work. And again, tomorrow, this one, a la Game 7 in Sacramento, this one's different, which we'll explain coming up in just a few. We'd love your phone calls, confidence check, heat check on all of you. 888-957-9570, now that it's 3-2 instead of 3-1. So we'd love to hear from you. Mike Trudell, boots on the ground Laker reporter, about 45 minutes away. We'll talk to him about the AD injury and more. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs, presented by Kaiser Permanente, are happening now. Single game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW Hoop. Representatives standing by. 888-957-9570. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
The all-electric BMW.
Russell dribbled it, lost it, turnover, picked up by Draymond Green. Down the left side, Davis on his hip, goes up, no good, jammed home, Wiggins right over the top with a dunk. Timeout, LA.
Tell you what, if I'm Anthony Davis, I'm looking around even at LeBron going, anybody going to help me?
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Same old story, man. I don't know if I understand it. It's just something we've all grown to accept. Role players, they just go away on the road. Not all of them. Every now and again, you get a little, hey, how you doing? Our boy Schroeder, the most insufferable NBA basketball player in the league. He jumped ahead of a bunch of people for me this series, by the way. Sabonis, Chris Paul, you guys can all take a back seat.
Schroeder ahead of Chris Paul?
Well, I shouldn't say.
James Harden?
I shouldn't say he's number one. Dylan Brooks will always be number one.
All right.
In your playbook and in your heart. But Schroeder, right now, today is number two. But he was good. I got to give it. Where it's there. He was very good last night.
Yeah, he was.
He played really good. But usually, man, you hear Tom talking right there about, gosh, is anybody going to help us out? That's the concern going into tomorrow night for the Warriors. Moses Moody going to hit his threes tomorrow night? I don't know. Is Wiggins going to be that aggressive? I don't know.
Wiggins is not a role player to me.
Well, I get what you're saying. I agree
and I
with
get
you,
what you're saying.
But he's not him. In other words, he's not the guy who, when we get to these situations, you look to say, lead us to victory. That player is Steph Curry on the Warriors, a superstar. Andrew Wiggins is a star, a really good player, all of those things.
He's a star. He's a number one overall pick in the NBA
but he's
draft.
not a superstar. His performance has not been that.
But if you
He's a
look at
one-time All-Star.
Yes,
Yeah.
but he was a key cog in an NBA championship just last year.
No, he's a great player. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in these moments, those key moments in an NBA series, right, the legendary moments, nobody looks to even the B or B-plus players on a team. You look to the A.
You do, but names like Robert Horry come to mind where he's a role player who came up with massive moments in the clutch. Ray Allen's a guy who hit a big three, and he is not a superstar.
No.
He's a star.
Yeah.
He's maybe of the same ilk as Andrew Wiggins in terms of, he's not your best player, but if he plays well, you have a great chance to win. And I
agree
look
with
at
that.
Game 6, Steph has to be Steph Curry. If Steph plays poorly, you're in a lot of trouble in terms of winning that game. You'll need Draymond, Clay, Steph, and Wiggins. You need three of them to play well to win on Friday.
What do you mean by play well? Do you mean shoot well?
I mean play well. So for me, Steph Curry needs to have a 30-point game to play well in Game 6.
Okay.
Klay Thompson needs to be more productive than 3 of 12 for 10 points to play well in Game 6. Draymond Green needs to be sniffing around the precipice of a triple-double to play well. And Andrew Wiggins has got to have at least almost 20 points, almost 10 rebounds, or both to play well. So I think you need 3 of those 4 to play well. And if Moody contributes, Jordan Poole, GP2, Kevon Looney, that's all extra. If 3 of your big 4 don't play well, and I defined what that means, I think you lose on Friday.
That's probably true. I just point to, do you think Steph Curry played well last night?
Yeah.
I do too, but he was 3 for 11 from the three-point line.
It's fine.
Yeah.
He had 27.
Yeah, but he generated a lot. He had 8 assists. He shot 50% from the field overall. He was very good from
Only
2-point
2
range.
turnovers, yeah.
Right, so I think he played well. Gary Payton played very, very well.
Yeah.
Very efficient. Clay was inefficient. Jordan was borderline inefficient.
Clay did not play well.
No, he did not.
Based on the standard that I was setting.
I agree with you.
Draymond did. Wiggins did. Curry did. I think you need 3 of the big 4 to play well. And if you get a Gary Payton 4 of 5 for 13, heck yeah, you're going to win that game. And Jordan Poole, I think Jordan Poole took a step back toward maybe being a player you can count on a little bit more. I mean, he played 23 minutes. And I know some of that was late when it was GT, garbage time, as you like to call it.
You want to know what my favorite part of Jordan Poole's line was last night?
Tell me.
He had 4 assists.
On purpose?
The ball does fly out of his hands sometimes.
Hockey assists?
I totally meant to do that.
One time he fell down and the ball just bounded over to Curry and he hit one. Yeah, exactly. That's mean-spirited.
Rolled to the hoop. Gary Payton was standing there, laid it in.
No turnovers, Mark.
That's the thing, man.
No turns.
Right. Like, I thought Jordan Poole, and this is always my line with him, I don't think he shot the ball more than maybe once, maybe zero, where I was like, that's a terrible shot. Again, if it doesn't go in, my dude, we got you.
Yeah.
We got you. But just stop flying around and freaking out and having body parts flying in every direction and all that stuff. He played under control last night.
That's the word.
And that
control
is 2 words, but yes, control.
No, the control was there.
Yeah, he was under control, and I think we're at a spot where we accept that, right? If you get that, I'll take whatever comes after that from Jordan Poole.
5 of 14, 1 of 6 from 3. You would hope that would be 6 of 14 and 2 of 6 from 3, 3 points to the good, but it wouldn't have mattered because last night you won in a game that you were in control of almost the entire time. There weren't too many moments in that game where you were starting to feel like, oh, God, oh, no.
No.
I mean, the Lakers made a couple of runs, couple of surges, but the Warriors had an answer, and they never allowed the Lakers to really get on top of them.
Second quarter, you were kind of like, I'm a little bummed that you guys don't even have the lead.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you came out with the start that you wanted. You came out, you got it. And you love for them to just have that the whole time. It's not usually the way the NBA
17 to 5, you mean?
Yeah. Like, when that first time out, it was like, all right, let's go. Go get a snack.
Totally.
Right? I'm going to feel good. I'm going to sit back in my chair, let the back hit the pillow, all that stuff. But then it goes away in the second quarter, and as you get deep into the second quarter, start to get a little annoyed. I'm like, I don't like this. You're starting to get deep into this game. If at halftime this is a tie game, that's scary because now the Lakers smell it, and you're a half away from elimination. So that little run that the Warriors went on, the mini run with the Steph buzzer beater at halftime, I thought very significant to regain a double-digit lead at the break, which then sets you up to do what they did. Lakers came out and had a disgusting 3 minutes of basketball to start the second half. They were terrible, and the Warriors took advantage. 11 goes to 18, and even though it came back down to 9, you're like, it never got closer than that. So, yes, the second half was largely relaxing, I thought.
It was.
Yeah.
And, to your point about that second quarter where it got back and forth, it was 45 all with 7.5 to go, and you're up by 2 with 5:44 to go, and it never felt like the Warriors were able to get back to that 17-5 burst. It felt like if this stays the way it is through the half, through the third quarter, and into the fourth quarter, now I'm getting nervous because these close games have not gone their way. So when Steph hit that big three, the 29-footer right before the half, 70-59, I actually, one of those on the couch, and Supper looked up. What happened? I said, hold on. Quick Xfinity rewind.
What was she looking at?
Yeah, she was, on her laptop, but she's not she's not that locked in.
Come on.
She's not.
But you put the laptop away. Come on. It's 8:30.
We've got a lot going on.
I know you do.
We're looking for a nanny. We've got
at 8:30 at night though. What are you going to get done?
We're on Next Door. We're on our neighborhood Facebook group with hey, I am in need of a nanny.
You're looking for criminals, or you're looking for free furniture?
No, you're looking for nannies, free furniture.
Free furniture always.
We got a neighbor who, hey, my hen laid some eggs. Who wants a dozen? Boom.
Oh.
You got to be quick to respond.
I was going to say.
Yeah, so.
All right.
Anyway, back to the Warriors.
Yep.
But, yes, that was a moment where I was like, yes! And then they go up 11 at the half, and it felt like, okay, now they're going to win this game. But and it never really got that nervous again after that.
The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. 888-957-9570. We're here for your calls after the Warriors keep it alive and make it a 3-2 Lakers lead in this series. Game 6 tomorrow night right here on 95.7. The Game, you're listening to Willard and Dibbs, and we thank you so much for doing it. All right, let me run something by you. And this goes for everybody who might call and text in and YouTube and Twitch. What's going on? You can comment. And let me know if I got something here, because I thought this was a moment. Everybody's always looking at officiating in the playoffs. Always. Steve Kerr, even on this show, made an issue of flopping. I thought completely fair. I had made an issue of flopping. I don't mind missed calls, but I do not appreciate when I see massive human beings flying to the floor and into the stands as well. And yes, for those of you who want to say all teams do it, there were a number of flops. Mainly Jordan Poole. I saw a couple on the defensive end by the Warriors last night. I don't like them. And I do love what Steve said about the FIBA rules. But put that aside for a second, and you tell me if we got action here. Because listen, at the first Chris Haynes, and I know you love him, Dibs, at the first Chris Haynes report of the night, he is over in Darvin Ham's pocket, over on the Laker bench, and listen closely to the exchange that takes place.
Coach Ham, I have to ask you because I just saw it. Your reaction to Dennis Schroeder, I guess not getting the foul at that point. Is that something you saw? Thought it was a missed call?
Yeah, we don't teach flopping. We teach our players to play downhill and attack the paint and be forceful.
Okay, there are a couple things to notice here. First of all,
it's Schroeder, not Schroeder.
It's Schroeder, not Schroeder.
Thank you.
And if you're going to text with high-profile Laker players, you should know how to pronounce their names, Chris. But I digress. Second thing, Chris Haynes asks Darvin Ham about a Schroeder drive to the hole, where Schroeder ended up in the camera pit. By the way, he went there on his own. He did not get fouled. Replay proved it. I don't want to argue with you. It wasn't a foul. But Schroeder...
Did he get the call?
No. The refs did not call it.
Man.
Hashtag Zach Zarba.
You're welcome.
Okay?
Thank you.
But Schroeder's in the first row. Why? Because that's where Schroeder goes when the ball doesn't go in the hole. We'll go to the first row, fall down, and see if we can get a foul. The Lakers don't get the call. They want the call. This is on offense. Listen again to the question, and you tell me if this answer has anything to do with the question at all.
Coach Ham, I have to ask you because I just saw it. Your reaction to Dennis Schroeder, I guess not getting the foul at that point. Is that something you saw? Thought it was a missed call?
Yeah, we don't teach flopping. We teach our players to play downhill and attack the paint and be forceful.
Coach, did you think that was a foul on the last play when Dennis Schroeder ran to the hoop? Yeah, we don't teach flopping. That was the first time Darvin Ham could speak publicly after Steve Kerr's comments. I believe that if Chris Haynes had asked Darvin Ham, hey, Coach, what did you have for your pregame meal tonight? Darvin's answer would have been, yeah, we don't teach flopping. My point is this, Dibs. Steve Kerr got to him.
To Darvin Ham.
And they got into the Lakers' heads, all people not named LeBron, in my opinion. And it might be a sign of vulnerability for tomorrow night, because where the Warriors, outside of their talent, usually are able to take teams down in the playoffs is they are mentally stronger.
Right.
We watched it in round one. We'll see about round two because you're going against LeBron. But that, to me, that was not where Darvin Ham's head should be in that moment.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with you because, and I'm looking at the play right now, that was the last play of the quarter. So Chris Haynes immediately goes over to him, and Darvin Ham is responding not only to the play, but I do believe you're right about he's responding to Steve Kerr, implying that the Lakers do teach flopping. So to the extent that he got into Darvin Ham's head, he may have. And Darvin Ham, I'm sure, heard the comments right here on 95.7 The Game that Steve Kerr made with you and I a couple of days ago. And so Darvin Ham is definitely feeling some kind of way about the implication that they are teaching flopping. Now, Dennis Schroeder, or Schroeder, depending on who you ask, shout out Julian from Germany who joined us live yesterday, our exclusive guest from the Warriors shop.
Where the hell was everyone coming from yesterday? We talked to like 5 people, or like we flew into the game.
It was incredible.
Dusseldorf,
Canada,
like people,
all that.
Like, man.
I don't believe that Steve Kerr got in the head of Dennis Schroeder, because Schroeder goes to the hoop the way Jordan Poole goes to the hoop, which is, I'm going headlong, I'm going to put the ball up, I'm looking for a body, and I'm going to the ground. So I don't believe that the Warriors got to Dennis Schroeder or Anthony Davis or any other player. Now, Darvin Ham's response was wildly out of context, so I do think that what you're saying about that is accurate. I'm supporting you 100%, but I think that Dennis Schroeder plays the way Dennis Schroeder does. And I'm looking at the play right here, and he drives between Clay and Poole. Poole maybe wants to foul him, but doesn't get there soon enough. Clay is literally backing away, and yet Schroeder throws it up and slides all the way into the first row.
Slide, slippity slide.
Totally.
It is not even close to a foul. It is not even
close to a foul, but it's...
Well, I mean, the people were close to each other. It's not a foul.
And you know why that they didn't call a foul?
It's certainly not one that calls for a sideline interview. I mean, it's almost like Darvin was like, hey, Chris, that's not what I told you to ask.
Right.
I told you to ask me about Steve Kerr's comments and flopping, so I'm going to give you answer number 1A, but you asked me about a nothing play. There's a nothing play. There's nothing to see here.
I'm looking at the play right now, Mark. Warriors lead 32-28 at the end of one. And as the beloved Zach Zarba,
he's a good-looking man.
He looks at it. He doesn't even think about blowing the whistle. Schroeder remains on the ground for a long period of time.
Because he was very hurt.
Yeah.
Because aren't they all the time?
Yeah.
And once again, no homerism. This is what Poole does too. You're absolutely right. There are too many plays. This is what Luka suffers from in Dallas. There are too many plays where these guys, Schroeder is saved because the buzzer goes off. If the buzzer doesn't go off, you know what happens? 5-on-4. We're going the other way.
Now, forensics comes out with one of those chalk outlines. Because, I mean, Schroeder might have died on the play.
Dead.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing that I think gets people going, is you go to the hole, you don't get the call. Believe me, as somebody who couldn't jump, I know the game. If you blocked my shot in high school, oh my gosh, I went to the ground and I'm holding an ankle and I'm looking at you like, why would you do that to me? I can't believe you did that. In my mind, I'm like, he got all ball. He got all ball. But
you were an embellisher?
Oh my gosh. I could shoot a free throw. I could shoot a free throw.
Get me to the stripe.
Yeah, get me to somewhere where someone's not going to be in my way. Because I can't jump over you. So, yes, I get the game. I used to play the game. But this is the NBA, man. You all are the best athletes on the planet.
Yeah.
And you're better than that. And so that's why this issue has even come up. And the fact that it was in the head coach of the Lakers' mouth and mind.
Immediately,
on
right?
the sideline of Game 5. So forget the idea that the players aren't thinking about it. And by extension, Dibs, the referees. The reason you do what Steve Kerr did is because it's impossible to ignore once you do it. It's in the backs of everyone's minds. You can sit there and say, I'm Zach Zarba. I'm not changing the way I call. But the second you see a Laker on the floor, you're like, okay, was that one of those flops? Was that one of the flops that Steve was talking about the night before?
Right.
It's impossible to remove from your brain. So, yes, I do think it's in their heads, and the officials too. And could that change the way tomorrow night's officiated? I mean, it certainly looked like it changed the way last night was officiated. Maybe that's just because the Warriors were at home.
Right.
Or maybe we got to change.
Maybe, or, perhaps it's just a case where you tip your cap to Zach Zarba and company because it was a well-officiated game. And the Lakers did shoot 6 free throws in that first quarter to the Warriors 1. So the free throw disparity was on display in the first quarter. Now, both teams wound up, I think, with the equal amount of free throw attempts. I think it was 15-15 for the ball game.
For the ball game?
Yeah, I believe so. And
you might be right.
Yeah,
You
12-15, 14-15.
Yeah,
And
Warriors made 2 more.
And the Warriors were called for 1 more foul than the Lakers. So for all the Warrior sycophants out there, all the Warrior fanboys and fangirls, and the non-binary fans who want to rip the officials, you got a whistle last night, everybody. You got the whistle your way. Now, I know things were even, but if you think about the historical trends, the Lakers shoot more free throws than any team in the association, and the Warriors are near the bottom. So if you have a game where fouls are even and free throws are even, it's fair to say you got the whistle your way.
I would agree with you. However, I would like to point out the Warriors did a much better job. Best of the 5 games for sure in going to the hole. They were very aggressive.
Right. And defending without fouling. Yeah, I think both ends. You're right.
They shot 35 threes.
That's all?
For them, that's nothing. That's nothing.
Right.
They barely shot more than the Lakers. The Lakers shot 27. So for the Warriors, that's a very low number of three-point attempts. I thought they kept the pace high. They attacked the basket. They got rewarded for it. It also speaks, the fact that there were only 30 free throws in the whole game speaks to the fact that it was a game where they let them play. They let some physicality go. I think as you get late in a series, fans want that. I think the players are owed that. I do think that does not hurt the Warriors.
Oh, it helps them big time.
They've got, and this is nothing against LeBron or AD, but they don't try to do on the defensive end what Draymond does. The Warriors have they have the more aggressive defenders.
Well, they have to.
Draymond, GP2, and the like. And
think about it in terms of how you have to play defense. You've got LeBron James, you've got no physical match. Anthony Davis, you have no physical match. The Lakers are trying to guard Steph Curry, a finesse player for the most part, Klay Thompson, a jump shooter, and Draymond Green, who's not exactly a physical offensive player. At times he'll drive to the hoop, but he's not going to try to bully you down in the post. So by the very nature of the matchups, the Warriors have to play more physically.
Right, and they did. They got real physical under the hoop with LeBron a couple of times.
Yeah, they did.
And a few of those times nothing got called. I know. No. Well, and speaking of LeBron and flopping, I don't think they got to LeBron because I don't think LeBron's gettable.
No.
And this answer was because he was directly asked. That's why the ham thing stood out to me, because I'm like, Darvin, nobody asked you about flopping. LeBron was asked about flopping. And we'll get a load of this.
I just know that we, our coaching staff and us players, we don't work on flopping. That's not even a part of our game. Our game is to attack the paint. We don't mind physical contact. We actually like the contact, and we don't shy away from it. So we're just not a team that goes out there and looking for flopping opportunities. It's just not us. It's actually never been in any team that I've played on in my 20 years where we've been a flopping team. But it is what it is. They have the right to say what they want to say. But the game is always won in between the four lines, and we got to be better on Friday for sure.
Did he just say that flopping has never been a part of any team that he's played for in 20 years?
Well, they've never worked on flopping. That's kind of what he's saying. Like, all right, guys, today we're going to work on free throws, press break, and flopping.
Well, you don't practice it, but you just do. Like, it's within the framework of the game. Yeah, you do. Like, that is learned behavior, flopping in the NBA. It's part of the culture. And every announcer has talked about it. Every coach has talked about it since this came up. And LeBron is one of the best in the game at it. Do you think that human being would ever fall over? That human being?
LeBron?
He's a truck. Why are you on the ground so much? Because you know how to flop. You do it really well.
It works.
Yeah, exactly right.
So why would you not work on things that are effective tools to help you win games?
I think it's well said. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's your calls next. Those of you on hold, stay right there. We're coming to you. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Attention facility professionals.
Payton. Up top, Wiggins. Ball fake. Drives the Hachimura. Over to Poole. 3 ball. Got it! Above the break on the right side. Welcome back, Jordan Poole. 59-54. 7-0 run for the Dubs. Poole with 9 points in the first half.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
You know how we were sitting there talking yesterday about what are they going to do with the starting lineup? What are they going to do with Jordan Poole? Do you know one of the things that I would like to, and this is Steve Kerr mainly, but it's a lot of people in the organization. I think that this is one of their strengths and something I'd love to shout out. In moments like that, I think human nature suggests, okay, to face an elimination, you got to do something special. Okay, what are we doing? Are you benching Jordan Poole? Like, are we starting Jordan Poole? Remember that whole conversation we had?
Right, that was my thought.
The Warriors waltzed into the building and they go, we're going to do what we normally do. At ease.
Right. Same thing.
Yeah.
We're going to run it back.
Yeah, we're going to start GP2 because that looked pretty good the other night, and Jordan will come off the bench first, and that's his role, and he'll be fine. All right. Good to see you.
Yeah, right. And he played well enough to earn a second stint and a third stint, and then he got some GT late, and Jordan Poole played fine.
Yeah.
He wasn't great, but he was better than he has been.
Draymond, after the game, spoke about that and gave credit to Steve Kerr for moments like this, and tomorrow night will be one of the big ones in the entire history of this run. But the even keel nature, the calmness, the conversations we get to have with him the night after a devastating loss. And Steve's just like, "Hi, guys. How you doing?"
Right.
That's just, I think it's a big part of this whole picture. I really do. I think it's a big, big part of why they're able to succeed in moments like 2 weeks ago in Sacramento, Game 7 on the road. There's a calmness in the storm that all of them seem to be able to access.
And they should be able to access it because they've all won 4 titles together, and Steve Kerr has won, wait for it, 9 championships. I believe he's won 9 of the last 27. And if you think about it in those terms, like going back to Chicago, he won 3 in Chicago, and he got, I think, 3 in San Antonio, 2 as a player, 1 on the staff, and then now he's got 4 here, and that would be 10.
That'd
so
be
it'd
10.
be 3, 2, and 4. He's got 9, 3, 2, and 4.
Whatever. It's a lot of rings.
It's a lot of rings.
He's almost out of fingers. Don't ask him if he wants one for the thumb.
I should have.
It's been a difficult broadcasting history for you, so I want you to find that calmness.
I'm
going to
ask Raymond Ritter first if he has both thumbs, because I haven't really looked at Steve Kerr's hands lately. And that's what got me into some trouble so many years ago.
Start the interview with that next. Hey, Steve, can I see your hands?
Totally.
Show me your hands.
Steve, do you have all 10 digits? Because I'm about to ask you if you're looking for one for the other thumb. Because you already have one for the one thumb.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
He wouldn't get the joke, but I would think it was really funny.
I think he would. He's probably a P1 listener, and he's a fan of mine from my days doing sideline reporting.
They do keep their receipts.
They do.
888-957-9570, less than a half hour away. Mike Trudell, Laker reporter. What's going on with AD? And what is going on inside as they get ready for Staples Center? Forget this crypto thing to be all lit up tomorrow night for their opportunity. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Hey, Jan, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Well, I'm just waiting to come on the line with you guys. How are you doing?
Not anymore. You're not. You're here.
Well, okay. I'll get to the point. I'd like to know why I'm on Kerr's side here. I'm glad that he spoke up. And why is it that the NBA hasn't, since the Lakers seem to be number one throughout the association in going to the free throw line, why haven't the officials been paying more attention to this? Why is that? Why is it that they're so far ahead of everybody else in the association is my question, and what do they plan to do with it?
Well, I think the answer actually has less about that. That answer is a season-long thing, and I think that's less about flopping and more about the way the Lakers play. This is a team that is sort of zigging while others are zagging in the NBA. While a lot of teams have analytically decided that we're going to shoot all these threes and we're going to surround the arc with shooters and maybe have one person on the inside, the Lakers throw all kinds of size at you, from AD to LeBron, and then they go out and acquire Jared Vanderbilt, right? They've got big bodies who go to the basket. I'm not going to take all the credit away from the Lakers for getting to the line a lot. It's a lot because of the way they play, and they're certainly not the only team that flops. I think it became a little bit out of balance in this series, and I think the officials got fooled a lot early on in the series, and that's why it's coming to light now. That's just my take on it.
And it's coming to light in a number of different ways, and it's D'Angelo Russell and his rip-through. It's Dennis Schroeder on every contact. It's Lonnie Walker the fourth. Did he play yesterday? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, he did.
If L-Dub
was not quite as good.
No, role players play better at home, so keep your eyes on him for Game 6. But Lonnie Walker the fourth.
4 points.
Yeah.
That's why he gets
in like 25 or 26 minutes.
4
but
points.
What he did on the off-ball screen, flying into the first row, I think you've seen a lot of it. And also LeBron James, who embellishes a lot of contact. It's not just the Lakers. It's a problem, as our caller said, in the association. And it certainly rears its head more in this series because the Warriors, I don't think, flop as much as other teams. And maybe it's because I'm a Warrior fan. Maybe I just don't see it. I know Jordan Poole
does.
He will throw his head back. Steph Curry tends to fall down every time he drives to the hoop, whether or not he's being contacted or not. He tends to go down a lot.
Maybe this is my bias on him, and maybe I should transfer it to Poole as well. I don't see Steph do it very much on defense. The whole like falling down when you go to the hole thing, I don't even mind that Jordan falls down. Jordan Poole and Steph Curry in NBA terms are small people.
Sure.
These little tiny people out there.
Last night, Jordan on defense had one. It was like, come on.
And actually, I really give the refs credit for doing nothing. That's what needs to happen more when it comes to flopping in the NBA. I buy what Steve Kerr said about the FIBA rules.
Technical foul.
But what happens needs to happen even more. When that guy's laying on the ground and wants you to think that he got steamrolled, just look at him and be like, that's great. We're going the other way. You don't need to whistle every time someone falls over. It doesn't have to be, shout out Rex Chapman, block or charge. It can be nothing. It can be nothing. When Jordan Poole went flying to the ground on defense last night, the refs were like, good for you. We're going the other way.
It's like when you have a toddler and your toddler falls down and doesn't really get hurt, and then they swivel around to look at you. And if you, little Tina, little Johnny.
And they start crying.
It's kind of the same deal.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good comp.
And the refs last night were like, come on, Jordan, you're not.
Get up.
Come on.
But I got no problem. The Jordan. Here's what's different about Jordan and Steph when they go to the hole and fall down. Jordan stays there and writhes around as if something god-awful has happened to him. And then he gets up and goes to the free throw line. It's like, dude, just go to the free throw line.
And that's what Schroeder did last night at the end of the quarter, to your point.
Yeah.
I mean, he laid down there for a long period of time. Actually, 2 bench players for the Lakers ran over to help him up, which I thought was hilarious. Like, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it.
We have some breaking news with regard to Anthony Davis. We've got some breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
And this is courtesy of Mike Trudell, who will be on this show in 20 minutes. Lakers reporter just received this quote from Darvin Ham on Anthony Davis. Quote, he's doing great. He's not in the protocol. He will be listed as probable for tomorrow.
Good.
Anthony Davis is in.
Good. Any idea what the injury was?
That'll be Mike Trudell.
Yes.
Boy, that's a great question.
18 minutes.
Because if he's not in the protocol, that means that he did not receive a concussion. Because if you get a concussion, you go in the protocol. I've had players who've been concussed, and I know what the protocol is, and I know how long it takes you to go through all 5 stages in the protocol. So if he didn't get concussed, what happened? What's wrong with you?
Thank you, James.
You're welcome. I could have sold it a little bit more. Friend of the program.
The at the end was a little shy. We'll keep working on it.
Okay.
All right, we're sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater Program. More on the AD discussion. Coming up next, along with your phone calls, and Mike Trudell, who just broke the news, joins us in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
Let's change this.
spins it to the foul line. Jumper's going to be on the front rim. Rolls up, no good. Looney offensive rebound. Finds Thompson. Met by James. Lob to Looney. Looney dribble handoff to Thompson. Off the screen, the jumper is good. A 3-ball right in front of the Warrior bench. 67-59. Second triple of the half.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, Mr. Looney. Great to see Kevon getting that action last night. And by the way, real quick, I hate when we have to say this stuff. It's silly that we have to do it, but apparently Kevon and his family got some unkind treatment on social media throughout the last 24 hours.
What?
Yeah, because it was his stray arms that got AD and LeBron last night.
What happened to LeBron? Did I miss that?
I mean, his foot was a little messed up. I guess that wasn't his arms. That wasn't Kevon's arms, but LeBron came down on Looney's foot.
So you're saying a player jumped in the air in an NBA game and landed on another player?
And the AD one, if you watch it back, is clearly the most inadvertent thing
innocuous
that has ever happened in a sporting event. And so, but you know how social media is. I mean,
right.
I'm just like...
Was Kevon arrested after the game?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No. In fact, I don't even believe he was addressed by the Lakers. Darvin Ham was still way too mad about flopping to worry about Kevon
I don't even
Looney.
think that Kevon was issued a foul in either play, was he?
1,000% he was not.
Right.
He was not.
The AD one was one of those like, I'm facing this way, I'm turning, and when you turn, invariably your arm will turn with you.
Yeah.
You don't put your arms by your side and just turn your head, and he clipped him.
Yep. It was nothing. It was just a massive, big, old nothing. And so, gosh, Kevon Looney, of all the people in this series who you would want to just be like, that's the nicest guy out there.
He's the Warriors version of Dylan Brooks, Mark. Dirty player, right? Oh, God. Come on, people.
Anyway, people get upset, but everybody can breathe easy if you're just joining us. AD's going to play tomorrow. There's in fact, so not only was there nothing to see with Kevon's arm, apparently there was nothing to see with what happened to Anthony Davis. I guess we should dive into this for a second.
Okay.
Now that we know it's not a concussion, I still have no idea what it was, which will be first question for Mike Trudell in 10 minutes. But how does that change, if at all, your thought about AD last night, the way it was handled, a wheelchair, all of that?
Well, I mean, I can't speak to the severity of another man's injury. If he was so dizzy that the Laker training staff didn't feel like that he could safely walk from point A to point B, then a wheelchair was probably the best methodology for transporting AD to a place where he could be better assessed based on whatever had happened to him. If he didn't get a concussion and he was so wobbly so as to not be able to make it from point A to point B, then I wonder what it was. If it was something where he got poked in the eye, it looked to me, and I've looked at the video a few times now since the game, it looked like both of his eyes were open and he wasn't really blinking his eye. Like when you get hit in the eye, a lot of times your eye waters so much that you got to close your eye. And if you're walking with one eye, maybe you need help walking because your depth perception is off.
I will say, I mean, that often is like if you get poked, like a finger goes into the eye socket, that will really mess with you. That didn't happen here. I don't even know if it was an elbow. It was just a graze, it appeared, off of the forearm of Kevon Looney. I don't know. I mean, only Anthony can answer this question. But that area of your head, people who deal with earwax even or whatever, like it can make you all dizzy. And Anthony, clearly, while he was on the bench, man, he looked like he had just been through hell. But I'm with you where I'm like, I don't see what happened here, but that would be obviously very odd theatrics and acting ability by Anthony, and I don't know why he would do that either. So I know where people's brains go. Hell, Stephen A. Smith spent 2 minutes laughing his face off this morning. Then he had to come out and apologize for it afterward also.
Right.
But I don't know. It is a very mysterious injury and handling of it.
Right. And the handling of it to me is the curious part, because if you are going to use gamesmanship, and I don't believe that Anthony Davis did, but if you're going to use gamesmanship in the moment when you get hit in the face, you go down. You go down and you stay down, because what happens then is you're down, the Warriors go the other way and they score, and the Lakers score 99-88. Warriors go down, they score, and then the game stops and Anthony Davis comes off the floor. But if you're wanting to do gamesmanship, you get hit, you go down, you stay down, and you alert the referees, hey, this guy hit me in the face. Let's go to the monitor and see if it's a flagrant one, which I don't believe they did. Play resumed as play would normally resume. So to me, there was no gamesmanship about this from Anthony Davis. He was clearly hurt to where he didn't feel like he could continue with 7:44 left in the game. So that part of it to me is curious, because if you're really badly hurt, then, man, you're badly hurt, you stay down. If you're not badly hurt, but you want to embellish it, you also stay down. If you take a shot like that, you go to the bench, it's like, oh, I'm okay, I'll keep playing. But then he went to the locker room.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. No, totally weird. And as maybe Mike, now that he has spoken to Darvin Ham, will have something for us. He joins us in 5 minutes. Lakers reporter Mike Trudell, just 5 minutes away here on Willard and Dibs. Let's go to Vince in the city. Hey, Vince, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just taking care of the kids while I'm on paternity leave. So nice little break from work.
Yeah, good. Kick your feet up.
I wanted to talk about how I thought the Warriors did a great job last night on the defensive end. I think it all started with the defense, Draymond and Wiggins. And unlike in Game 4, where it seemed like the Lakers were going at Steph, forcing that switch, whoever he was guarding, they went at Steph in Game 4. And last night, it looked like they did not want to let that happen. So every time somebody was setting a screen, which the Warriors always like to switch, I just saw them always going back. And Wiggins is going to have to fight through that screen to get over there, because they didn't want to let Steph be the guy who, defended whoever had the ball. And I just thought that was a big part of the game last night, and it helped us get that W.
No doubt. I think Steph Curry, if you look, thanks, Vince. Last couple games, Steph Curry has played very smart basketball. It has not been his highest performing basketball. He's not shot the ball well. And I don't know if he'll shoot the ball well tomorrow night. He never seems to shoot well in that building. And clearly they're going to be exhausted and all of this. The physical ask here is big. But Steph does not need to. I think you said maybe he needs to score north of 30. I don't know, man. Like the Warriors in this series, what seems to be working is when the Laker defense has to move. The Laker they're bigger, obviously. If they're able to sit and wait in one spot, they're going to block your shot. But what the Warriors did last night, and at parts of Game 4 where it was the pick and roll special with Steph, they kept getting layups underneath because they were moving the Lakers defensively all over the floor. So if there's a tree in your way, move the tree. That's basically what they've been doing. And they ran them last night. The pace was unbelievable. And so there are more assists, more ball movement. Keep it going. Keep the Laker legs moving. Tire them out. I think that's the answer. It's worked really well the last two games. You just have to hope that tomorrow night doesn't turn into what happened in Game 4, which is you're the better team, you outplay them, and you lose anyway.
Right, and that's kind of the way Game 1 was, I think. Game 1, the Lakers might have been the better team, but it was also a close game that you ended up losing. Jordan Poole had a 28-footer to tie it, and you didn't make it, and you lost. But the two games you lost in that fashion were very close, and then you got blasted in the other game. But what I saw last night was exactly what they need to do. You're right about ball movement and player movement, but it's tempo for me. They pushed the tempo right away from the jump. They didn't settle for threes early. You got Gary Payton II, had a couple of great inside passes for layups, and the team was moving, and they were playing fast. You've got to play fast against the Lakers. You've got to get them into an uncomfortable spot, especially knowing that AD wants a half-court game, and LeBron wants a half-court game, and I had a feeling last night that LeBron was going to have one of those games when he railed his first couple of threes. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, here we go.
This can't be one of these games where LeBron's on a shooting heater.
Dibs, this is what I'm worried about tomorrow night. If you want to know what do I think the Warriors can win? Sure. Sure. Either of these teams could win tomorrow night. This is going to be really hard for the Warriors to win this game.
Yeah.
But the only thing that concerns me is the Warriors. They're such champions. They get to these moments. They always seem to have a lot for those moments, and I think they mentally overwhelm the other team a lot. But you're not going to do that to LeBron. LeBron is one of them. LeBron is an ultimate champion, an all-time great. He's seen everything, been everywhere. Super heady basketball player.
All-time leader in playoff minutes and games played.
So if you're looking for somebody to choke under the pressure, that ain't your guy.
Right.
And so that's what scares me, because you also know that physically the Warriors don't have a whole lot to slow him down if he gets going, okay? So lots more on that as we discuss throughout the afternoon. But let's go to the Laker world right now. Talk to an old buddy, Mike Trudell, Lakers reporter, Spectrum Sportsnet as well, and had the tweet with the quote from Darvin Ham just about 20 minutes ago that AD is not in the protocol, will be listed as probable, joins us now live. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
Willard, great to hear your voice, man. What's happening?
Oh, man, we're just hanging out here in the middle of a basketball series. You know what I'm saying? A little something, something. But why don't you let our audience know, this is our first question. If that was not a concussion for AD last night, what was it?
I don't know. I don't have that information. Mark, I am only focusing on the words that Darvin Ham just said. And I think that you guys, and I don't say you guys as in, you speaking for the entire Bay Area, but we should all want this to be a healthy, everybody's on the court series. And so that's what it sounds like it's going to be. It sounds like AD will be starting and playing, and we will get to see, hopefully, another great game in what's been a really fun, if not, necessarily just like the way the series have been played has been more defensive, I think, than some people think, but super intriguing with all of the matchups and everything.
More defensive than the Warriors probably want, Mike, in terms of the way the game flow has been. Last night, I think, is much more what the Warriors want, faster tempo, more of an up-and-down game. So Anthony Davis goes out with 7:47 to go, and it looked like he was having trouble with his vision when he sat down on the bench on the sideline. Was there any sense of dizziness or lightheadedness? What were the symptoms that he was going through that prevented him from coming back in the game?
Yeah, we really don't know exactly, honestly. And I was around the team, I was on the bus, I was on the plane and all that, but it wasn't like we were asking AD those specific questions, and Darvin Ham just essentially said he clearly he got hit in the head with the elbow. I couldn't tell if it looked like it was kind of like right in that temple area. I haven't gotten hit there in a while. I'm trying to remember if Willard back in his LA days ever popped me in like a basketball celebrity event or something against celebrities. Well, I don't think, Willard, did you ever hit me like that?
I wanted to, but I stopped short. I wanted to keep the relationship in place.
That's good. All right, that's good. So here we are. So I mean, look, at this point, it doesn't even really matter, right? Like, as long as he's not in protocols, it sounds like he's listed as probable. To me, I'm already more thinking about, all right, well, what are they going to do with the screen roll? Like, how high are they going to keep him? Are they going to try to keep him closer to the basket as the Warriors are clearly trying to spread them out? So I think that at this point, the Lakers certainly are thinking about this more of just what are they going to do to win Game 6 after Golden State dominated much of Game 5.
Mike Trudell with us here on Willard and Dibs, Lakers reporter. Mike, I wonder what you think about that and what the Lakers think about that. What is the adjustment? The Warriors are clearly trying to make the Laker defense move as much as possible and move them out of the paint. So what is next from the Laker defense?
So don't get me wrong, Willard. I like all of the X's and O's stuff. I mean, I spend a lot of time. We do a podcast, the Laker Film Room podcast, where we'll spend 30 minutes on, the differences between dropping AD and switching him out with a wing and scram switching and all that kind of stuff. But Stats got asked about this last night, essentially. Hey, how much are you deciding to run screen roll, and how much are you deciding to run the motion that you guys have always run? And he basically said it doesn't matter, like it all works. What worked for the Warriors better in that game was that Draymond was super aggressive. Wiggins was super aggressive. I think that in Game 6 you'll see this swap to having the Lakers be more of the aggressor. And the first person there would be LeBron James, right? This is kind of what he did in the Memphis game in Game 6. This was he's in year 38, like he's in year 20. But this is the game they kind of want to treat like Game 7. So anything that LeBron has been trying to measure that all comes up. That's all out the window now, and you're going to really get that push from him. So I think that the tactics are interesting. The coaches will go back and forth with Kerr and Ham, but what the Lakers have to do, I think, is just do what the Warriors did last night, which is punch first with their stars and then have the role players be a little bit more comfortable in that home environment.
Does the role player switch maybe include less Jared Vanderbilt? Only 11 minutes last night, a complete non-factor. He's in there primarily for his defense, but Darvin Ham went away from him. Would you imagine more Dennis Schroeder on the floor?
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, yes. I don't know that they'll make the switch to the actual starting lineup, although I certainly wouldn't be surprised. That's not something that Ham has actually dealt with specifically. But, yeah, you can just look at the lineup data, right? In the lineup for that starting lineup, it's just not been good overall. The Warriors have sort of found an answer. And with that said, Vanderbilt didn't have the best splits in the Memphis series either, and then had a great Game 6. And so I think that if you can keep him on the floor longer and you can be a little bit bigger and a little more defensive-oriented, that's one thing. And maybe his play would go better if the Lakers just started better, which is part, again, like two of the games where they got blown out. That was more, to me, like LeBron and AD expecting the desperate Warriors energy when they were up 1-0 first, and then when they were down, when they were the Lakers, and then when the Lakers were up 3-1. So I sort of answered that the same way I answered the last one, while acknowledging, yes, like clearly that group has not worked well against the smaller Golden State lineup.
Mike Trudell, Lakers reporter, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, I want to play something for you because I found this to be odd. First quarter break last night, TNT broadcast. Chris Haynes goes over to Darvin Ham, asks him about Dennis Schroeder, thinking maybe he had gotten fouled. And Ham goes to a completely different place. And I want to ask you about this. Take a listen.
Coach Ham, I have to ask you because I just saw it. Your reaction to Dennis Schroeder, I guess, not getting the foul at that point. Is that something you saw? Thought it was a missed call?
Yeah, we don't teach flopping. We teach our players to play downhill and attack the paint and be forceful.
I'm like, that had nothing to do with what was asked at all. To what level has Steve Kerr's flopping comments kind of bothered the Lakers in this series?
Well, so when I started working for the Lakers in 2008, the head coach was Phil Jackson, and I used to sit in those press conferences, and this was even the year before Twitter in 2008, and just marvel at the games that Phil Jackson would play with the reporters, with the opposing coaches, with players, sometimes his own players, the true mastermind, and I always really enjoyed that. So, I think it's a little gamesmanship on Kerr's part, and did that benefit the Warriors some in Game 5? Maybe. I mean, the Lakers only took 15 free throws, and they took 45 shots in the paint, and they were repeatedly crashing into Warriors. And, I mean, you guys know how Draymond plays, right? That's part of his genius, that he's going to foul you 100 times and dare you to call it 6 times. So it's like, to me, it's all part of it, and how Darvin handles it is how Darvin handles it. I think that Game 6, what the Lakers would hope for, would just be that the game would be called normal. But to me, it's not something I get too worried about, Lillard. Like, this is all part of the gamesmanship element. And, Kerr, I don't love going to the flopping card, but the Lakers do have a couple of guys, and Schroeder is among them, who will look for fouls. He learned that from Chris Paul in OKC. And, again, that's not my personal favorite thing. It sometimes works for Schroeder. And those are not the calls, though, that I think the Lakers are looking for. It's the ones when LeBron and AD, and even Reeves to an extent, when they're driving to the paint, getting a lot of contact, and the calls are not being made there. Those are the ones I think that they'd be frustrated about.
Yeah, and Warrior fans would counter with the frustration of the moving screen calls that have gone against them. What's the nature of Laker fan after that Game 5 loss? Is it ho-hum, we can close it out at home, or is there maybe a little bit more of a sense of concern after losing that game in that fashion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the fashion of losing the game, I don't think matters much. Again, same thing happened for the Lakers in Game 5. Like, any good team wins home Game 5, usually by a lot. I've been to a ton of those games in person. It's why that Boston loss had to be so frustrating for any Boston fans or anybody watching that. Like, that, you cannot lose home Game 5. Whether it's 2-2 or you're down 3-1, whatever it is, that's the rally around the flag, get energy from everybody. And I don't think, like, this series to me has been great. Like, I get annoyed by the focus on the fouling and the moving screens. It's like, yeah, guys, welcome to the postseason. Every single game, there's going to be a lot of difficult calls. I think the refs have overall done fine. Sometimes the Lakers have benefited. Sometimes the Warriors have. neither team is doing too much grifting or flopping. So to me, we just spent 2 minutes talking about it instead of talking about something like Steph versus LeBron, or there's all these great narratives in this basketball series that all of the whining and the officiating stuff to me is a little bit boring.
So, Mike, what about the Game 6 situation? Because I've noticed that this series has had the exact same results for the Lakers that the Memphis series did. It's gone the exact same script. And when the Lakers got home for Game 6 against Memphis, it won by 300 points. So what was it they did that night that they will try to replicate tomorrow?
Yeah, so, I mean, first of all, I do think that Golden State is a different beast from Memphis, and I think that the Lakers, and that starts with LeBron, give them the amount of respect that, I don't think they're viewing this game the same way that they viewed that game against that Memphis team. I just think that, before the series started, I picked Lakers in 6. I love this Warriors team. For a long time, the Lakers and Warriors haven't been good at the same time, and especially since I did a radio show with Michael, with Clay's father, it was always sort of like I was just always watching Warrior games and loved the way they play and loved Steph and loved Steve Kerr. So it's not so much that, but they looked pretty tired in that Sacramento series, and I've been impressed with how they haven't looked that way, despite still not getting more than 1 day off in between games for the last 2.5 weeks. It's just that, to me, why the Lakers, I think, have the better chance to win that game. A, they are undefeated at home. They do play really well there. And B, LeBron James, I already alluded to this, right? Year 38, year 20. But, he knows that he's gonna have to bring his level 4 times out of 7. And I think that the way that he approached that Game 5 was, I'm going to turn it on if it's close enough in that fourth quarter to get there. Well, there's no holding that back in Game 6, to, again, kind of reiterate my previous point. So that, to me, is the major edge. He's still LeBron James. Can he do it 7 times out of 7 like he might have done 4 years ago, 5 years ago? Not necessarily, but they only need him to do it 4 times out of 7. And that's, I think, ultimately what you lean on. You're counting on what you're getting from Anthony Davis. You're counting on what you're getting from certain role players. But LeBron, to me, is where the Lakers have to get that difference maker.
Yeah, Mike, I agree with you as a Warrior fan, that's what concerns me tomorrow night, is honestly nothing more than that man right there and what he's going to have for the Warriors tomorrow night. Mike, thanks on short notice for hopping in, man. We really appreciate you, and it's good to hear your voice.
No, pleasure to speak with you, too. Thanks for going ahead and not cracking me in the head in the temple.
Yeah, man.
Years ago at 7-10. That was nice of you to think of me that way.
Maybe Game 7. If you happen to come back up here, maybe we can give you a little spicy hot wing in the head.
That's right.
Man, I'll tell you what, guys. I do not want to get on a plane and miss Mother's Day, to come back up for Game 7. So, that is not what is at the top of my list. And I understand why that would be the case for you.
Yeah, just to understand that up here, we hope your mom is very mad at you.
Totally.
In about 72 hours, all right?
Yeah, and my wife, yeah.
Okay, and your wife, yes. All right. Thanks, Mike.
All right, guys.
Okay, there he goes. That's Mike Trudell, Lakers reporter. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. All right, so AD is in Game 6, stage set. Your calls next, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
shoveled over to Curry. Pump fake. Dribble drive on Davis. Cruising across the paint. Spins back to his left. Takes a 17-footer with no time on the shot clock buzzer and buried it.
My goodness.
The calmness and coolness of the old term, the cat burglar.
Yeah, that's what special players do.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
The chef!
Oh, my
God. We get the chef!
I love it.
So good.
The chef!
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I need more. I need more.
You need more goo?
Of the chef.
You need more goo is what you need.
MOHR of the chef. I need more.
Oh, you need that kind of more.
So much more.
Dustin Moore, former San Francisco Giant.
The chef! Absolutely, Dustin Moore. Nailed it there.
Oh, sometimes they're just for us. All right.
I'll take 30, Mark. I'll take 30 from 30.
I was going to say 30 burger, but you detailed on Twitter that when Steph went for 50 in Game 7, that's a burger. It's a 50 burger and a 40 piece.
That's what I believe to be the case.
What's a 30? Is it just 30?
Well, nowadays, 30 is like, decent little game.
Yeah.
Because everybody gets 30 now in the association.
Yeah.
You get the 40 and it's a 40 piece, and then it's a 50 burger.
Burger sounds good right now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens.
I had quinoa.
I hope.
That's about as far from a burger as you can get.
You had an impossible burger. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. I really hope that Steph does not have to do that tomorrow night. I'm going to go with Steve Kerr in the huddle in Game 4. I actually think this should be a 957thegameshop.com t-shirt. We're not playing hero ball. We're not playing hero ball. If there's one
on the back, it has to say hit singles,
right?
Because that's what he always says.
Or something.
Yeah.
Or no, Jordan. I don't know, something. It needs to say something back there. But I think that that's actually the concept that has the Warriors, back in this series, but too much of it is why they are still down in this series. They win Game 4 80% of the time if you just button it up on the way in. And I'm still not over it because they should be up 3-2 right now.
Yeah,
if you
I
just
get it.
button it up. I mean, think about it.
But it was hero ball, but only kind of, because you'll take a Steph Curry 28-footer almost any time. And Klay Thompson had 2 looks. They weren't good looks, but they're Klay looks.
But they weren't open. 28-footer, Jordan Poole in Game 1.
Yeah.
Steph Game 4. I don't have a problem with it when you're in a desperate situation, desperation sensation.
Buck.
And you're open. They were open. Klay was shooting balls with people in his shorts. So if I'm going to look back on this series, which I'm not yet because it's not over.
Right.
But if the Warriors were to lose tomorrow night, I mean, we'll see how tomorrow night goes. But if they were to lose, that's what I'm taking to bed with me, which is that you played a little bit too much hero ball. Because look what's happened first half of Game 4 and all of last night. Run them. Warrior ball movement. Pick and roll. Steph, put the ball in your hands and make magic. The Warriors last night did something. I got upset with them for doing something I haven't seen them do almost all year. They used to do it all the time. Too many passes. Too many passes. There were a couple possessions where I'm like, okay, you guys just passed your way right through about 4 shots.
Yeah, Jordan had one where it was 2 seconds on the shot clock.
And he passed it again.
To Dante. And he's like, it's like, Jordan, shoot it. Who are you to be like overpassing, Jordan? Right. I think he's overthinking a little bit. But
sure.
That was one of those times you're talking about where it's like, dude, shoot the ball.
Absolutely.
Guys.
But I'll take that. I love Warrior ball movement. And I love Steph Curry rocking. What's he averaging the last 2 games? 11 assists a night or something like that?
He had 8 last night.
And what did he have in the triple-double game?
He had 13.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he's up there right now. 10, 11
14,
assists.
you're right, yeah.
So that is when the Warriors in this series are at their best. How do you battle the trees? You make them dance because trees have no feet. And think about it now, even in this particular moment. LeBron hurt his foot last night. Anthony Davis, he didn't hurt his lower body, but hobbled a little bit in some way, shape, or form. and he's a 7-footer. 7-footers don't want to run around the court. They want to just stay there in a comfort zone. So I do believe, and you even heard Trudell say it, the Warriors have found something. They've been looking for the first 4 games. They found something. It is very easy to execute at home. It is much harder on the road. And so now you're down to 1 shot, and that's terrifying. But it's scary for the Lakers too, Dibs, because it has become, as I predicted last night, a 1-game series. I think if this thing comes back on Sunday, Warriors are going to steam them. I think you're going to.
Because the Warriors have never lost a Game 7 at home.
Exactly.
In San Francisco.
Well, except for when that happened, the other team had LeBron.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So
damn it.
I like what you're saying about.
No, I think this is different. I
don't think it's different, but I do know that if they don't win tomorrow, then we'll never find out if, in fact, it is different. So Warriors down 3-1 to OKC. It was similar to this, where you needed to win 2 games at home, 1 on the road, and the one you won on the road, you needed a Klay Thompson epic performance to get that win, 41 points on the road. Does Klay have another Klay Game 6? Is Game 6 Klay going to be the one who shows up tomorrow?
Maybe. I mean, obviously, someone other than Steph has got to be there. If he's going to be an assist man, someone needs to be turning those into assists by putting the ball into the bucket. Draymond and Wiggins did it last night. I don't care if it's Poole and Thompson tomorrow, whatever it is. That's what they sorely need. I just think after watching the last 2 games, to be honest, I don't think the Lakers can win a game at Chase Center anymore. They got one early. I don't think they're going to get it anymore. I think the Warriors have found something, but it doesn't always work on the road, man. The whistle is tough. The energy is tough. The greatness of LeBron is tough. There is a very big hill to climb tomorrow, but if they climb it, man, I think it turns around and goes downhill real fast.
It depends on how it goes tomorrow, and it depends on how you emerge from that game and the way the game is played, because I do think that the Lakers have something that the Warriors have a very difficult time stopping, and that's Anthony Davis in many different ways. And LeBron James, your guy Mike Trudell made a good point about LeBron not really exerting for all 7 games in a best of 7. He's going to pick his spots, and last night he got to the 4th quarter, and he realized it wasn't going to be in the cards, and so he didn't go balls out all the way
Still 39
in that
minutes.
basketball game.
39 minutes.
Right, 39 minutes, but he did not play that hard over 39 minutes. He was not attacking the basket relentlessly. He settled for a lot of 3-pointers early and late. I think LeBron was out there for 39, but I don't think that it was the same level of effort that he gave, certainly in Game 1, where the Lakers came out. I think he played 44 minutes in that game, or in Game 4, where he came off the court and didn't even sit down on the bench. He walked to the bench, turned around, and went right back to the scorer's table. So that, to me, is a different level of exertion than what we saw. So I'm concerned about Game 6 and Game 7, if there is a Game 7, because of what I've seen in this series, which is Anthony Davis is very difficult to stop. Last night, Draymond Green did a great job, and Mike Trudell, who joined us, he was right. The referees allowed a lot more contact. Draymond Green wants to foul you 100 times, and he's going to dare you to call 6 on him. 100 might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the sentiment is right. Draymond Green's going to play you physically and hard and dare you to make the call.
In the effort to be objective, all of us, all human beings, we show our bias. And Mike Trudell had one line on our show about a half hour ago that's sticking out in my head. And he said what the Lakers want is for the game to be officiated like normal.
Right. I almost jumped at that, but he's your friend, so I let it go.
But friends can have conversations. We can go get a beer and disagree. That's a weak comment, in my opinion.
Well, there is no normal.
What is
what is normal?
If that's not normal, then why is it normal when Lonnie Walker goes into the stands after not being touched? Why is that? So calling that is normal? When Schroeder falls down because someone breathed and gets called, that's normal. So everybody, this is the bottom line when it comes to NBA officiating. When your team loses, you think the refs stunk. It's that simple.
No, you're right.
And it's on the coaches to work the refs back to their advantage after each loss. I do think Steve Kerr's got 1 point in his favor because I think he has dropped effectively this topic into the minds of the refs, and I don't think that goes away tomorrow. Now we'll see what kind of comments Darvin makes pregame or later today or whatever. Are there comments made about too much physicality was allowed? And now every time LeBron and AD go to the hole, is it 2 free throws? Which is what it looked like in game 2. And if that happens, I'm not game 2, sorry, game 3. If that happens, the Warriors are in trouble. They're in trouble if every touch in the paint gets called, because I do think that AD and LeBron, that's what they're going to do tomorrow. They're going to come out and they are going to go total truck driver into the paint on every possession until the Warriors show they can stop it or the refs show that they're not going to call it.
If the game gets called the way last night gets called, the Warriors have a fighting chance.
Yep.
If the game gets called the way game 1 was called, when it was 24 fouls to 12 fouls, then the Warriors have no chance. And I said this going into yesterday's game, and I said it going into game 4. The number one key for me is Draymond Green's availability to guard Anthony Davis. Because if Draymond Green doesn't guard Anthony Davis is unguardable. The Warriors don't have anybody. I love Kevon Looney. I love Kevon's mom and Kevon's family friends. I love everything about Kevon Looney.
Yep.
He cannot guard Anthony Davis. He doesn't have the lateral quickness in the post. He doesn't have the sturdiness. Anthony Davis has had his way with Kevon Looney in this series.
A couple good looks on him last night, I thought. I thought Looney stood
Especially
up.
the one where he got him with the spicy hot wing. And just real quick, Mark, on the elbowing of Anthony Davis, he hit him with his wrist.
Yes.
He did not elbow him in the head.
It was a bump.
He hit him it was between his wrist and the elbow. It was a forearm bump to the head. It was not an elbow.
Listen, I'm waiting for Anthony to talk because we asked Mike the question that apparently Mike can't answer and Darvin didn't. The question is, if that wasn't a concussion, what was it?
Right.
And then you followed up with what were the symptoms? Anthony, I mean, I'd love to ask Anthony those questions. Are they going to make him available? I mean, sure, they'll make him available. Is he going to speak on it? I don't know. Maybe not. But I think those are the fair questions. I don't want to laugh at the guy because he ended up in a wheelchair. I have no idea what he was experiencing. But I'd love to know. Gary has finally been asked, hey, bud, what were you experiencing?
Oh, God, what an answer.
It's like, brother, I had to go throw up. It's like college. Sometimes you got to boot and rally.
He did. All he would have had to say was puke and rally, but he basically described it without saying it. It was such a perfect answer. Shout out Oregon State and the Beavs. And then he's like, I love you guys all. You're the best. See ya. And then he walked it off.
You got to do it. You got to get, I've dealt with migraines. I've done that before in this show. Your commercial break? Huh? Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah.
That's what he did. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, bud in Oakland, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
What's good? Hey, man. Get almost off the clock pretty soon. Hey, listen, man, that was a cop-out by AD. I ain't saying the man wasn't really hurt. That was a cop-out. Look, Draymond and them, they had the intensity. We were running him up and down the court. He was tired. He took the hit to the head, and he was like, look, man, this is my way to go ahead and get some early rest and try to, hang it up and get ready for the next game back at home. LeBron was so upset. Did you see LeBron's facial expression when he went to the bench to sit next to AD?
Yep.
AD got up and started walking, then they had to help him off the floor. But LeBron was upset because he came out wanting to take that game. And he knows that he knows that Steph Curry is a man of the inevitable. That, if it comes down his road, that he is a guy that can produce. Albeit LeBron can do the same. But when you were talking about LeBron is not going to be a guy that you're going to make choke because the situation that he's been in and, his history. But the other guys, his supporting cast are. His supporting cast are guys that you can make choke, whether they're at home, because they have not been on the biggest stage. Now, the Warriors currently have guys that's still on the team who was on that big stage. Now, they may not have played most of the finals or most of the playoff series last year, but they have been on the biggest stage. So you can make the other guys choke and, you look around, that supporting cast that he has may not be as good as the supporting cast that
But
he has.
I think you're speaking a lot of facts. I really, really do. That's what my point about tomorrow night, and we got all show tomorrow to talk about this too as we count you down to that game. But what I'm looking for, the first and foremost thing is, I think the Warriors' gravity is a thing. When it comes to late series playoff games, I think other teams traditionally cower in the face of the Warriors' gravity. The weight is heavy. The problem is LeBron is the same kind of player.
Oh, he's heavier.
Exactly. So I think the Warriors will play well. I think they can absolutely get to the Austin Reeves and the D'Angelo Russells of the world.
Well,
but does LeBron do enough to overwhelm that? That's what I'm looking for in the game. I don't.
The Warriors have an equal number of Austin Reeveses as the Lakers do. If you're talking about,
they just won it last year.
Fine, but Jordan Poole his confidence is not what it was last year.
But you could go away from him and still win a game.
In theory,
I don't think you can win a championship.
You didn't go away from him last night and you won, but I don't think you can go away from him tomorrow. And Dante DiVincenzo, if you want to say that he's got championship pedigree, look at his playoff log when he was on Milwaukee.
I know.
He did not play
but those are more
in the postseason for Milwaukee.
Those are more bit parts. I'm talking starters now.
Austin Reeves is a bit part.
He's a starter.
Right.
He plays a lot of minutes. He is a key player for them.
And I mean,
Jared Vanderbilt is a key player. And
not anymore.
Boy, he's been disappearing.
11 minutes last night. I think if you want to talk about like your Laker, if you want to go to your OG Laker lineup, it's going to be Schroeder and Russell. It's going to be Davis, LeBron, and I'll give you Austin Reeves because they don't really have another guy. Although Lonnie Walker IV, he's getting heavy minutes and he's earning those minutes. He didn't play great last night. He was him in Game 4, that's for sure. And so you're going to counteract that with Draymond, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and either, Peyton or Looney or Poole or whoever it's going to be. I just think that you're right in what you said about LeBron. He's the all-time leader in playoff games and playoff minutes. So the aura of the Warriors is not going to be too much for a LeBron James-led team. So does it come down to role players? Because if it's LeBron and AD against Steph, Clay, and Draymond, that's probably a wash. So
Maybe.
Who is it?
Well, but see, that's when I start going down the list.
Andrew Wiggins,
and I think, right? I think he's huge. And even, let me ask you this for a second.
Okay.
How you feeling about the Wiseman trade now? I think it's a good day to ask this question. How are you feeling about the Wiseman trade now?
I feel the same way I felt when they made it, which was, I loved it.
Okay.
I loved it.
But
even when I was raving about Sadiq Bey for 5 minutes.
That was his Warrior run.
That was some of my finest radio.
Underrated.
I turned on Sadiq Bey faster than...
Who was the other dude that was a Warrior for about 38 seconds?
Grandy, you'll
remember.
He
ended up in
Kevin Knox.
Kevin Knox.
Blazers legend.
The Grandy man is so clutch.
He was, but the difference was I actually don't think he ever even was. It was like, Kevin Knox is coming. No, there's another tweet. Kevin Knox is not coming.
I feel great about the trade.
Yeah,
I felt great about it then. I felt a little bit, I guess, confused when it was like, oh my God, he failed the physical. And then they're like, we're going to keep him anyway.
Yeah, I think it's important to bring this up because it's not to sort of give the Warriors a pass on what was clearly a failed draft pick. But now that GP2 is a starter, and GP2, I think, in 2 consecutive series, has played a vital role in the Warriors still playing basketball right now, I hope that Warrior fans feel a little bit better about that deal. They're done without him. They're done without him. They don't beat Sacramento without him.
And this is why you got him.
And this series is over without him.
This is why you got him, too. Yep. You didn't get him for the 82. You got him for the 16. If you need 16 wins, Gary Payton II is a player who's been proven to be useful in the 16-win quest that you're trying to go on. James Wiseman last year, and I just Googled it, Mark, to remind myself, he didn't play a minute last year in the postseason.
That's a good Google.
And he didn't play a minute in the regular season. And yet, you won a championship, and he got a ring. And good on you, James. And I wish you nothing but the best in Detroit and wherever your career may take you, but they got Gary Payton II to be that guy. Hey, GP2, Kavon's not really working out, and Jordan Poole's been unplayable in many ways. We are in need of a fifth starter. And they go to GP2, 27 minutes, 13 points, plus 25, the best on the floor. That is why you traded Wiseman for him.
Well, I just think we have to remind ourselves, because when you think of the Lakers, I think the average NBA fan goes LeBron and AD. So we think to ourselves, experienced team, championship pedigree. Well, not anybody else. It's actually a young team. It's a young, inexperienced playoff basketball team that had to go through
Tristan Thompson.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
He does cheer nicely. Anyway, this team had to go through the play-in tournament. This is not a team that was thinking championship early in the year. They were watching Russell Westbrook drive to the hole and bang his head on the backboard, and everybody was knocking their head against the wall. Very, very much Jordan Poole type vibes. Very frustrated. And now here they are. They have two absolute greats leading them. But when it gets to this moment and the Warrior gravity starts to play, what happens to everybody else on that roster? Now, if LeBron and AD and the big three are awash, well, now we're going to Wiggins and Poole and Payton. And, oh, by the way, Looney, Moses Moody, who every year in the playoffs looks like a bigger player than he was in the regular season. That experience just from last year, I think, plays a role tomorrow night. To me, I mean, this is...
It can.
This game,
It can.
The Lakers have got... They've got to win this game. And I think that Steph said it after the game last night. Pressure shifts to them now.
I firmly believe that.
Yeah.
And
I mean, there's pressure on everybody. It's an elimination game.
Of course, but if you come to a Game 7 scenario and the Warriors are back home having won Game 5 and Game 6, the Warriors will be 6 or 6.5 point favorites in that game, I believe. And instead, you go to a Game 6 in LA, and the line is 2 or 2.5, depending on where you shop for your point spreads. And so if you're the Warriors, you're going into a Game 6 and you're 2 or 2.5 point underdogs. That game's a coin toss, Mark. That's the kind of game where it's going to come down to exactly what Game 4 came down to, a possession.
Boy, the point spreads as we get late in this round two are getting fascinating. Fascinating. I know we talked about the Warrior spread tomorrow night. The Lakers at this hour are favored by 2.5.
Okay.
Boy, have you seen the numbers on the games tonight?
I have, yeah.
These are fascinating. The Celtics are favored in Philly by 2.5.
Yeah.
And they're practically giving you almost a pick 'em in the Nuggets-Suns game. Right now, it's Suns minus 1.5.
Yeah, I saw it at 2, but same thing.
It's been on the move. So they're expecting close games tonight, and they've almost removed home court advantage. At least again, it's the eyes of the odds makers who are just trying to get money on both sides.
Right.
I get it.
And just real quick, your thumbnail sketch on either of these games, Celtics-Sixers tipping off at the bottom of the hour. Who wins that one?
I would like to give you a little, and this is from me to you, from someone who hit a parlay last night. I give you a parlay tonight. I want you to take.
I thought you were going to tease it for the other side.
No, it's not that good.
Okay.
I want you to play the money line on both dogs. I want
Sixers
you to play,
home dog.
I want you to play
and the Nuggets on the road.
Both these series end tonight. Hey, this is Doc Rivers. That's right.
Was that you or Guru?
Don't play that. Guru gets so mad.
Yeah, I know. And we got to play Guru's speech. We should have played it yesterday.
I don't want to piss Guru off. He's a friend of mine. I feel very good about having him as a teammate. I don't want to upset Guru. I don't know. So please stop playing that. I think the Sixers are going to win tonight. I think they've got home court. I think they end this thing tonight.
And the Nuggets on the road?
A little too soon. That's what I actually sounded like 2 weeks ago.
Seriously.
I did a whole show like that.
I don't know how to feel about that. I think Phoenix wins, but I don't have faith in either of the home teams tonight.
I got a little Jokic Embiid, big 7-foot MVP parlay tonight. Okay? That's from me to you. And
Money line.
Except for if it doesn't happen. All right, it's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. More of your calls. Coming up next, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
I'm mad at you.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions.
block a three. Up top to Clay. Dribble drive by Clay over to Draymond. He'll take a jumper. It's up and good. Draymond knocked it down. He's got 20 points.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got one other concern for tomorrow night. Mention it to you here in a sec. See what you think.
Okay.
Quest for Five is brought to you by the Alameda PD. Now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Plus, we'll go to the phones here in a sec, too. Thank you for those of you patiently waiting. 888-957-9570. So, tomorrow night feels like a little bit of a difficult mental spot for Klay Thompson. Not shooting well, and now you're in L.A. He's admitted these games are always a little bit more special, right? Dad's watching, and you're going up against the organization you grew up watching.
Yeah, as a fan of.
Right, and so he's going to want this so bad. You know he wants to get out of this slump so bad. And that's sometimes when you start forcing stuff. So tomorrow night's a tough night for Klay to play within the team concept, unless he comes out hitting shots right away. Then it's easy.
Yeah, see, I think of all the players who it's not a tough mental spot for, it's Klay Thompson. Because Klay Thompson is going to do what Klay Thompson does, which is, I have the ball, and I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot my shots. It's all I got, Mark. And that's the nature of Klay Thompson. And I know if you look at the numbers, 5 of 14, 3 of 11, 3 of 12, his last 3 games. That's a combined 11 for 37. That's not good. That's not restaurant quality. That's not Hall of Fame quality. That's damn near 30% from the floor. That's not even from 3, where he is 8 for 24. 33%, 3 of 9, 3 of 9, 2 of 6. He's been better from 3 than from 2, but Klay Thompson's not going to shy away. I don't think that Klay, even in this spot, big spot against his childhood team with his dad in the house and all the pressure that should be on him, I think Klay Thompson is the perfect guy for this because he doesn't play. He has no memory, and I say this complimentary.
But we've been saying we don't want that. Steve Kerr, sideline, don't play hero ball. We don't want Klay Thompson to go out there and fire away if he's not hitting and be unconscious and have no memory and all those things.
But it's not what we want. It's what you get. You get that with Klay Thompson.
And
it's like saying,
I'm worried.
We don't want Draymond Green to bark at officials and get technical fouls and commit flagrants, but that's what you get, kids.
There's another one for tomorrow night, by the way. This feels like a game where we might walk the line. And I know maybe that's the case all the time with
Johnny
Draymond.
Cash or no?
Yeah, it was. Okay. It was actually the name of the movie, too.
Yeah.
You remember that movie, right?
Yeah, good one.
Joaquin Phoenix?
Correct.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
And that Witherspoon lady.
Yeah, Reese.
Reese, thank you. I almost called her Brooke. Anyway.
What's the name of the character? It was Johnny Cash and what was her name? They were married and they loved each other, and I can't remember her name. Anyway, in real life. Whatever. Point is Draymond tomorrow night, this is the kind of game where he knows he's got to set an emotional tone. He's going to be who he is unapologetically. Tomorrow night, that's a night where you've got to walk a very tight rope. Yep. Be physical.
June Carter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Be crazy.
JT at it.
Go crazy, folks.
Sure.
Go crazy.
Jack Buck.
You be crazy, but don't get thrown out. Don't kick anyone in the jimmy. Right? These are the things.
It's been a while since he committed a flagrant. He might be due.
I hope not.
A flagrant 1. Give me a flagrant 1 if you need it, Draymond.
Where are his points right now?
He's got 2.
But how many more till he's?
If you get to 4, you get suspended.
Okay, so he can do one more.
Correct.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
That's right. That's what happens. If he commits a flagrant 2, he's ejected and suspended for the following game.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't like their chances in Game 7 without him. But I'm going to say 2 things here on this front. 1, you need Draymond on that line. You want him on that line.
Agreed, but not over it.
Well, he might go over it. And you hope when he goes over it, he doesn't go all the way over it to where he gets ejected from the game. He's going to go over it. You need him to play with that edge. The second piece, and I'm saying this hopefully, wistfully, Scott Foster's due to referee a basketball game. The last game he did was Game 4 in this series, and he hasn't worked since, and he's not working tonight. So my guy, Scotty Foss, he might get the assignment, which is what the Warriors want.
Yeah, he's supposedly
he's the extender.
He's good.
That's what they call him.
It'd be amazing if refs had names on the back of their jerseys, just like in the XFL.
That's so funny. He hates me. The extender.
Well, he hate me could be the name for all of them.
True.
Every single one of them, except for Zach Zarba. Could be that. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Scott. We do hate you. But the extender would be hilarious. Yeah. And isn't he good for road teams?
Yes.
He's a little bit.
He is good for road teams. And he knows this team so well that I think that he would give Draymond Green every opportunity to stay in the ball game.
Well, listen, the later you get in a series, again, human nature, you're going to let guys do a little bit more because you don't want to whistle your way to the next round. I know there may be still some Kings fans listening that are like, that's interesting because the Lakers whistled their way to the next round once upon a time. That was a long time ago. I think normally the later you get in a series, the little bit more that they're going to let you do because they would rather buckets, not from the free throw line, determine this thing. Bobby in Los Altos on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing?
Just waiting to talk to you guys. I mean, I must be a loser since I've been on hold for 56 minutes, but thank you for taking my call.
No, Bobby, you're a winner because you hung in there and you succeeded in the end, and there are a lot of people who want to talk this week because we're in the middle of a dynasty. That's the deal, Bobby.
All right, well, thank you for not making me wait 2 hours, and I actually feel like I got a good break.
There you go. Now you're thinking.
Yeah, hey, so I think it's June Carter Cash. But look, I want to talk about
exactly
Flossing and Wiggins.
Okay.
So, look, I'm not a Lakers apologist. I hate SoCal. I hate those idiots running around wearing their little Ruka gear. Honestly, I can't even watch baseball after that 7-game series loss to the Dodgers. So I'm not a Lakers apologist, but I'm just going to implore you again to quit focusing on the flopping. There's a couple of things. This whole narrative that I'm not sure if you made it or I don't know where it came from because I hadn't heard about it, but the brow flopping when he got hit in the temple or wherever it is, it's crazy to me. You can't flop where your end goal is to be taken out of a game.
No. Bobby, where did you hear that? Nobody talked about AD flopping.
No.
Nobody's talked about AD flopping. We've talked about the Lakers, Schroeder.
Yeah. Lonnie Walker,
I'm gonna put Austin Reeves on the list. Nothing about Anthony Davis, though.
Okay. All right. And then Schroeder, shout out Umlaut. I think you're being a little unfair to Ham when whatever that guy's name is, that reporter that asked, effectively, are you frustrated because you're not getting a call? I think he's basically saying, hey, Schroeder didn't just fall down by himself. He wasn't flopping. He obviously got hit, and that's why he's on the ground. At least that's the way I interpreted what the coach said. Now, I mean, the reality of the replay is that he did flop, but I don't know if I think you're being a little unfair to Ham, and it kind of hurts me because, like I said, I hate Southern California and I hate the Lakers. So let's talk about Wiggins. There's been kind of an ongoing thing between you guys and me. You guys forget, but I remember almost for 2 years where I kind of basically called in for a while saying I was president of Andrew Wiggins Fan Club Bay Area chapter, and then I feel like you guys were really unfair to him. I think 2 days ago I even heard Dibbs utter K-Wig again, which almost got me in a car accident.
Yeah.
But what I want to say is...
So, Bobby, hang on. I'm going to stop you right there because now I'm offended.
Oh, Bobby.
But now I'm offended. First of all, I haven't even been here for 2 years yet. Second of all...
Year and a half.
Second of all, I have... my gosh, if there's somebody out there who thinks I have been unfair to Andrew Wiggins, that bums me out. I love Andrew Wiggins. I got a fair question today, and Bobby, let's ask you since you're president of the Andrew Wiggins Fan Club. Steph Curry said this after the game last night.
It's the best version of who he is and how he can impact games. He played great defense all night on Bron, even though he made some tough shots. Like you said, the rebounds, the offensive aggressiveness, him getting up 18 shots is huge. We need that every night. It's on us as a team to feature him, too, at certain points of the game because he has such an athlete and can create his own shot. Got to feed it to him and let him do what he does.
Wiggs is one of my favorite Warriors, but you have to admit, every time he does this, his teammates spend the next 24 hours begging for him to do it again. And he did in the playoffs last year, but last night was the first night that we saw that version of Andrew. And isn't it fair to ask why he doesn't do it more often?
Counterpoint?
Sure.
So, yes, he had a great game, but the way you started the monologue when your show is you gave him 30 seconds of kudos and then the next 15 minutes of why doesn't he do this every night? I mean, I don't know why he doesn't do it every night. He has the potential to do it, but I think the real question should be, hey, why doesn't Dre show this kind of effort every night? I mean, he has publicly stated, I don't get up for games of no consequence. I mean, he's publicly stated, I'm not invested in games that don't matter. But last night he played well. Why don't we spend time talking about Dre? Hey, why don't you put in this kind of effort every game? Why don't we talk about Clay? Hey, Clay, if your shots aren't hitting, at least like in Game 4, can you run to the cup like DiVincenzo and GP3-2 we're doing? Like, get involved in the game.
Bobby, I'm in defense of all of us, and thank you for joining us, and I appreciate you hanging with us on hold for an hour. But we talk about Draymond Green far more positive and negative than we do Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson as well, and Jordan Poole. Andrew Wiggins doesn't resonate in the conversation often enough because many times he doesn't impact the game the way he did in last night's game. And that's why Andrew Wiggins doesn't get talked about in the positive or the negative. And Mark, I'm glad you played that sound from Steph Curry because that's how many Warrior fans feel, which is, yes, Andrew, this game, this way of playing is what we all want. Even if he takes 18 shots. If he goes 4 of 18, I don't think anyone's going to be critical. I get criticized or I get critical of Andrew when he has the 4 of 11 game and it feels like he's just not even involved in anything.
Well, and I would be critical of Andrew if he went 4 for 18 if 10 of them were 3-point attempts.
Right.
The beauty of last night, because Wiggins is not a great 3-point shooter. He's a guy who can hit a 3, but he's not a great 3-point shooter. The beauty of last night is when he shot threes, it was exactly the right thing to do, but for the most part, that's not what he wanted to do. It was attack, attack, attack. And, Bobby, respectfully, I'm not asking Andrew to do that all year long. We're asking for him to do it now. It's the playoffs. Draymond never publicly said, I have a hard time getting out of bed for games in May. He said March. And Andrew didn't even play in March and April, and nobody said boo here. I mean, some people did.
Yeah.
Nobody criticized that. So I am a huge Andrew Wiggins fan. I think the story of how we've got here, even all the way back to his Minnesota days, is fascinating. But when he does that and he signals to his teammates and the fan base that I've got that in me, then it's fair to go rally back and say that it's got to look like that all the time. And this isn't, you know who's spoken on this before? Andrew.
Right.
He did it last year where he actually publicly talked about how he learned from Draymond and Steph that when he went out there and got double-digit rebounds in a playoff game, that it was crazy that was his career high and he should be doing it every night, and he was critical of himself. I'm just asking the question. He's clearly wired in a different way than a lot of NBA stars, and that's fine. But it's fascinating that it seems to not be there whenever he wants it to be.
Right.
And so I can't figure out when to know when it is going to be there.
Well, last night it was there.
It sure
and
was.
I wonder why it was there last night. If it's because they're down 3-1 and he felt like I need to go now and I need to really exert my will on this game. But you look at the way he played, Mark, and you're right. In terms of the 3 ball, he was 2 of 5 from 3. He takes between 3 and 6 3-pointers a game, and they're usually those kinds of threes where I'm open, I'll shoot it. He doesn't hunt his 3. He gets to a spot where either the clock's winding down or a good shot's been created, and a good shot that's created must be taken, and he takes the 3. But the difference is, last night, the other 13 shots he took.
Yeah.
He went 8 for 13. He backed down smaller defenders. He attacked the rim. He got and ones. He made all 3 of his free throws, even though he's been struggling a little bit from the foul line since the Sacramento series. That's the Wiggins you need. When it's time for you to take over, take over because you're good enough.
Dude, follow-up dunks. I think he had 3-and-1 opportunities last night. He was fantastic. And here's my hope. If there's any indicator for when he plays like that versus when he doesn't, my hope is that the game plan has finally turned his way. Because if you listen to what a lot of the Warriors said last night, the game plan was constant attacking motion. How can you beat the bigger lineup? Make them move. All right? How do you make them move? Well, you don't get sedentary and sit out of the three-point line and wait for outside shots. You constantly drive, kick, drive again, kick, drive again, kick, and fast break all the time. That helps the best athlete on the floor, and he is that. Now, I know you could maybe LeBron James, the best athlete on the floor, although Wiggins is 10 years younger.
He's the best athlete on the Warriors.
Yeah,
right?
no question. And so if it's going to be move and attack, move and attack, move and attack, maybe we saw the best of Andrew because the game plan was set up for Andrew. And if that's the case, then you're in good shape because it's probably going to be the same game plan tomorrow night.
Right. It's the game plan that is going to work in terms of what the Warriors can do. You want the Lakers to be up and down. And you mentioned it earlier. The best thing to do when you're going up against trees is make trees move because trees don't move very well. And you got AD, and LeBron moves pretty well. He doesn't move like he used to. And other than that, you've got an advantage. And if you're the Warriors and you realize that Wiggins is not going to be guarded by Anthony Davis, and if he's guarded by LeBron James, and you saw this last night a bunch, get Wiggins involved in the screen and roll, make LeBron have to work on defense, and then Wiggins gets switched on to a smaller defender, and then he can take that mouse in the house and take advantage.
Well, listen, here's the other thing. We learned this in the playoffs last year. The Warriors have a lot of different candidates to be their second best player on any given night. Steph's number one. Who's number two? For years it was Clay, but now it's not always. Sometimes it's Clay, sometimes it's Poole, sometimes it's Wiggins, sometimes it even becomes Draymond Green. Of all the candidates, to me, the Warriors are at their best when the answer is Andrew. When Andrew is their second best player, that's the current best version of the Warriors. They don't always get that. Shots are not always going to fall. But as far as what he does on the floor, the aggressive nature at both ends when he's at his best, that's when the Warriors are at their best. That's why they won a ring last year. He was definitely the second best player on the team.
Right.
There were moments where he was dancing around with the idea of being the first.
Well, he was the first if it wasn't for Game 4 in Boston. If Steph doesn't do what he did in that game to snatch control of the series back, I do think that Andrew Wiggins is the NBA Finals MVP. And I think that there still was a case that you could make but Steph was the best player. Steph with the 40-piece, 40-plus in Boston to win Game 4 and even the series. That was the big pivotal moment. But you're right, Mark. If Klay Thompson can be your second-best player, but if Andrew Wiggins is threatening to be your second-best player, you're winning by double digits because Curry's going to get his 25 to 30 to 35, whatever. But if Wiggins can go for 22 and 7 rebounds and play the defense he's been playing, you're going to win most of the time.
He does more. There's nothing on a basketball court that Andrew can't do. He can drive, he can shoot, he can defend. He does all of it. Klay, less of a driver, but used to be able to do more of those things than he can now. He's 6 years older and has had 2 massive leg injuries. He's not the defender he used to be. So, sure, a Game 6 Klay heater would be wonderful. But as far as options for the Warriors, as far as their second best aggressive player, give me Andrew. And I hope they see it again tomorrow night. Jordan in Oakland, you're on with Willie and Dibby. Hi, Jordan. What are you doing?
I'm just relaxing. I'm almost off work.
Almost.
I'm waiting for a bit.
I love that you're calling while you're still on.
I wanted to rant about Jordan Poole. Hope you guys can agree with me.
Yeah.
It seems like he's treating the game like he's still in high school gym class.
In what way?
That he pulls up from behind the arc and thinks he's Steph or Clay.
Well, we get a lot of this, Jordan. I appreciate it. We get a lot of this. We talked about it yesterday. I've reached a point where I sort of reject he thinks he's Steph or Clay.
Right.
First of all, you're putting thoughts in someone else's head. Second of all, I think that in there, tucked in, could I make up a new word? You get a little splashism in there.
Nice.
That's splashism, which is our love for Steph and Clay. Therefore, they feel like our guys. There's a fraternity there amongst Warrior fans. And it's natural to reject somebody else trying to join the fraternity. It's like, who are you, dude? We've been here for 10 years. Who are you come in here, think you're one of us? But what do you expect him to do? What's he supposed to do? Not shoot a three? And every time he does shoot a three and misses, well, he thinks he's Steph. Well, when Jordan is cooking, Jordan does look like one of them. He does have that ability.
Yes, at times.
Not on the defensive
not always
end.
from three.
Right.
To me, it's about, the shots that he takes, the quality shots. And I thought last night, for the most part, and I'm looking at all 14 of his shot attempts right now on that NBA.com loop, and they were good shots, the majority of them. Early on, he took a three that was one of those off the dribble, lean left, Jordan, arms and legs akimbo, because I want somebody to hit me threes. It's like, no, Jordan, no. But other than that, he ran himself off the line a few times in the first half where it was a contested three opportunity. He pumped it. He took a dribble. He missed the mid-range, but he took the correct shot, Mark. I thought he was much more under control.
Under control. Yeah, he should also, though, he should be hired by Toyota. Do you remember that ad campaign 30 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what a feeling.
Yes.
And everybody would jump and do the X's. Toyota, come on, get on it. Hire Jordan.
It's a solid four.
Jordan will do a flying X like nobody you ever hired. Shout out to the people who remember, oh, what a feeling. It's been a minute. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And we're getting ready to rock and roll all the way through the 5 o'clock hour. And it is going to be nothing but your phone calls, reaction to Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Darvin Ham, Draymond Green, Bob Myers sound that we have not played yet. We are diving deep as we start to get ready to work our way from Game 5 and into Game 6. We're doing that all the way through the 5 o'clock hour and totally wide open for your phone calls. If you got your Warriors takes, cook them up and get them ready to deliver right now. 888-957-9570. We take your calls next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Mom, Dad,
hit in the face. He's behind the play. Wiggins up the floor. Pass over to Payton. Payton will drive in, goes by James, spins it up, and is good, and a foul!
Well, Gary Payton said, it's 5-on-4, let's go.
Yeah.
And he just went right at LeBron James.
My fault. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
There's not a whole lot better than the way Gary plays. It's a unique vibe, isn't it? First of all, he's fearless, but usually when we talk about a fearless basketball player, we're also talking about someone who plays with a ferocity, like a Russell Westbrook, where it's just like, right, we're going to just scowl all the time. We're going to fly at the rim and we're going to growl and, gosh, we're just going to get after. Gary will, go after you. Hear Tim Roy. He's going right after LeBron James. And then when he gets there, he'll look at you with big eyes just in a smile.
Yeah.
And he just sort of looks like he's like, hey, how you guys all doing here in the
Totally.
Trying to get a nice little buzz.
And that's the way he answered when we asked him. So, you dunked on LeBron James. That had to be pretty cool. And he was like, yeah, I didn't want to get too caught up, but yeah, it was cool. I mean, LeBron was there, and I just went up and dunked it, and, it was kind of neat. He's just such a nice guy.
I don't know if I could compare it to anyone else. And he's also what? Is he even taller than Steph Curry? Seriously.
Is he 6'4", I think.
Is he? 6'3", 6'4"?
Yeah, I think they got him at 6'4".
But has no problem attacking people who are 6'11". None.
Ruthless.
And goes right after him and over him. The tap-out rebounds are unbelievable. I mean, obviously, he's just got great leaping ability, but it's just, I don't know.
The tap-out rebound is, his arms are so long. I mean, he's 6'3", listed at 6'3", and if you look at the Warriors roster, everybody on the team is between 6'2", Steph, and 6'9", Kevon Looney. And yet, they're championship you barely even have a power forward on your team based on height.
Seriously.
6'6", 6'6", 6'6", 6'6", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". They got, they have Draymond Green at 6'6"? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, he is.
You know who's 6'6"? Bonte Hill.
Yeah, exactly.
You read my mind. Yesterday, he came to see us.
He says he's 6'4".
Dude.
I don't know if he's 6'6". That's a little hot. But
when I did a little selfie and I took a picture with him and did a little bro hug, I'm like, dude, you are gigantic, my brother.
He's at least 4, and there might be a 5.
I mean,
there might be a 5.
Right?
Yeah. But you know why he's starting to look taller? He's getting a little slimmer.
Yeah.
He's getting a little slimmer.
And that suit, too, made him look he's looking
soda,
good yesterday.
He's got his little thing working, eating right, running around out there like a crazy person during Warrior season with all these jobs.
Totally.
And losing a little weight.
No time to eat.
Question ever.
Sorry about
so,
that.
okay, fine. Compliments are over.
Yeah. 6'1".
By the way, just one quick thing. It wasn't the stupidest question ever.
Hello?
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Two quick non-Warrior things, and then we're going straight to your calls, 888-957-9570. Actually, this is a Warrior thing, but it's based on the Boston-Philly game, which has just tipped off.
Okay.
Is anybody rooting for the Sixers solely because discord in Boston and an early exit could mean Jaylen Brown availability?
That is one of many reasons why I'm rooting against Boston.
Okay.
Boston is not a city that I necessarily root for. Philadelphia isn't either, but something about Joel Embiid and the fighting Kate Scotts, our former coworker here and there and everywhere. I do like Kate. I'd like to see Philadelphia advance.
This is also my favorite version I've ever seen of James Harden. By far
No
and
doubt.
away. Far and away. James Harden with some self-awareness, with passing the ball instead of playing a constant game of trying to get the refs to think something happened that didn't happen. Like, this is clearly James Harden this year has worked his way off of my hated list.
Yeah.
I don't mind watching this player at all.
And I think some credit needs to go to Doc Rivers for his
Thank you, appreciate it. we work hard, we do what we can.
His leadership and his ability to get James to be this player, because this is the best James that he could possibly be. So, yes, but there also is the piece of Boston, if Boston loses and heck, if they If they get eliminated tonight, it's an elimination sensation.
Yeah, they'd be all done.
And maybe the Tatum Brown thing percolates to where Jaylen Brown, I want out. All of a sudden, now we may be onto something. So, yeah.
By the way, when you say James Harden,
yeah.
who is it that you're impersonating?
Mark Jackson.
Okay, glad you brought the name up.
Man down, man down. I did my Mark Jackson for Mark Jackson many years ago.
How'd that go?
He gave me the seal of approval.
Okay. That takes, it takes some chutzpah.
You know me.
To impersonate someone to their face.
I'll do that.
I mean,
chutzpah is not my middle name, but I'd like it to be.
Obviously, I tried it once upon a time, and I too thought that it went pretty well.
It did.
So anyway, Mark Jackson. Remember when the MVP voting came out, and everybody noticed, boy, there's a voter who left Jokic like completely off the ballot.
He got 99 of 100 votes, first through fifth.
Right. So someone left him out the top 5. Charles Barkley then referred to whoever that person is a damn idiot. Okay? Turns out, mama, there goes that man.
There goes that ballot.
That man is Mark Jackson. His top 5 ballot has been revealed. It is Joel Embiid. This is in order. Joel Embiid, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jason Tatum, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Donovan Mitchell. That's his top 5. Former Warrior Andrew Bogut, 1 hour ago, their relationship well documented.
Yeah, not good.
Andrew Bogut quote tweeted that list and wrote, "Wow, I wonder why. I really, really, really wonder."
3 reallys?
That's some restaurant quality sarcasm right there.
Yeah, it is.
This is an obvious insinuation that this is a race-based vote to remove any white players from the vote. I listen, I'm not going to speak to that. I'll speak to this. The hell is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doing in front of Nikola Jokic? You can't go to the play-in tournament to find a player and vote for them over Nikola Jokic. You want to vote Embiid? You want to give me Giannis? You even want to mess around with Tatum and things like that, players who are on really good teams, top 3 seeds. Listen, do you, man. But if you're hopping around in the 9 seed looking for people who are ahead of Nikola Jokic, yeah, I think you got to answer that.
Why? You could put him ahead of Jokic if you want. I think it's a mistake. But to leave Jokic out of the top 5, that is where the biggest issue is. So he goes Embiid number 1. And 73 of 100 agreed
with
Mark
there.
Jackson.
No problem.
He goes Giannis, number 2. And 23 of 100 agreed Giannis at number 2.
No issue.
Then he goes to Jason Tatum at number 3. He was the only voter to put Jason Tatum at 3rd. Tatum got 1/3, 89 fourths.
Yep, he was the obvious 4th.
And he got 8 fifths, which means 98 of 100 had him in the top 5. So for Mark to put him 3rd is a leap. He was the only one to put him 3rd. And then to go Gilgeous-Alexander 4th, 6 voters put him 4th.
Okay.
Of those 6 who put him 4th, the other 5 all had Nikola Jokic 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Well, of course, everybody else had Jokic either 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Correct.
Everybody.
So only one voter had Jokic behind Gilgeous-Alexander, but 5 other voters had him in the top 4. So to me, putting him 4th is not the issue. Putting him behind Jokic, or ahead of Jokic, rather, is the issue.
I don't have an issue with voters going their own way. Like, you can have your own thought. Just because everyone else put Jokic, 1, 2, whatever, you don't have to do that. My issue is, and this is always my way of looking at MVP, and everybody gets to look however they want to look, but for me, I don't even think you should be eligible for MVP if you're not a top 4 seed.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Winning is what makes the V. That you have to be valuable towards something. You're not valuable if you scored 30 a game and ended up in the 9 seed. Well, the value toward what? Like, great, Luka, were you valuable? Toward what? The
Luka left off Mock's vote off his ballot.
Could. I mean, they're also left off of the playoff ballot because they didn't even make it. So that, to me, matters in a major way.
Right.
And therefore, That's why I've got an issue with him being ahead of Nikola Jokic.
Just to not have Jokic on at all, I wonder what Mark Jackson looked at and saw, no, you can't be in my top 5, because you look at, did the team win? Well, yes, they're the number 1 seed in the West. Did Nikola Jokic perform as an individual? Yes, he did. Did he play a bunch of games? Yes, he did. Was he actually really good on both ends of the floor? Yes, he was. So what about Nikola Jokic made it so that Mark Jackson did not think he was worthy of a top 5 slot?
Yeah, you'd have to ask Mark.
Or Andrew Bogut.
Andrew Bogut's got his opinion as to why. Yeah.
And it's...
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is where the shock is. To not even... I mean, if you want to say Gilgeous-Alexander is third and...
He was great. Yeah, he was great. But
he was great.
Yeah.
And,
MVP
34 of 100 voters thought he was top 5. So that's a pretty good number. And, there was only 28 of 100 had Donovan Mitchell in the top 5. 27 voters had Mitchell 5th. Mark Jackson is among them. But to completely leave out Nikola Jokic, I wonder why.
Yeah. Ernie Chavez on YouTube, one of our very faithful. Willard Curry shouldn't have gotten any votes. Missed 26 games. Dubs had a better record without him. Hey, Ernie, I agree, but not for the reasons that you pointed out. I agree because they didn't win enough. They're not a top 4 seed. And maybe that's splitting hairs. All I'm saying is there needs to, because the team that was a top 4 seed, the Phoenix Suns, would they win one more game than the Warriors? But my point is there's got to be a rule that we make that highlights winning when it comes to an MVP, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're trying to make playing a bigger criteria than winning.
I think that's...
And to me, that's something where I'm a little bit closer to, because...
It's fair. It's fair,
especially in a year like this where...
I don't know what the line is, and I also have an issue there because of what the reason is. If you don't play because you broke an ankle, that's different than you didn't play because you didn't want to play.
Right, but if you broke an ankle and you miss a third of the season, then you don't deserve to be an MVP. And I think about baseball, where you need 3.1 at-bats per games played by your team to qualify for the batting title. So a similar thing to me for the NBA would be 2/3 of the games, which would be, I guess, that'd be a third of 82. 2/3 of 82, I think, is 54, roughly 54 games, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
You play 55, 56 games, you can qualify. Steph, by the way, got...
He did, right?
He got 1/4 and 2/5.
Okay.
Steph Curry.
Yeah, and I mean,
so 3 of 100 voters, not including his former coach, thought that he was worthy of a top 5 spot.
Right, and he did not end up on the first team. He ended up on the second, and that may have been part of the reason why as well. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And the Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. All right, heavy phones. And the first one we go to is Mark Grandy in the other room. Let's go to Mark. Hey, Mark, what are you doing?
I have a question for you. This is something that one of our faithful YouTube watchers brought up. Steph Curry in the 2021 season, the year the Warriors lost in the play-in, finished 3rd in MVP voting that year. What are your thoughts on that one? Did you not a fan of him finishing 3rd?
No. Well, again, I don't mind as much when someone finishes somewhere other than 1st, because if I asked anybody who was anywhere between 2nd place and 10th place in the history of any MVP voting, none of us have any idea. I have everyone other than Embiid is going to get forgotten here. So that's not even necessarily the point, but yeah, I wouldn't have put him that high. I wouldn't have, but that's me. For me, the V is there because you got to win. Like when we've had these debates in baseball through the years of, Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani in the MVP race when the Angels have finished in 4th place and had a losing record. I'm sorry. Maybe there's 2 awards, okay? There's MVP and MOP. And so you could be the most outstanding player, Shea Gilgeous. You can be the most outstanding player. You're not valuable, though, because you lost. You didn't win games. You barely won more games than you lost in a regular season where half the teams don't care.
Right.
It's just not enough for me.
I get that.
That's all.
I see your point, and I think it's certainly a part of it. And I know the Russell Westbrook one rankles you probably more than most because they didn't win. They were a 6 seed that year.
Yeah, that was a sympathy
and he got
vote.
it was not a sympathy. It was.
I bet it was.
I think the vote was given to him because it was historic what he did, averaging a triple-double for an entire season.
But why didn't it matter the next year when he did it again?
Because he had already done it, and so it wasn't historic anymore. It's become
it's still historic.
It's become largely a regular occurrence with the pace that we now play with. I know guys don't average a triple-double like that, but
close.
Rebounds and assists are more prevalent now with the pace at which we play.
Right, which actually, now looking back on it, maybe it wasn't as special as we thought.
Right, but you don't know it's not special until it happens again and again, because at the time, he was the first since Oscar Robertson, I believe, to do it. The Big O.
What was Harden this year? He didn't average a triple-double, but what did he, let's see.
I think he led the league in assists.
He definitely did. So
I don't know if he got 10 rebounds.
He averaged 21 points a game. He averaged 10.7 assists per game, and he averaged, 6.1 rebounds per game.
And that's James Harden.
That's Harden.
And you know where he finished in the MVP race?
Do not believe that he received any votes.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, that's because he's the second best player on his own team.
Right.
Yeah.
But the second best player on the Sacramento Kings received a 4th and 24 fifth place votes.
Who is the second best player on the Sacramento Kings?
That would be Domantas Sabonis, who finished ahead of the best player on the Kings, De'Aaron Fox.
I think a lot of people were saying it was the other way around going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
It changed,
I think those people may have changed their tune. De'Aaron Fox got 2 fifth-place votes.
Yeah. De'Aaron's fantastic. Steve in the city, let's roll. Here we go. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Steve?
Hey, guys, I'm just wrapping up at work. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to a little bit of what you guys were talking about with the role players, and it's going to be the core of what it takes to win. And it's about, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's about defense without fouling, setting up the transition offense. And so when you match up the role players, it's not about them putting the basket in the bucket. I mean, the ball in the basket. It's about it's about the defense. You know, GP2, Dre obviously. You know, he's going to do his thing. DiVincenzo. Those guys are defensive guys are going to need to step up. And then the guys like Clay and Poole, who defense is not their strong suit, need to step up too.
I think, Steve, you're right. I'll add sort of a tweak, if you will, to what you're saying, though. Yes, the Warriors need to defend without fouling, and in the end, that is on them. However, when you get late in the playoff series, and this is going to be the last home game in this series for the Lakers, and we know what officiating is like for home teams in the NBA, I'll say it's two things. The Warriors need to defend without fouling, and the Warriors need to defend without being called for fouls. Those are two different things.
Wow.
Because
they're the same thing because
they're not.
Fouls are only fouls if they're called.
Well, okay, that's one way to look at it. But my point is we already had a conversation today about officiating approach. And are they going to let them play? If they let them play, then that's great. Because now you can defend and you can foul them a little bit. And just don't get called for it.
Right.
I will see. I mean, that is, if we're going to put credence to the idea that that's a game that Draymond plays every night, right? It's no different than a pitcher who's going to throw a couple on the outside corner. Let's see if the umpire's giving me that call tonight. Give Anthony a couple of whacks on the wrist early, and if it's not getting called, okay. Now I know what defending without fouling means tonight.
Yeah.
And the Warriors hope that it's a little bit more aggressive than not.
Well, Draymond is going to push that envelope every second of every game, and that's what Draymond does, and that's why, in part, he's such a great defender, because he knows how to play on that edge where you defend with fouling and also without fouling, and if the whistles are going a certain way, then you have to slightly change the way you play defense. But Draymond knows better than anybody, if he gets 3 fouls and it's early in the third quarter and he picks up his third foul, he knows that the referees know that the fourth foul they give him is going to have to be a really good one. So at that point, you can defend more aggressively without fouling, quote unquote, because you don't often see high-profile players foul out of basketball games.
Yeah, well, especially when it gets to this point. Yeah,
exactly.
Nobody's going to want to send anybody to the showers in this one. Not at all. All right, in 5 minutes, Bob Myers was on with Steiny and Goo earlier today, had what we all believe was a really interesting answer with regard to his future. So we'll let you hear that coming up in 5 minutes. Want to keep going with the phones. Sophomore in Pacifica, next up on Willard and Dibbs. Sophomore, what are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen, I am cracking up here and having a great time because of Kerr's very expert gamesmanship. So last year, the Grizzlies went after one of our players, and he said Desmond Bain broke the code. Everyone spent the rest of that series wondering what exactly that meant, and the Warriors won. This time, he talked about gamesmanship. He pointed out one instance of flopping. Those guys are going nuts. And after Austin Reeves last night did his grassy knoll moment, like someone snipered him, when no one touched him, for that team to come out. And look, they said we don't practice flopping, we don't teach flopping, we don't work on flopping. They don't say they don't flop. They just say they don't need to work on it because they're already so good at it. So we're inside their heads, exactly where we need to be. Imagine these guys, like they're starting to flop, and suddenly they remember that Steve Kerr did that. I wouldn't be surprised if there are like some awkward movements by these guys as they try to remember not to do what Steve Kerr said they did, and that's not how you win basketball games. So kudos to Kerr, and I hope it helps, especially down in L.A. with that happy whistle from the officials in their favor. I hope what he said helps. I think it will.
Well, sophomore, it's an interesting
Thank you, Soph.
Yeah, and I don't know that it's going to end up affecting the game tomorrow night or not, but I will say, for whatever it's worth, I find it fascinating to go back to this moment from last night. Remember the scene. It's 32-28. You're down by 4 if you're the Lakers at the end of one quarter in what stands to be a potential opportunity that night to eliminate the Golden State Warriors from a Western Conference series for the first time in the Steve Kerr era. You have that opportunity on the table, and you're down by 4 at the end of one quarter. No big deal. Huge night. And then you're asked a question about one play that had just taken place, and listen to where Darvin Ham goes.
Coach Ham, I have to ask you because I just saw it. Your reaction to Dennis Schroeder, I guess, not getting the foul at that point. Is that something you saw? Thought it was a missed call?
Yeah, we don't teach flopping. We teach our players to play downhill and attack the paint and be forceful.
Darvin's head's in the wrong place. I have zero hesitation about saying that. I don't know if it affects tomorrow night, but you're telling me that the head coach of the Lakers, in that moment, an opportunity to eliminate the Warriors from the playoffs down 4 points at the end of one quarter, has been carrying around on his shoulders for 24 hours. I have got to respond to Steve Kerr. And I don't care what question Chris Haynes asked me, I am going to respond with, we don't teach flopping. Hey, Darvin, what was breakfast this morning? We don't teach
Seriously.
flopping. Yo, my man's head's in the wrong place.
And why would he bring it up there? Because
no clue.
Dennis Schroeder on the play, and I'm watching it again for the 7th time, he didn't really flop. He drove to the lane, and he was a little out of control. He threw the ball up toward the basket. There was no call, and that was it. He remained on the ground. To me, flopping is when there is contact and you throw yourself to the ground. This is just good old-fashioned, I'm going to the hoop, and I'm trying to get a call because that's what we do. And so Chris Haynes asks him about this play in particular, wondering if he feels like they should have got the call, and he just immediately almost cuts him off, Mark, and says, we don't teach flopping.
The only thing I can think of that happened there is that, look, it's really loud. I know sometimes it's hard for coaches to hear the full question, and the play involved Schroeder, who, let's be honest, is at the front of the line in the flopping conversation. So maybe he hears, hey, I know you're right, the Schroeder play.
Schroeder.
Whatever, Schroeder. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And he thinks that that's where the question's going, even though that's not where the question went. That's my best guess. I have no idea. That is such an odd exchange for the end of the first quarter of that basketball game.
Right.
It was totally not what was being discussed, and in that moment, irrelevant.
And it doesn't serve Darvin Ham at all in terms of if he wants to counter the narrative, then that gets done after the game. If after you lose, that's when you take to the podium and you address the notion that the Lakers are flopping. In a sideline interview at the end of the first quarter, that's not going to do you any good in terms of the officials on the floor for that game. Zach Zarba is not hearing this interview thinking, geez, Darvin's mad about flopping. I got to make sure I give the Lakers a couple of calls here, and if there is contact, because I don't want Darvin to think that we're turning a blind eye to his team on either end of the court right now. So that answer not only was weird, but it was out of place, Mark.
Totally. Mike and Arinda, you're next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, Mike. What's
going on, Mike?
Been pretty good.
I feel like, first of all, I love that you guys have moved to this later shift, being able to drive home and get to listen to you guys versus having to just, going to work late in the morning so I can listen to you. So thanks for making my work-life balance a little bit easier.
Well, Mike, thank you. Thank you.
We did it for you, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, first off, I have something I have to say, but you guys are talking about GP2. I love that guy. Like, this has been a weird season, right? And we're so wound up in the fact that we've won all these championships. We have this great team. This has been a bizarre season. So the fact that we're here in this spot in a Game 6, Curry, LeBron, Warriors, Lakers, I'm trying to just love the moment and appreciate what we've done historically and just live for the moment, fight for the next game. And, GP2 and all these guys that bring love to the court is great. One thing that I'm a Poole fan. I'm a Jordan Poole fan. I love his progression. I think he gets held to a Steph Curry, Klay Thompson standard. I think that's a little unfair given that he's in his third year of the NBA. But I see him last night. I think it was Wiggins makes this great play in the fourth, and they pan the camera to the bench, and there's Poole leaning back with a slow clap, kind of just dejected, and maybe he's just tired. But I couldn't get that image out of my mind, and people are seeing that out of him. I believe he loves the game. I believe in his work ethic. I think he's going to take it to the next level. I hope he doesn't get traded. But I see what people are upset about, and it's just one of those things. Is when you're pulling for him and you see him sitting on the bench and just kind of not into it. It's weird, and it's just, again, it speaks to the season, right?
Mike, absolutely. Yeah. A big part of this story. Thanks, Mike, and thank you for your comments. A big part of the Jordan Poole story is body language. That's a huge part of this entire story, going all the way back to the beginning of the season. Shot selection, turnovers, all of that stuff is there. But for me, again, what got me going after Game 4 was the comment in the locker room afterward that sort of indicated this was about a lack of opportunity.
Right.
Which to me, even though those were words, I put that in the same bucket as bad body language. It's my man, your head is in the wrong place here. You play poorly, you step up with accountability. You don't blame it on the coaching staff and minutes and coming off the bench. Same thing when he's leaving the bench against Sacramento or coming back to the bench, shoves Draymond aside. When he's pulled out of the game after a 2-minute stint by Steve Kerr in Game 4, same thing, where he's practically looks like he's crying on the bench. This was a Kuminga issue the last few weeks too. I'm glad that he brought up GP2. That's what you get a DNP and then start and get 13 points the next night. That's the way.
And you remember GP2 from earlier in the playoffs. It might have been against Sacramento where he comes in for the last 7 seconds of a quarter, and I think it was the Kings threw a long baseball pass. Nobody touched it, and they immediately subbed him back out. So he actually didn't play even a second of actual minutes because they wanted to bring the offense back in. And you see GP2 on the sideline, and he's grinning ear to ear, and he's laughing over the fact that he almost got to play. Now in the fourth quarter, he went in and played because it got to be garbage time, and he played well. And now, like you said, Mark, he's in the starting lineup, and he, again, is a key cog in the machine if this machine's going to try to keep going after Game 6.
He talked about it last night, about being out of the rotation and then being back in the rotation.
You're never out of rotation with Steve. I know they have different game plans and different adjustments when needed after a game. Next game's always a different game and different look, so it's just our job to stay ready, and when he throws me in, it's got to get to it.
And I know that it's different when you're GP2 and you're someone who has just signed a $130 million contract. There's an expectation that comes with that. There's a responsibility that comes with that. You don't want to be a $130 million bench player waiting for minutes. Nobody wants that.
Right.
But obviously, who controls that? Jordan does. It's not Steve Kerr
To
who
an
controls
extent.
that.
I mean, different rotations and,
Jordan's in all the rotations if he's playing well.
Exactly.
You scoring 20 a game, nobody's pulling you out.
And if you're not in all the rotations, then get yourself in all the rotations because Gary Payton was not in all the rotations. If you look at his game log through these playoffs, he has not been getting, what did he get last night? 27 and a half minutes. He's not getting 27 minutes a night.
No.
Some nights he gets 2, some nights he doesn't play, some nights he gets 27 minutes. You stay ready, then you are ready. Lonnie Walker IV. And he was a guy who was not heavily in the Laker rotation until he was, and he stole game 4 with his fourth quarter performance, one for the ages, that's now in Laker lore. So Jordan Poole, if he has the right mindset, he's thinking game 6. Forget game 6 Clay. It's game 6 Poole. Maybe Jordan Poole comes out and goes 8 of 13, and he's got 22 points, and he's the reason why they win game 6.
While we're playing some of the comments from the last 24 hours, how about this one? Because we promised it to you. Bob Myers on Steiny and Goo today. There have been the questions for weeks, for months. Hey, Bob, what about the future? What about Bob?
It's a 3.
What about the future? Why don't you have a contract? What's the plan? Well, it was asked in a little bit of a different way by Steiny today. A little bit of a follow-up to the question, which is forget about what's going to happen. Bob, let's just talk about you. Have you decided what you want to do?
I would say I don't know.
Okay.
Because I don't need to know. I mean, somebody smart a long time ago gave me advice, and it's kind of hard to follow, but don't make a decision until you have to.
Mm-hmm.
We often don't do that. I often don't do that, but I've tried to do that. It's good advice, honestly, when you make any decision. When you two make a decision, when I make a decision, there's a time when you have to make it, you make it. But let whatever you feel have its opportunity to move you in directions. That's how I try to look at it.
I thought this was a really interesting answer because for the first time in about 2 or 3 months, we potentially might have gotten some information because we've been sitting here going, does Joe Lacob not want him back? Has he even given him an offer? Is this about money? Does Bob want to go?
Does Joe want one of his kids to take over?
All the speculation.
Yeah.
Bob at least made it sound like right there that it's his decision. Because he said, I haven't made the decision yet. So
and you don't make a decision until you have to make a decision.
Right. And that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But what's interesting there to me, at least, is that this is the first time that he's making it sound like it's his call. We didn't know that. We didn't know whose call it is.
And I'm glad you broke it down that way because I heard this. I was at the car wash, which is where I did our daily delivery video on Twitter.
Out of bed.
In the car wash. I was doing it during the rinse cycle.
Did you sing at the car wash?
No, I was listening to the Bob Myers interview, and then I was doing our video daily delivery. And as I was listening to Bob, I didn't pick up on exactly what you're saying, and I think you are spot on. I actually did text Steiny and said, great follow-up, because it was a great follow-up question, because he first asked Bob about his status, and Bob danced around a little bit, and then Steiny hit him with the follow-up, and that's when Bob said, you don't make a decision until you have to make a decision. Basically, and what you just broke down, I think, is right. He has the decision to make, which is, do I stay or do I go now? Or I don't think it's as much like, will Joe offer me a contract or anything other than Bob doesn't know if he wants to keep doing this.
Well, and as a Warrior fan, all I can say is if that is the case, if that got conveyed correctly today, that's comforting to me.
Yeah.
It's
Agreed.
comforting to me that it's on Bob and not that the Warriors are playing games with Bob. Steve Kerr already said earlier this year that he'd be devastated if Bob Myers leaves. And now that makes a little bit more sense because would Steve Kerr publicly say, I'm going to be devastated if my bosses decide not to bring Bob back? Like, that's not a good sound for you to say that you're disagreeing with what the organization is doing. Essentially, what they're saying is Bob may want to do something else. Bob might be tired. Bob, whatever. This is on Bob, and we'd be devastated if he leaves because we love Bob. But if that's what he wants to do, at least it was on him, and he was the one who was able to sort of create his path.
Right. So that would, I think, mitigate some of the pain in terms of Steve Kerr. And even, if Bob decides at the end of it guys, I want to take a year. I want to take some time and just do something else. And then I think Steve Kerr could rightly feel better about it, as opposed to if the Warriors went in another direction and Bob felt like it wasn't his decision. So the answer he gave, and I'm glad you broke it down, Mark, because you're right. It seems like it's Bob's decision to make. So let's take it one step further and think about it in terms of Draymond Green, because there's no bigger fan of Bob Myers than Draymond Green. So if Bob Myers has a decision to make, and you don't make a decision until you have to make a decision, if he decides at the end of this run that, you know what, I do want to come back, I want to keep doing this, maybe that influences Draymond Green to want to keep doing this. And I think the opposite, though, is equally true. If Bob decides, guys, I don't want to do this anymore right now, how does that affect Draymond Green's desire to keep doing this?
Well, and maybe last night's game factored into the decision, because listen to what Bob said with regard to how he would be feeling if the Warriors had lost last night.
What I thought last night going in, Guru, was if we go down 4-1, then we're not very good. I mean, as harsh as that is of a conclusion, if you lose 4-1 in a series, you got beat. You got beat pretty bad. You barely avoided being swept. So my thinking was, I was confident we would win because our guys have proven they respond with their backs up against the wall. But I also had a feeling of, if we don't, that kind of gives you your answer, and that's how I looked at it. But I had a good feeling we would win the game.
Yeah, we had the same conversation yesterday where I was like, if the Warriors don't win this one, then this was not what it was cracked up to be by any stretch.
Right. If you go down 4-1, then you can't rightly say we were this shot or this play away. You got beat. You got beat
close.
down. And you're right, Mark, in terms of the future. You can't look at it after losing 4-1 and say, let's run it back, because you weren't really that close.
Right.
You got 7 playoff wins, and that would be 7 playoff losses.
Right.
Which is what you did in the regular year, basically. You were a 500 kind of club all year, and then now you're a 500 club in the postseason.
Yeah, the Warriors are 6-6 right now in the playoffs. They're 6-6 right now.
Yeah,
So,
wow.
That's it. They're
Coming off a
6-6.
year where they go 44-38, so they're 50-44 in their last 94. That's not elite.
No, and
Mediocre.
but tomorrow night you lose that one. I'm not going to say that's okay and that's good and whatnot, but that's different. It's different than if you had lost it in 5 games on your home floor.
That's true.
Boston Steve, who's in the city. Hey, Boston Steve, what are you doing?
What's happening? Yeah, I'm just having coffee in Laurel Village here, just waiting, You guys, the other day I talked to you, had no momentum. Now the show has momentum. You got momentum. I have no momentum right now.
Wait, the show had no momentum 3 days ago?
Come on, Boston Steve.
No, now you have momentum.
Okay.
What about the feeling you win 6, you win 7? What's the percentages on that?
Oh, I'd have to Google it, Boston Steve. I'm more concerned with Ms. Brown's feed bag in Laurel Village. Is it still there?
What's that? You know who's up here is Steve Kerr's up here. I saw him at the Presidio, sitting in my golf cart making the turn at 9. I'm talking to this woman, and then Steve Kerr. I look over Steve Kerr. I'm like, what is Steve Kerr doing here?
I would imagine.
He's like, that's my wife.
I would imagine golfing. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, Boston Steve, will you do us a favor? Will you say golf cart again?
He's gone.
Golf cart? Yeah. I'm sitting there. I'm like, what's Steve Kerr doing here? And then I said, Steve, I bleed green. And he goes, well, good luck this year. And then I said, good luck to you, too. What a nice guy. And then you guys beat us last year, so it didn't work out.
Well, yeah. Although your Celtics we're honored you're calling us in the middle of the Celtics facing elimination, Boston Steve.
I know. I'm about to go lock myself in after this, but I mean, what is the score right now?
The Boston is doing very, very well. I think they're up by they're up by 14 points here in the second quarter.
Yeah, they were down the other night. The night before, low was 13. They were down by 13 the whole game. But what I'm saying is the momentum the Warriors got right now. It always seems that if you win Game 6, you're going to win Game 7.
Well, I think if they win Game 6, yes, they're going to be a major favorite. They're home court. The Warriors in Game 7 with this pedigree, yes, I would love their chances. However, and Steve, thanks so much. We said this the other day. I'm not a huge believer in game-to-game momentum.
Yeah.
I'm a huge believer in in-game momentum. Maybe when you get to Game 7, there could be something because it would be like, all right, the Lakers would feel like they lost their shot. And so would they be down, bummed that they're at Game 7? The Lakers are not bummed that they've arrived at Game 6. The Lakers expected to arrive at Game 6. So I don't think there's a whole lot of momentum when the game tips off tomorrow night.
If they arrive at a Game 7, Mark, the Lakers do, what percentage of the time do you think that the team up 3-1 loses 5, loses 6, but still goes on to win in that 7th game?
Mark
Randy, if you would, please.
How many times has it happened?
34 times, Mark.
34 times that opportunity, like the Warriors had against Cleveland when they lost it.
Like the Warriors had against Oklahoma City when they won it.
All right, okay.
That's 2 of the 34.
That's 2 of the 34, and it was 1-1. So I would say
plus or minus. I'll give you plus or minus 2 percentage points because I'm in a good mood.
How many times is it?
What percentage?
3-1 lead ends up in Game 7 and they win.
Yes.
I would say the percentage is 68.
Oh, it's so close. 61.8.
Okay.
So 21-13 is the record of the team up 3-1 in Game 7.
I will continue my point from yesterday because it still stands. Not all 3-1 leads are built the same. This is not the same as other 3-1 leads because I would imagine the majority of the winners of the games you just detailed were at home for Game 7. I would imagine.
Of the Game 7 winners.
Yes. I mean, what's the regular stat of just Game 7? Home teams. What's the stat? Game 7. How often does the home team win?
Probably.
You don't have it? Can you look that up on whatever? You have some magic.
I'll look it up.
You got some magic sheet over there.
Landofbasketball.com does a great breakdown. I'll have that answer for you. Let's go to the phones, Mark,
right,
and I'll give you the answer.
Phone. Let's go to Hayward and Tony. Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
Hey, gents. Oh, man, loving the show. Loving the show. I had a question. How come you don't hear very much talk about Dante? That guy's playing insane. I think DiVincenzo is such a key part of the team right now. He's been consistent. He is he's going 150 miles per hour every time he's on the floor.
Tony, I'm a big fan of the guy. He's had a fascinating season. I think he's had great moments in the playoffs. However, I think your characterization of what he's been doing in these playoffs may be a little over the top. Like, what'd you see last night that impressed you so much in his 13 minutes when he went 0 for 1 for 0 points?
It's just his hustle. He's always in everyone's face, passing the ball. He's a presence. And he's giving it a lot of energy. And I guess last night maybe wasn't as great a game, but he just seems to be hustling his butt off, and it's kind of like a backbone of the team right now.
Well, I do think he's a hustler, and I do think
I'm a hustler, baby.
That's right, and I think he's a good defender, and I think that's the kind of stuff that doesn't take a night off. It's funny when you talk about though his engagement. What I've been calling for all playoffs is to be even more engaged. Dante, I think at times in these playoffs on the offensive end, has been a little bit too hesitant with his three-point shot, which usually speaks to a lack of confidence. He's not been shooting it as well as he did in the regular season for some time now. And so I don't think he's got, for instance, watch the way Moody, you want to go to another role player, watch the way Moody is choosing shots right now. He's looking for them.
Right.
He's not passing them up because he's feeling it. And so he's like, right, if it's there, I'm going to let this thing go.
3 shot attempts in 9.5 minutes, basically.
Yep, but he hit 2 of them. And he went 2 for 2 from three-point range last night. Moody, there's no hesitation. Dante right now, I feel like there are a couple open shots that he doesn't take because he's something, a little bird in the back of his head's like, how about Steph? Let's let Steph shoot this one. Dante can shoot that thing, and I hope if those are there tomorrow night, young man, fire away.
Yeah, let it go. Let it fly, and just don't worry about the repercussions. I do have the numbers for you, Mark. According to StatMuse.com, the home team in Game 7 in the association, 110-36. It's
pretty
all time. 75% home team. What up, home team? The away team wins 24.7% of the time, and this speaks to the reality that the home team is going to be the higher seeded team, and the higher seeded team is usually the better team. And in a double must-win situation, the better team, also playing at home, tends to be the team that wins.
Well, look, usually that's the team that, if you want to talk about momentum, they're happy to be there, right? They're happy to arrive at a Game 7 if they've got home court. But then again, I'll reiterate what I've said already a couple of times. Their chances to win if they get to Sunday are even better than 75% because they're the Warriors. The Sacramento Kings had the same percentage 2 weeks ago. They lost.
Yeah.
Because they're playing the Golden State Warriors. I think that there is an emotional boost and push. If the Warriors end up on a Sunday game, I think they are a major favorite. I think tomorrow night is going to be very hard.
Yeah?
I think it's going to be very hard. But we all know if there's anybody who can do it, it's this group. It's this group. So I'd certainly give them a shot. If they get tomorrow night, I think you can get that Denver Golden State series ready to go.
Well, I will add this because this is certainly pertinent, and I'll leave the bubble year out of it, but 5 of the last 7 Game 7s have been won by the road team.
The road team.
Warriors this year, Boston last year over Miami in the conference finals, Dallas over Phoenix last year in the conference semis.
That one was wild.
Yeah, 123-90.
Well, the Suns will tell you, this is a little reported story, the Suns will tell you that the whole team had COVID.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and which they don't talk about a lot, because if that was the case, then none of them were supposed to play.
There is that.
But they went ahead and played, but they were all sick and they didn't play well. That's the story from inside the Suns. If you get them in a private room.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's,
so,
honestly, that's a factor. And I don't know if the Warriors will look back at this series and say, well, Kavan was sick and Gary was puking in the tunnel. And ultimately, injuries and illnesses are all part of the deal, which is why the NBA playoffs are such a monster. It's a 2-month journey.
Yep.
The NFL has its own peculiarities in terms of you got to win 4 games and it's just 1 game and then you have a week off, and it's just 1 game and it's a war. The NBA, you got to get through all these series. You got to win 16 games over 2 months.
Yep, absolutely.
It's a grind.
No doubt. What'd you have? A vomit? All right, let's go to Idris in Hayward. Idris, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Loving the show. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna preface my statements by saying, I hope I use that word correctly. So there's gonna be a Game 7. Now, having said that, if the Warriors play like they played yesterday in LA tomorrow, they're gonna lose.
Why do you say that? Now that's interesting. That's interesting. Why do you say that?
Because you know what? At the end of the day, the Lakers weren't giving their all. The Warriors were still having turnovers. They were still taking bad shots. So they were going in, thanks to Dre and Wiggins and Steph. We ended up getting it. And they knew they had house money. If we come with the same energy we came, because I was sitting down watching, like, okay, we're going to win, but this is not what's going to take to win this series.
Idris, hold on. 14 turnovers. That's a manageable number. Shot north of 50% from the field. I thought in terms of shot selection, one of the best games they've played in this series by far. What did you see?
Well, you know what it was? I wasn't looking at it as, are we going to win this game? I looked at it as, are we going to win this series? Because what good is winning tomorrow if we lose in 7? So my thing is, what I would like to see the Warriors do, and they did have a much better game, but look, between LeBron and AD, like the Lakers knew that they brought 80%. It was kind of a close game, but they didn't really they weren't trying to close us out if we showed up. But one thing I do know that we need to do is offensive rebounds. Anyone who decides to help Curry, in particular Wiggins and Dre, and Steve Kerr. He's got to control the flow, how many timeouts we have, situational ball. We can't stop Clay from doing Clay. We're not going to be able to change Jordan Poole. And Draymond has to get his composure because, believe me, if LeBron sees that they're about to lose tomorrow, he's going to yank that cord, and hopefully Draymond is not the debate. But this is going to 7, fellas. Love your show. Keep doing it. God bless.
Thank you, Idris. As well. Thank you so much. I do think, listen, we had that conversation earlier today. I think it's a good one, which is Draymond Green, A, riding that line, but B, not going over the line and how hard that is. Again, because of the presence of LeBron, he's so smart as well. It's such an emotional game. Everybody's pointing to this. Is this the end of the dynasty? They're favored to go down. It is right there, like the Lakers are favored to knock the Warrior dynasty out. There's so much emotion going into tomorrow night's game. That's good for Draymond, unless it's a little bit too much. It's a tough line to walk, for sure. I think.
It's tough, but he's walked that walk so many times, and I know that there have been times where he has stepped over the line, famously when he got teabagged by LeBron and he popped him in the biscuits, and he got a flagrant there, and he ended up getting suspended, and they went on to lose that, by the way, in a Game 7. The Warriors on that list of teams that lost a Game 7 at home, 93-89, which was a couple weeks after they were a team to win a Game 7 on the road, 96-88 over OKC. So Draymond Green knows about that line. If you're going to have Draymond on your team, you got to put the faith that he's not going to go over the line. I do think that he brings the same energy he brought last night. And if he plays tomorrow like he did last night, I like their chances.
Yeah, again, tomorrow night, this all feels very, very reminiscent of you bring up the Oklahoma City series. And nobody remembers Game 7. Everybody remembers Game 6.
Draymond went off in Game 7.
It was an easy game. And I feel like tomorrow it needs a Herculean effort, the same way that series did, the Game 6 on the road. But you get that one, I think you've demoralized the other team. And I mean, the Warriors did not have much of an issue in Game 7 of that series at all, and I don't think they would in this one either.
Warriors are plus 185 right now. Bet 100 to win 185 on the series. The Lakers are minus 225. Bet 225 to win 100.
That 180 number is almost half what it was before the game last night.
Exactly.
Yeah. So interesting. All right. We're sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. We got time for more of your phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news.
Russell dribbled it, lost it, turnover, picked up by Draymond Green. Down the left side, Davis on his hip, goes up, no good, jam home, Wiggins right over the top with a dunk. Timeout, LA.
Tell you what, if I'm Anthony Davis, I'm looking around even at LeBron going, anybody going to help me?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, if you're LeBron James, maybe Anthony Slater will help you because our man, our Warrior insider.
Who?
Anthony Slates.
Thank you. I need it every time. Is that asking so much?
It's not.
Okay.
No, you get it.
I appreciate it. Don't make me beg for it.
No problem.
Because I like Anthony Slater, and I appreciate when you call him Slates.
Well, he's once again the only Slates in the Bay Area because Austin just hit the injured list again.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Bryce Johnson on his way. Anyway, this is not a good tweet. Andrew Wiggins is listed as questionable for Game 6 with a left costal cartilage fracture. That is an area of the rib cage. Just the word fracture sort of shakes your trees a little bit.
Yeah. When
you see this. Now, Anthony adds that this is the same injury that Kevon Looney had in the Toronto series years ago and played through it. So he's listed as questionable. I'd certainly expect him to play, but this also sounds painful and like something that could certainly affect him tomorrow night. And if you're optimistic and the Warriors get out of this series, I don't know, something that could affect him for the rest of whatever this playoff run is. That's a Doc Pandia question, and so we'll get to work on that as well.
Yeah, I was hoping for an emergency Pandia today. We're running out of time, so maybe tomorrow we can get, maybe we do a pregame Pandia. And, we got Anthony Davis, we got Draymond Green's head situation, and now the costal cartilage fracture, which it's often, according to Biomed Central, often caused by direct frontal blunt trauma to the sternum.
Good Lord.
Also known as guarding LeBron James in the post. And that's where, Mark, even if he does play, I wonder what the difficulty will be for Andrew Wiggins because LeBron he's a whole day's work. He's a heavy, heavy dude, and he likes to back in and kind of hit you with that shoulder legally. And the only way to defend that, you can hold him off with your arm, but your chest is going to take some of the force from LeBron in the post.
I'm gonna try to text Doc right now and see if we can even just get a quick reaction text from him before the end of the show. He's got 7 minutes, and I still have to write the text also. So I don't know. You want to go through the 49ers schedule while I send that text out?
I've been waiting to do this all day, Mark.
All right, here we go.
All right. Yeah. You text and I'll talk. Mark, a couple of highlights because the Niners schedule is out, and they're playing 17 games, Mark, this year. Back to you. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, thanks. And their final record is?
11-6, Mark.
Oh, damn it. I had them at 17-0.
Well, here's the thing. 5 primetime games for the 49ers, which is good. It's exciting for fans, but the travel portion of this, not great. They go to Pittsburgh for the opener, then they go to L.A. the next week, come back for 3 home games, to Cleveland and Minnesota, back-to-back games, but they're 8 days apart, so that might be the time for them to do their classic Greenbrier stick and stay, so you don't have to fly all the way home. But the second half of the year, you go to Jacksonville off the bye, you go to Philadelphia on December 3rd in an NFC Championship rematch, and you go to the Commanders on New Year's Eve. You've got 5 trips if you count Cleveland. I think Cleveland's Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's not. Cleveland is.
Sure. I thought they both were, but you might be right.
I thought that Ohio was one of those states that got split, split state.
You're damn right it is.
Point being, 4 games at 10 a.m., and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major trips to the Eastern time zone, all on the schedule. You got a Thanksgiving date in Seattle.
Oh, gosh.
You got a Christmas home game against the Ravens.
Eat early, everybody.
It's actually the 3rd game.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Eat early. The Niners are
eat
playing
early,
tonight.
eat often.
Yeah. Don't be. Anybody wants to serve me dinner during the 49er game, I'm out. I don't care how.
Thanksgiving dinner is a 3 o'clock at the latest for me.
Good point.
At 3 o'clock. But just looking at the schedule, Mark, 11-6. But more difficult than last year, although I do think it starts with Cupcake City. At Pittsburgh, at the Rams, those are wins. The Giants and Cardinals at home, those should be wins.
Well,
I got them starting 4-0, Mark. What'd the doc say?
Good. Let's play. I'm still waiting. I delivered it. The text has been delivered. The Eagle has landed.
Bye week is week 9.
Has Brock Purdy ever played on the East Coast outside of the game where he lost his arm?
Boy, that's a great question.
Because remember, we made the whole thing about the back half of the schedule last year where the 49ers never left the West Coast. His road games were, there was Mexico, right? There was Las Vegas. There was Seattle. All of his road games were in either this time zone or the next. So if he went east and won, I'm forgetting. I know he went east and lost his arm.
Yeah, he did.
But I don't remember him going east and winning a football game. So
and I lost also, and it feels a little naked without Grandy to hit me with a buzzer because I know he loves to pile on. Can I please state when I was wrong before you buzzer me, Mark?
No, we all already know. Cincinnati's in the Eastern time zone.